supposed to let you know that. You look like one of my daughters. I mean, my youngest daughter. You look
And
so
that's crazy. I'm
young.
a whole ass grandmama too.
Mm-mm. Boy, nobody believe it.
That's
Nobody
crazy.
believe it.
But where did I leave off? Hagar? Was I talking about Hagar?
You was talking about Hagar.
Um, yeah, the same. Okay, so you know where they say Hagar, um, uh, despised Sarah.
Right.
So the word that King James translated there to despise is kolal, which is the other word they could have used for curse, which means to say something bad, like to curse out. Um, uh, that that's the word that King James translated to despise. So we would think that Hagar was mistreating Sarah, but what it actually means is like you look down. Um, well, the word for Sarah is stative, is for her status, but so with these two words coupled together, Hagar was looking down on Sarah. She wasn't doing anything to her physically, right? But this is the same word that the translators could have used in the story of Job. If they're trying to say that they put curse there, I mean, they put blessed there because they didn't want to put curse next to the word Elohim,
Right.
which makes no sense because, like I said, in later texts, well, first off, the same, like I asked Dr. B, I said, well, can you show me that break always means curse? And because in Psalms 103, Psalms 104, Genesis 122, Genesis 124, like we have bless the Lord, bless God. Is this supposed to be negative? And I said,
Hmm.
and I said, can you show me uh using the Hebrew language how to determine when Barak is meant as a euphemism? Because they're saying it's a euphemism, like it's sarcastic, like she's saying, yeah, like curse God. Like they're trying to say she's being sarcastic. They call it the sarcasm. Goodness gracious, they call it the sarcasm theory. And so there's euphemistic scholars and euphemistic non-euphemistic scholars. But so there isn't a distinction. There's not a distinction when the word Barak is used throughout the rest of the Bible to be something positive. It's all contextual. So I said, well, then help me see in the text where it gives context that Job's wife intended to say curse, but the translator just knew that the author um, did use this euphemism. And he
Hmm.
said, well, the context is that the devil is using her, that the devil wants to use her to get Job to curse God. I said, well, depending on the word that we use for curse, Job did do that. Job
Hmm.
said bad things about the God
Yep.
throughout
He
the whole
did.
text. Yeah, and that's when I asked him. He was like, "Well, that's why we need fresh eyes on the text." But there are other scholars who already have said the same thing that I'm saying. But I think um, men either have ignored that, or like I'm saying, the text is translated with the rise of patriarchal ideals in mind, like with that being the prioritization of the translation.
Hmm. Well, I when it comes to the word blessed, I've really never looked at being blessed meaning good all the time. That word blessed. I mean, because it's used um like even today. I mean, people you. I've heard people say, "I'm gonna bless you with this ass whooping." I'm gonna bless. Um, what's the other one they use with the word bless? Uh, I'm trying to think of it. It just ran across my brain, but I mean, blessed doesn't necessarily mean like it's positive. Blessed can be negative too. Um, I,
Not in the Hebrew. I'm talking about like with the Hebrew language.
but I wonder if I guess the writers, I guess using that word blessed, you know, I'm wondering if they may have thought maybe that same way.
No, that what they're saying is the writers didn't want to put anything negative next to the word Elohim, so they used a positive word. Like it's a euphemism, like a sarcastic switch, and you're supposed to just know that it really means curse, and that they're just referencing the word Elohim there. That's the apologetic that scholars have given, because it you don't see that until the Targum. Like the Targum is the only translation, or the first translation. I say only. That's not right. The Targum is the translation that actually translated it that way. Like there's no historical evidence that the Hebrews didn't like saying curse next to Elohim or in the same sentence with Elohim. That's a later explanation for why it's there, and when it actually says bless, and then so basically like, oh, the reason it says bless there and not curse in the translation is because the Masoretes didn't want to put the word curse next to the word Elohim. That's the explanation that they gave for why Job's wife actually says bless and not kalal or
Mm,
naats.
okay.
Yeah.
Hmm. Interesting.
Right. And the thing about it is that because it's mythology,
Right.
right? Another thing that Dr. B was saying is that we don't know who was translating from the oldest uh, text. They took a guess on that, and they were mixing it. They were mix matching, right? They were translating half from Septuagint, half from old scrolls, more updated scrolls. Like they were mix matching, and
Mm,
trying to choose the oldest one. And even in the same century, they had multiple copies, and some of them had different stuff. And so they had to figure out, even of the multiple copies that they had, which one was the oldest and closest to what the original author meant. So we honestly we can't help but to be a fucked up society because we have uh, a collection like of Bronze Age and first century Rome men's thoughts that have been fed to us over and over and over, like bits and pieces of different people's personalities. So, and it's interesting when they say that your soul lives on, and when they're describing the soul, they're actually describing your thoughts and your personalities and your beliefs and your values. And how can we not be fucked up individuals if we're being fed these little pieces of these so-called old Bronze Age men souls, right? On a
right.
daily basis, and then being told to deny our own. And they say deny yourself. In denying ourselves, we have to deny our own thoughts and adopt this collection of pasted together thoughts of Bronze Age Roman, first century Roman men.
It sounds crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, the way you articulate it, it sounds crazy to me.
I probably
You,
just said a whole bunch of shit. Like sometimes I like zone the fuck out, but like it feels like if I had to like tear a bunch of little pieces of paper together, little bitty pieces of paper, right, and take a piece from this book, this book, this book, this book, this book, right, and then I have little bitty pieces of paper from a thousand books, and then I paste it together and say, here, this is who you should be. I'm feeding you bits and pieces of different ideas from different authors, different times, right? And then saying, ignore the existence you live in today. That ain't real. What's real is all these bits and pieces of these souls from throughout time and space. Did that make sense? Yeah,
Oh yeah,
patchwork
yeah.
Jesus. That sounds good. Dugal made it better. Patchwork Jesus. What was you finna say?
No, I was saying no. That makes sense. I used to ask myself. Of course, years ago, I never asked myself this again, but I used to ask myself. I wonder if 50% of the Bible. Well, just put it like this: if 50% of the writers of the Bible were women, would the Bible turn out to be the same way it is now?
I don't think so.
Oh, I know it
That
would.
yeah. Yeah, I don't think so. And that's why I was asking Dr. B. Like, um, he gave me some good resources. When I tell y'all, I cannot wait for his textual criticism class because this is the type of shit like getting into the minds of as much as I can get into the minds of late Bronze Age men and in their culture and why they chose a specific translation and slicing them a fuck up. And when I hung up, I was like, Dr. B has such reverence for the text and for evangelicals and their theological message, and I appreciate that. And I learned a lot from Dr. B. I said, poor Dr. B. He don't know that I plan on disrupting this shit. Like I plan on disrupting the fuck out of it. And I think he kind of knows because he said that he appreciates the way that I approach it, but I'm a disruptor and I don't have the reverence. I can appreciate the fact that you appreciate it, but I don't have to share that same appreciation. Like my goal is to look at it through that different lens, and yeah, and pull out as much uh as close to history as I can get, right, or close to the intent. And I know that there several scholars have done that. There aren't a lot of women textual critics, and there are not a lot of people of color textual critics, and so I think that is a voice or a set of eyes that's missing in that space. And then trying to do that from and as much of an unbiased place as possible. But yeah, I plan on disrupting the space like a motherfucker. And uh, yeah, I,
Well, I always said, the Bible was written by men for men, and um, a woman of your caliber and the way you articulate things and process things in your brain, we need more, and I'm going to say it this way: we need more black women to articulate and think that way when they're studying these texts, because a woman I believe that a woman could find the bullshit a whole lot quicker than a man could see through it, um, because of a woman's. To me, I always said women are the smartest creatures on this planet. Men, we think we are, but we not. We really not. You know, when a woman uses her mind the way you do, you see shit that a man is not gonna see. I'm being honest. You done seen shit that I just can't see. I just can't see it. And I ain't claiming to be the smartest motherfucker in the world with the highest IQ and none of that shit. But at the same time, you know, listening to you, the way you articulate things and how you dissect scripture, yeah, we need more women like that. We really do, because y'all see it through a whole different lens, you know, and that's the truth. I mean, I can sit up here and say I know the Bible was written by men. I know that it is
you sound like you were
written.
saying, "I know it was the blood."
But I mean, but when you do it, it comes out a different way. And believe me, I like to. that's why when you talk and you hear me, I shut up a lot. I listen because I'm trying to understand a lot of uh, the way you articulate it. You know, and sometimes it's hard for me to do that. Being a man, it's hard for me to do that.
I don't think it's because you're a man though. Like I've always been told that um, I tend to go off into my daydream when I'm talking and talk over people's heads, and I don't check for understanding, and I just go on and on and on. But that is a part of my autism. Um, like if I'm excited about something, I will talk about that shit, and they be like,
Yeah.
"Can we talk about something else?"
But that's a good thing. I mean, me personally, I like it. That's why I can't wait till we get back to the um I like to call it the investigation of the Bible. I like I like to get back. I can't wait till we get back to that because I loved it when Saturdays came and we was breaking down stuff, learning stuff. You know,
Mm.
I love that. I can't wait till we get back to it. I really can't. Because I feel like sometimes we'll be on the lives and Christians come up. I have to go like fuck. I have to go 10 years backwards just to start with them. you know, and it and after a while, it even gets boring. I know you get bored with it, having to go all the way back to something as simple as Adam and Eve. That's simple. You
I
know.
actually enjoy. I actually like the Adam and Eve conversation because it helps me think. It helps me understand how they think. Like it gives me a little bit a more insight into the person's mindset that I'm talking to.
Hmm.
Y'all, I can tell y'all, it's only us in here. Um, and then am I? Is the TikTok behind? It's my studio behind. Is it only 155 and 1,000
Yep,
coins?
that's what I see.
And 1,000 coins.
1047.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Okay. All right. So okay. Um. Yeah, but Maddie, you're a subscriber. Like I don't want to say your FYP don't matter, but your FYP recommendation is gonna be different from the general population who don't know who we are, like who's not following me.
Let me check because I got one that I'm not following you on, so I'll check it.
I know.
See.
This is what I was like. I knew when I went live from my backup. Uh, I had to scroll to get to my live, and I normally don't. Normally,
Mm.
it just pops right up on the FYP. So I think that was an indicator that I might have to do a restart. I haven't said what's up to the YouTube fam. Hey to the YouTube fam. What's up, Brian? What's up, Chuck May? I mean Chuck May. Chuck Mack. Uh, he Jonesy. Show Dan. RP in the house.
The live is not showing on the FYP, but your video is, and it shows that you are live.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I
That's
see it
all I'm
there.
seeing.
Yeah, I know. That's why I said I'm gonna have to do a restart. The live didn't show up. And I don't want y'all to gift and then I have to do a restart. Um, I don't know. We can see what it do. Ty, are you in the box on purpose? T Tapua. Uh, hello. What's up, Hillwood? Fresh from Florida. What's up, Love Bug? Um, her coolie. You would like to hear her actual thoughts of her own? What do you mean? Like whose thought? Are you talking about me? Her colono. What the fuck is that name? Her colonoscopy. Colon Colin Garcia. Are you talking about me? I think the reason she's feeding bits and pieces is because it's coming from a place of, oh, that's why your name is colonoscopy. Well, if you can come over here, you can come over here and I can give you the bits and pieces. Well, come to TikTok. I almost said hi to your ass. But yeah, anyway, hi. Anyway, you can come to TikTok. Okay, thank you so much, Chuck. Are you coming, Colin? I swear y'all be talking all kind of shit. And then for you to even comment that, that tells me that I talked over your fucking head. You didn't understand a damn thing I said. Yeah. Did they run? Did they leave? Are they walking down the street? They on their way over here? Yeah. I don't know. Somebody can look out the window and see if they see him walking down the street. What's up, Ty?
Hi, Thinker.
How are
So,
you?
I'm getting better, fortunately. Sorry I've
That's
been
good.
MIA. I probably sound a little hoarse. I'm just getting my voice back today, and it's been gone since literally Sunday.
Yeah, I can still
Oh,
hear it a little bit. You sound raspy.
oh, yeah. Sorry I've been MIA on the project, but literally I had the flu, and then I went back to work, and I guess someone had an upper respiratory infection, and as soon as I went back to work, I got sick again.
Wait, you had the flu, got better then, and then damn.
And upper respiratory infection, y'all. I've been in bed trembling.
Oh my gosh.
So that's why I've been MIA. Like I haven't done anything.
Goodness.
But yeah,
Do you need us to take over it? Are you
I'm
feeling better?
finally better. I sent you something on what is it called? Um, gosh, the mental fogginess. The other thing that we use,
Discord?
Discord. Yeah, I was like,
You
what
can't
is
even
it?
think.
On Discord. And I think it's called Sendwave. And I was looking on there, and there's no. It didn't show a fee when I was typing in how much I was sending to Jamaica. So
Okay.
that might be a way that we could
It's
get
like
funds
can
to them.
do we contribute or does somebody have to like send money to one person and then
It
that
would be.
person send it through Sendwave?
It would be. It would be us sending it directly to a person.
Okay.
Is
Yeah, I
that
was
the way
trying
you want
to.
to go for it?
I was trying to
Um,
find like a platform somewhat similar to GoFundMe because they can't use GoFundMe over there. But if we could find that way, we don't touch any money, and
uh-huh.
there's no
Okay.
confusion about the money going straight to Jamaica and going exactly to
Okay.
the people who need it. Yeah, like so, like a platform
There's
like that won't take a portion of their money.
There's another platform called Give Directly, I think, and I haven't looked into them too much, but I think they take on different things like that. So we could probably, I can look at Give Directly and see if they do like campaigns and things, like if people can do individual campaigns and then we could just give to their campaign.
Yeah, yeah. Let's see if we can do that.
But all right, you guys, I just wanted to come up and say, hey, because I know I've been MIA. I haven't been in these TikTok streets at all. Like I've been in the live, but mostly just like with the phone on, like laying in bed.
Well, I'm glad that you're getting your voice back. I hope that you rest up and get to feeling better soon.
Thank you.
You're
But all
welcome.
right, y'all have a good one. I'm gonna step down.
All right, you too. So what are y'all thinking? Are we gonna nurture this, or are we gonna? I think I'm gonna do a restart because I think it's just us.
You want to restart?
I'm thinking. Let's see. We're 33 minutes in, and I I haven't had anybody come in and talk shit to me about me saying God helped David get rid of his baby problem. It ain't. It's just us in here. And you know what I'm saying? Like I'm literally saying, which I do. Like I'm telling you, if you read the story, David originally wanted to get rid of that problem, right? And the God killing the baby gives David exactly what he wants. How is that a punishment? That's the God doing a afterbirth uh, abortion.
Pretty much.
Yeah. So and I need to talk about it. There ain't no way in hell. It's just us. And that's on the screen. That's and like I don't care. Like it can be deconstruction people that we're talking to, but I like different thoughts, right? And most of everybody that's here are in the bed and not trying to have a conversation. Most of everybody that's here are here to listen. So in order for us to have a show, we got to hit the streets. We got to get
Right.
people who are deconstructing other atheists and other believers. So I'm gonna have to do a restart because there's no fucking way we're in the FYP and that's on the screen. Oh no,
Okay.
it don't matter if it's too deep for them. It like plain and simple. I'm saying God helped David. Oh, I need to put the ed there. Like I'm saying he helped David get rid of his baby problem. So like that. That's
No,
they that anybody
you don't need.
could see that that's saying that he helped David get have an abortion, huh?
Yeah, you don't need an ED behind help.
Oh, did okay. I forgot I put did
Yeah,
there. Maybe I should just say God helped.
that might.
Yeah,
Yeah.
instead of did. And they might have looked at it and was like, huh.
Shit, a lot of them probably don't even know
Did
the
he?
story.
Oh, you think they don't know the story about David and Bathsheba?
I mean, I would maybe some of them do, but I seriously doubt. I mean, that's not a topic really that's preached, on.
The David cheating on Bathsheba? What? You don't think
I mean, the only way I knew about it is because I read the book, but
so? Really?
I never heard a preacher talk about it.
Really?
Not in my church, they didn't.
Wait. So Bathsheba, Solomon. How do they think Solomon came about? They don't preach about Solomon, about
Well,
the origin of Solomon.
well,
That's the
put it like
story.
this: when they preach about Solomon, just like anything else they preach about in the Bible, they pick and choose scriptures to preach on, and then they come up with their own articulate way of explaining what God was doing and this, that, and the third.
But okay,
But
so where did you
something,
learn Solomon came from?
oh shit! Now you're asking me something to reach back on. I can't. Let's see. First time I heard about Solomon, What did I learn? I learned that from. I think my mama told. Did my mama teach me about Solomon? Uh, it's hard for me to remember that, thinker. I don't remember exactly what I was actually taught about Solomon.
That's
Uh,
interesting. Because if anything, I
um,
thought David, Solomon, Bathsheba, Jesse, and Jesus were like the most important in the line because Jesus comes from the line of David through Solomon, right? Through from the line of Jesse through David through Solomon, then Jesus. But I also learned when writing Bathsheba's song, I
mhm,
also learned that Bathsheba's two of Bathsheba's sons, Solomon, she had another son named Nathan that does absolutely nothing in the story. He's just listed for genealogy effect, I guess.
mhm,
But Matthew uses Solomon as to build the line of Jesus back to David to say that Jesus is royalty and he's the militant Messiah that was prophesied in the prophecies. Luke uses Nathan, the son who isn't royal.
Hmm.
He has no claims to royalty, and he builds Jesus's lineage to that son, um, for the purposes of saying that Jesus through Nathan goes all the way back to Adam and is more universal and not just for the Israelites, because Matthew is saying that it's just for the Israelites when he builds it to Solomon, like this is the Israelite Messiah. Luke is saying this is the Messiah for the whole world, going through a unnamed, like a unimportant, non-royal son of David. It's just the bloodline. That's all that matters, and building it back to Adam.
Hmm. You know, and, that's another thing too. That's something I really never understood, even when I was reading it. Um,
Jesse is the hold on. Jesse is the child that Ruth had with Boaz that Naomi adopted. Obed, uh, Jesse comes from Ruth's line. Go ahead, Mr. Yeah, crazy. It's I swear we are really talking about uncovering sheep wives. Yeah, House of Jerusalem type shit. But go ahead, Nelly.
um, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, I was gonna. I said something that I used to think about all the time too was that you know Jesus being the bloodline of David. I mean, I don't see how that's even possible. I never saw how that could be possible, seeing that he was the son of God, not unless he was adopted into it, because David was not his biological father. So how could he be the bloodline of that unless it's adopted? He's adopted into it.
Well, back then they didn't deal with DNA, so it was all lineage. I get what you're saying, but they didn't deal with DNA back then, so they just built the genealogy. Even the some of the Israelites' genealogy is not based on DNA
Right.
because they didn't know anything about DNA, right? Like they didn't know that it was the blood. They a lot of times they would just claim a child, which is when you see in the text and he placed a child upon his knee, that's them adopting the child as their own. Like now this is my child, right? It didn't have anything to do with blood back then.
Did David ever? Because I'm trying to remember, but I don't remember reading. I could have read it, but I don't remember reading nowhere in the text where David actually says Jesus is his son.
Where David says that
Yeah.
David was dead.
Uh, I'm, I'm talking about. Oh Lord. Okay. I'm talking about Joseph. I'm sorry, Joseph is what I'm talking about.
Joseph isn't David's son.
No, I'm talking about Jesus. Has
Joseph doesn't talk. Joseph doesn't say anything in the
he
text.
never said nothing in the text about it?
He doesn't say anything at all, really. I don't think Joseph says anything in the text.
Right. That's what I was saying. I did never. I don't remember reading anything about Joseph saying anything about even Jesus being his son. I don't remember reading in the Bible nowhere where it says Joseph was Jesus's father either.
No, it says that. Like the people do say it in the text. Like other people say that Joseph is Jesus' father. Joseph was at the uh, um, when they went into Egypt and the people were marveling. It's like, isn't this um, Mary and Joseph's son, or isn't this Joseph's boy? Um,
I mean,
a lot of times you're gonna see him when he goes into the town and he it says he couldn't do miracles.
hmm
They referred to him as Joseph's son then. So like there are people in the text that refers to Jesus as the son of Joseph, Mary and Joseph, But Joseph don't say anything in the text. Like, and it's really Luke that focus on that. Because I think it's Luke 4. Hold on, let me see.
Yeah. That's what I'm trying to look up now myself.
Maybe it's Luke 3.
I need to start carrying my iMac in the truck. And I don't have really shit on this iPad. And I can't grab it for some reason.
I'm trying to see the one where they like he couldn't preach. Maybe it's Luke 3. I know it's early in Luke where no, okay. It's gotta be after that. Let's see. The baptism of Jesus, son of Nate. Yeah, look. Okay, so here is Luke's genealogy.
Mm-hmm.
This is where he got him at. Son of Nathan, son of David, son of Jesse, son of Obed, son of Boaz. So this is how Luke built out. So Ruth would be Jesus's. Hold on. This would be okay. Son of Nathan. Joseph, son of wait, how far back? Matthias. A lot. Jesus was about 30 years old when he began his work. Joseph, son of Heli. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43. So 43, Ruth would be Jesus' 43rd great grandmother. 43rd grandmother.
Damn.
Yeah.
I gotta give it to them, man. They really thought this through when they were trying to do the genealogy, I guess.
I think it's because the Moabites couldn't come into. I think in Luke's mind, the Moabites, because Ruth would be a Moabite,
Mm-hmm.
um, which would make Obed half Israelite, half Moabite. This would taint the Israelite line, right? And their seed wouldn't be pure anymore. Um, so the ban on the Moabites was to the 10th generation, right? So this makes it okay. Where the one Matthew built out, Jeconiah, was banned. Any of Jeconiah's descendants were not allowed to be, like they were cursed and they were not allowed to sit on the throne. So if Jesus comes from Solomon, then there's no way in hell Jesus could be the Messiah because that line, Jeconiah's line, was cursed and banned from ever sitting on the throne. But look to the safe route. It's safer to be a Moabite than to be an Israelite and be the Messiah
Hmm.
coming from David because Jeconiah's line was cursed. And then Ruth's curse, the Moabites' curse was over. So he went to the non-cursed line there.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go back and refresh myself.
But yeah, I was trying to find where they say that Joseph is Jesus' father when Jesus comes into Galilee. I
I
thought
think that if wasn't that like John and John, like
no, yeah, but no, the story it's in Luke and Matthew because they're trying to say that he was that his people didn't believe he was the Messiah, so he couldn't do miracles. Um,
let's see, I know they met people community. I think that's in John. Mary refers to Joseph as Jesus' father. I think that. Uh,
Hold on. Yeah, you're right. Luke says he was praised by everyone. Luke says the power of the Spirit returned to Galilee and reported by him spread throughout all the surrounding. He began to teach in their synagogues, and he was praised by everyone. So he was loved
is that like
from
Luke 2:48 or something? Let's see.
this is Luke 4. Uh, and then that's when this is when they got mad at him because he told yeah Luke tells him that Yahweh after he reads the Isaiah scroll he tells him that Yahweh was focused on the Gentiles that he told him two times that Yahweh had chosen to help the Gentiles over Israelites and they kick him out of the synagogue.
Hmm.
This is Luke 4 starting at let's see, it says Luke 4:20, and he rolled up the scroll, gave it back to the attendant, sat down. The eyes of all the synagogue were fixed on him. Then he began to say to them, "Today this scripture has been fulfilled in your hearing." All all spoke well of him and were amazed at the gracious words that came from his mouth. They said, "Is this not Joseph's son?" He said to them, "Doubtless you will quote to me this proverb, 'Doctor, cure yourself,' and you will say, 'Do here also in your hometown the things that we have heard you did at Capernaum.'" And he said, "I truly tell you, no prophet is accepted in his hometown. But the truth is, there were many widows in Israel in the time of Elijah, when the heaven was shut up 3 years and 6 months, and there was a severe famine over all the land. Yet Elijah was sent to none of them except to a widow of Zarephath and Sidon." So Jesus is like, Yahweh could have chose an Israelite widow, but he didn't. He chose a Gentile widow. So like Jesus is taunting the um the rabbis in the temple because then he says there were also many with the skin disease in Israel in the time of the prophet Elisha, and none of them was cleansed except for Naaman, the Syrian. So,
Hmm.
yeah. So he says, when they heard this, all in the synagogue were filled with rage. They got up, drove him out of the town, and led him to the brow of the hill on which their town was built, so that they might hurl him off the cliff. But he passed through the midst of them and went on his way. Yeah, so Luke does something different. Luke originally says that in his hometown, everybody knew who he was, that he was this anointed character and they loved him until he started saying, yeah, God chose the Gentiles over the Israelites twice and then they wanted to kill him. That's Luke's narrative.
Version.
So, yeah. So they in Luke's version they knew who he was. They didn't question whether he was Joseph's son. But I think it might be Matthew where he says a man cannot be a prophet in his own town. And
That's
they say,
like 118, ain't it? I
is
one.
it
Let's see,
Matthew
Matthew.
1?
I think it's Matthew 1:18 or 19 or something like that through 26 or something. Can't remember. Um, I think it's Matthew 1. Is that Matt? No, let me look. I'm
No,
just
I think it
talking,
might be.
but I think it's
Wait, it's
Matthew.
not 1.
It's not
He's,
Matthew
he's,
1:18.
Now he was still a baby then. That's the genealogy you thinking about.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, I'm talking about when he was when his mission had started. Uh,
Let me look. Let's see.
it's not that either. I think this might be it. Yeah, this is the. After him,
Matthew 4. I think it's 4, 1 through 11. Doesn't that start his mission? Matthew 3 and 4, I think. Let's see. Let me look. 3, 4. I think that's when it starts his Jesus' mission, I think. Let me see. 18, Matthew. What did I say it was? Matthew 4, 1, starting at verse 1. Matthew, Matthew 4. The testing of Jesus. No, Jesus begins his ministry. That's Matthew
hold on, I'm gonna have to
12.
do a
1.
Google search.
Jesus calls for his first disciples. I thought testing of Jesus.
It's it's Matthew 13. It's always
Matthew 13 is when it starts.
what we're looking for, where he's saying that he couldn't do miracles in his hometown, and they was like, "Isn't this Joseph's son?" Right? That's what you're still looking for.
The parable of Sire. Matthew 13. And then 10 starts the purpose of the parables.
Having understood all this, I said, therefore, every scribe become a disciple in the kingdom of heaven. Oh, here we go. He came to his hometown and began to teach the people in their synagogue so that they were astounded and say, "Where did this man get this wisdom and these deeds of power? Is not this the carpenter's son? Is not his mother called Mary? And are not his brothers James and Joseph and Simon and Judas?" So they don't even say Joseph's name there. They just call him the carpenter's son, but they name everybody else. That's odd. And are
Mm-hmm.
not all his sisters with us? Where then did this man get? I wonder if they left his name so they could figure out who they could work on the genealogies later and be like, hold on, we're not gonna name him yet because we might have to. We don't know what genealogy we're gonna use and where it's gonna end because it's just weird. I don't know. I'm just speculating because maybe calling carpenters, hey carpenter, instead of saying their name was cultural. I don't know,
Right.
but it's weird that the he's not named when Mary is named.
And
His
everybody else.
brothers are named, right? Um, and are not all his sisters with us? Where then did this man get all this? And they took offense at him, but Jesus said to them, prophets are not without honor, except in their own hometown and in their own house. And he did not do many deeds of power there because of their unbelief. You say he probably had a nickname, Carpenter, because that's what that's what they just say. Is this not the carpenter's son? Because like I guess what I'm saying is they didn't call him by name,
Mm. Yeah, that's.
but they name everybody else there. Like that's just weird, especially naming Mary over the father.
I wonder why they teach Jesus was a carpenter too. I always wondered that. I mean, I know that his earthly father was a carpenter, but I'm not sure about that because I never known them to build shit. Um,
Yeah,
so I don't know. how they just came up with that title as a carpenter when they don't say he built nothing.
Yeah. Uh, Blitz,
Yo, what's up?
how are you?
Pretty good. How about you?
I'm good. How old are you again?
17.
Oh no. Um, wait, are you the one that was saying that you wanted to come back on Thursday night? I can't remember.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
Because you want to. What were you going to study and come back?
I forgot. I think I was here on Wednesday. No, that was
Yeah, you
yesterday.
were here Wednesday, and I normally don't talk to 17-year-olds. Um, but yeah, that's why I was trying to see
Oh,
Maddie. Was it
I
him or
think
was it a different one?
it
Because I'm
was,
trying to.
it was just the subject of Adam. What if Adam was abusive?
Yeah, but it was something you wanted to study and come back. What was it? Because I'm trying to see if you're the same person.
Why, why, oh, I forgot.
I don't think you're the same person.
Yeah.
I don't think so. Because I know specifically what this person wanted to study.
No, it
Yeah,
was just about, if Adam had any, uh,
he's not the same person.
no, I don't think so.
Yeah, he's not. The person that wanted to go off and study slavery. He
Slavery.
wanted to go off and study slavery and come back and talk about that. And I asked, I said, why? I said, do you think slavery is moral? Like why do you need to go and study it? Because I'm asking about your thoughts, not what the text says. But he said he still wanted to go study and come back and have a better conversation from a place of reading about slavery. So that's why I'm asking him. It's not him. It's a different
Oh,
guy.
you know what? You know what? I did remember that.
That's not. It wasn't you, love.
Yeah, it was slavery. I remember it was
No,
slavery.
it wasn't. It wasn't you.
Yeah, it
It
was.
wasn't you. No, it wasn't. It was another one. It was not you. It was and it was two topics. What was the other one? If it was you,
Well,
slavery and what else?
it was Adam. What if Adam was abusive and
No,
slavery?
no, no. I'm talking about the things that you wanted to go and study. There were two topics that you wanted to go and study, and just heads up, they're not listed on my thing. What was the other one?
Um, I think it was just slavery
Nope. That's why I said
and wait and the prostitution something with it. The
no. No, it's okay. Like it's
oh my
not
then
you.
my
Hold
bad
on.
then my
Yeah,
bad.
it's okay. It's okay. I don't talk to 17-year-olds. The night that we allowed you to come up is a special. It's like once a week. I allow 18 and up to come up, but I allowed you to stay because you said you're almost 18. Um, and we have a co-host who is 19 that has those conversations with younger people, but um, I don't have these conversations with other people's children when they're minors. Does that make sense? So if you want to wait until Thursday, uh, next Tuesday night, and come back when Maddie is here. No, I don't. I don't want to get stuck in a 17-year-old discussion tonight. And then I need to restart the live because I think it's just us in here. Um, I don't want to because we're not gonna be able to go as deep. And I felt bad the other day. Like I had to take him down because like the things that he was saying about the whole Adam was abusive. I can't I can't talk to him about the way that I need to. First, he hasn't experienced life um, as it pertains to why this topic exists on my page. So I don't want to get into that with a minor. Yeah,
No, that's fine. That's fine.
yeah. But if you come back on Tuesday, you can have the conversation with Maddie on Tuesday night. That's the night that I set aside for people your age to come up and discuss within your experience of life and your understanding. Okay?
You're right.
Tuesday
You're right.
nights. Okay. All right, Blitz. Thank you for coming back though. If that other guy does come back though, Maddie, depending on how the conversation goes, since that is about slavery, yeah, that one, as I told him, I would allow that one to. Uh, we can do that one, but I don't want to get have uh, a a lot of youngins tonight.
Hello?
So I am shocked that you are a woman typing that stuff that you were typing the other day. How old are you?
I'm over 18.
How old are you?
28.
Yeah, like you were saying, you were pretty upset about the whole Adam was abusive conversation. Like I thought you were a man. Like we were talking about the Job conversation, the stuff that you were typing the other day. I was damn sure that you were a man, but a whole ass woman. Why were you so mad about that conversation?
So beautiful. You know, one of the things that I love about you is the fact that um, it seems like you have a very strong desire to stand up for women's rights and, you know, women,
Can you answer my question?
just the beauty of women. And
Can you answer my question, please? Why were you
wait,
upset about
wait,
that conversation? I no, I'm a very direct person,
hold
right?
on, but
And
you,
no, because I wanted to talk to you that day, and because of that other dumb fuck came up, you left. You were in the request and you left. So I wanted to talk to you that day. One, because I thought you were a male, but I'm even more shocked that you are a female.
mhm.
Uh, upset about the conversation that we were having, and so
Did
I want to understand why you were so upset about that conversation.
okay, for one, you just cut me off like three times, but
Yeah,
I
I
was
don't want to
saying, hold,
hear.
I was
I don't
trying,
want to.
hello.
I don't want to hear your praises about what you love about me. I don't care about that.
I wasn't, first of all, I was just, we were having a conversation. But what I was saying to you was that I wasn't upset. You
You
just
were
claimed,
upset.
you just said three times that I was upset, and I
You were
never said
typing
it.
in all caps, love. You had to get muted. Can you what's the issue with me asking what if Adam was abusive or saying that Job's wife was ignored and demonized?
Well, I feel like I don't understand exactly where that comes from, Adam being abusive. Um, where would you get that from? What would make you think that he was abusive?
Well, first off, it says what if, right? It's a hypothetical. There isn't enough information in that story to give you any insight into the mindset or the daily lives of those characters at all. It leaves it up to the imagination of the reader. The
Well,
main thing, hold on, I'm talking. The main thing that gives me the ability to use my creative freedom is that they are mortals. They're mortals with bodies that do things. They have emotions like you and I. They have a mouth that can say harmful things. They have arms and legs and feet that can be turned into weapons. That
mm,
like, and there's absolutely nothing that would stop them from hitting each other when they get frustrated. Second,
mm,
if infants get frustrated and hit each other or throw something because they're frustrated or because they're hungry, two adults definitely can. Um, Third, the after Adam ate from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, he didn't take accountability. He blamed his God and he blamed the woman. That is a very abusive trait. And then
okay.
you all say that the tree was in the
Wait,
garden.
can I?
Hold on,
Am
no, no,
I?
no. You don't get to cut me off. When I'm done, then you can respond. You all say that your God is uh, testing the free will of the mortals there. If you
Mm,
believe that the mortals had free will prior to eating from the tree, therefore that's why they went against your God's original command, then Adam had free will to beat the shit out of Eve. Vice
so
versa, Eve would have had the free will to beat the shit out of Adam. But my question is, what if Adam was abusive?
okay.
Now you can
Uh,
respond.
okay. Thank you. Thank you. Um. Well, first of all, I mean, we can have the conversation, but it's going to be a real conversation. I don't know
First, no,
exactly what
you're
you're.
not going to tell me how to talk. You're not going to control my stage. You're not going to police
I
me.
was
I
talking
am.
about my.
Hold on. Nope. I am who I am. If you don't like it, you don't have to come in here.
No,
But you're
I was
not going to
actually.
tell me how to talk.
I wasn't telling you how to talk. I was actually speaking about myself. Like my
Uh,
response is going to be a real conversation. I don't
What the
know.
hell are you
You
telling me that for? Why do I need to know? That's a conversation you need to have with yourself. Why are
why
you
are you
telling me why are you speaking to me the instructions that you're giving to yourself? That makes no sense.
why are you being so mean?
What I already told you. You set the tone for the day you were typing in all caps in my comments. I haven't forgotten that.
I don't.
I,
I don't.
hey,
I
it
don't.
is what it is.
You
If we're
you
gonna
didn't.
have a conversation, conversate. I answered your question as to why I think that Adam could have been abusive. Can you
And
address that?
exactly. So I was just saying that in me speaking the way that I speak, I
I
was
don't
just
care about
telling
how
you
you
that.
speak. Just address the topic. Like, address the information. I don't care about what you think about how I speak. I don't care about how you speak, the instructions you have to give yourself. Address the conversation, the topic. That's all I care about. That's it. Go ahead.
Well, I actually have a relationship with the Father in heaven, right?
What does that have to do
And
with
so,
what I just?
can I?
What does
Can
that
am I?
have to do with it? No,
Wait,
I'm
wait.
going to keep you on topic. I don't
I'm
care about
saying
your
I'm
relationship with
going
your
to.
God.
Wait, you have to allow me to answer you, ma'am.
I don't want to be bullshitted. Let's talk about what if Adam
No,
was abusive. Please address the reasons that
you
I gave you that
you
Adam could have been
hold
abusive.
on. You have to allow me to
I'm
answer
not gonna
you.
allow you to bullshit.
I'm not actually.
You are.
Actually, if you allow me to speak, you would see
Address
that
the topic.
if you allow me to speak, you'll actually see that I'm addressing your topic and
Your
I'm giving
relationship ain't got shit to do with
actual
whether they could have been
clarity.
abusive unless you're trying to tell me your ass was in the garden too. Your relationship with your God has nothing to do with what we are talking about.
Well, it does because then I
It
was
does
gonna
not.
No.
wait. I was then gonna say that through that relationship, he's actually giving me clarity on this information. Ma'am, are you okay?
No, like, I'm not gonna let you bullshit me.
I
Like,
haven't BS
you've
you since I
you
got up
you are.
here.
I don't give a damn about no mumbo jumbo and some conversation you had with a invisible deity. I gave you logical
So
intelligence for
why are
why.
you trying
I
to
gave you logical reasons for why these characters in this book could have been abusive to each other.
okay,
Deal
so
with
you
that. I don't care about some imaginary conversation you had
I
with a
don't know
god.
where you I don't know
Address that. They were mortals. They had emotions. They had speech. Adam in the story did not take accountability for his actions. You all claim they had free will. Address those things. I don't care about your relationship. I don't go address those things. I gave you 5 reasons.
That was my fault. Sorry. Oh no.
uh, that's fine. Well, I was like I was saying before because I know in that relationship he explained this to me, and so he was explaining to me how just as long as he has existed, evil has existed, right? So when you understand that evil and the Father in heaven has always existed, right? They both have always existed because and so we are not just we are vessels that the spiritual realm operates through. So the spiritual realm operates through us. So we can be good, we can be evil, we can be all these different things, and it's all by the choice, right? It's all by choice. So the point that I'm trying to say is that everything that has happened and everything that happens is not all based off of God. We can't push everything on God. We have to understand that
Who's
there's
talking
also
about your God? Nobody is
oh
talking
my
about your God. I
God.
said,
Oh
what
my
if Adam was abusive? Nobody said anything about your God. And
are you
and again, you're doing this mumbo jumbo
why are
bullshit
you saying
because
hold
you
on.
are irritating me. Nobody said anything about your God. Nobody said your God made Adam abuse Eve. The topic is, what if Adam was abusive? And then nobody
That
cares about the conversation you had with your God. That's not the topic.
that
Wait,
kind
so
was
the
on
point
purpose
of
because you
you
got to stop
saying that
talking over the host.
so the point of you saying that that the point of you saying that Adam may be abusive, you keep saying he had legs, he had arms, they could hit each other, they could look at each other, they could hate each other, they could spit on each other. Like, it was horrible. Like,
Mm-hmm.
I'm not understanding, why do you keep saying that? Like, they could do, no, that's not the original form of what was happening. They were in the
That's
garden,
not.
actually they were together. They were together, Adam and Eve was not trying to be disobedient when she ate of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. She was searching for wisdom for her and her husband to have more power. In Genesis 3:6, it says she saw the
What?
fruit, that it would make one wise, and that it was good that it was desired to make one wise. Eve was actually looking for the fruit to make her and her husband more powerful. So this is a misconception that they would be fighting. This is a misconception that they were hurt or they were fighting. They didn't even
Hold
know
on.
evil.
Hold on. Hold on. Hold on.
They
Hold
did
on.
not even know
Hold on.
evil.
Create it. Hold on. Do you understand what if?
They did not even know
Do
evil,
you
you all. That's what I'm trying to
understand
explain to
what
you.
if?
It
No,
wasn't.
sweetie, it's listen, because it's exhausting at this point. The question says, what if Adam was abusive? The question is not saying Adam was abusive. It's
But
asking a
Selena, that
hypothetical. I
but
know
that
she
ain't
went
even.
all on that. She,
But no, but she's saying they didn't even know evil.
and
They
that we
Because
know
somebody
that.
don't know evil, that means
Don't
that
mean they
their
can't be
no,
evil or
hand
they
can't
can't do.
slap
no,
because
you
they
don't.
don't
Yeah,
know.
that's
Stop
not.
talking
Hold
while I'm
on.
talking.
Stop.
That just because
Stop.
somebody doesn't know that slapping somebody is wrong or evil, their hand, if it goes up, it ain't gonna go. They gonna be like this, trying to slap somebody. Like, that's what you want us to believe, that they were in the garden and Adam had an urge to put his hand up, and because I don't know what the fuck was in the garden, that he got too close. You know how your hybrid car, you get too close to
Mhm.
somebody, it goes to let you
Mhm.
know you too close. Like, Adam hand went up, and I don't know. Sophia thought that he might have wanted to slap Eve, and Adam got. Is that how they were in the garden? Like, they're like, if their feet like were walking, they couldn't stoop for shit unless the Holy Spirit was like, all right, bro, now stoop and push, stoop and push, because there had to be something that was like guiding their bodies, right?
Okay. Are you? Am I able to? Am I able to answer? Like,
Yes,
are you
please
finished?
go. Yes.
The thing about it is that the reason why I said they didn't know evil is because the only thing that opened them up to the understanding of evil was actually the tree of the knowledge of good and evil.
I mean,
Because
did that
We
before
go over
that,
get
your
that.
head?
We
the only
know that. We know
wait.
that.
That
It's
So
went over
the
not
your head.
saying,
so
oh my God, we know
so
that.
what I'm
You're
saying.
not addressing the point. We know they didn't have an awareness of evil. We understand that.
So do
That's
you
what the not.
understand?
So when you stop, but this is why you don't understand, and why you type in all caps, and why
So
you
do you,
frustrate the hell out of me.
okay.
Shush, shush. I shouldn't even have to repeat myself because I thought I was very animated. I thought I gave you
Mm-hmm.
um things that you could like picture. I gave you a mental picture. But the fact that I have to repeat this is fucking ridiculous. Just because you don't know what to call a thing does not mean your mortal body can't do that thing.
Okay. So
Children don't know that shitting is called shitting or pooping, but their bodies shit and poop.
well, this
Children
is
don't know, I'm talking right now. Children don't know that them crying and throwing temper tantrums when they want a specific food, or when they're ready to eat, or when they're sleepy, or when they're sick is called having a fit or a hissy. But their bodies do it because they're mortals.
okay.
Their biological makeup allows them to do that.
Can I ask you a
Not
question?
knowing evil or not knowing good doesn't stop your body from doing shit.
Okay. Hello. Okay. Um. you have to understand what it actually means. Um, the only thing that they knew, right? And I understand what you're saying. Like, you don't have to know
You don't
something in order to
understand.
do it.
You don't understand
Well,
because you're going right back
this,
to the same thing.
well,
Going
this
right back
is,
to the same thing.
I'm not going back to the same thing. Have a little patience with me if possible. If possible, I mean, because we are having a
It's
conversation.
been
So
a
just
while. It's been
bear
a
with
while.
me.
He's
The
been
point
patient.
is that if you understand how we're actually created, right? You would understand that in the garden we were in a space where we had choice, right? What's love without a choice? So if God is saying worship me, if he's saying, worship me, you have to worship me, read the Bible, you're my child, if he's forcing us, there is no love. And we actually
Yes.
serve that. This God that you're talking about is actually of love. So if he's forcing you to do something, what is love without a choice? So he gives us the choice, right? But within that garden, the only thing that they knew, which means you can't do something that you the only thing that operated through them was the presence of God. So that is exactly why he said, the reason why he said you can eat of every other tree except for the tree of the knowledge of good and evil is because every other tree in the garden didn't jeopardize their relationship and connection with God. The only thing that jeopardized that was the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. And because God, right, you say God, because God is that standard of truth, by disobeying or falling away from that standard of truth, they opened up this dimension of duality in which we live in today. So it's not so much about, oh, well, they could have just done these things, like we could just throw things out, they could have been monkeys, they could have went and got monkey suits and put on monkey suits and started dancing in the garden,
What
and
the
we
heck
could have
is
had a
happening
hip-hop
right
battle,
now?
and one of them could have started breakdancing in the middle of the
Why is
floor. It's
this
like,
happening?
you can't
She's
just
still on the
throw
same.
these you
She's
can't
still
just
on the same
throw
thing.
these
She's still
random
Hold on,
things out
King.
and just
random
say,
things.
oh, these things can happen in the garden. They could have done this, they could have done that. That was not the original design of God. And these things, they did not even know. This was the beginning. This is Genesis, this is the beginning of humanity. There were things, they were created to be connected with God. The intention that God had was to create man in the image and likeness of himself, and for himself only, right? To flow through us, and for us through him to have power and dominion over the earth, where Adam would be able to move the elements. That's why Jesus said we walked on water, he dried up a fig tree, because he was showing us actually the original design and intent of God. Now, just because that was God's intent doesn't mean that that evil didn't have an intent. The Bible says that there's a father of lies, right? So the father of lies, which was actually jealous of the fact that we had the opportunity to have dominion and power over the earth, the fact that the devil, the father of lies, was upset, he came to Eve and said, Eve, let me ask you a question. Did God really say that you couldn't eat of every tree of the garden? Is that what he really said to you? And Eve said, well, yeah, he said that we would die. And he said, oh, no, 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 no. Surely you won't die. You'll be able to actually see everything that God can see. Now, obviously, just like the Bible says, God is his word, Satan is his word. So as he's telling her this, it unfolds to be, even though she would see good and evil, what he didn't tell her is that she's not God. What he didn't tell her is that she didn't have the ability to God, as God, to see evil and not become evil. See, God can see evil and not become evil. We don't have that ability.
Thank you so much for that. I swear, like, the months and months and months in studying this story, I would not have ever known any of that. I mean,
You are
it's
beautiful.
especially the part, it's especially, the part where you just can't make up shit, right? Because here I am, right? Studying the Hebrew and reading the Hebrew to see what the original intent was in that language, and realizing that the reason the God says, hey, don't eat from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, because on the day that you eat of it, you're going to die, right?
Mhm.
He lied. And me sitting here
Because he's a
thinking
liar.
that stop talking. Your God lied. Me thinking that your God is the great deceiver, and you showing me and opening my eyes, kind of like Vativ Kana happened with Adam and Eve in that garden. You know, their eyes were open, but it was the serpent who did it, and not the lying God, right? But you opening my eyes to the fact that the serpent, right, told them that their eyes were going to be open. They just wasn't going to be able to see evil and not become evil, because that's what the text says, because you can't make up shit, right? There's no what if. There's no you have to fill in the blanks, because the story has a lot of uh gaps in information, right, and knowledge. Only Christians can do that, because if it makes the God look good, and if it feeds their narrative, only a Christian can add bullshit to the text. The reality created is that your God lied. Your God lied. Your God told them that your God told Adam that his physical body would die the day he ate of that tree. And your God lied. The serpent told the truth. And if you read in Genesis 3:22, your God confirms what the serpent says. Your God said man has become like us, knowing good and evil. What you are doing is reading some old ass church father apologetic, which I think it's Irenaeus, saying that it was a sarcastic remark, and that mankind thought they became like God, and the God is saying, yeah, they thought they became like us. That's not what the text says. Your God says man has become like one of us, knowing good and evil, meaning they had a spiritual awakening. They had a moral consciousness, a moral awakening in their conscience, so that they are now aware of their actions, and they are aware. They have a sense of guilt and shame when they do things. Before that, your God liked them being naked. Your God liked their lack of wisdom there. Your God did not want mankind to have that sense of shame. And
Can
when
I?
when they went, stop talking while I'm talking. I did not interrupt you. Your God left them naked when he created them, put them in the garden because they were laborers, by the way. There is another thing that you are making up. There's absolutely nothing in Genesis 1 or Genesis 2 where your God says, oh, let me create me some mortals so I can love them. No. In Genesis 2, your God looks down and said he needs somebody to till the ground, and he creates him a fucking Abed. He creates him a worker, and he puts him in the garden to till and to keep it, to cultivate the garden. There is nothing in that chapter that says that he created Adam or Eve to worship him, or to even control the elements like he does. When he in Genesis 1, when it says that he gave man dominion over the earth to subdue it, he said that is talking about bringing it into bondage. That is destruction, to get it under control in a violent way. None of that has to do with worship, except for the fact that your God is a God of destruction. And if you're destroying the earth, if you're enslaving people, committing genocide, then you are worshiping this God, because to me, he's the fucking devil. You made up everything that you just said. You guys make up spiritual death. You make up free will. None of that is in this text. But you have a whole ass hissy fit because I say, what if Adam's mortal ass could be abusive like your mortal ass? Selena, were you trying to say something before she come in?
No, because she just basically said the exact same stuff that she said before. She just added some razzle dazzle for flair to make it seem like she wasn't going to say the exact same thing.
I swear they act like Adam. Like, it's hard to have a conversation about the mortal characters in this book, because they don't realize they worship these motherfuckers. The characters are their gods in their head. Nelly, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Hmm.
Created, you may speak now.
Yeah, but so yeah, pretty much you were saying that God was lying, and I'm trying to figure out, you know, because of God's wisdom to understand that for us to know something means we have the ability to become something, right? Unlike them, unlike the father of lies, which is Satan. I don't know where people. It's actually mind blowing. It's actually not, because the Bible did say that people would start seeing good to be evil and evil to be good. So obviously, people are now looking at Satan as, I don't know, something. Sounds like you think Satan was like good, like a good guy.
Yeah, show me in the text where Satan
But
commands.
but
Show
yeah,
me in the text. Show me in your book where
but
Satan commands
hello.
anybody to kill somebody. Show me in your book where Satan commands humans to kill other humans. Like your all powerful God who's responsible for waking your ass up in the morning decides to put that power in the hands of another motherfucker to take your life.
He doesn't
Show
have
me where
to.
Satan does it. Show
Hello.
me where Satan does that in the book.
Okay, so Satan doesn't have to wake up and say, "Oh, I'm gonna start killing people." He actually wants to kill
Show me
people by
in the
taking their.
book where he does it. Show me where you got this idea that
Okay, what?
Satan wants to kill people. Show me in the
Okay,
book where this Satan character is going around telling humans to kill other humans like your God is.
okay. So this is the thing. So let's just hypothetically say God is good, right?
No,
For the
no,
sake of the
no.
conversation,
Show me in the text.
you have
You
to.
have a problem with like following the
He
conversation.
wants your
Show me,
soul.
show me in the fucking text where Satan is telling other human. You made a statement that the Bible says in the last days they're gonna call good evil and evil good. And I think that's what you motherfuckers are doing. Okay? Now, show me in the text where Satan is telling other humans to go kill other humans like your God is.
Okay, so first of all, there's you know, first of all, there's Nebuchadnezzar, there's all types of different kings that obviously has
What?
slaves. People have been
I
killed.
ain't saying
Satan has
shit
killed.
about slaves.
You,
Show me, girl, show me in the text or say it ain't none and it's your God commanding other humans to kill other humans.
wait,
Show me in the text where Satan is commanding other humans to kill other humans.
okay, so listen, this is the thing. When you have understanding, you understand that we are vessels, right? As I just said, and we embody the spiritual realm. So anytime anyone in this situation, in this situation, Satan has had people abuse children,
No, no, no.
trap.
Show me in the text where you can attribute this behavior to Satan the same way I can attribute the behavior to your God. Show me in the text, because other than that, you're just making up shit, and you lack the ability to say it ain't in there.
Okay, so you know the instances where they were going around killing the
Mm-hmm.
firstborn sons, right?
Mm-hmm.
Who do you think was doing that?
God.
Yahweh.
Yahweh, your God.
Okay, so you don't think that that was Satan doing that for Moses? I'm talking about when Moses' mother put him in a
Did
basket.
you read? Did
My
you
que-
read?
Wait,
Did you read?
I'm
Did
asking
you
you.
read? Did
Okay, so you know
you
what?
read?
This is the
It
thing.
was Yahweh. No, no, no,
Okay,
no. The thing is, you're trying to lie on a character by giving it the thing that the other character did instead of you acknowledging that Satan didn't do it. You're
okay.
trying to manufacture it.
Okay,
And you're
well, this
dealing
is
with
the
people who
thing.
actually read the text. We read it, we understand it.
Can I?
Like
Can I?
y'all be so I don't know, like in the comments when y'all typing in all caps and talking all kind of shit in the comments, and then when y'all come on stage, like y'all ain't nothing like what y'all be presenting in the comments at all.
Can, can I ask you a question? Is it creator? What's her name? Correct. I can't see the full name. What is it? Creator?
Just say created. That's fine.
Created. Created. What we're trying to ask you is show us in the Bible where you get this idea of Satan doing all these things you said he did, because the killing of the firstborn, that was ordered by Yahweh. That wasn't ordered by Satan. So I'm trying to figure out where you getting this from. I already know where you're getting it from, but I want to hear your version of where you're getting it from. You're
Well,
just saying it because that's what you were taught. That's what I was taught too. But that's not what the book says.
I'm just letting you know that in this in that particular realm, God is good because he's not trying to be good. That's what he is.
No,
Satan,
that's not. See,
Satan,
that's
hold on, wait.
mm-mm.
Satan, because
No, no.
and Satan, right? He just wants you all souls. If I have to be
Okay. Show.
completely
Okay, stop
honest,
right there. Stop right
he
there,
wants
creator.
you all souls. I
Create,
mean,
create. Stop right there. Satan wants our souls, right? That's what you said, right? Satan wants our souls, right? Is that what you said?
they keep muting me, so I
Okay,
That's
I'm
can't.
at,
because you're
okay, it's
going
fine.
on, you're saying stuff that
You
we're not
said
asking you.
Yeah,
you said
don't mute her though. Like don't mute her unless she's talking over people.
you said Satan wants souls, right?
Yeah, he wants you all
Okay, stop.
souls
Okay, let's stop right there. Show me in the Bible where you're getting that from. Show me in the
because
text.
okay, because originally, like I said before, we were in the garden. We didn't know these things. So when we ate of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil and we disobeyed, we fell away from God. Now that brought us closer into a space where the enemy could get
Do
even closer.
you
Now that we're in the
understand?
space of duality,
Okay,
we're even closer. Hold on, let me just answer my opinion,
you're
what
not
I'm
answering.
saying.
I don't want your
Wait,
opinion.
so
I
now
want
that
the Bible verse.
so
I want the
That's why
verse.
this is
all of
why
this is
you keep getting and stop. This is why you keep getting interrupted. We don't want your opinion, especially if we say show me in the text. You have done nothing
so
but you have done nothing but spewed a bunch of bullshit from some woo woo conversation you had with Jesus in your secret closet. We are asking you to use the book, point to the
so
text, and show us how you know what you know.
okay, so I'm laying down, but I so you want me to bring out my Bible and go through the
Do you
Bible
not
with you?
see that there is a Bible on the screen? All you gotta do is say go to such and such. Like there's a big ass screen with text on it. Give
Okay.
him the scripture and we'll pull it up.
Okay, so when you say that Adam and Eve ate of the tree of knowledge of good and evil, you know that, right?
Yes.
No,
Okay, so why do I have to give you a scripture on something we both know? I'm
because
telling
that
you.
doesn't answer the question that's being asked.
Okay, let me finish. Just let me finish saying. You asked me,
You've
how
been
is
trying.
Satan?
You've
Why
been
does
trying to
Satan
get your
want your?
car started for the
What
longest, and it's still
proves? You said
stalling.
what proves? You said
Show
what?
me the text that proves anything that you are fucking saying about Satan.
Okay, so
I have asked you
I'm
once. I have asked you once to show me in the text where Satan is commanding humans to kill other humans or harm other humans the same way your God is. Your God is the one sending lying spirits. Your God is the one commanding genocide. Your God is the one commanding the rape of women as punishments. Your God struck down David's baby to help David get rid of a problem. Your God is the one making these decisions. Your God brought Job to the Satan and the book of Job. It's your God doing it. Everything that you are claiming a devil wants to do, this book explicitly shows your God either doing it, allowing it, or commanding it. And I am asking you to point to the text where I can say, yep, Satan wants to do it too. Yep, it ain't God, it's Satan doing it. That's what you need to do. I don't give a damn about your daydreams.
Okay. So my so once again, like I was saying before, in eating the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, it opened up this dimension of duality. So before that, we didn't know anything about this dimension of duality of good and evil.
Point to the fucking
You know
text.
what? You
Because
know
you
what?
and your create, that's why your
I'm
fucking name is
sorry.
Creative Project, because you just make up shit and you don't listen. You having a conversation with your fucking self, because I have asked you for scripture. Nelly has asked you for scripture regarding this claim that you are putting on this character, the Satan in this book. And you cannot. Everything that y'all believe about this Satan character was created outside of the Bible,
Hello.
and you can't fucking say it. It isn't biblical.
Hello.
It is a theological interpretation of this character in order to fearmonger, because your God is the one who is the evil in this book. But you are so scared of your God, you have so much reverence of your God that you won't call evil evil. You
Okay.
call it good because it comes from your God.
Okay, so I'm trying to figure out what part am I saying that you don't know? Are you just cutting me off on purpose? Because you just said to me that there was a
Are
garden,
you
Adam and
slow?
Eve, the
She
tree of
not
the
slow.
knowledge of good and
She doing this
evil.
shit on purpose.
Why do I have to bring up a scripture?
I think she
Motherfucker,
ups
I
to it.
asked you for scriptures
Why do I
showing
have to bring up a
Satan doing.
scripture?
You said Satan wants to steal our soul. Satan wants us to kill people. Show me the scriptures where Satan is doing any of that in this book. And if the only thing that you can point to is a fucking serpent who's never even described as Satan in that story, then yes, Satan is the good guy, because all y'all motherfuckers lying on him just like your God lied in the garden.
Okay. So what I'm trying to figure out right here is, why do you keep asking me a scripture about something you just yourself said? Why do I have
Why
to show
can't you
you
say
a
that it ain't in there?
scripture?
Why can't you? Why
Why
you
do I
made
have
a
to show
claim?
you?
It's your claim, created. This is the bullshit that I don't like, especially with y'all
It's
loud
not.
ass, wrong ass Christians. You were loud as fuck on Wednesday night. You were loud as fuck in my comments on Wednesday night. You made a claim just now that Satan wants to do a thing. I asked you to back that shit up. Now, if you don't have the fucking audacity to say that you can't, and that everything you believe about Satan is extra biblical and came from some nigga who was probably laying next to you pillow talking, that's a fucking you problem. But if you're gonna assert that during this conversation, then you're gonna have to back it up, and you're gonna have to show me in the book where the Satan character is doing that, and it's not your God. That's what you're gonna have to do,
Okay.
especially since you loud.
Okay. So, okay. Like I said before, if you just, all I'm asking you is this: if you just
Nope.
ask,
Scripture.
you just
Show me where Satan is doing that. You made the
hear
claim.
what you're saying.
Then you need to say that you can't, and then we can move on. You need to say I can't back that up.
So, like I said before, you just said scripture, right? Okay, I don't know why you keep interrupting me on a scripture that you yourself
Give
said.
me the scripture where Satan is
That's
asking
not.
humans to kill other humans created the
So,
same way your God is. Show me a scripture where Satan is commanding women to be raped the same way your God is. Show me the scriptures
once,
of Satan doing these immoral, egregious shit like your God created.
okay, so once again, right? You asked me the question. So then the only thing that I was able to get out is the fact that Adam and Eve ate of the tree of the
Scripture.
knowledge of good and
I ain't
evil.
asked about no damn
And it
tree of no
opened,
knowledge of good and evil.
right?
I'm not asking about that. Show me the scriptures where Satan is commanding rape. Show me the scriptures where Satan is commanding genocide.
Tell you this. I'm going to tell you this right now, right?
Show me the scriptures
I
created.
wait.
Scriptures created. Show me the scriptures where Satan is commanding rape like your God. Show me the scripture.
Okay, so as I was saying before,
Scripture.
I
Scripture where Satan is commanding rape. Scripture where Satan is sending lying spirits like your God. Scripture created for the claim that you made. And if you can't, just say there is none. And then we can move on. And you can say all your mumbo jumbo woo woo holy closet filled um, uh, last Saturday night vibes and all that good shit. Created.
hello.
Scripture, please.
Okay, I am getting to a point, right? But I'm not going to
Scripture.
go. I am not
Scripture,
going
or
to.
you need to say it's not there. And then you can,
Okay, it
like I
is
said,
there, but you have to
but
pay.
scripture, scripture,
I'm,
scripture. If it's there,
so you
show me the
asked me.
scripture. If it's there, show me the scripture where Satan is commanding rape of women.
So you just asked me. I
Scripture.
said Satan wants your souls. You said explain that.
Scripture.
You said
No,
give me
I did not.
scripture.
No, you said Satan wants you to kill people. Satan wants you to whatever. You started naming shit. I said, show me in the scripture where Satan is doing any of that. Show me in the
Okay,
scripture. Show me in the scripture where Satan is commanding humans to kill other humans the same way your God is.
and
Show
this
me.
is
And if you
wait.
can't, then you need to say it's not there, and then you can move on.
And so I'm not gonna say a lie. I'm not gonna sit up here
Then
and
show it
lie
to
just
me.
because you're yelling.
Then show it
So
to
I'm
me
gonna tell
then.
you this right now. I'm gonna.
Sorry, that was
All you
my
got to
fault.
do is say go to such and such, and
So
I will pull it up on the screen. Like
I don't.
this right
It's
here, I think you're just realizing that Satan ain't in that book doing none of that shit. That it's
so
all your
you mean to
God.
tell? So you wait. Hold on.
I
Wait.
think you
So I,
did you just realize that it's your God?
I'm I'm actually not. What I'm
Oh,
talking
then
about
show
is
it.
the
Then
fact
show it to me.
I'm not. But listen, like I
Then
said
show it
before,
to me.
you have to understand how we are created,
I
right?
don't give a damn. I don't give a
The
damn about how
way
you
in which
created.
you know
Show
what?
me
I'm
in
not.
the scripture.
This is the thing. I'm not.
Show me in the scripture. No, because y'all, this is what y'all do. Y'all want to live in this so-called false spiritual realm where you can bullshit people and facts and logic you can't stand up to. You can't stand up to facts and logic. You can't stand up to reality. That's why y'all fucking run from it.
So
And the spiritual realm allows you to gaslight motherfuckers. And y'all call us demonic because we won't let y'all drag us into that bullshit. Show me the fucking scripture. I don't give a damn about that word salad shit that you trying to throw. I ain't Subway. I'm hungry. I'm not full. I mean, I'm full. I'm not hungry. Scripture.
okay, so I don't have the scripture right in front of me. It's
What is
just
it? I can pull it up. Tell me
okay.
say it. What does it say?
So what I'm explaining to you.
No. Explain the scripture so I can pull it up.
Okay, so are we
What's
created?
happening? What's happening
Wait,
in the scripture where Satan is
okay.
commanding rape? What's
So in
happening in the
order
scripture where Satan is commanding genocide? Tell me
the
so I can pull it
the
up.
so the only okay. So once again, the way that we are created, the
Nope.
spirit.
Nope. Nope. No. Scripture where Satan is commanding rape, where Satan is commanding humans to kill other humans, where Satan is commanding the enslavement of other humans like your God does created. I'm not letting you move forward from that. Or you say there is none, then you can do your mumbo jumbo bullshit.
I'm not because I'm not gonna say that because
Well, then
you
you
have
ain't
to.
moving forward. You might as well run, honey. You might as well leave.
I'm saying you
Cause
might as.
you might as well leave because you nor Jesus ain't finna get the next sentence out. You might as well go.
So
You
Um,
like
might
I
as well.
said,
Yeah, ain't finna happen. If you can't give a scripture to back up the shit you said, you ain't about to say shit else. If you can't say it's not there, you ain't about to say shit else. Cause you ain't about to gaslight us up in this motherfucker.
created.
Hold on, Nelly. She got to get these scriptures. I'm not. Don't give her an out. Like I don't want her to be able to do that mumbo jumbo bullshit without her admitting that there is none. All she got to do is admit that she don't have a scripture of it saying that, and then she can say what the fuck she wants to say. But her Holy Ghost power won't let her tell the truth, just like her God didn't in that damn garden. And I can back that shit up. But that's not the point. I'm waiting on your scriptures.
Hello?
Scripture,
Hello?
please. Scripture, please.
Okay. So,
Kelly, let her keep on saying hello because she know we hear and we can hear her.
okay, so there's a scripture that says that we are created in the image and likeness of God. Is that correct?
No, 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 nope.
Is that
Show me
correct?
this. Nope, no. Show me the scripture where
I'm
Satan
saying
is
I'm
command.
building.
No, I said no because what you trying to do is blame humans. There are scriptures in this text where it says your God commands genocide. Your God commands rape. If you can believe that this Satan had a conversation with your God about Job, then you shouldn't have to point to human beings and blame humans for some shit. Try to blame Satan for shit humans do.
So
I
you
want
didn't.
you to point me to the scripture where your God, where Satan is doing the bullshit that your God is doing.
Okay, so once again, right? You have to allow me. You said give.
No, I don't. No, I don't. The whole reason that you doing this fucking build up about created in his image is because you want to blame Satan for shit humans do. In this book, it says God said, God commanded. In this book, it says, and the Satan said, and I don't see a Satan commanded in this book at all. I want you to show me that shit. That's what I want to see. Not what the fuck some preacher done put in your fucking head. Not some interpretation. Show me the words. Show me the story where Satan is commanding humans or manipulating humans the way your God and his spirit does in this book. I want to see it as explicit as I see your God doing. That's
That's
what I
messed up.
thought. The fact that y'all gotta make up Satan's evilness in this book is very telling. The fact that y'all can't stand in the face of facts and when it comes to this book is very telling. Everything that you believe about this God, that you believe about this devil is made the fuck up. And if you come up here, especially if you loud as fucking rude, I'm not gonna forget your ass. I'm not gonna forget you. It's 3 of y'all from Wednesday night. I'm not gonna forget you and the shit that you were saying in the comments. So don't come up here thinking that I done went to sleep and I done forgot. Because you teach me how to treat you, and I'm gonna treat you exactly the way you enter this fucking room. But don't come up here and make a claim and not be able to back that shit up.
And the bad thing is, I thought she was a man Wednesday night. I was hoping it was a man.
I thought she was a man till surprised me when she came off of mute and a
Hold
whole ass
on.
woman.
That was disheartening.
Like advocating against yourself for fucking what? Like what motherfucker you hoping pick your ass? Like you better hope that motherfucker wasn't watching you just now because you just embarrassed the fuck out of yourself. Like you advocating against women's rights, against women's voices, against women's right to be seen even within this faith. For what? That shit is crazy. Yeah, I ate Subway. That's why I told her I'm full. I ain't hungry. I don't need no word salad. I ate Subway. Where did Oso go? I thought I saw Oso in here. Y'all, the
Saw
guest
him too.
box is up. Huh?
Saw him too, but I don't see him now.
You probably went to sleep. Um, the guest box is open.
Oh, there you go.
Hmm?
He just commented.
Oh, I didn't see it. Oh, okay. The guest box is open, y'all. If you are a believer, deconstructing, or an atheist. No, come in right quick. Also, Cindy, can you bring him up?
Mm-hmm.
Ain't today your birthday?
Uh,
Huh?
technically, yes.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to like. I wanted to make sure that we
Yeah, birthday. It's your birthday.
make sure we
If
hit
you
at the
cry,
midnight
put a
hour.
picture next to pressure. Yeah, yeah. They ask me what I do and who I do it for. Yeah, and how I come up with this shit up in the studio. Yeah, all I want for my birthday is a song about oh so true. All I want for my birthday is a song about oh so. Tell him if he cry, throw a picture up of pressure, yo. Tell him he gon' cry. Also birthday lot of pressure, yo. True. All I want for my birthday is a song about oh so. Yeah. All I want for my birthday is a song about oh so. Yo. Skirt, skirt, skate, skate. Yeah. Happy birthday. Oh so. Skate, skirt, skirt, skirt. We wish you Merry Christmas since you decided to come before that day too. Skate, skate, skirt, skirt. Happy birthday to Oso. May your wishes come true. You wanna be 7 feet. Maybe I will give you what you need to continue to grow into your long body. Then you'll be tall enough to rock with Rudolph and Dash at the Christmas party. All I want for my birthday is a song about oh so true. All I want for my birthday is a song about oh so. Tell him if he cry, throw a picture up of pressure, yo. Tell him he gon' cry. What's a birthday lot of pressure, yo? True. All I want for my birthday is a song about oh so. Yeah. All I want for my birthday is a song about oh so. Yo. Get crunk, skirt, skate, skate. Yeah, happy birthday, oh so. They ask me what you doing, who you do it for. Yeezy, hold up, what about Tyreek? Was he born on Oso birthday too? I don't know, but this birthday song is all about Oso. All I want for my birthday is a song about Oso. All I want for my birthday is a song about Oso. Tell him if he cry, throw a picture up of pressure, yo. Tell him he gon' cry. Also birthday lot of pressure, yo. True. All I want for my birthday is a song about Oso. Yeah. All I want for my birthday is a song about Oso. Yo. Skirt, 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 skirt. Happy birthday, Oso.
Wow. First and first, amazing all around. That is the best birthday celebration I could have asked for. That is all I wanted for my birthday. Thank you guys so much. I feel so loved. Oh wow, that made me feel special. Thank you guys.
Yeah, you're so welcome. Happy birthday. I hope you get to be 7 feet tall today, or at least, or at least feel 7 feet tall.
That's crazy.
If he get to
That's
7 feet
crazy.
tall, we call him Guinness Book of World Records. Get some money.
Hell, fuck that. I'm calling the Lakers. Hey, y'all need one?
Yeah,
No, but happy birthday, bro.
I appreciate it.
you're welcome. You can go back to sleep now. Is that where you sleeping?
No, I just hopped out the shower and got greased down, as they say.
Greased. Dad, what do you do? Slide across the floor like Tom? You finna do the Tom Cruise thing?
I
for your
take cold
birthday.
prevention very seriously. You gotta bundle up that warmth from the shower with some hot oil.
Oh my god. Okay. All right, y'all. The guest box is open. Y'all keep sending also love. I appreciate y'all for doing that. What's up with the comments? Why they keep disappearing on TikTok Studio?
Yeah, they keep doing that for me too.
That's weird.
That yeah. Y'all
Thought it
don't be
was my
scared.
app.
Look, I'm a chill. I'm gonna let Nelly talk. Don't be scared to come up. That that conversation was left over from Wednesday. There's two more that was saying some shit when they come in here. I'm gonna get their asses. I just want y'all to know that. And I'm not. Don't be afraid to come up because I don't plan on taking whatever I got for them out on y'all. Like when you come up, you a different person. I don't know you unless you get disrespectful. So don't be scared to come up. But I'm a chill, and y'all can talk to Nelly and Selena. Yeah, they can never say that because I definitely uh, don't do that.
Yeah, I low key am kind of guilty of that sometimes. Sometimes when I piss me off, and I get to the next person, I just be like, "What you want? Shut up." But you really don't. You definitely compartmentalize conversations and leave the energy for the people that cause the energy.
Yeah, and that's why I said I'm just warning y'all when they come in here, I'm gonna get their ass because they was showing their ass in my comments on Wednesday.
We know it's true, Kate Watson.
Story Joe reads like God was in a bed with the devil. So the story, okay. Mm-hmm.
What's the facts, Monique?
Right, Coochie. It's,
Getting
it really
quiet.
is like I said. Yeah.
It seems like it's gonna be a busy weekend. I decided to push the tennis live back to next weekend because there wasn't gonna be really anybody that was able to participate. Like it seemed like this was like a particularly busy weekend. I don't know why.
Is it the weekend before Christmas?
I was about to ask
No,
the same
it's two
question.
weekends before Christmas.
Mm.
Mm.
Christmas is two Thursdays from now, or the second Thursday from now.
I don't know what. Maybe Christmas parade.
Maybe. But it's been like that all day. I had like five people in the like 8 hours I was live, 9 hours I was live.
Well, you know they did a push today.
Did they? I didn't know
Yeah. Yeah, they did a push this morning. So it could be that, and that's why I say I should have done a restart because I could see early on when I went live and my backup when I went live for my backup that my main page didn't just pop up like it normally does.
that.
That means that I'm not the live isn't on the FYP. And my account is, but the live is not. And so I knew that meant that I needed to do a restart. But we kept talking about uh, we kept talking about stuff and it kept getting
Difficulty.
interesting what we were talking about. Yeah, and then created came up. So
Mm,
like I probably need to do a restart. I don't know. It might be past time to do a restart. Honestly,
I mean,
most people are
theoretically,
asleep.
there's still 9 hours left, so I don't know.
No, I'm saying most
Maybe.
people are asleep
Oh
right
yeah.
now. Yeah,
Yeah, they're gonna get dumped off in somebody else's life.
yeah.
Honestly, it might wake them up and bring them back and get new energy in there. I'm just saying.
You want to wake him up at 1 o'clock in the morning?
Um,
At
if
two
I'm
o'clock in
woke,
the
why
morning?
can't they be?
This motherfucker is weird. Another weird one is the Jesus freak in the one who has
Mm,
like 50,000 Jesus accounts, but now has two accounts with my face. Yeah, like I could see a unhealthy obsession with me, the same way he's obsessed with Jesus.
hmm
But that
Maybe you're
person's
his
name is,
devil.
hey, that person's name is Ryan. Does it sound familiar?
Nuh-uh. It's not Ryan.
But who else's name was proposed to be Ryan today?
Hmm, that's a great question.
You remember it on your live?
I was drinking heavily in Javarius's live, so I don't remember what the day started like.
Oh, yeah, Hutu. The Kid, what was his name? Kid
Mm.
Blago. What was his name? Kid Blago.
Curb Curb Lagoon or something. Curb
Something
Lagoon
like
or
that.
something like that.
Yeah, yeah. That. So I find it interesting that that account, that person's real name is Ryan. This person's name is Ryan. Uh,
Yeah, that is interesting. You know what he said after you left? Like 15 minutes
what?
after you left? So do
What?
you guys want to actually talk about the topic now? Think so? He got muted for the rest of the live.
They scary as fuck. Like, don't talk shit. Don't talk shit and then expect us to not talk shit back to you.
Yeah, I don't know why they get to it. Well, I know why they think they can, but I don't know why uh, it doesn't like register to them that being addicted to me over text does not mean that as soon as we talk in person, I'm gonna be like, "Hi, I'm a completely different person than you are too." Like, no, the way you are is gonna translate. I've been waiting to have words with you, actually.
He's actually come into the request box several times and then hop back out. I don't know if TikTok is throwing him in because he definitely ain't clapping and tapping and
Hmm
accidentally requesting. So, but he like it's almost like he's like sticking his toe in and taking it out, thinking like he's trying to like work up the courage to come on stage.
hmm Yeah, especially with that follower count, I would imagine he's not one to get on stage often.
Yeah.
That's
You
interesting. I
said
would not have.
nobody talking bad about you. Sometimes they just irritate the living fuck out of me. Like, seriously. They make claims that they can't back up. Like, why would this person just assert nobody's talking bad about you as if this motherfucker uh lives my daily experience?
Hmm
You, you know what I'm saying? They just say shit the same way they do about this God. They can't back up anything they say. They're so used to living in this space of fuckery. Like your whole life, like your whole outlook on life is built on fuckery.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what it is because they know that, or at least they believe that lying is wrong. Like they have to at some level understand that what they're doing is not representing the truth. Like how in the fuck would they know what you experience on a day-to-day basis? Have no fucking clue. And they know they don't know that shit. But they'll just say things like that, and it's just like I don't. Yeah, you prove every day to me that you don't care to be right, or you don't care to know what's true, or believe what's true, or like purvey what's true. You just care to like feel right, and like y'all just say shit because it feels good to you, and you have no basis for what you say. You have no care to justify what you say. You just feel like saying it, and you feel like saying it is good enough, and it's not.
That's why they ass is going around lying right now, talking about they'll take 10 minutes for Jesus over $1 trillion,
Yeah.
because it feels right to say it and it looks right to say it.
Yeah.
That's why. Ugh, I don't know. Like when the guy was on your live today, the guy that was saying nice when
Hmm.
when he first started talking, um, it just reminded me of the early the description of the early followers of Jesus, and how it says that they didn't have to be smart or intelligent, and then the the early church fathers saying, encouraging them not to have debates with philosophers or heretics, because of the intellect of the philosopher, they're most likely going to win, and the believer is most likely going to lose because of their lack of intellect or education.
Hmm.
And then Origin comes in and he says that he quotes the Psalm, for the wisdom, the fear of God is the beginning of all wisdom, and then he says that through that is how, like, it doesn't matter that they're not educated, it doesn't matter that they're foolish, because they become wise through the fear of God. And because of that, like, how many times have they said that to us? Have they quoted that scripture to us?
A billion and a half.
So because of that, they think they have access to some wisdom that we don't, and they put on this costume of intellect, and we have to fucking deal with it and listen to the fuckery, cosplaying as in intellect.
Hmm. And
And it's
divine intellect at that.
frustrating. Yeah, it is frustrating, because there is no reason why we I should have had to say 5,000 times to her, provide the scripture, or Nelly saying provide the scripture, and she like wanted to talk about the whole mumbo jumbo shit, because she knew that there's nothing in the text that says that. But if she wanted to really have an intellectual conversation, she would have just said, you know what, I can't, there is no scripture that says that, and then moved on to her mumbo jumbo.
Yeah.
She wouldn't allow herself to admit that it's her God, that there is no devil in here, in this text, commanding rape, commanding genocide, commanding
Hmm.
slavery. She couldn't allow herself to admit that. So she'd rather not move to her next point, and or either try to bogart her way past that using manipulative tactics. And it's
Hmm.
crazy that we gotta fucking feel like we gotta fucking feel like we in a fucking boxing ring to have an intellectual conversation with motherfuckers who's been told that they can just put on a costume of salvation and be intelligent.
Yeah. I think the thing that people don't realize is when Paul said, I became all things for all people, just because you say, like, just because you say you became black, don't mean you was black, nigga. Like, you know what I mean? Like you can say you become all things or try even, but that doesn't mean that you are. And trying to say that like you have this spiritual knowledge based on God, when we can see what God says and we can see what God does, or you have the spiritual understanding of the devil when we can see the actions that the devil takes from the book and we see they don't line up with the things that you're saying. Like that's not a spiritual understanding. That's just lying.
Exactly, because what she's trying to say, what you see, it says that we are all created in His image. You see, it says like she was trying to say that Moses is the one that was striking down the kids in Egypt. Were you in here when she said that shit, or were you in
Oh
the
my
shower
goodness.
putting
I was in the
Vaseline
shower
on?
for sure. Holy fuck.
Yeah, it was Moses striking down the kids in Egypt. Like she wanted to look for things in the text where she could blame a human. But
Hmm.
even if you say she was like we're both good and evil, I don't give a fuck. Like you can say that a human did things because a God told him to, and the reason you can say that is because it says and God said. Show me that with the devil. Show me that with the Satan character. Other than that, you just have to assume that Satan is making the human
Yeah.
do something evil. Stop talking while I'm talking. God damn, like y'all always come up here very childish. If you want to have a civil conversation, act like you got some sense, and we'll have a civil conversation. But don't interrupt people while they're talking. Um, and what? How old are you? First off,
I'm
how old are you?
26.
How old?
26.
Okay, hold on. Go on mute. Nelly, I'm gonna let you. You are also.
Whatever.
Also, I don't know if you finished sliding across the floor, but I'm gonna let one of y'all do this. Um, which one of y'all want to do it?
It doesn't matter. I can do it, no problem.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, Austin.
Yeah.
Okay, I heard you say you was 26 years old. Are you a believer in the God of the Bible? Are you a atheist, or are
I
you
I'm a Christian.
you're a Christian? Great. Okay, and what topic did you come up to discuss?
Women have been gaslit by God in the church.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, I think it's the opposite. I think your demographic is destroying the church itself. I think your demographic is money laundering in the church and stealing money from these people, and you're setting a bad representation of us Christians in the church. It's not women. Women are
What the heck are
being
you talking about?
controlled by your demographic.
Okay, can you elaborate when you say that? Are you talking about a specific race of people or what?
Yeah, yeah.
So you're talking about black people, African people?
Yeah, these poor black women, I mean, I feel so bad. They are being used by con men in the church and gaslit, for their money, and all these families are being taken, for ransom with their money, and they're greedy.
So what about the white pastors that are doing the same exact thing?
The majority of the demographic is black.
Do you know why that is? Why is the majority is black in the churches and we have
Well,
more
I
churches
mean,
and all that? Do you
well,
know
I mean,
why?
you ask me. I mean, all they do is want money and steal. So come
Baby,
on.
you can't just put that on us.
I
How you
mean,
gonna
come
put that on
on.
us?
I mean, y'all are using these black women, and you're gaslighting them and their families for money.
Wow.
This is
Also,
this is
I'm gonna let
terrible.
you
This
take
is a
this because I'm
bad
gonna be
thing.
done
I
saying
mean, have you
something.
not seen that
He
recent
wants you
I'm
to
be
be
done saying
video
mad. He
something.
wants you
after
to be mad.
not
He
even
wants you to
being
be
grateful
Yeah,
mad.
for
I'm not
over a
going there.
thousand dollars, and they just
I'm
somehow
not going there. I'm not gonna
He
go there
wants you to
with
be
you.
mad.
Yeah, I'm not gonna go there with you
clear your
because
scared.
if you knew the history on Christianity, you would know off the bat that it was you guys who started this bullshit. You guys started it. As a matter of fact, it was you guys who forced it upon my people. So,
BS, BS, boy, BS.
okay,
Come
you
on,
have a
boy.
good day.
Come
You
on,
have a good
boy.
day. Mm.
Come on,
I'm not.
boy.
I'm not. You can't piss me
BS.
off. You
Stop
can't piss me
bullshitting me,
off.
boy.
Okay. Whatever you say, man.
You ain't make
Get the.
no sense.
You can get the fuck off the stage. Thank you
Yeah.
for coming.
Come on, boy.
hmm
Don't lean into it. Let
C-
him
I'm not.
have his
hey,
moment.
Connor, come on, girl. Mute up.
Don't let him have his moment.
We're talking to the
Mm.
boy.
No New Year's Day
Yeah.
Hmm.
to celebrate.
Come on, girl. Sing, girl.
No chocolate covered candied hearts to give away.
Whatever.
No first of spring, no songs to
Whatever,
sing.
girl.
In fact, it's just another ordinary day.
Baboon.
No April rain,
Baboon.
no flowers bloom,
Baboon.
no wedding Saturdays
Baboon.
within the month of June. But what
What's a
it
baboon?
is something true, made up of these three words that I must say to you. I just call to say you're ugly. Bye, sir.
So he was a troll.
Yeah, he just trolling,
He was.
trying to get me pissed off. That's all. He couldn't piss me off. He ain't got enough brain power.
Mm. Yeah. All right, y'all. The guest box is open. Ah, should it's two. Wait, it's 1:20. Should I do a reset? He probably
Uh-huh.
wasn't 26. He probably lied about his age.
Hmm.
Uh,
Should have blocked him because he's up here being racist.
can Ahmad? Well, if he's still in the chat, can Ahmad block him for me? I think we all heard something different at first because I thought he said 23 too, but a lot of people saying that he said 20 and then he changed it to 26.
Mm.
Yeah, he was trying to rage bait. He was so bad at it.
They be mad. But that's the only way that they can defend this text when it like it's just the fact that facts and logic your it's the thing that you run from. That's the demons to you. It's facts, logic, and integrity. And one thing that I noticed, okay, so I always talk about the story of the Abimelech and Abraham, right? And how the God was willing to kill the man with integrity. I noticed in studying Bathsheba's story, Uriah was a man of integrity who was killed by this God's king. Integrity, once again, integrity is stomped out or killed or not seen as something. Which is odd because in Job, in the story of Job, Job is not an Israelite and he's a man of integrity. It's odd for the God to be bragging about Job being full of integrity when we have other narratives where integrity is the thing that the God is willing to kill and dishonesty is the thing that God is willing to protect just because he's an Israelite. And so it's really odd that Job is not an Israelite and he is this God's most faithful servant.
Yeah,
That's
that's all
right.
right.
Which makes me think because there again like the Jasher narrative of Job. There's a Job from the land of Uz, who some a lot of Christian scholars say that's a different Job. It's not the same Job, but this Job, and I think the reason they don't want it to be the same Job is because this Job was against the Israelites. He wanted the Israelites gone because he said they were evil. So he was conspiring while they were in Egypt to have them killed. Right when the
Hmm.
Pharaoh, yeah, in the book of Jasher, when the Pharaoh says to have the Hebrew babies killed, Job from the land of Uz is working with the Pharaoh to have that done because the to him the Israelites are evil and he doesn't want them to grow any further. And so I can understand why scholars would say that's a different Job in the book of Jasher. But if they are the same character, right, then Job's integrity would be the thing that this God want to stump out. And in the text when it says that the Satan says, well, you can take everything from him, he's still going to bless you, because it translates the Satan's words from Barak, from bless to curse. It would make sense if that Job is the same Job. You,
Right.
are y'all following?
Mm-hmm.
And
Mhm.
then it would make the narrative consistent where this God actually does not prioritize integrity. He prioritizes his chosen. And so he's willing to kill a person who's filled with integrity, facts, logic, and data and honesty to protect his chosen. It's always been like that.
Hmm.
But you but because Jasher isn't canonical, and most scholars assert that that's a different Job, you can't read it that way.
Hmm. Yeah, I have not read that.
Yeah. It's a like it's just interesting to think about why they made the decisions that they made, and like we'll never be able to say, yeah, they chose to not keep the book of Jasher in because of X Y Z. Like we'll never know that. Like we'll never know the true intention of the authors of this text because we're not them, right? We're not them. We didn't live in their time. Um, and there's been a lot of redactions and interpolations to the text, so we'll never really fully understand the true intention. But we can try to get to a close enough picture by taking off the theological lens and
Right.
looking at it from literary, cultural, and historical context to see what most likely is could have been the uh the intent. But one thing I am noticing is that integrity is the thing that this God is willing to allow to die. And so when we have these conversations with believers, and facts and logic are the things that make them run like they believe the name of Jesus makes demons run. It's just interesting to me. I mean, you could come on stage and have a conversation. Level one, we can talk about that. Go ahead, Nelly.
No, no, no. I was just saying I agree with you. That seems like it seems like the God does attack integrity in some form of fashion. He attacks it.
Yeah, and it's like when she said she thinks that we're the ones that's calling evil good and good evil because we say that Satan told the truth in the garden. That's just facts.
Right.
And because we're not willing to overlook that fact, make up a different interpretation in order to call the God good, then we're evil. And we're willing to call good evil and evil good, not them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, she made that up, but yeah.
Well, they all do. And they have this preemptive uh scapegoat built in, like the scripture that says in the last days they will call evil good and good evil. And I feel like somebody said that about the followers of this God, and it was used or translated to be in the favor of the followers instead of against, because what we're seeing is that it's actually them that are willing to call evil good and good evil to justify
Right.
the God, right? We're not doing that. We're not calling good evil and evil good. And so
Nope.
because they have it in the Bible, they believe that this is the last and evil days because we're not willing to say that a God commanding the rape of women is good. They see it as good because it came from a God, and because we can't see it that way, we're in the last and evil days to them because of what this Bible say. Like it's just it's a whole mind fuck.
I agree. I agree with you. Definitely a mind fuck.
Adrian, how are you?
Hi. Wait, do you remember me? I was here on Tuesday.
Yep. Maddie, are you here? Hold on for a second. Yep, we were waiting on you to come back. Maddie?
No, I don't think she's here.
Yeah, she's here. She's here.
Oh,
Hi guys.
hi.
Hello.
Wait, hold on. So what do we talk about again? I've had a lot going on lately. I did.
Uh, you were supposed to go study about slavery.
Wait, did you do any studying or did you just come back?
I kind of did studying, but not as much as I should have, low key.
What'd you
Mhm.
study?
Um, I'm gonna be totally honest. I used AI to. I just
It's okay.
put in all the
It's okay.
questions
What
that
did
you
you
asked,
study?
just to ask. Yeah, I don't remember, to be honest.
You don't remember what you asked AI?
No.
Are you
Oh,
lying
and
to us, Adrian?
no, I'm not. Another thing is I saw someone else was 17 and I think 16 here. I'm not 18. I thought you was finna get banned from TikTok if you wasn't 18 on a live because I saw something you had to be 18
You lied to us?
because I didn't want to get banned, but I
It's
wanted to
Oh
talk
like
to y'all.
Theo all over again.
I didn't want to get banned, but I wanted to talk to y'all. You see what I mean? Because I want to see y'all
Mhm.
perspective, but I didn't want to get banned.
Don't lie again. We do not like that.
Hey, but you guys won't ban me, right? You guys won't report me.
that is so crazy. You
Um,
came up here to defend Jesus with a lie. This is what I'm talking about.
Wait, I didn't say I was here to defend Jesus. Whoa.
What? Your whole conversation was defending this God and this belief.
Yeah. Um.
I'm
Here,
confused.
no. I did some research. I was reading the Bible and I was seeing what you guys were saying or whatever. And it's like now that I'm thinking about it, like the points that you guys made, I don't know if God is real. Like I'm gonna keep it a buck. Like y'all had some good arguments, so I think I don't know.
well, Adrian, look, listen. One thing we don't like in this space is lying.
No, I understand. I just didn't
So
want to get banned from TikTok, but I wanted to talk to y'all guys. Like, do you see
I,
where I'm
I
coming from?
understand that, but we have those guidelines for a reason because all of us are legal adults. Um, Thinker might accept apology. She might not, but if you are allowed back in the space, don't do it again. Okay. Just,
Okay,
just. I understand the want to connect and talk with people, but uh, that's kind of slippery slope.
let me give you a formal apology, Thinker. I'm
What
sorry
made
for
you tell the truth? What made you tell the truth?
because I saw other people were said their correct age, so I was like, and then they didn't get banned, so I thought that well, I guess it was untrue, but manipulating at 16 is crazy. Damn.
Yeah, no, don't read the comments. You might want to hold your screen down and click clear display. I'm not gonna lie.
You said, oh, she didn't block them, so let me tell her the truth. That's what you
Yeah,
said.
yeah.
Oh,
So yeah, so I'm 16. Sorry about that. I
okay.
apologize.
Thinker, do you want me to
It's up.
continue
It's up
talking
to
to
you.
him?
Yeah, it's up to you.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna talk to him. I'm gonna talk to him. I'll talk to him. Okay, Adrian, we've had somebody lie in the space before, so maybe we might give you a little grace for that. But okay, you said that you don't know if God is real. What I don't want you to take from the conversation that we had is that the God might not be real. I don't want you to take that from the conversation. Like, just because we have the lack of belief doesn't mean you have to have the lack of belief. What I want you to take from the conversation is the idea of something that you might attach your whole life to. Even
Oh
if this
wait,
God,
wait, wait,
oh,
wait. Wait. TikTok does have a rule. You got to be 18 to go live, don't they?
no, they don't verify them. They don't verify. If he gets his coins, if he starts getting coins, they're gonna be like, well, you have to verify to pull your coin money.
Yeah, but I don't think. I think you have. I think in order to go live, though, your birthday has to be 18.
Nope. I was able
Oh,
to host the live
as
when
the
I was
If he
creator.
wants
17.
to be a creator, yeah.
Oh, as a creator. Okay. All right. Go ahead.
They let me host one when I was 17, no verification
But
needed.
did you lie about your birthday?
Nope. My real birthday isn't that.
Okay. I just want to make sure. Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, but I don't want you to take for this conversation that the God isn't real. I simply just want you to have an idea of what you might be tying your whole life to and then teaching your kids. And I also didn't want you to take what people say as automatic truth. I want you to go look at the book, see what you're tying your life to, and then decide, like, okay, well, do I want to worship this God? Does this God align with my morals or not? Right. And that's a decision that you have to make. And you have a lot of time to make it. But it's also okay to question it. I'm going to tell you right now, there's no proof that this God is real. There's no proof that he isn't. Right. That's why it's a belief. So it's okay to be
Wait,
like,
so
well,
sorry. I don't mean to interrupt you. I just have a question.
mhm,
So, isn't the definition of faith to believe without seeing?
absolutely. That's the whole point of the religion.
Yeah.
It's a belief. Yeah.
So so I'm curious. Do you guys form your entire ideology off of facts? Is that why you guys are atheists?
I mean, me personally, even if the God is real, like minus facts and, basic science, I'm not going to worship it. I'm not.
Hold on. Let me say this. The adults are not talking to him. He's talking to someone in his age range. Maddie is 19. He's 16. So I think that would be okay. I saw a message saying they think it could get sued. I'm not giving him any advice. He's talking to someone in his age range. I think it'd be okay. But I appreciate you. I love you for that. Huh?
They can sue me. They ain't gonna get shit but some wallpapers. But
Well, I mean, you're two teenagers. Even though you're 19, you're a legal adult. You're still a teen, right?
yeah.
You're two teenagers talking about faith. I think that's okay. I'm not gonna chime in. Selena's not gonna chime in. Also, or Nelly, because you're just way, young. So, but y'all go ahead and discuss.
But yeah, regardless if it's based around facts, like this God could prove to me right now that it exists, and I still wouldn't give a fuck. It still wouldn't make me believe. It still wouldn't make me believe or worship it at all. Like it would
Wait, hold on.
actually anger me to the
Hold
fullest
on,
extent.
hold on. Question. You just
Uh-huh.
said if God proved to you that he's real, you still wouldn't believe he's real?
Like I still wouldn't follow him, is what I mean. I'm not
Oh, okay,
following
okay.
him.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
okay.
I would think it's a joke and a waste of time and a waste of divinity.
But
You
what
know.
I'm saying is like, if how would it be a joke? You just said he proved it. So prove mean that it would be true. So if he proved that he's real, how would that be a joke though? I'm confused now.
It's a joke because he's sitting here talking to me, proving that he's real when he could be doing other things. Like my whole big problem with this God is that there's people out there that actually need him, that actually pray to him, like starving kids, abused kids, and people in horrible situations. And he takes his time to come and visit me to prove that he's real. and he knows that I'm still not going to give a fuck. Like he literally knows that. So it would be a waste of time. Yeah. Like I I don't want to be harsh, but like literally he's a piece of shit if he does exist. And you're young and you're not well versed in the book. And maybe you don't think about all the things that's going on in the world, but there's so much shit happening to innocent people and he's not protecting them. He's not protecting them.
Oh, hold on. So,
Hmm.
um, I'm not trying to be like rude or like to you guys or whatever. So I just have a question. I don't know how it's gonna come across. Like I'm genuinely like curious. So it says in the Bible, okay, that we each have free will, correct?
No, it does not say we have free will.
Okay,
The
but do
God,
we have free will?
no, you do not have free will, right? Especially if you're a believer in this faith. Do you know what the meaning of free will is?
Well, I'm assuming it goes in the will like agency, the same kind of definition.
No. So free will is the ability to act without necessity or fate, and that fate is tied to a God. So like things like we eat so we don't go hungry. Like we have pains. Everything you do, there's a reason that you're doing it. And there's something that's making you do it. Like there's a stipulation on what you're doing. Like if we have free will, why can't I go fly? Why can't I get somewhere high and fly? Like when if I jump, why can't I fly? Why does gravity pull me down? We don't have free will. There's always something impeding on our free will. And in the book, God actively impedes on others' free will all the fucking time. He doesn't give a fuck about free
Okay,
will.
okay, so I mean, what I mean, so like everyone has the option to choose what they want to do. Like you choose not to believe in God. So like that's what I mean, right?
Right, but
Everyone
that
has
isn't
that
free
option.
will. That choice is
Okay, so
still
okay, then I
affected.
got it wrong. Then I didn't know the meaning of the word. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're
Damn, it's
fine.
cold in this room. Oh my god.
But your choice is still affected by your life. Right?
Yeah,
The
yeah.
what I go through and what I deal with in my experiences is going to make me have a different answer than you will because of what I've been around, what I've been raised around. That's just, and I mean, choices can still be impacted. If I'm mugging you and I have a weapon and I'm saying, give me your wallet or this shit's going down, what are you going to logically do? Give me your wallet. And that's exactly what this God does. He quite literally threatens you with eternal damnation if you don't believe. Well, if you don't give your life over to him, you're going to hell, no matter if you're a good person or not. That's literally what he does. He gives you an ultimatum, and your choice is no longer a free choice because it has consequences if you choose. He's forcing you to choose a path.
Okay, but what I meant to say, okay, was that everyone has like the choice. So what you're saying is bad things happen. So would you
Mm,
say that rape is a bad thing?
absolutely.
Okay, so if rape is a bad thing, and you're saying God doesn't protect them, if God gives someone the choice to go rape that person, then that's a choice that everybody has to do. But if he makes it where that person can't rape them, then no one has free choice anymore.
Exactly. We don't have it anyway, so there's no point. Like why would I give someone the ability to hurt another one of my children? Why would I do that? What how is that bettering them at all? It's not bettering them, honestly. And if you're giving someone the ability to go grape someone, you're actively impeding on the person that's getting grapes free will. They no longer have that free will because they're being forced to do something. Either way, you're forcing another party to do something. Like you're forcing something on another party or you're letting another party force themselves on someone else. So why don't you just force the
Okay, okay,
bad
but
party
what's
not to
what's
do the shit at
stopping
all?
what's stopping the police from coming and arresting that person? The police have the choice to go arrest them or shoot them or whatever. Everyone
They
has the
don't.
choice.
But
Yes,
they
they do.
don't though. No, they don't.
Well,
No,
I
they don't.
mean,
There's so many cases
no, I'm saying that
of
they had the
grape
choice
that
to. I'm sorry. I meant that they had the choice to.
right, and they still choose wrong. They still choose wrong. So again, if this God exists, why is he actively, because he doesn't believe in free will, he intervenes all the fucking time. People pray for God to open other people's eyes to the faith, which is an intervention of free will. He's actively doing these things in the book and supposedly, allegedly in life. Why not impede on free will and stop all the harm from happening in the world? Why not? If he can do anything with the snap of his finger.
But he can do something doesn't mean he chooses to.
Right, which means he's a piece of shit. That's what I mean. Like who willingly, right, gets prayers of starving kids, abused kids, people in horrible situation and chooses not to do anything? Who does that? It's sadistic. It's sick. It's sick as hell. Especially since he can literally blink or clap his ass cheeks and everything will be okay. There's no reason for him to sit up there and not help. None.
Sorry, there's a train going by my house.
You're fine.
But I think it's just the fact that he wants everyone to be able to have the choices to make the decisions that they want. So, like, let's say, for example, I choose to go get a gun and shoot my brother. Like, that's a
You gotta
choice.
say pew pew, they're
He
gonna
didn't
flag you,
choose to
friend.
not be. He didn't choose to not be shot.
No, he can say shoot.
Oh, okay. Okay, so are children choosing to starve? That's not a choice. If they wanted to eat, they would. Like, if they had the ability to eat, they would go eat. Do they have the choice to
They
starve?
have the ability to eat. They just don't have the food there to eat.
Right. So they don't have the choice to go eat. They don't have that choice. So where's their free choice? Where's that for them?
Then you
Or
clocking
where's
my
the
shit
free
right now. Hold
choice?
on.
Where's the free choice of the kid hiding in the closet and their dad is drunk and their dad is about to come beat their ass? Where's the free choice on them? What choice do they have?
Okay, so let's say that God was to stop it. What do you think that the consequence should be for the father that's trying to beat the kid? What do you think God should do about it? Kill
Honestly,
him?
he really can't do shit because he set up the ability for this shit to happen. Nothing happens outside of his will and his way, and he created the evil in the first place. So this is ultimately his fault. So him punishing a party, it's kind of weird when he's the one who set the system up. Like,
Okay, so you're saying he's a piece of shit because he's not doing anything about it. So
and he set the
what would you
system
want
up.
him to do about it? No,
I
let's
would
not say he
want
set the
him to
system up. What would
stop
you want him
it.
to do it?
Stop it. I want him to stop it. But even then, it wouldn't make him a good guy because the things that was wrote about him, people have used to hurt other people, and they still are. He can stop it. He can.
So
He's
you
in
want
the
him to
full
stop
ability to
sin.
stop it.
You want him to stop sin.
I mean, he created it, didn't he?
So if there's no ability to sin, then there's no choices anymore. You're saying there's no choices, but you have the choice to
But
not
we don't
accept
have
God anymore.
choices anyway. Like, we don't have unimpacted choices anyway. Like, if me choosing not to believe, I'm still going to hell. I can't choose not to believe and go to a heaven. I can't choose not to believe and just be in limbo. I
But
can't
that's
choose that. I automatically don't have a real choice.
okay, but God says you follow me and you can come with me. If you choose to not follow him and you don't want him, then you're eternally separated from him, which the consequence is you go with someone else.
I go to hell, which is against my choice. What if I don't want to go to hell? Then you're forcing me to follow him. So either way, I don't have a choice. Like, I don't have a
You
real
have a
choice. It's
choice. You have
again,
a
it's an
choice that you either want to go to
ultimatum.
heaven or you want to go to hell. I mean, it's your
It's an
choice.
ultimatum. It is an ultimatum. It is not a real choice. This isn't a choice of would you like an apple or would you like an orange. That's not what this is. This is quite literally a weapon to your throat telling you which one to pick. I mean, it's either you go in eternal damnation or you come with me. That's that's not an actual choice. This isn't apples and oranges or pink and
Okay,
blue.
so
That's not what this is.
what would you want to do in the afterlife?
What what do you mean what do I want to do in the afterlife?
What would you like to be after you die? What would you like to happen?
I mean, I don't know. I haven't even thought about it, you know?
So you thought
Like,
about not following either of them because you don't want the eternal afterlife of those choices, but you can't think about anything better.
I mean, I probably, if I
So
sit down, I
you don't
could
know
think of
anything
something
better than
better.
heaven, right?
I actually would probably like to be reincarnated or some shit. Probably something like that. But why
Oh,
would
so
I
you would
want to?
like to
Wait,
you
let's
would
think
like to
about
have
this.
eternal life on earth, right?
I wouldn't say eternal. I don't want to live for eternity.
So after you die and you don't live for eternity, where do you want to go? Just be unconscious?
I mean, honestly, I would be okay with that. I'm under the impression that we live one life now, and that's not really affecting me. But why would I want to go? First of all, I'm not an Israelite. Why the fuck would I want to go to heaven and be a slave to an Israelite because I'm a Gentile and work for them? Why would I do that? And why would I also want to go burn in the lake of fire just because I chose not to believe? But I wasn't a horrible person. Like, I didn't grape anyone. I didn't murder anyone. I wasn't an impulsive liar. Like, why would I want either of those options for myself?
But being a good person and let's say for example you go and you feed the homeless, that doesn't mean you have a relationship with God.
I don't need a relationship with God to feed the homeless.
But that's how,
Motherfuckers got
but
a
that's how you go.
relationship.
That's how you go to
Oh,
heaven, though. So
that's
you say you want to
bullshit.
have a
That's
choice.
bullshit.
You
The
can be
fact,
you can
the
be a good
fact that,
person all
hold
you
on,
want.
wait a minute. I need you to understand how stupid you sound. Why is a good person being tied to if you believe in this God? Motherfuckers believe in this God right now and they're not feeding the hungry. Did you see the video about the lady calling around and asking the churches, can they help her and her starving baby? They were telling her no. Them motherfuckers believe in God right now. They're not feeding fucking kids. I don't need to believe in God to feed kids. You don't. You don't need to believe in God to be a good person. And the idea that you need a God to be a good person is completely bullshit because before this God was a thing, people were good people. There are atheists right now that are good people. There are people a part of another religion that are still good people. You do not need this God to be good. And what the fuck is good about owning people? About stoning your kids, about making your wife drink bitter water because you think she's cheating on you so she will have an abortion. What is good about any of that? I don't see the good in that. I don't see the
Actually, it
good
says
of
in Numbers
owning.
5 that
Uh-huh.
if she didn't cheat, then the abortion wouldn't happen or whatever you want to call it.
Yes, it would.
No, it wouldn't.
Yeah, it literally
It's
would
okay.
still
Read
happen.
it. Read it. Read
The
it right now.
mixture, the
Read it right
mixture
now.
is made to abort a baby.
Read it right now.
So
Then
I read it.
no, read it
I
right now
read
in
it.
front of everybody. If you're right, read it right now in front of everybody.
Motherfucker, do you not realize that if she's pregnant, it's going to abort it anyways? There's no way to prove that she was actually cheating. The whole thing is to be like, oh, you're cheating. Let's see if you have a baby. They have no way to prove that's her husband's baby or if that's the cheater's baby. They have no proof. It's going to be an aborted fetus either way it goes if she's pregnant. Either way. So no, it does not say that. And you literally cannot prove that baby would be. How would you prove that baby was the
Okay,
cheater
so
baby?
hold on. You're going off of your facts as you're naming the Bible. So so what are you going off of?
Uh, how bodies work. If she's
Hold
pregnant
on,
with
hold on,
his
hold on. I
baby,
do want to show. I want to show you. I want to show something. If a spirit of jealousy comes on him and he is jealous of his wife who has defiled herself, and there is this word there, or if a spirit of jealousy comes on him and he is jealous of his wife, though she has not defiled herself, he can do this regardless if she has done it or if she hadn't done it. He just got to be jealous. That's it.
So
And your
she
book
just got to be
says that.
jealous.
no,
No,
he has to be
Oh,
jealous.
he has to be jealous. Okay. Well, I mean that means he's committing the sin.
What sin is this? Isn't a sin. Nothing about this
Jealousy
is
is
a
a sin.
sin. This isn't a sin. This is something that you can do. This isn't a sin. So again, why would I want to follow a God that lets this happen? Why would I want to follow a God that burns women alive? Why would I want that? What am I gaining for that? I'm literally not gaining shit. What why would I want to go to heaven? Literally why? There is nothing for me there. Nothing but bullshit. And it would be completely dishonest of me to go to heaven and act like everything that I've read and I've learned is okay. Cause it's not. And if you're
once
willing to
again,
accept that, if you're willing to accept that, that's fine. That's your business. But I'm not doing that shit. Respectfully. I can be a good person without God. There are people right now that have literally they feed the hungry and they help kids and they educate kids without this God. Cuz nothing that humans do all the work. I don't know if you understand that, but we literally do all the work. There is nothing that is happening that we're not doing. So feeding kids is us. That's not a
okay,
God.
okay, so
God is
so
not
maybe
magically,
no,
I'm not done, hold up.
okay.
God is not magically spawning cans of food for these kids, right? There are people harvesting this food, processing it, putting it in cans. People going to the store, buying these cans, and then donating them. That's how this works. Like there is no proof or tie to God doing these things. None. You can be a non-believer and still donate. You can believe in Hinduism, still donate. You can be a Buddha,
Okay,
you
okay,
can
you
believe
can
in
do a
Buddha,
whole lot
still
of shit,
donate.
okay, and not believe God. You can murder someone and not believe God. I mean, that's irrelevant. Where does it say in the Bible that you have to donate to go to heaven?
Did I say that? I'm responding back to your claim that we apparently can't be good without the God.
I didn't say
That's
you
what I'm
couldn't be good.
responding to. That's literally what I'm responding to.
I didn't say
Did
you
I
couldn't be
say
good
you have
without
to
God.
donate for that? I didn't say that, did I?
But I never said that you have to believe in God to be a good person.
Oh, well, what were you implying? What were you implying when you said it? When you said that, then what were you implying?
Said what? Said what?
What were you implying?
No,
You
but
were
said
asking
what?
the purpose, like how could we be good without the God? What were you implying? What were you implying? That's literally your claim. That's where you were going to. So now you're trying to say that's not your claim. That's quite literally why we are down this road. Because I never
I say
claimed you
there's a
had to do
difference
that.
of doing something helpful on earth
You're
and
adding.
being a good person on earth of what each
You're
person
adding.
believes is a good person. So I think each person has their own
That's
moral.
not what you said.
Okay,
That
okay,
is
so
not
okay,
what you
so what did I say then?
that is quite literally not what the fuck you said. The whole reason we went down this road is because something you said that implied I needed to be what's the point of me being good if I don't worship the God? I don't know if I'm quoting that correctly, but that was legit the basis of what the fuck you said. Was what was the point of me being good if I don't worship the God? And I was telling you I don't need a God to be good. The morals in the book isn't even good. If we followed the morals of the book, everybody on this earth would be a shitty ass person.
So if you don't murder, you're a shitty ass person.
That's only for an Israelite. You know that, right? That's for your fellow Israelite. You know they were murdering in this book all the time and God was sending them to go do it. They were literally committing genocide. That is only for an Israelite. The laws about respect and not coveting things is for your fellow Israelite. And again, you would know that if you actually read your book. That is for an Israelite. Not owning another Israelite, that's something in your book, but it does not say you can't own another foreigner. It actually says you can own a foreigner as long as it comes from another land. All those respect lines and don't murder, that is for Israelites. That is not for everyone else.
So the whole book. So question. So that means the only people that are gonna go to heaven are Israelites.
No, Gentiles get to go too, but we're slaves to the Israelites. We work for the Israelites.
You currently work for the Israelites,
I don't think so. I'm not being forced to work
but
for an
you just
Israelite.
said were. So that means that's you're implying you are, but you're not working for the Israelites. So you're comparing what happened in the past tense to currently.
That is not
I think the
what
world
I'm
is a little
talking
bit
about.
different now than it was
That is
back
not what
then.
I'm
Don't you think
talking
so?
about. That is not what I'm talking about. And I feel like you're not listening at all. Like,
No, but I feel like you're just you don't understand context, do you?
what the fuck? You literally do not understand context. You quite literally tried to say that numbers 5 was only if they were cheating, and then we pulled it up and instantly proved you wrong.
That's not
What
the
the
version
fuck
I
is
I,
going
have.
I
on?
think I think here too, right? First off, remember that you're 16 and you're being given grace to be on the stage, right? So watch the level of, uh, yeah, respect that you have here. Second, when she says we're, she didn't say were, she said we're Gentiles. And the text says that the Israelites will be in New Jerusalem, where the seat of um, the throne of the God comes down from heaven and dwells amongst mortals. The 144,000 of Israelites are dwelling where the God is, and then the Gentiles are on the new earth and New Jerusalem, serving and bowing down to the Israelites and to their God. You asked a question uh, to Maddie, are you working for the Israelites today? I could answer that, but I'm not, because you're 16 and I don't think you pay attention to politics or world affairs, right? And so it would require for you to have an understanding of what's actually going on in the world today for you to even understand the answer to the question that you've asked. So I think you've asked a question that you're not capable of discussing.
Well, I think we can make a logical guess here that she's not currently a slave.
Well,
If
I
she's on
also think we
TikTok
can
Well,
live
make
at
a
1
logical
a.m.
guess that
hold
I
on,
didn't say were. I
hold
said
on.
we are. That's what I said. I
Right,
said were.
but
We're.
also here in the United States, Maddie works a job and she pays taxes. Those taxes go to our government. Our government is sending those taxes to Israel today so that Israel can fund their war, so that Israel can have free health care and education, so that Israel gets a stipend for every Israeli child they have. So, if again, this is why I said you're 16. You don't pay into any of the taxes that that you are asking. Like you don't understand what you're asking, and I can't get into that with you because you are a minor. So like you need to understand the questions that you need to be able to talk about the things that you're asking. And because you said, are you this today, when you haven't even gotten out of, you know, your mother and father having uh rights to you, you shouldn't be asking that type of question, is what I'm saying, because you don't have a full
Okay.
understanding
I
of it.
apologize for this. So then I have a different question here.
But you also need to listen to what I'm saying, because I feel like you're not listening. Because I feel like anybody that was listening, no, I wasn't even talking about currently. I feel like you're not listening. But go ahead and ask your question.
So the Bible is a book of stories,
All right.
okay? And just based on my understanding of reading it and listening to sermons every
Hold on,
Sunday.
J Hop, stop typing in caps in my fucking comments. You've been warned twice. Caps are for mods and for people who have a vision impairment. I don't care what you say about me. I don't care what you say about theology. I don't care if you preach Jesus. Do it in lowercase. Unless you have a vision impairment and you let me or a mod know. Otherwise, you will be muted. Go ahead, Adrian.
So the Bible is a book of stories from the past that I think the world has changed a lot from then till now. So I think some stuff is no longer accurate
Mm.
to right now.
Okay, so why are you worshiping it? If it's, first of all, your God is supposed to be timeless, so that automatically doesn't make sense. This is supposed to be a timeless thing. So why are you worshiping it if it's out of date? I actually agree with you. This is an out of date book with out of date fucking practices and cultures. So we should actually stop believing in it. I completely agree with
Okay,
you. It's
I agree that
outdated.
I agree that some stuff we should stop believing in because I think some stuff is outdated. Yes, I think the times have changed.
Mm. But your God is timeless, so he was supposed to know that all these things would be wrong. He was supposed to know that slavery was going to be wrong, burning women alive was going to be wrong, and that stoning kids was supposed to be wrong. He didn't care.
So did he stone a kid?
Doesn't matter.
Yeah,
He gave the
it,
law to be able to stone the kid. So now you're saying because someone isn't doing it that it doesn't matter. Okay, I'm gonna give you an example of why that doesn't make sense. So when you have a mafia boss, right?
mhm.
He's not doing any of his dirty work. He's sending goons to go do his dirty work. What happens when this whole thing gets busted? Does the mob boss go to jail? Because
I would
he's
say
the
it
one who
depends.
set
I
them out there
mean,
to do those things.
let's go for cartels. I mean, El Chapo was sending people out there to do his work, but he's still arrested and he's in Colorado right now.
Exactly. So that means we do hold you accountable. We hold him accountable. He's the one that's sending them out there with this shit, that's giving them these laws. That means we have to hold them accountable. That is exactly my point.
So so God sent people and told whoever, okay, to go stone children to death.
Yeah, if your children is disrespectful, you can take them out and stone their ass with the elders. Absolutely. That is the law. You can do that.
But there's a difference of a law and ordering someone to go do it. He gave the option to do it,
Motherfucker, isn't a law
not
giving you
ordering.
permission to do it?
But it's not ordering.
If I give you okay,
Ordering
okay,
and permission
if
are
I'm a drug
different.
leader, well, a drug leader, and I say, look, if they don't give you the full pounds of this, you have permission to pew pew them right in the head. Am I still gonna get in trouble when that shit boils down? Am I still gonna get in trouble? Because I
Did you
gave
say
them
you?
permission to
But
do
did you
that
say that
shit.
you have to go pew pew them in the head?
But then I say you can. I'm still giving the permission. I'm still gonna be prosecuted, boo.
But there's a
I don't
difference
know
of
how you
ordering
think.
someone
I don't know
to
how you
and
think.
allowing it.
Hey,
God allows anything.
motherfucker, no, he does not. He doesn't allow blasphemy. You're gonna go your ass to hell. He doesn't allow not believing in him. You're gonna go to hell. The hell are we talking about? He doesn't allow everything. He actually will stop you. He
So
literally stops people from doing shit.
so when's the last time he stopped someone from doing something?
I mean, depends on what you want to look at it. People say today that he stops
Anything,
them.
just anything.
I couldn't tell you. What do you want? Like the actual BC? What do you want?
Yeah, just any the most recent time that he stopped someone
I couldn't tell
made
you the
and
most
forced them to
recent
stop doing it.
time. I couldn't tell you the most recent time because I can't prove the most recent time.
Okay, the
Anybody
most
could
recent time in
say,
the Bible.
hold on. Anybody could say, oh, God stopped me from doing this. I can't prove or disprove if that happened or not. But what I can say, one of the things I always remember is God hardening Pharaoh's heart so he wouldn't release the slaves. So even if Pharaoh did finally like soften up and was like, yeah, maybe I am being too harsh. Maybe I should let them go. God hardened his heart so he wouldn't let them go.
He
Like
stopped Abraham. I mean, he stopped Abimelech from touching Sarah.
he stops people. Like I you would know this again if
So
you
you're only
read the
mentioning the
book.
bad thing. He also stopped Abraham from sacrificing his son.
No, he
No,
didn't. It says the Malek did. The angel did. Your God did not. Your God told him
Okay,
to do it.
but doesn't he order
And
angels
hold
to
on,
do stuff?
don't ever. I'm stopping you right now from interrupting. Like you've been doing that a lot, okay? And keep in
okay.
mind the grace that you are being given to be on stage. It's your God gave the command, right, for Abraham to do it. A Malek, an angel, stopped Abraham, not your God.
Oh, okay, so question now. So do angels have complete? Do angels have complete agency to do whatever they want without God's permission?
I mean, let me ask you this question: was Satan an angel before, in your belief system?
Well, I mean, if we go on stories in the Bible, he got corrupted.
He
Was
was
he
an
an
angel.
angel?
He was an
Was
angel.
he
Yeah,
an angel?
he was an
Okay,
angel.
all right, he was an angel. So it says an angel of God stopped Abraham from doing that. How do you know it wasn't Satan that said, "Motherfucker, why the fuck are you finna sacrifice your child? Like your God knows that you worship him. Like what the fuck is you doing?"
So Satan is better than God. Satan has better morals than God.
Does the angel have better morals than your God
No,
to
I'm
stop
asking
you?
you. No.
No, you're
Can you
saying
answer my
the angel
question?
that you're saying the angel that stopped Abraham has good morals, right?
Well, I'm assuming that it was an angel from God, but I mean, let's say
It
it's
says
Satan.
But
an
you're
So
angel
moving
from
the
God.
goalposts
It
too,
says
though.
an angel of the Lord. It doesn't say an angel from the Lord. They're all angels of the Lord because they're all created by him in the story, even Satan.
And you're
So
moving the
like,
goalpost.
okay,
but
so
but
question. Can you
hold on.
answer my
But
question,
still,
or are you
wait,
gonna
wait,
just
wait,
keep
wait. I
deflecting?
am answering your question. If you're saying that the angel that stopped Abraham from sacrificing Isaac has good morals, and there is a possibility that that angel was Satan, yes, and that's by your statement. You're the one applying a morality of goodness to that action. I never said anything about whether it was morally good or morally evil to stop Abraham. You did. So if Satan is the Melech that stopped him, yes, and there is a Jewish tradition that says the Melech that stopped Abraham was Samael, and that is Satan. So yes.
And
Okay,
you're
so
constantly moving
what
the
do you
goalposts.
think?
Like once
What
we prove you wrong and we tell you that you're wrong, you're like, oh well, da 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 da. Like you're constantly making excuses. And then don't ever tell Thinker like, oh, you have to answer my question when
I
she's
didn't say she
doing
had
it
to. I
and you're
asked her if
not
she
listening.
was
Hold on,
going
hold on,
to.
hold on,
And for starters, I
hold
was
on.
talking before you, and you interrupted me, and then
I
complained.
don't give a fuck. The whole reason you're able
Keep
to be
in
up here is
mind
because I
you're
want to talk to
yeah.
you. You
Yeah.
that's why I Thinker just told you you need to have the respect because literally the only reason you're up here to be able to have this conversation is because of me. So if I say right now that I don't want to talk to you, you want to know what they're gonna do? Drop your ass and you won't be back. And also, you were continuously interrupting me, so don't be a hypocrite. Don't do that. You're gonna piss me off, and I'm gonna drop you. I'm gonna tell you to have a nice night. Like I was saying, Thinker was answering your question, and I also will be answering your question, and you will interrupt us to be like, but answer the question though. That's literally what you're doing. And that's why we don't talk, and Thinker does not talk to people in my age group because of shit like that. If you want to have the conversation, don't be a dickhead. Is do you understand what I'm saying? You're on mute.
I'll send you an
Well,
invitation.
your moderator keeps muting me every time I
She
talk.
sent you an invitation, and when you do it at the same time, it accidentally moved you. So calm down. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, I understand what you're saying.
Okay, thank you. Don't do it again, or I will tell you to have a good night. Absolutely, Satan does have better morals, and 1/3 of the angels agreed with him. Do you know how crazy it is for you to be, let's just say you're a boss and you're working at a place and you have one worker that single-handedly makes 1/3 of your company turn against you and leave as well? That means some fucked up shit was going on, right? And even sometimes the Israelites didn't even want to worship this God, and he would be getting mad as fuck because they didn't even want to worship him. So if the chosen people don't want to worship him, and he has his own angels rebelling up against him, why would I want to go up there? How come the people that you literally have favoritism for don't even want to fucking be your favorite?
Okay, so you don't believe in God. So do you believe in Satan?
No.
So you
Eh,
don't believe any of it is real.
no.
So then why do you defend it? So why do you defend your own? If you don't believe anything's real, like what's the point of you coming?
What am I
No, no, I
defending?
mean like defending like maybe that was the wrong word. Like
Uh-huh.
why do you come onto live and talk to people about it if you don't
Oh,
believe any of it?
because it actively is affecting our lives, right? The misogynism, the misogyny and the racism and the supremacy in this book is actively affecting our lives. That's why Israel is able to genocide right now. That
So you're saying following the Bible makes you a worse person.
absolutely because the morals suck. If you're a true Christian follower and you're following this shit to a T, you're a horrible person. Straight
So
like
do you
that.
think so
Hey,
if you
hold
let's
on. Did
say
somebody set a gift goal for me? Who set this gift goal? I didn't do that. Did somebody do that? Are mods able to set gift goals now?
Mm.
Hmm. Okay, go ahead.
Okay,
Don't do that gift goal. I didn't set that. Don't send it. But I appreciate y'all. I appreciate y'all. Thank y'all so much. Go ahead.
if you follow God, okay, and you follow what the Bible says, and if God wrote the Bible using people, okay,
Mhm.
then that means God is a terrible person. You said he's a piece of shit, right?
Yeah, that means by
Okay, so
default,
do
if
you
you're
think
following him,
Satan
you
is
are.
a do you think Satan is better?
Um, actually, yeah. I mean, I don't see Satan commanding anybody to go genocide anyone, to burn
So
women
would you
alive.
rather so who would you rather follow? Let's say they are real.
Uh, probably Satan.
So
I would
if you want to
actually
follow
be able
Satan,
to talk to Satan because I think the ability to realize that someone that you're under,
okay, so
just
so no
living my
no
life. You got hold on, just living my life. Spam me one more time, bitch. Anyways, Adrian, Adrian.
I thought you were talking to me. Oops.
No, I wasn't. I'm sorry.
No, you good.
Uh,
So you're saying you'd rather follow Satan, then
I
why are
wouldn't follow him.
n-
I
no, you're
wouldn't
saying you
follow
rather
anyone.
would than God.
Uh, well, yeah. If you're putting on like I have to do it. Then
Okay, so
So
if you
I
rather follow
would.
Satan than
let me
God,
ask you a question. Hold on. Let me ask
can
you
I
a
please
question,
finish? Can
Adrian.
I please let me
Hold
finish?
on, Adrian. Let me ask you a question. Would you rather have would you rather have to live in a society where you have to stone your wife if she commits adultery, or live in a society where you can extend grace and not stone her and save the also forgive the person who committed adultery? Which society would you rather live under?
Well, it depends what kind of person I was. I mean, personally,
I'm talking about today.
so today's
Today.
laws, that's illegal.
No. I'm asking, what would you rather have? Would you rather live in a society where the law is, if your wife commits adultery, she gets stoned to death, she has to die? Or would you rather live in a society where you can decide to extend grace and forgive her and the person she committed adultery with, and not stone them? Which society would you rather live in?
Yeah, if her stupid ass marries me and then she decides to cheat on me, 100% I will stone her.
What the fuck? And that's something wrong with you if you think somebody should lose their life over
Okay,
that.
so now,
Yeah,
I mean,
hold on.
And
So
that's the
you don't
misogyny that I'm talking about.
hold on, Maddie. So
I
grace,
think it
the
should be
grace
applied to
that
men too.
hold on. So that at 16 years old, so if you commit adultery, then you deserve to die. Is that right?
Yeah,
Okay. So you at 16 years old, you don't believe that grace and forgiveness is actually the right choice. So your Jesus dying on the cross to take on the accountability of other people's sins so that he could extend this grace that you don't believe humans should have, right? Means that you don't agree with Jesus. It means that you would rather live in a society where grace is not sufficient, right? Which is how the Israelites lived. And Babylon, right? Babylon's law, the law of Hammurabi, if someone commits adultery, the husband or the wife could allow the government to stone that person, or they could say, I don't want to issue the execution order, I want to forgive them. And by proxy, if you forgive your spouse, the person they cheated on uh does not get stoned either, and they get grace, right? They get grace to continue living and correct their mistakes. But you you don't want what your Jesus supposedly represents, that grace that you are extended through his sacrifice. You want what the Israelites had, where there is no grace. You fuck up, you are stoned. You deserve to die, right?
I
And
think
if
marriage is. Oh, sorry, sorry. Go ahead.
hold on. And in the society that we live in today, when a person is crossed and they say you don't deserve grace, I'm going to kill you, right? Because I live by the Israelite law. I don't live under the law of Jesus where grace is extended. Then that would be what we would call evil today. So what we call evil, you call good. right? And so you asking Maddie, would she rather live under uh under Satan's rule? That would be akin to what the Babylonians were seen as the evil ones because they were against the Israelites. They extended grace where your God did not, right? I would rather live in a society that extends grace, that allows people to forgive, to be forgiven for their actions, corrective societies, right? But that was seen as Satan. Does that
Okay,
make
okay,
sense? So when she says she'd rather live in under a society where under Satan, that's what she's saying versus what you're saying. I just wanted to paint that picture for you with very real laws, right? The Code of Hammurabi and Babylon, and the Israelite law in ancient Israel at the same time.
And you're further proving exactly why if this guy was real, I still wouldn't worship him. Because what the fuck
okay,
is
okay,
that?
okay. So let me answer both things real quick first. Like someone in the comments did say they agree with me with if marriage. Okay, I believe marriage is completely sacred, and if you're gonna
I don't
choose a
care what your
person,
reasoning
Oh.
is. We don't care what your reasoning is. You chose it. Like
But
we
no
don't
one should
we don't
die
care
for
what your
that.
I'm
reasoning
not
is.
okay. So I'm not
Well,
gonna
I
have
mean,
context.
yeah,
Okay,
that what is it going to change the fact that you fucking said it? Like, do you think we're going to be like, oh yeah, I agree with you. Marriage is so fucking
no,
sacred.
I don't
Although
want
marriage
to
was,
agree with
hold
you.
on, hold on. So why are you explaining yourself on that? You've told us what you want, right? And this is based off the question that you asked Maddie.
Okay, so can I talk to Maddie now, please?
Yeah, just don't go into explaining, justifying your
Okay,
reasoning. We
okay.
don't give a fuck.
But I
So Maddie,
also don't care about you saying that marriage is sacred because either way, if marriage is sacred or not, there is no reason to kill someone because they cheated on you. Like, what the
okay,
fuck are we talking
okay,
about right now?
okay. That's your belief. Okay, that's fine.
No, that
Okay,
that should be like a universal thing. Like, why are you killing someone because they cheated on you? And then, like, what are you just doing this with an itch that you have? Like, what if they didn't cheat on you and it's a misunderstanding? You just stoned them to death. Mind you, back then, you really couldn't
I didn't
even.
say to stone them
There was
impulsively.
only like a couple ways you could have proof. You could just accuse your partner of cheating on some shit, or like just see them talking. You could see your wife talking to another man and be like, "What the fuck?" and stone your wife and kill her. Like,
This is why I say, what if Adam was abusive? Because of that mindset. Like that mindset right there, this is what builds abusive men.
Okay, so Maddie, let me just ask you this question, okay? Because we didn't get to go to it earlier. So you said that you'd rather follow Jesus, or you'd rather follow Satan over Jesus, okay? Because he has better morals. Then why are you so upset about the ideology that you have a choice between going to Jesus or going to Satan, going to heaven or hell?
I explained it
If
already.
you no if you like Satan so much and he's just the best, then why are you so upset that you're gonna have to go with him?
I
Wait,
explained that
did
already,
you
though.
say you were upset about that though?
I said that I wouldn't want to go burn in hell.
But did you say you were upset about it?
Not directly, no. But I'll take it.
Okay.
I'll take it. You know what? I'll take it. First of all, I already addressed that point, right? I don't think no one should burn in hell for not believing. Like, I don't believe in either. Still gonna burn in hell. Why not? I mean, if I have to choose, I'm gonna burn in hell anyways. Might as well choose Satan. Like, quite literally. What is? Why the fuck would I love God more after all the things I just listed? Like, why would I love him more? Why would I do that when he literally sends his people to go genocide? I don't want to be a part of that shit.
Okay, so if
I
you
don't want
don't,
to. I don't want to
so
be a part of the dashing and the raping of women when he comes back. I don't want. I don't want to be a part of the dashing the babies. I don't want to be a part of that shit, and you shouldn't want to be a part of that shit neither. I
uh,
don't want to do that. So guess what? Absolutely. I guess send me the hell if I have to choose. I honestly don't care for either. I don't want to do either. I
okay,
mean,
but you
do
prefer
you want to
Satan,
burn
right?
alive? Do you want to burn alive?
Personally, I want to be with Jesus. I mean,
Yeah, of course you want to be with him.
if I was burning alive and I was still with
That's
Jesus, I would
that's
still want to
that's
be with
kind
him.
of weird. You want to be with Jesus, the one that gives grace, but you don't believe in grace? I'm fucking confused. I'm confused. You want the grace that Jesus' death supposedly got you, but you don't fucking believe in grace? You hypocritical as fuck at 16.
Like,
I don't
I
know
don't
because
know.
that's not really what I said, but okay.
That's what you just said. You rather be with Jesus. You want to be with Jesus.
But you were
You said
against the
that you
grace of
don't
not
believe in
stoning.
right. You don't believe in grace when it comes to adultery. You think if somebody cheats, they deserve to die. You you want grace for your bullshit, but you don't want to give grace. You're
Okay,
hypocritical
okay.
as
So I have
fuck
I have
at
a question. I have a
16.
question then. I have a question then. If we're gonna use me for this example, if I go and I pew someone, and then since you love grace so much, okay, it's fine. Let me go, and then I go kill another person. But it's fine. Just let me go, and I keep doing it over and over and over again. But
Grace does not
you
mean
like grace.
instantly letting you go, though. Grace is not unaliving you. That's what grace is. It's not taking
Motherfucker,
your
you
life
are
for
talking
theirs.
about killing somebody for fucking another human.
Yeah, and those are also two different situations.
I would
Like,
say sin is all equal.
no, not at all.
This is exactly why
If you
I'm
don't
saying
love the
what you say.
person that you
If
marry,
they're
if you don't
all
love the
human,
person that you marry, then don't
you are
marry them.
you are
Adrian, you're
hypocritical as
okay.
fuck.
Adrian, I'm gonna tell you how that doesn't work. I'm gonna tell you instantly how
Hold
that
on,
doesn't
Maddie.
work.
Hold on, Maddie. Hold on. You are hypocritical as hell. Even if you think that sins are all on the same weight, your motherfucking ass said that you want the grace of Jesus for your sins that you believe are all the same weight while not giving grace. You're a walking abuse bag at 16 years old and hypocritical as fuck. Like the mindset that you are developing at 16 because of this book and because of this belief system in this God makes you a danger to society at 16. Go ahead, Maddie.
Yeah, I'm gonna show you how that's bullshit. Back in the day, a woman couldn't choose really who she wanted to marry. Like we were property, and then even going on before that, we weren't allowed to divorce husbands like that. Like we would be getting our ass beat, and we would have to still sit in that relationship. And there's literally there's Christian groups right now that will not let you divorce your husband unless he cheats. So you are stuck in that shit. You don't have the ability to simply just not marry who you don't want to marry. What about all the arranged marriages and kids who get married off to grown ass men? What about all that? Do you think they want to marry those people? But they don't have the choice to leave neither. So that was like a really underdeveloped point. Like it wasn't very thought through. Especially when you could take on in the Bible, if a man forces himself on a woman that isn't yet like, you know, betrothed to someone yet, he has to go pay her father 50 shekels for soiling the property, and then he has to marry her.
Yeah,
Like,
please hold on. Yeah, I'm good. Okay, please stop tagging me and asking me to drop him. Please stop. He's not baiting me into anything. And I'm like, have you ever forgot that like I'm not
Stinker,
ignorant.
bro. She got this.
Stop. I'm not ignorant. So please stop tagging me and asking me to drop him. I I I I appreciate you. I got you. Okay? Thank you.
yeah, like they couldn't just get out of that relationship. They couldn't. And oftentimes they could have very well been kids because as long as she menstruates, she's ready to marry. Like they literally could have been kids. Women menstruate at early ages. Like you have some people that get it when they're 6, 7, 9, 11. Like you can menstruate way
Wait,
before you're 18.
what was the first age that you said?
6,
And then what's the one after that?
7.
Oh, 6, 7.
Oh my God. Thinker, there it is. See, it literally exists. Anyways, like I was saying, literally they can menstruate then, and those are kids. A kid doesn't want to, I'm sorry. I don't think any kid wants to be married to a grown ass disgusting man. Nobody wants to do that at all. Like, like it's not that simple. It really just got that simple, and still barely even that. When women are in abusive relationships, there's no such thing as just getting up and leaving and getting up and divorcing your husband. They will literally kill you if they want to. They will quite literally kill you. It's not that simple. Just because you might not unalive your wife, well, you clearly will if she cheats, but still, just because you might not unalive your wife because she wants a divorce doesn't mean other people won't.
Wait, hold on, hold
They
on.
do.
You said clearly I would. It was a hypothetical. I didn't say I would.
Oh, but you still agreed to the hypothetical that you would absolutely let your wife get stoned. You still agreed to it. So you would.
No,
If she
he
wants
he
to break something
deliberately
sacred, if I'm not
said
abusing her, I'm not doing shit
that
to
she
her. She
deserves to
just wants to cheat
die.
on me for
He
absolutely no reason.
deliberately
I think
said
she
that.
deserves it.
But yeah, like he's
Yeah,
a
so you
danger.
again, you're literally with it. You're literally with it. And I think the
He
fact that you're
he's
willing
listening to
to
Red Pill. Like I said the other night when he was on stage, he's listening to Red Pill, and he was like, "I don't even know what that is." Like his whole mindset,
it's
he's
Andrew Tate
being
101.
yeah,
Oh, I
he's
love
been
Andrew Tate.
indoctrinated. He's
Oh,
been
says a lot.
indoctrinated. I know my voice is like he's being indoctrinated with red pill ideologies, and that makes him very
What do you mean
dangerous.
red pill?
I'm talking
Like
right now.
Republican?
I'm talking right now, motherfucker. You interrupt me one more time, your ass is gone. um when Cypher was on stage the other day, and Cypher said that he's focused on people uh who are his age or younger because this is what he sees in society. This is this is what we're saying, right? Like we can have these conversations with people our age. They're old and stuck in their mindset, but this is who our daughters and our granddaughters are going to have to fucking deal with. And the evangelical church whose mission it is to restore the patriarchy, they've gone after young boys in this age group. And this is why we see this harmful talk coming from them at such a young age. And I was telling y'all the other day that I saw a video where one of those street interviewers at talking to a bunch of young like 14, 13-year old little black boys and asking them red pill type questions, and they were answering them like just straight red pill, like they had been indoctrinated, like with every fucking response of how to be disrespectful, abusive, and controlling to a woman. There was a video I shared yesterday of men bragging about how they rape women and calling it jack rolling or jelly rolling or something like that, and laughing about
Jack.
helping each
Mm.
other out, jack rolling, and they're just bragging about it like it's nothing. This is what they're creating today. He's dangerous. The shit that's coming out of his mouth, he's dangerous.
I'm a dangerous person.
Absolutely. If you think it is okay to kill your wife if she cheats on you, you are. Because
Damn, that's
honestly, if you
crazy.
still hold the same values now, and Andrew Tate was your Lord and Savior, and I was married to you, I'd cheat on your ass too. Now what? And I dare you to come try to kill me for it. That's just plain and simple. If you want not to be cheated on, how about you focus on being a good person? And this book is one of the main reasons why you are a shitty person. This book has affected society so much. It's shit that you're doing right now you don't even realize is a direct tie to this religion. It's a direct tie. That's why I wouldn't want to go to heaven. That's why I would rather go with Satan if these two motherfuckers are real and I have to choose. Sure, go send me to Lake of Fire if I don't have no other option. Okay, I'm going to Lake of Fire. Why
Here's
why would
why.
anybody want to be married to anyone who says I love Andrew Tate? What the
What's wrong with Andrew
fuck?
Tate?
He's
What do you
he's
mean
why
what's wrong
I
with him?
teach my daughters how to cook grits with honey in
Oh,
it,
he's a
because
MAGA fighter. He's fight.
the honey sticks better than just a regular pot of grits. That's just
Uh,
that's something for you ladies out there.
Or sugar water. Sugar water is quicker. I mean,
yeah, I'm tired of his ass interrupting. I'm sick of him. Like he's already said, some fucked up shit. I've lost all respect for the 16-year-old. Like I try to, help the youngsters that are interested in learning. And he came in originally as someone who was interested in learning, which is why I was willing to extend the grace that he doesn't fucking deserve, that he actually hates, um, and allowed him to stay. But he's already proven to us that he's a liar, that he has abusive tendencies, and so and he's rude. So I actually don't want to continue the conversation with him anymore. So Matt, if you want to say, but the last thing you want to say to him, but I'm about to drop his ass.
Yeah, Adrian, stop being
Wait. Just living my life. You agree with everything that he's saying as a woman? Are you in the guest request?
Hey, she's smart.
Bye. Drop him, Thicker. I'm done. I
Yeah,
don't even
his
want to
name's
give him
I'm
a giving remark. Like, Mike, what? Who? Then Just Living. That's
That
the
was a
same one
drop
that
with a
kept.
block.
That was the same
That
one
was
that
a
kept
drop with a
Yeah,
tagging
block.
you.
block him, please.
I
That was the
blocked.
same one that
I
kept
blocked him.
tagging
Thank
That's
you.
you.
how I dropped him.
Okay. Wait,
Yeah.
is Just Living My Life the one who had her child come on stage?
Yes, this
This
is
is Let Me
ponytail.
Down.
Let me down. Yes.
Of course you would agree. Like, you had your 9-year-old
I think
daughter
he
on
said he
stage
understood
defending
what he
you.
was
Like, of
saying.
course you would agree, right? You had your 9-year-old daughter on stage
No, I did
defending
not.
you.
And
Yes, the fuck you did. Yes, you did. However old she was, she wasn't even 13 yet. You had your adolescent child
I
on
don't
stage defending you
have an
with 40 and 50-year-old adults.
I don't have
You are the most
I do not
irresponsible
have an
parent. You are the most I don't give a fuck if she's 9, she
I
11. She was not a
don't
teenager. She wasn't even a teen, and you had her on
know.
stage arguing
No, I
with fucking grandmamas and granddaddies. You are the most irresponsible parent I have ever fucking seen.
no, no, I didn't.
And then the fact
Yes,
that
the
you
fuck you
have
did.
kids and you're
Why
No,
you
I
defending the shit that
didn't.
lying?
he's saying is
No, I
crazy.
Why you
didn't.
lying? Why you lying? Come on now. I remember the
No,
day
I
because
didn't.
it was my
No,
sister's
I
wedding,
didn't.
and I was
No, I
standing by
didn't.
the
No,
beach at my sister's wedding when your daughter came on. I remember it like it was yesterday. Yes, you did.
I said I
Why,
agree.
mama? Why y'all want to say that my mama being
Please.
No,
abusing me? My mama don't do that. My mama don't do that.
no.
Don't turn your camera on again,
He's
sister. I
such a
think it's
liar.
weird that you're defending him after he said that he would stone a woman for cheating.
No, I don't agree with that.
But you said that you agree with
I said
everything
I
he's
agree with
saying.
most of what he is saying.
You
I
did
don't
not
agree with
say
that. And
most. You
I
said
told
everything.
him
Stop fucking
I
lying.
told
You
him
did know
to
the fuck you did.
rework
You said you agree
You
with
said
everything.
everything.
in your chat.
You said
Bitch, okay,
everything.
I'm finna
Stop
go look
fucking
in the
lying.
chat. I hate a lying ass, grown ass
Said
bitch. You about
mostly.
to
Look
piss
You
in the
me off,
said
bitch. Shut up.
everything with your lying ass.
and
This bitch about to
You
piss me
said
off.
everything
it's
with
I'm
your
finna go
lying
look in the chat.
ass.
in
Don't
the
worry. Shut
chat.
the fuck up. I'm finna go look in the chat. Shut up, bitch.
Chat.
I
It's in
agree
the
with
chat.
everything you're saying. Just drop
No, that's
yourself,
not. I
bitch.
said
That's
I
No,
what you
this
said.
agree
isn't
I'm
with
looking
broken.
at it. You lying bitch. Oh, I agree
okay,
with
well you could
everything you're
call me
saying.
a
Just
bitch.
drop
That doesn't
She
yourself.
hurt
gonna try to
me.
Okay.
gaslight
It
people
doesn't hurt
into
me.
thinking
Okay.
The
it
fuck?
does. That's why you. That's why you up here with
I'm
that
up here
struggle
because
ponytail.
Yeah.
Dang,
I
sorry, I
agree
meant
with
to mute
some of the
myself.
things that he said. Not all
You
of them.
said
I don't.
you
You
said
You
know,
said
you
everything.
should not
everything.
unalive
You said
You
nobody
said you
everything. This is
agree
for
with
recorded.
stoning
everything.
for cheating
This is
on you. You
recorded.
You
You
just
said
said
said that.
everything.
Look
everything.
in the
You said
chat.
You
everything.
It's
I
in
said
the
did. I
chat.
just read
everything.
it to you. I just read it to you.
No, and
I
you
just
you
read it to
didn't
you.
read what I
It's recorded. I just read you your comment. You literally said, I agree with
read what
everything
I
you're
said
saying. Just
before.
drop yourself.
Read what I said before that.
Oh,
You're
Don't
bitch.
just
just
a
pick what
liar.
you want to
The
pick.
Yeah.
same
You
the
want to
Okay.
same
Yeah.
way
keep
Yeah.
the
Uh-huh.
same
lying.
way hello
Whatever. Like
the
y'all,
same way your ass is lying, saying that you didn't put your child on
I did.
the live to defend your
You don't even
motherfucking
know.
ass. Yes, the fuck you did.
I have a.
You said that you would
I
beat
have
the shit out of your child. You said
a.
you
I
would
have.
beat the shit out of your child, and then
You're a
you put
teenager.
your child on live
You
to
got
defend you. Like, you are a horrible woman.
16.
You are a horrible parent.
A 16.
You
And
are
even
yo
if
yo
she's
no
16,
the
it's still
fuck
a
she's
kid.
not.
Child, if
She's
he can
not.
talk, my
She's
child
fucking lying. She's lying. That her child ain't well, your child
can.
turned 16 in that fucking year. It ain't even been a year, motherfucker.
Talk to.
Like, stop
That
fucking
was in
lying.
April.
Talk
My
to.
sister's wedding was
My
in
child
Exactly.
can
April.
talk to you. Was
It,
just talking to
you're
somebody
a
else's child.
fucking liar. And I hope you know the shit is recorded, Joe lying ass. You are a fucking liar.
Recorded, and my
You are a liar. That's exactly why I blocked your motherfucking ass, because you put your child in danger. That's why you were blocked.
And you wouldn't dare out the way you were talking to that little boy.
Bitch, we
No, say
talking to
that
you like
again.
that right now.
Wait,
The fuck?
hold on. Do what now? What did you say?
I dare talk to my daughter the way you was talking to him. That's what I said.
You already do it for us.
First off, your daughter was fucking 11.
My daughter
You
is
put
a
your
teenager.
daughter on
I
the
had her
fuck.
out of
No,
my
the fuck
pussy.
she's not. No, the fuck she was
My
not.
child.
Your daughter was fucking 11.
was
We
in
all
grade-
cussed your dumb ass out for
I
doing that shit.
I
We
get-
all cussed your motherfucking ass out for
I
doing
get-
that shit. Your
Not
daughter
you.
was fucking 11. And
much
if your 16-year-old daughter got on this motherfucker saying
pussy, you-
harmful shit, just
my
like he did, I would cuss her ass out too. And you ain't
You-
gonna do a goddamn thing about it, but run your motherfucking mouth and go change your goddamn wig like you have done the last 3 times you brought your motherfucking ass in here. Because you still looking for fucking validation. You don't know who the fuck you are. You looking for everybody else to tell you that you fucking cute or that you fucking smart, because you are dumb as fuck.
You
And
wish
that's
you-
why you keep bringing your dumb ass back in here.
You don't know. You
With a
don't
little
know.
ass scoop of
You
hair
don't
at
know
that.
how old my child is. The fuck?
Girl, shut the fuck up. That child was a
Girl,
kid.
you shut your
Then you was up here defending somebody. You have a daughter,
Talk
and you're defending a kid that could possibly date your daughter with your stupid ass. That harmful little boy. There's thousands of motherfuckers like him, and they're going to come in contact with your daughter, and you're defending that shit. Bitch, you a clown if I ever seen one.
You talk
Clown ass motherfucker with a scoop of hair, bitch. Paint your nose red. Stop.
Talk without cursing.
Then you fighting the mute button. Just stop. Just stop. Just stop. Just stop.
This dumbass motherfucker for the longest, the initiation into being a nerd was fucking let me down, because her dumbass came up and tried to do a fucking mic drop for Jesus Christ, but didn't even know how to fucking get off the fucking stage. How the hell you gonna come up and try to mic drop some shit and you don't even know how to exit, motherfucker? You had to beg us to take your motherfucking ass down. You became a fucking meme in the deconstruction community. That's how fucking dumb your ass is. That's how dumb you are. You became the let me down hoe. You became the let me down hoe.
So I'm popular. Thank you.
Bitch, you're popular for being a clown. All you need is to paint on your nose with a little ass scoop of hair, bitch. Stop. You're a joke. You're a clown. You're funny as fuck, bitch. That's what you are. You might as well have a career in being a clown, bitch. That's all. That's all. You're a popular clown. You might as well be it, bitch. You're a clown. You're a clown. You're a clown.
Old-fashioned ass.
Right. You're a clown. Bitch, you can't give me an old-fashioned nothing. I'll deck you in your mouth. Don't ever play with me. I promise you I'm the wrong teenager. You might be abusing your daughter, but you won't do it to me. And I put that on your daddy, bitch. On your sky daddy, on Jesus. Literally. Literally. Literally.
Very much.
Literally.
Talk about what's the
Literally. On your Jesus. Don't play with me. On your Jesus. On your Jesus. On your Jesus. On your Jesus.
Not.
On your Jesus. You won't come over here and do nothing to me. On your Jesus. On your Jesus. Okay. Yeah. 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 On Jesus, you won't do shit to me. On Jesus, you won't do shit to me. On Jesus, you won't do shit to me. On Jesus, on God up above in heaven, you won't do shit to me, ma'am. I promise you won't. My own mama will whoop your ass, and she's a Christian. Don't ever.
Classes by.
Yeah. Okay, Pennywise. Okay, sweetheart. Okay, scoop of hair, clock that, boo. You got a scoop of hair. You need to ask God to give you some baby don't go bald, boo, because you bald as hell. Scoop of hair.
Now y'all look like the
Yeah,
trying to.
yeah, yeah, yeah. It's okay. It's okay. Yeah. You pushed her out so you can beat her? You sound crazy, girl. You sound crazy.
Fuck yourself.
Right.
You're a fucking
Right.
with me.
Right.
Alright.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, you done. You realizing you looking stupid, right? You done. Oh, okay, yeah. Thank you. You done right. Yeah, you done right. You done right. You done right. Yeah.
How old?
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
oh, you're tired, baby.
Yeah, bitch, I'm tired. You got a little ass scoop of
I
hair.
was talking,
This religion is stressing you out
to
so
my
much you
child.
done lost your
She
hair and you have a scoop of edges on your
up, I
forehead and that's it, bitch. You literally
will
have
bend your ass
nothing
and
else.
give you a
I'm
spanking.
tired. You're up here fighting a mute button. You
You
should be
hoe.
tired fighting a
You a
goddamn mute
spank.
button. Yeah,
You a
uh-huh. Yeah,
spanking.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, she is.
Bitch say I need a
Is
spanking. Come
20
spank me. On your
harder than
Jesus,
your
you want to
fucking.
do it. On your God, you want to do it.
My
Come do something. Matter of fact,
so hard.
if you can spank me,
My child
I'll be a Christian for the
harder
rest
than
of my life. If you can whoop me, ma'am, I will be a Christian for the rest of my life. I promise you I will, baby. I'll
silly.
convert right now. If you came over here with that
Sound
half a
silly.
scoop of hair you got on your
Silly. You
head
sound
and whooped me, I
silly. You
would
sound
love that so much,
silly. You
girl.
sound
Yes,
silly.
amen. Ain't the Lord good, girl? Come over here and whoop me. Matter of
You
fact, since the God empowers you so
sound
much, teleport your ass over
sound
here with your one scoop of
sound silly.
hair and your abusive
Sound
ass and
silly.
come over here and try to
Sound
whoop me.
silly.
I promise you won't even put
Silly.
your hands on your own daughter anymore.
You sound
You're fighting the mute button, but I sound silly. Think about this.
silly.
You're a grown ass woman pushing 40 fighting the mute button. Let's think critically. I know you don't do that already because you're a Christian, but let's think. Let's lock in.
I'm about to make a
Yeah.
silly asshole.
Bitch, shut the fuck
Yeah,
up. You the
yeah,
only silly asshole up here fighting the mute
silly,
button. Literally paint your
yeah,
nose
yeah,
red.
silly
You're missing
assholes.
out on bands.
Silly
I don't
ass.
think you understand how good of a clown you are. You're missing out on bands. Please paint your nose red. You already got the scoop of hair to do it, girl. You're missing out on bands. Literally, you could be so much more
Girl,
richer
be
if you
quiet.
just had a career as a clown because you're so good at it.
Your
You're,
wig
you're
lace is
so
lifting.
good at it. What
Your wig lace
what
is
lace
lifting.
lifting? What lace lifting?
She said,
Nah,
"Come get a
that's
touch
you
up,
mad as
bitch."
fuck. Now you mad as fuck. You mad as fuck because you got a little ass scoop of hair, them synthetic ass wigs, bitch. Don't
Yes,
ever fucking play with me on this
she
live.
does hair.
You
She can
grown
do
as
hair.
fuck, still can't do your own hair. Let's think about it.
She can do hair
Grown
too.
as fuck can't grow more than an
Wig
inch of
lace is
hair. Grown as
her
fuck
wig.
can't grow more of an inch of hair.
Her wig.
Grown as fuck can't grow more of an inch of hair. Grown as fuck can't grow more of an inch of hair.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah.
Circle triangle.
Them crusty ass fucking wigs,
The
bitch. Don't
parts
ever play.
extra circle.
Them crusty ass wigs. It literally, bitch, it look like you be dumping your
Oh my
wigs
god.
in a tub full of
Straight A
gel.
student.
Please,
Straight A.
please, you mad? Oh,
Straight
you
A.
mad as fuck.
That will graduate 2 years. Graduate in the next
Ooh. Bitch, I'm
honor
already
classes.
graduated and I'm in college.
Wait,
Your kid is still not fucking with me on no level. You're not fucking with
honor.
me.
With
You
all
or that
honors.
kid. You look. You not fucking with me. You yourself is
My
not
child
fucking with me. Don't even bring
could
your kid
work.
in it. I
My
promise you, you're
child
not
could
fucking
do
with
work.
me. You're not fucking with me. You're not fucking with me. I'm
My
sorry.
child.
I hate to bring it to you.
Child.
I'm already graduated.
My
I
child.
am already graduated high
She
school,
could be
boo. She not fucking with me. I graduated at 17. She not fucking with me. She
already
not
taking
fucking with me. She not fucking
classes.
with me.
Oh,
She not fucking with me. I
you have
already take college classes. What are you
college to
talking about?
take.
I took dual enrollment.
You have
Taking dual enrollment is not a flex. Taking dual
your
enrollment is
classes.
not a flex.
My
It's
child is
bare
already
minimum.
college
Taking dual
classes.
enrollment is bare
She's
minimum.
already
Taking college classes in high school
classes.
is bare
My daughter
minimum. That's not a flex. And the
college
fact
classes.
that you think that's a flex,
So when
prove you're a worthless ass
you
mother.
had
Taking college classes in high school is not a flex. It's not.
a big fucking
Yeah, you think that's a flex.
big one,
You raising low ball
big
ass
one,
children because you're a low
big
ball
one,
ass mother. That's your
big fucking
problem. Yeah. Get your ass off stage, clown.
big.
Goodbye. Raising low ball ass children.
She
That is
big
not a
college
high
classes.
thing to do. Almost every kid in high school now is taking dual enrollment classes. I did it. It's easy. It's easy. I took 5 of them. It's easy.
I said
It's
she was.
easy as hell.
Never
It's
told you what
easy
grade.
as hell.
I said she's
It's easy. It's
didn't
easy.
tell you what
It's easy.
she's taking.
The
You're
fuck?
dumb. Now
Dual
getting there.
enrollment, AP classes.
now
Can she
getting
pass an AP test? That's the real
You
question because
just
the AP is the real test.
my
Like it's okay. It's still
let me
bare minimum.
level, ho.
You're not on my level anyways as a grown ass woman. Thank you.
My daughter been taking college. Thank
Bitch,
you.
I literally been taking college classes. It's
Thank
not
you.
a flex. It's
Been
not a
taking
flex. I took
college.
algebra 1 in 8th grade for college. It's not a flex, I promise you. It's not a flex.
That's
It's
a
bare
big
minimum. And again,
doofy
if you
ass.
raised your
You
kids that we're
just now.
supposed to be smart,
You just
if you raise your kids that
yes.
you're supposed to be smart anyway, it's bare
Right.
minimum. Dual enrollment is bare
Not even the
minimum.
mother
It doesn't even matter. You're not a good
and the
mom, and
top
it's okay.
She
You're not a
asked
good
you.
mom, and it's okay. You're
Stop
not a good mom, and it's
saying
okay. You crashing out, and it's
now
okay. I got you
my
sweating
child
that the little
dumb
ass
ass and you
edges off, huh? Edges lift all
even
up. You
in
probably
college.
look like you got electrocuted over there. You mad? You
Yeah.
hot? You hot, boo? I
Volunteer
got you hot.
here.
I got you hot. I'm frying you, boo. You're
Yes,
fried.
it is.
You're fried.
It's
I'm frying you. You're fried.
yeah,
You're mad as fuck.
just now
Oh,
taking
you're a grown ass woman. You're mad as fuck. Ah, you're fried. You're fried. You're fried.
slow,
Fried, died, laid to the side,
slow,
just like your head, bitch.
slow,
Just like your hair. Fried, died, laid to the side, just like your
now
hair. Fried, died, laid to the side.
just
Yeah.
now take
Yeah. Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
Child, take
Yeah. 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 I know. I know. I'd be mad too, honestly. Like,
that.
if I was 40 and a 19-year-old was schooling my ass this hard and was eating me up this hard, bitch,
Not
I'd be
schooling shit
mad
on me,
too. I'll
bitch.
be over there
Got
fuming
my
just like
degree. I've been
you.
got my degree.
You got smoke coming
Long
out your head. Like, ooh, I'd be mad
time.
too. Oh my God, I'd be so mad. Like,
Long,
I'd be mad as fuck.
long. And
I'd be
I
mad
don't
as
have
fuck.
didn't
Like,
have no kids
oh,
when I
just
went
thinking
to
about it. Like,
either.
if I was 40,
Motherfucking kids
if I was 40 and I was getting schooled by a 19 year
or
old
no
that got
abortion.
her life together and I was over
Never
here crashing out and having a
19,
mental
never
breakdown,
had an
I'd be so
abortion. Hello.
much. I never had an abortion. I never had any kids. I'm automatically,
Nobody
you know
wants
what?
to
I'm not even going to say
wants to
that. I
do
beat
anything.
teen pregnancy. Maybe you didn't, and that's why you're saying that. I beat teen
I never
pregnancy.
had
So, yeah, I
until
don't
I
know
was
what you got going
have
on,
kids
but yeah,
out of
yeah,
college.
yeah, yeah. I'm not even having them in college, so it's okay. But like I said, I would be mad too if a 19-year-old was eating me
And
up
you're
this
not
hard
schooling.
as a 40-year-old. Like,
You're not
oh, I'd be so mad. I'd be mad as fuck if I
to all
tried to flex my kid
black
just to
women.
find out the 19-year-old I was arguing with
Not
already did it and
others.
did twice more. It's okay. It's okay to be jealous.
It
I
is
mean, your
okay.
God is already jealous. It's okay to be jealous. I would
It's
envy me
okay.
too. Like, oh my God. I would envy me too. I know I'm not the baddest in the game, but
Allow
I'm
that.
definitely badder than you. So I would be mad too. Like, imagine having to use a pic for years ago as your profile picture, and my pic was only
Joke.
took like a month ago.
Joke. You're a joke.
Like, oh my God, I would be so
Nobody.
mad. Oh,
No
oh my
one
God. Oh my
because I'm
God.
over.
Oh
No
my
one
God.
can hear. I'm over
Yeah.
talking.
Yeah.
No one can
Yeah.
hear me.
Yeah.
My show now.
Yeah.
Remember that?
This is not your
Part
show.
I
I'm
take over.
schooling you. I'm
I take
schooling
over.
you, sweetheart. I'm schooling you. But you have, I'm not going to lie, you have been a great form
Take
of
over.
entertainment, which is why I said you should
Make
have a
you been
career
in this
as
room
a
too long.
clown. You are such a good
In the
entertainer. I
rooms.
will give you that, but it is
Look
not
how
your show. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
ain't
That is not your
nobody
show. It's not your show,
sitting
but
for
you are really good at entertaining. Like, you're
I
so good at entertaining, girl. I'm entertained
am.
as fuck. Yes. Yes, an entertaining clown. Just living the
Yes.
clown.
It's
Yeah.
now, Holy
Yeah.
Ghost.
Yeah.
I think what just living just proves is that some people
Go
don't
ahead and talk.
necessarily deserve the grace. Like, because I took her off of the block probably about 2 months ago when I went through and cleaned up the block list. Um, and I took her off, and she come. This is her first time back since she's been blocked, and she's proven why. Right, she got blocked. This is just who she is. It wasn't just a bad interaction.
I just had to
This
say
is just who she is. Right, she deserves to be blocked.
well, block me again.
I
Don't
mean,
matter.
yeah, don't worry, you will.
Not
And I
paying
just want you to know you're getting
my
blocked
bill.
because you started with me and I cleaned
Nobody
your ass right on the fuck
you
back up. So
blocking
now you have to go to the wall
me.
of shame.
I'm
It's
not gonna
okay.
see
Go sit in timeout,
a
Bookie.
night
You're done. You're
out trying
done.
to run.
I can't
I'm
my
not gonna
drop for
do that.
Yahweh,
Go
but my
sit,
ex
go
too
sit in
stupid to
timeout. You're
allow that
done. I
extra
cleaned
stage.
you
So
up.
let
It's
me
okay.
I'm not
down,
gonna
It's
let me
okay.
down, me
It's
down. I
okay.
allow
came my way 4 times before I
It's
came
okay.
in here today. Let me down. Hey, 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 hey. Oh my God,
now if we talk, I'm young little hoe. You don't got no
let me
you ain't even
down, let me down. Whoop, whoop, whoop. I can't a mic drop for Yahweh, but my ass is too stupid to learn how to exit the stage. So let me
too young to be
down, let me down, me
or talk or
down.
say
I came my way four
Girl,
times
you're too
before
fucking
I
old
came
to be
in here
talking to me.
pay a
today.
Shut the
bill.
fuck up. You got your ass
Bill
cleaned
pay.
up.
You go
Oh my
stop.
God,
And Thinker,
Now
Thinker,
getting in
it's
cloud.
like playing. It's like you're playing you off another device. By the way.
let me
Whatever,
down, let me down.
whatever, by the way.
I can't
Bitch, I
mic drop for
flushed.
Yahweh,
I
but my
literally
ass is too
folded your ass
stupid to
and
learn
put you in
how
a
to
drawer and
exit the
You
closed
stage.
didn't
that
So
fuck
bitch.
let me
Stop.
down, me
I
down, let
folded
me
you, bitch. You
down.
can't eat me
couldn't
up
hear
on no
Before
type
I
of
came
level,
in here
bitch.
Maddie,
You
today.
Maddie,
can't
let
eat
it
me up.
go. Maddie, let
couldn't
it
hear
go.
you.
Let it go. Hey, block her ass, please.
And I'll get down to you could block me again.
Bye,
Give a
bitch.
fuck.
Bitch, I just told them
I
to
don't
block your
give a
dumb
fuck.
ass.
Don't.
Okay, then shut the fuck up. Like that's all she fucking does. That's all she does. Like I can't even like her y'all have had to mute her so much I can't even see my camera. Like the mute is burnt into my TikTok studio. I can't see shit. Yeah, she's toxic as hell. That's why she got muted in the first place.
She lies so bad. Like, girl, we remember. You told her she was 11.
I mean, the little girl's voice sounded like she was 9. And you embarrassed by what the fuck you did? Like, y'all, I might have to do a restart because I can't even open the guest box. Like, that froze up my system.
I see
Can you
one
see who's
person
in the
in there.
guest box?
Chelsea Trinice.
Are you able to bring them up?
Yeah, I got her.
Hi, Chelsea.
Talking to that 40-year-old bat. I'm so sorry you had to experience that, but nobody in my age group should be even talking to you like that or even putting their daughter in comparison to you. You are brilliant. You are amazing. And I'm so proud of everybody on this panel, including thinkers. So, I'm happy that these Christians, these people who have adopted this Abrahamic religion, are on display. They can't hide behind their mask. They can't hide behind their theology or anything like that. You see who they really are in these panels. But I just wanted to say I'm proud of everybody on this panel and on this live, but I'm gonna drop. But that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Chelsea. I
Thank
appreciate
you,
You
you.
queen. I love
Chelsea.
you.
And the next time a Captain Crunch wig tries to talk to you crazy, send them over to me because ain't no grown ass woman with chin hairs need to talk to no 19-year-old young lady like you at all.
Chin hairs.
Thank
Yes,
you.
ma'am. Thank you.
Oh man, I hate that I'm gonna have to do a restart. I can't see anything.
I can't see if there's anybody else in here. If there is, they're on a private account.
I don't see anybody in the guest box. You see somebody in the guest
Okay.
box?
No, I just wanted to be sure. Because
Oh,
I said I didn't see anybody. If it was, then they're private.
oh. Yeah, it is like I knew that was finna happen once I saw the her being like muted back to back to back. I knew that was finna happen because TikTok, for some reason, it gets stuck. Even when I do it, it gets stuck, and now I can't see nothing from TikTok Studio. Like I have to look at it from my either my MacBook or the cell phone. But this what I was telling Fee the other day. It is women like her who justify harmful behavior in men that will keep women in these dangerous situations. Like
And she
they're
lied
going
so
to fight
freely.
for it. Yeah, they're going to fight for the abuse, and it's crazy as hell. And it's all because they want to be picked by a man. It don't they'll hide behind, oh, it's for God, but it's because they want to be picked by a man. Because if it really was for your God, then you wouldn't need a man to have the right to abuse you in order for you to get to your God. And I think the reason why a lot of women who take this position is because the majority of the stories in that book require a woman to learn about their faith from the experiences that the God has with men, or the engagement that the God has with men in this book. They don't they don't have too many stories that they can look at where the God is engaging with women the same way he's engaging with men. With women, it's about their it's about their sexuality, right? Their ability to bring forth an heir, their ability to please a man uh, with their vagina. That's all women are here. Even with Deborah, Deborah was a judge, but it still had to point to Deborah's husband, right?
Hmm.
Jael used her sexuality. She had sex with a man to help them in war, right? Like the women in this religion, they're not going to be able to not all of them, the majority feel like they have to accept the patriarchy in order to have this God, and it just it feels like Eve Lilith type personalities constantly going at each other saying wake the fuck up because you're harming us, and then this one is saying but God, but I want to obey God. That's what it feels like. Or I want a man. I want to be protected. I don't want to be by myself. I want to be loved. I want to be seen as valuable because they can't see value outside of a man. They don't love themselves outside of a man. Some women feel like they're not valuable if they don't have children by a certain age, or if they can't have children at all. The mute things are moving, so hopefully they clearing out because it must be about 100 of them motherfuckers. I just seen it scroll up, so hopefully it'll clear itself out, and I won't have to do a reset. Yeah, but also usually if I play a song, that's me trying to like calm the shit down.
Hmm.
So I'm just gonna ask like if a song is played, please don't argue over the song because that just makes it worse.
Also, Ted Washington is in the box. He's a subscriber. Are you in there on
I
purpose,
took him
Ted?
out. He ain't never in there on purpose.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I took him out. All right, y'all. The guest box is open. Believers 21 and up. Deconstructing or an atheist.
Okay, yeah, guys. I'm gonna drop down. Y'all have a nice night and happy birthday, Oso.
Thank you, Maddie.
Have a
All right.
good night, Maddie.
Bye, guys. Love y'all. Have a good live.
I love you
Love you
too.
back.
Yeah. Also took a shower and rubbed himself down in Crisco grease and
Hmm.
slid across the floor and then climbed in the sheets. You said there's a whole 12-step group coda for men and women. The crazy thing is like I don't believe that they don't hear the violence and the shit that comes out of their mouth. I I don't I know they know that they sound violent and that they're promoting violence. It's them not being able to see it as immoral or bad. They know it's violent, but it's good because it's in defense of the God or in the name of Jesus. So it's not bad. It's sanitized violence, sanitized abuse. Yeah, they do seem proud of it. That's why I'm saying like the pre-tree Adam and Eve being naked and lacking shame of their nakedness to me is the epitome of what I see when we have these conversations with believers and they lack the ability to classify specific actions as moral or immoral. They have to say that immoral actions are good because their God either commanded it, the chosen people did it. They don't have the authority or the autonomy to decide morality for themselves because they've given that will and right to the God and to the God's representatives, which is the state that the God wanted Adam and Eve in the garden before they took that authority for themselves by eating from the tree. So naked and not ashamed, that's how they are. Like, they're not ashamed at all because it's for the God. But deciding morality for yourself requires guilt, requires shame, because that's what convicts you. And they don't see that they serve a God that don't want you to be convicted in what you do. He just wants you to obey what he say and to see him as good no matter what he does and not have shame about it. And they call that God and they call that good. It's crazy as hell. And that's why I say that text that says they will call good evil and evil good. I'm almost sure, and I'm gonna try to see if I can find it, but I'm pretty sure the people that were alive back then that had to live with the early believers was like, man, these motherfuckers are evil as hell. They call good evil and evil good. I guarantee you that was most likely written about the Christians, and they took it and made it about their ass. Yeah, because ain't no way. It ain't no way. Ain't no way that was written about people who don't follow this. Because it's literally the fucking story. It's literally the MO of the God.
And they don't see it because they don't want to, or they want to be like the idiot that was up here. He want to be like that. He wants to be like the God. That's what he requires.
Yep. It creates a flawed moral compass. That's a good way of putting it. Like, very
Oh,
simple.
that is good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A flawed moral
Flawed
compass.
moral.
Because they say, yeah, they say atheists or non-believers of this God don't know what morality is or cannot ground morality. Yeah, I think my card is okay, Dryfoot. I actually think that they type in all caps and everywhere. So I think they have a vision impairment. I know who they are. So they're okay. No, you were just doing what you were supposed to do. But they're okay. I actually see them in my comments and on other lives. I should think they have a vision impairment because they type in all caps everywhere. Um, yeah. But what was I saying?
We were just talking about the flawed morality.
Yeah, what was I saying about the shit.
Oh shoot.
It'll come back to me. But yeah, it's crazy. Oh, they were saying that atheists can't ground morality. Like, yeah, we
There you
don't know what
go.
morality is, and you are very awesome, Yala. And atheists have no foundation for morality because their foundation is the God, which is why they are most of the time horrible people on the inside. Like, they push a lot of their family away, and they don't realize, like, a lot of times chaos lives around them. Even in the churches, like they're usually always in some shit, and it's always the devil, but they are not able to see that it's them, that it ain't the devil. It's the compass that you've adopted for yourself that's causing this chaos to follow you. Yep. Good night, baby. I love you. Nani. 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 You okay? What happened? What fell? Oh. Hey, what's 6'7"? Some stupid name like the 21 Vine thing that we used to say all the time. Oh, it came from Vine? No, it came from TikTok. I don't really know what it is. It's some stupid thing the kids say nowadays. What does it mean though? Oh, you don't know either? Okay. You said your son can explain it. I want to know what it means. You said it has no meaning? Oh, it's from a
Yes.
song. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, it represents brain rot. Interesting. Yeah, her name. That's her name, Nani. That's her nickname. It started from a player predicting how much he's gonna score. Huh. Oh, okay. Some Night Storm said it's about catching bodies. All right, y'all. The guest box is open. Your mom's name was Nani. It's cool.
That's what my kids call their grandma, and that's what my sister has her grandkids call her, which is weird. That both of them are Nannies. I like Nani as a name.
Yeah, it started because her. We used to call her Lonnie, and then I just started like making baby noises instead of saying Lonnie. I just go
That's
Nani,
cute.
Nani, Nani. Yeah, and so it started from that.
I love those.
Um, huh?
I said I love those that evolve, the nicknames that evolve from something else.
Yeah. Like my baby boy, because his name is Blessing. And then when he was younger, we called him Jack Jack because he reminded us of Jack Jack from The Incredibles because he was just bouncing all over the place because he has ADHD. And so
Aw.
one day he got in trouble, and my brain wanted to call Blessing and Jack. And so I said, Black! And so he's been black ever since.
So he's been black. I love
Yeah.
it.
Yeah. The Firebird, how are you?
Hey y'all, can you hear me okay?
Mm-hmm.
Good, thank you. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
I am deconstructing. I'm in my 40s. I grew up in the church, and out of the topics, the one that caught my mind was, or that caught my eye was Job's wife was ignored and demonized. I literally had not, I found you, Thinker, and like all the people who are kind of connected and associated with deconstructing literally 7 days ago. And prior to that, I had never even thought of Job's wife. And you inspired me to write a very small poem about it. That I some artist friends, we were giving each other 3 words, and my 3 words were like yarn, breath, and air, like they silly words. But what I've been trying to think about as I'm trying to put words to something that has been a process for probably 20 years is, what is it that causes us as women in particular to kind of see the light and shift into something else? For me, it was getting sick. And nobody in the church would give me anything besides, well, God's going to fix it. We just got to pray. And I remember thinking, that feels like bullshit to me. Like, I know that that's not the only answer. And so, what I have is incurable. And I think about what it was like for her to be caring for someone who might have been dying or who was dying and had no chance of getting a cure, and how her story was reduced to 5 words and she lived a devastatingly full life. And I think of what it has been like to live a full life and to have no words in the religion I grew up in, to to carry that, to hold it in its truth and its nuance. And yeah, it, I am curious about how each of you, like what the catalyst was that changed, where you said, okay, I'm done with this. This doesn't make any sense. And even if I am alone in my family, this is the path that is right for me because it's true. And I'm not asking for a specific answer right now, but I've just been sitting with that. And I'm grateful to have found all of you. Thinker, I'm really grateful for your music. Um, I'm a dancer, and it has moved my spirit. It has moved my body in a way that I have not been able to, and it's been very, very healing for me. So yeah, that's all I wanted to say. Um, and I thank you for this space.
You're welcome. Thank you so much for sharing that. It means that the intention, uh, let me say, the intentional work that I do when writing each song,
Hmm.
is actually doing what my hope is that it
Hmm.
does. For anyone who listens to the songs, but especially women, right,
Hmm.
or female presenting humans who have to navigate this patriarchal society that we live in.
Hmm.
Um, I would love to hear your poem if you're comfortable sharing it, and then I'll share with you the thing that um, was the turning point for me was realizing that I didn't match the God, and I didn't necessarily start off looking to deconstruct from the God when I first started really studying and looking into the history and trying to validate the claims in the book. The I was looking to get closer to the God,
Hmm.
not not deconstruct, and the deconstruction just kind of happened the more I learned and gained an understanding of cultural context, literary context, um, linguistics, and learned how the text was put together. But what really did it for me was realizing that I didn't agree with this God,
Hmm.
and who I am as a person, who I have been told uh, the God wanted us to be, like as far as humanity, and I didn't match the God at all.
Hmm.
And so it was pretty easy for me to let the God and the Hebrew God go in the Old
Hmm.
Testament, and in my identity, I had let Jesus go, but I was not I was too afraid to speak against the word Christ
Mhm.
because of like it just felt like it was too holy, right? Like
Mhm.
I remember thinking to myself that that's a fail safe. I was
Mhm.
like they gave it that name so that anybody that's about to walk on the other side would stop because of the
Mhm.
word Christ, because it's like hearing the sound, right? Like a fail safe.
Mhm.
And then one day I just said, no, I'm not a Christian. I don't believe in Jesus. I don't believe in Christ. Like I just verbalized it and talked about why I don't, and talked about what I don't agree with Jesus and his story, and how I see six different Jesuses and the interpretations and all of that. And that feeling of reverence on the word Christ went away. Like I never mentally heard the holy bells going off, because that's I just there's no way in hell if this God is real, right?
Mhm.
Or if Jesus did die on the cross, I didn't come from this God.
Mhm.
Like it wouldn't be my God. It wouldn't be a deity that I choose.
Mm. Thank you for sharing that.
You're
Um,
welcome.
I'm happy to read the poem. Please keep in mind it started like it was a game called Three Words, where there were a bunch of us and we were each given 3 words and we were supposed to write a poem about it. Most people were doing very spicy or holiday themed ones. And because I had just, um, I'd been in so many lives absorbing what I was hearing, and I just heard a lot of your songs. Mine is titled Job's Wife, and my 3 words were yarn, breath, and air. So I had to use those in there. Okay, so I use my breath to call you sister. How you must have filled the air with your sorrow, shaken fists, molten hot tears, the yarn of your clothing torn in anguish. I too have lived a whole devastating story and been diminished to less than 5 words. That's all.
That's powerful.
Thank you. Thank
Yeah.
you.
It says so much. And like, yeah, that is powerful.
Yeah.
There's a guy commented on December 18th. They're doing something like that on live at a page called TikTok City, and like he invited me, and he said the writing prompt is we were criminals, or they were criminals.
Mhm.
Um, and I told him I'd come over there because I think it's gonna that it would be interesting
Mhm.
to write from a prompt. I think you get like a timed, like was yours timed
No, it
as well?
wasn't. But those are fun.
Oh,
I'm an English teacher, so I've played
oh,
with those kinds of things with my students before, and they can like really unlock just some stuff to just even tuck away for later in your writing notebook or whatever. I like those things. So,
yeah, yeah. So I told him I'll pull up on TikTok City on December 18th and kind of have some fun with their writing prompts there. But yeah, I think that's very powerful. Um, and a lot of people are relating to Job's wife's story because we just as humans,
mhm,
and I have to talk about it like two different things. Women specifically, our pain, um, our experience has been ignored by society just because we are women, and
mhm,
people look at us and they make decisions about us because of someone else's information that they have about us,
mhm,
and people don't ask clarifying questions, they just accept it, and then they demonize us and they say she deserved what she got
mhm,
because I heard XYZ
mhm,
about her. And so we can relate to Job's wife in that way, as because that's how people have done women, but also humanity as a whole,
mhm.
right? Like we just don't give each other grace.
Yeah.
As we saw that young guy, like we just don't give each other grace. So like I feel like that's what your poem is pulling out, the fact that
Mhm,
you can relate with her in that since. Like people have judged your story from a lack
Mhm.
of information, and you know you have lived a similar life like her. You can just imagine that she has to go door to door and be a servant because Job can't work anymore. Right
Mhm.
now, she's the one that has to be out there working in, and torn clothes, you
Mhm.
know, breathing heavy
Yes.
from tears and tiredness,
Mhm.
you know. So yeah, like I mean, it speaks volumes. Like I could play a whole movie in my head from just the lines that you've written.
I appreciate that. I remember when I was 25, going through my first year of chemotherapy, and I remember how scared I was. I was so young and I was so scared. And I remember thinking, like, I know God could just fix this. So what is the point of all the pain and the fear? And I remember talking to my pastor, who was a good friend. He married my husband and me, but you go through this time where you kind of like you shift like the way you see the person who was your pastor, or like they were on this pedestal, and as you're kind of asking more questions, you're like, I don't think you know all of me, the me that is questioning. And I remember thinking, like, I would say, like, God could just fix all of this. And they would say something very churchy, like, you're learning a lesson or something like that. And it made no sense to me because it felt like such a cruel way to teach a lesson. And that is something that I have always thought about the story of Job and his wife. Like, what a ridiculous way to to teach someone something. So I just appreciate the space to ask the questions here, and to ask them um, 10 toes down. So thank you. I don't want to take up any more of your time, but I really appreciate all of you. Thank you, Thinker.
You are so welcome, and thank you for again sharing your story. Feel free to come back and share if you write more poetry. I would love for you to come and share it as you go on your deconstruction journey. This is the thing that we were talking about the other day, that there
Mhm.
needs to be more art expressed
Mm,
as people start to explore and question um,
yeah,
their belief systems. And so I would love to hear more as you go on your journey.
thank you. I appreciate that. Now I'm
You're
new to
welcome.
TikTok. I don't know how to let myself down, so can you,
Oh, I
if
got you.
you do?
Well, I
Thank
can't
you.
because of the mute things, but can you let her down, Selena? I
Thanks,
can't
y'all.
access the box. Selena, you there? Let's see. Who's that? What? Joshua. Joshua? Are you in the request? I mean, are you in the chat? Who has who can manage guests? This is why I might have to do a restart because I can't manage my stage because of all the mute messages. Selena,
I think I
I'm
might have
here.
found it. I think.
Yeah, I got it.
thank
It
you,
wasn't open.
thank you.
So
So that I can manage the stage, y'all, I am gonna go ahead and do a reset. I hate to do it, but
4:30. I
I
mean
do.
3:30.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and do it now, because I can't manage the stage. But give me a couple of seconds, and I'll be right back. YouTube, hold on, don't go anywhere. YouTube, TikTok, I'll be right back. All right.
An issue. Because of fear and advice of friends, she had to go and abort a 4 months pregnancy. And what happened
Drop a location, bitch.
I just did. 6010 Wood Spring Suites. Camp.
See, somebody's gonna have to request because I can't even. There we go. Yep, we're on. The live is on the FYP. Yep. There we go. All right, y'all do all the things. Help us get back on the FYP. I'm gonna play some music while we wait. Well, hold on. Inverted psychology. Wait, is this a nerd? I feel like I've seen that name.
Yeah, hi. Sorry, I'm a nerd. I was just helping
Oh,
you do the test on the request thing.
oh, thank you. I appreciate you. I'll go ahead and drop
Let
it
me
down. Have a good.
down.
I got you. We're gonna have to bring that back. We're gonna have to bring that back since she came back. All right. Have a good one.
All right.
All right.
Thanks. You too.
John Mark Davis.
Yeah, you just call me John Mark.
John Mark, hi. How are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm good. How old are you?
I'm 18. Oh,
Can't be,
what?
you
Sorry.
gotta be 20. Gotta be 21. Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see that. Have a good night.
All right, you too. All right, y'all. Let's get to 100 shares within the first 15 minutes of this live. As y'all can see, that we are definitely on the FYP. Let's see. I'm trying to think of a song where we haven't listened to in a while. Actually, I'm gonna play Job's Wife song. Yep. All right, keep tapping the screen. Help us get to 100 shares, y'all.
They never asked if I was okay. They never cared to teach about my pain.
Yeah, feed the
Had
beast.
to turn a stone to rock that couldn't break and carry everything he didn't take. You only cared about what he went through, so you were trained to ignore that I was hurting too. Support for me is optional, cause when you're the one they depend on, breaking is supposed to be impossible. I'm no one wonders it's okay. You call me the devil without ever learning my name. They were my children too. I buried every face I ever kissed. I grieve for that childhood memories and the future events we will miss. The servants who were like family gone at the same damn time. Can you imagine carrying all of this tragedy combined? Our income vanished, the laughter in our home turned cold. I watched our whole life crumble faster than either of us could hold. And when he got sick, I became his nurse, watching moves, praying silently, wondering if it could get worse. Yeah, did you ever wondered if I had questions? Because I knew he was good. Was it so wrong to want answers like anyone who is hurting would? Where was the sympathy for the nights I fell asleep crying? Where was the comfort for the wife, desperate for a reason why? They twisted my words, they preached a lie. I didn't curse God, I told him, bless God and die. They never asked if I was okay. They never
Y'all keep sharing the live. We had 54 shares.
had to turn the stone to rock that couldn't break and carry everything he didn't take. You only cared about what he went through, so you were trained to ignore that I was hurting too. Support for me is optional, cause when you're the one that depend on breaking, it's supposed to be impossible. I'm the one no wonders it's okay. You call me the devil without ever learning my name. They love to judge the strong ones, cause they only watch from the outside and hear all this but wrong with the story. That's where they know how it ends. They point at me in sermons, they don't be like a right to your face. But the truth is, they could never be like me, they don't have what it takes, to carry strength while everyone lies on you, to hold the house together while your whole world falls through. She's so good at being strong, a phrase that shouldn't be accepted. She's just good at surviving in a world where she's allowed to be neglected. I'm misunderstood because of your assumptions and misinterpretations, making decisions about me built on nothing but a lack of information. All I ever wanted was someone to speak up on my stand and tell those lying men that's not what Job's wife said. I'm a mess, you turned into a mess, misquoted, miseducated, misread, a whole woman reduced to a mistranslation. You repeated till the lie repeats.
We're at 74 shares, y'all.
You built a doctrine off your misinterpretations, turned my grief into your moral foundation, and never once asked for clarification. You weaponized my story while I carried all the devastation. Not in the rest with no name, but you gave me every misrepresented nickname. They never asked if I was okay. They never cared to teach about my pain. They had to turn to stone, a rock that couldn't break, and carry everything he didn't take.
Thank you, Joshua. 87 shares, y'all.
So you were trained to ignore that I was hurting too. Support from me is optional.
This is what I chose, y'all.
You're the one they be depending on, breaking is supposed to be impossible. I'm the one, no wonders is okay. You call me the devil without ever learning my name. I was more than a liar we wrote. I was a woman in pain who broke. My name was never cursed, I was never a devil. It was you who made my story worse. You remember his faithfulness, praise his double for his trouble, and let him hide the other half of the couple going through the struggle. And after all your sermons, all your blame, you're just not realizing you don't even know my name.
Thank y'all for 100 shares. Mr. Alabama, I do hope that things get better. I think it's definitely difficult to navigate in the society that we live in, one day at a time, one moment at a time, and moving forward is the thing that I tell myself every day. Like, I've definitely had a lot of failures in life. You know, things that, like, today when I took my son to get fitted for his braces, we had to pass by the house that I had to sell in the neighborhood. And driving by, we both started laughing because it reminds us of what I gave up in order to fight for what I wanted, for the bigger that I wanted. And sometimes it feels like a dumb decision that I made, right? And it hurts to see what I gave up or risked in order to get something more or something bigger. But the thing that I tell myself, and the thing that my son was telling me today, is because I'm moving forward and I haven't given up. I've had successes, I've had failures. It wasn't for nothing. And we grow, right? We go through life and we grow. And it's just one step at a time, where you may be losing today. Tomorrow, next week, you'll get a win. And celebrating that win and allowing yourself to sit in it and be grateful for it, right? And experience it, knowing that just like you were able to get that win, no matter how small it is, that there are other ones, right? And within the next moment or possible in the next moment. Also knowing that there are when we have losses or times of sorrow, that the next moment could be filled with a loss or with times of sorrow, and it's how we deal with them that matters, right? A lot of times we make things look bigger. Not make. A lot of times things feel and look bigger in our minds because it feels like this moment is never going to end. But in reality, it does, and it can get better. It doesn't have to stay that way, and you're not and you're not alone. And what I mean by you're not alone, um, you're not alone in how you feel. I get, yeah, and that makes sense. I hope that you're able to, uh, you know, talk to someone. I don't know if maybe getting around the recruitment, um, and seeing, if you can find purpose in that and mentoring young soldiers or, you know, recruiting those that are thinking of going to the military, finding purpose in that. Um, but I get it. But I do, and I do appreciate you, and thank you for your service. Uh, Undefeated Lioness.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm okay.
Can I get your age, please?
31.
And are you a believer, deconstructing, or an atheist?
Well, I would say I'm deconstructing, although I've been on TikTok and this guy named Morg talks about how the real author or the real person or God of the Bible is actually the devil because he doesn't do nothing but he kills and destroys and lies and all that. And it's like, wow. Because you look at everything that he does and he just because someone doesn't worship him or because someone don't believe him, he decides to wipe out everything or that entire nation, or he only frees a certain amount of people but everyone else gets to be enslaved. And it's just ridiculous. That it's mind-boggling to me, and I didn't realize that until I watched that. There's also like different books, like the secret book of Job or the secret, what was it called? Damn. Or like you got Marcians, you got the Cathars, and then you got another one that I forgot. And I was just like, wow. And these people like way beyond, and everybody called them heretics because they spoke out against specifically their God. And it's like, wow.
Yeah. Okay. So it sounds like you're uh, just starting your deconstruction journey.
Yeah. I tried to talk about it with my caregiver today, and she was like, "Oh no, 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 no! I don't want to hear that. I don't want to have none of that in my house. I believe in God and stuff like that." I'm like, "Okay, I'm not."
Yeah. It does scare a lot of people, which is interesting because it's their book, right? Um, yeah. So which of the topics did you want to discuss?
I wanted to discuss, like, so the fallen angels. When the fallen angels came down and they wanted to,
Hold on. The topics are on the post on the board.
Oh, okay. I'm so
Yeah,
sorry.
that's okay.
I want to talk about how Job's wife was ignored and demonized.
Okay. What are your
That's
thoughts?
interesting. I mean, why? I think my question would be, why was she ignored and demonized?
Well, that would have to be we know that most pastors, when they preach that story, the story is about Job's faith and not hers. They don't typically teach that what happens to Job also happens to her, because she's his wife. They have children together. They have a home together. They have a business. That, even though the business most likely belonged to Job at that time, the servants belonged to Job at that time, she still lived in that home, and so it was her home too. Um, she, you know, interacted and engaged with the servants. And so she had her own personal relationship with them. But it treats her like a supporting character in the story. And I'm sure the author intended for her to be a supporting character, right? Like, but because of the way it's preached in society today, it it causes a lot of spouses to be ignored when their husbands are dealing with certain things, dealing with financial trouble or infidelity or sickness. They don't necessarily empathize with the wife because they see it as a task for the husband or the man.
Wow. That's wow.
It's usually preached that don't marry this type of woman, because the devil will try to use your wife to knock you off your square, to get you to go against God. And so she's preached as, like um the vessel the devil uses to get to a good faithful man.
My question is, what if it's not the devil at all?
Well, we know it's not the devil, right? But what do you mean, what if it's not the devil? What do you mean by that? Well, like, I don't believe in a devil or a God, right? But just looking at doing an internal critique, looking at the story, because the story of Job is literature, right? It's folklore, influenced off of a Babylonian folktale that's about 1,000 years older than the story of Job, called The Righteous Sufferer. So it's a story meant to teach about the piety of a faithful man. Um, and so, like, when you say, "What if it's not the devil at all?" Like, can you elaborate on that question?
Um, I would say, like, what if it's just her? What if there's nothing wrong with her? What if, you know, that's who she is? Like, she's not bad, she's not evil or anything like that.
Yeah, that exactly. Um, I think that's logical, right? For someone who lost all of her kids, she lost her home, she lost, you know, her friends. She now has to take care of a sick husband. What he can no longer do, she has to do in order for them to eat, in order for them to have shelter. Right? So she has to take on everything that he once could do, because this so- um, situation that they're going through. And if they were a religious family in modern times, and the wife was like, forget it, fuck it, go ahead and die. Even if she said, man, God, you keep holding out for God, God's not going to heal you. Um, there's no need for you to continue to suffer. Go ahead and, say a prayer and die. She wouldn't have been wrong, right? If she'd have said, fuck this shit, I'm not serving a God that would do this to you for no reason, she wouldn't have been wrong, because she's human, right? And I think a lot of people are waking up and realizing that it's just like they believe it's impossible for them to be perfect and not sin. I think they're realizing that it's impossible for them to hurt and suffer at the level that Job does in this story and never complain, right? And never question the God or say anything bad because they're human. And being able to get to that point it requires being able to see the humanness in Job's wife's the character of Job's wife. So I agree that it's not the devil because a person who is otherwise religious doubts their religion or their faith when they go through something like that. That's not the devil. That's being human.
Right. I mean, yeah. I'm at a loss for words when it comes to this because being indoctrinated to believe that this God is all knowing and all powerful, and you have to fear him and love him at the same time. Why would I have to fear someone who's supposed to be merciful and graceful and loving? I just that's the part that gets me. Why would a loving God create a hell for me to go to when I was originally born, quote unquote, out of sin? So supposedly I'm born out of sin. If I don't know, quote unquote, your God, or if I don't know, what your religion is, or like believe in your religion, then I'm going to hell automatically.
Yeah, I agree, but it doesn't make sense for them to say an all-knowing God didn't create hell for humans, but created it for the devil. But humans end up going to hell with the devil, and somehow he didn't know that when he created it. Like there's a lot of contradicting beliefs that a person has to hold in order to be a active participant in this belief system. And that's one of them because they will constantly tell us, well, hell wasn't created for humans, it was originally created for the devil. But the God being all knowing means that if he created it for the devil, when he was creating it, he knew that he was going to be putting humans in it too. So therefore, he did create it for humans.
Exactly. And yeah, that's wow. Like, ooh, I'm sorry. It's just a lot to take in. It really is.
Yeah.
Another
How
thing.
long have you been deconstructing? Y'all keep sharing the live. Hey, good morning, Fee. We had to do a restart, so we're 23 minutes into this new stream.
Oh, good morning, y'all.
Oh, I just started deconstructing just because I had a pastor, you know, call me and was like, I haven't seen you at church in a while, this, that, and the third, and I'm like, and he was wondering why, and I said because I don't really have a why, and then like I don't really know why, I don't really have a ride there, and then he was like, he basically told me that if God was important enough to me, that I would find me there and stuff like that. And then when I showed up at church, when church had ended, he had it was it was either like during like I guess greeting one another, yeah, or at the end, I walked up to him, showed him that I was there and stuff like that, and then he was like, "Well, I hope this isn't just a one-time thing," and I'm like, "Okay." That's like, wow. And it's just like the phone calls, like if they don't see you enough at church, then they tend to call you excessively and text you excessively, and it's just like that's a bit much.
Yeah, like the retention team.
Yeah.
Like they're yeah, but and then once you get back in church, you don't get those phone calls anymore. It's kind of like you know how there you lose someone, like a loved one dies, and then for like the first couple of days, you're bombarded with people calling to check on you, and then after the funeral, that subsides, and it's you know one or two people calling to see how you're doing, and then after that, you're left alone. I feel like that's how it is with the retention squad at church. Once you get back in there, like to make sure that you know want to keep coming, they'll keep calling you to make sure that you're okay. And then once you're back, the calls stop. You're you're back to riding alone.
And I think what makes it worse with the church is that even with a loss, you know, people are calling to check on how you're doing. With this retention team, it seems like they're calling to just check on what you're doing. They don't care how you're feeling about it, like your reality, your mental health, you know, your safety, your convenience, all of those things. They're just trying to reduce it. Celine, I don't think y'all mean. Oh, I think that they're just. It, it seems to be more about control of where you are and what you're doing as opposed to checking on your actual condition as a human being. It's just performative. But I had thought about this when y'all were talking. Like, when did God create hell? Like, was it with earth? Was it like, because I think that's
In
important.
first century Rome.
Exactly. So, like, when you talk about his intentions or who it was created for, I think when he created it is a very valid question, because you can't say that all of this wasn't known or any of this was unexpected if he created a place to put his enemy for what? He didn't have one at the beginning. Like, it just does it breaks down every time you start thinking about it too hard.
I mean, just imagine the thought process. Like he's created Earth, um, and then just one day he him and the devil gets into it. Then he goes, I got you. I'm finna create I'm finna kick your ass in hell. Like he's like
Right.
walking real fast across heaven's gate.
I'm gonna show your ass. So watch this. Watch this.
I got you.
And then it's a thing, like, if he was there, like, just put him in there already. Like, just go ahead and toss him in there with this place that you created for him to prevent him from doing the very thing that you've let him do for thousands of years. Like, this shit doesn't make any fucking sense.
None.
Like the things that they like. I swear, I keep seeing Yahweh in like a frantic mood. Like I picture him to be uh like a a deity that like he has on a white dress like robe with no shoes on, running across the garden scared because he done fucked up with Adam and Eve. And they done ate from the tree. And he got to tell his brothers and sisters, the other gods, how he done fucked up. So he running frantic across the garden. Then he done got into it with the serpent, and now he trying to figure out how he gonna get rid of that. So he running across heaven's gate, trying to create holes and shit with fire so he can have it burn Satan up, but Satan won't get in there. So he can't stop it. Like he just seems to be frantic.
It's definitely not strategic. Like, there's no forethought. I see exactly what you're saying, because none of it seems well thought out. None of it would be the plan that someone would intentionally come up with. So that's why it's hard to understand why when we start asking these questions, it doesn't kind of cause or prompt more thought in believers. It just automatically triggers this defensiveness. And they don't even think about what they're defending, the rationality of the concepts that they are defending. It doesn't make any sense.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, that was somebody on stage tonight who refuse to say that there are no scriptures in the text that have Satan commanding humans to genocide or like to kill another human or to rape another human or enslave another human, that it's the God. And she refused to acknowledge that. But what she wanted to do to answer the question of point to the scripture where Satan is doing these things was say that we were created in the image of this God, and therefore, when these things are happening, that is Satan actually commanding humans to kill other humans, and that it's Satan, and the hula hoops they have to create in order to hold on to what feels like a very human tale, a very human creation in this in the story, because you can feel the human emotion, right? Like the God thinks like a human. His problem solving skills are very human and limited at the same time. But you know what I'm saying? Like, and so unfortunately it causes them to have to hold these contradicting positions from a place of dissonance.
How does she get to it was the devil though? Like because you were talking about commands of harm given in the Bible. How does that get to when we do bad things? It's the devil giving commands.
She said something about the devil wants my soul, and the devil wants me to the devil is the one that's commanding people to kill and all of that. Yeah.
So
And this is from Adam. It was abusive because she did not. She was pissed about the whole Adam was abusive. The Job's wife. It's the you remember when that guy was on stage Wednesday, the one that Bash talked to, the one that it was three of them in the comments, and he was
yeah, I know who
yeah.
you're
So
talking about. Hmm.
the second one came up tonight, but surprise, surprise, it was a woman,
Oh
not a
wow.
man. Yeah, and so it stemmed from Wednesday's frustration of if Adam was abusive and Job's wife was ignored, and she wanted to advocate that it was all in God's plan and they couldn't have been abusive. Uh, like she was, I don't forgot most of the dumb shit she was saying, but the thing is that she refused to admit that her claim that the devil is the one that's commanding people to kill other humans. She refused to admit that the text doesn't say that, and that there's more evidence for the God being the one to command humans to kill humans than there is a devil. And she wanted to say that Moses, it was Moses striking down children in Egypt, not the God.
Huh?
Yeah, she said it was Moses because we're created in the image of the God. Like she kept trying to put it on humans and say that it was humans doing the bad stuff in the Bible, not the God.
Then if we're in the image of your God, then your God's mold is fucked up. Like, I mean, how are you going to penalize or punish humans for doing the very thing that they were created to do? And then if the human is not doing it and it's the devil doing it, then we're just we're just puppets. You got to pick a lane, but either lane is going to lead you to nonsense because this story is incoherent.
And I don't know why. Like I just feel like at even women believers at some point have to say, okay, because the book is predominantly male translated, male interpreted, and there's so many the text, the God is human, right? The God has been personified, and the God is male. It's male thought that has you this fucked up, being in this contradictive nature, right? At some point, some religious female has to say male thought has me like this. Does it make sense what I'm trying to say? Like I'm not trying to say
Absolutely.
all male thought, yeah, but one of them in this group is gonna have to recognize that they are in a space of contradiction because of male thought, predominant male thought.
Yeah, you see the bias. You see the bias towards men, and you see the bias against, and even the violence against women throughout this book. Like it might soften a little bit in the New Testament, but their understanding of why that is just as made up as the concept of hell. So it doesn't matter. But I think it's clear to anybody who's reading this outside of a theological lens to I mean, men wrote this book. Like, the fact that men are valued higher than women is reflective of the culture of the time. It's reflective of the time that it was written. In the same way, like, you have op-ed articles today, Reddit articles today, you have different guiding principles, and you can look at our law codes and things like that. You still see that male-centered ideology there as well. So there's no difference here. It's just 10 times worse than it is in comparison to the laws that we have today.
There is a male in the uh, comments. His response to me saying that there's got to be some religious female to wake up and say we are living in this contradictory state because of male thought, and that male typed Google black women single household and tell us which one of us is a government statistic. A
What?
government statistic.
What?
The male thought, religious male thought.
This shows you how broken the connective functionality of their brain actually is, because what does that have to do with what we're talking about? What does being a black woman and potentially not being married have to do with anything that we're discussing right now?
Because they've been able to shame women. Like they don't have the shame of being dumb, right? They don't have the shame of being immoral. They're naked in that sense, and they're not ashamed. And that's
Yeah.
the mindset or the state that their God wants them in, right? So they're exactly where their God wants them to be: unintelligent and immoral and unashamed. But they've been able to shame women when it comes to not having a dumb, immoral, and confidently dumb and immoral man, and that's what they focus on, right? So they think that pointing out or even using the phrase single mother, shame,
Mm-hmm.
right? That's their weapon. Black single mother, because a black religious man, a red pillar, will use that same talking point that the white racist is using right now. Shame. Shame is their weapon, but the God doesn't want them to have shame, because it makes you weak when you feel shame for your actions, right? When you feel shame for the state that you're in, it makes you a weak-minded person.
Yeah.
So if you care about what other people think about you, then you're gonna bend to their need, right?
And I think that's why there's so much focus on control, because that's ultimately what it is. Even his response is about control. Shame doesn't work on people who have internal coherence. Meaning, if I am internally in my mind, I'm working on being a better person. I'm living the life that I say I'm living. Like, I talk about a life of integrity, and I'm not out here sleeping with somebody's husband. Or I speak about, a life of responsibility, and I'm ensuring that my family's taken care of. I'm helping people the way like, if I am internally coherent, shame doesn't work. And I think that's why independent thought, and specifically women who are bold enough to be in the faces of these in these spaces and in these men's faces and saying to them, like, these labels that you're trying to put on me, one, they don't mean what you think they mean, because you're pulling these talking points from, like you said, red pillars. And two, you don't hold the ammunition that would be required to shame me. And I don't even think that a person that's living in internal coherence can be shamed, because I've made a decision to do a thing. I know why I'm doing it. I'm not speaking in a way that's in conflict to how I'm living. So your shame doesn't work. So if you talk about, oh, you're going to be single. Yeah, I'm single, but I'm single because I want to be single. I'm also happy single. So I'm not saying a thing that I'm not living. So your shame is neutralized. That's why when folks start doing the internal work of ensuring that they're living the things that they are saying, and it's not about a performance like it is with religion, that becomes dangerous to those who want to control everybody. And that's why when they come in here and they talk so badly about us, they try to, are you gonna die single, or nobody wants you, women shouldn't be teaching, all of this, it boils down to control, which is the very same thing that I can't see your name, I'm sorry, I don't have my glasses on this morning, but the very same thing, like when you said that they were calling you about whether you were at church or not. This wasn't about caring for you as a person, making sure that you're okay, coming to talk to you. What's on your mind? What's on your heart? They don't give a shit. They just want to control what you do. And that's why these shame narratives are exactly the same.
There was a video, the red balloon pop.
Yeah.
Um, and there was a guy uh, on there. It was two guys on there that popped their balloon. The first guy said that he popped his balloon because the young lady was a yoga instructor. And he was like, Jesus didn't do yoga.
Oh my
And
goodness.
he's telling her, Jesus loves you, or some crap. Um, Man, that dude's hold on, this is an aside. That guy's forehead looked like Jesus. His forehead looked like, it reminded me of Jesus, the lady trying to reach out and touch the hem of Jesus' garment, and his forehead was the hand trying to reach his hair. And his hair was Jesus's garment. Like that, I'm like, man, I've never seen a head
Oh my
like it
goodness.
looked. His forehead was slanted, and it just reminded me of a hand trying to touch the hem of Jesus' garment.
No,
like
he
like
really got Jesus on the mind.
man, oh my
Good
gosh.
grief.
But he was trying to say that like she was wrong for how because she's like, I love Jesus too, and he was like, you're bowing down. He was like, you are serving false gods. He said, I know you think you're happy.
What?
I know you think you feel peace, but it's false peace coming from a false god. It's what he kept, you
From
know.
yoga?
Yes. And then the guy next to him popped this balloon and said, uh, it's because you are an entrepreneur, and women in business who have their own businesses tend to have masculine energy, and I just don't want to fuck with it. And I thought about to myself, both of these men showed me, I don't know if they showed her, but both of these men showed me that they are weak minded.
Yep.
The one guy who said that he couldn't do it because he don't date women who have their own businesses because of masculine, that's a masculine trait. He was a big guy, like he had muscles, right? Like he goes to the gym, does bodybuilding, but like you're big and strong physically, but
Mm-hmm.
mentally you are weak as fuck. And what you're telling me is that an intelligent woman intimidates you, and you're going to buckle. And the only thing that you can do is try to shame her by first off, having masculine energy isn't a male or a female trait. Like every human has masculine and female energy. People who have been indoctrinated are just fighting with themselves to be one or the other,
Mm-hmm.
or and hide the other, because they're both are present. But he wanted to try to shame her, and for being, you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
what comes naturally, because it fucking scares. It's what weakens them.
And the crazy part about it is like this template is baked into this religion. Like you have to tell a person like the idea of a woman. I'm a woman, which means that I'm supposed to be energetically aligned in a specific way that matches another person to connect with them, and at that point I become whole. I don't see that any different than this concept of being born into sin or being born broken or being, being made or whatever it is we supposedly inherited from Adam and Eve that left this deficiency. And it's the same thing as a person that's, you know, telling you that you are sick and then also letting you know that they're the only person who can provide you the cure to that sickness. This concept of me as a woman not being happy because I'm living my life in a way that doesn't equate to happiness for you is ridiculous. Is absolutely ridiculous. Every single person, if you tell me that a human being is better off not knowing how to be compassionate, not knowing how to be kind, not knowing how to be nurturing because they are a man and they're only supposed to exert masculine energy, which I think you're absolutely right. Is just utter bullshit and nonsense that does the exact thing that we were talking about. It is about control. When you tell people who they are supposed to be, you tell people how they are supposed to show up, then their focus is going to be centered on working towards fitting themselves into that mold every second of their lives, because I know that's religious indoctrination, that's cultural indoctrination, all of this uninformed and misguided nonsense about, who women should be, how they should show up. I should show up in the way that I am. And who I am comes from my experiences. Who I am comes from the work that I do on myself. Like I don't understand why people who see that this template isn't working, they see that this idea of society built on these values of men do this, women do this, this is your role, this is your role, this shit doesn't work. So to say that a woman who does yoga or has a business to take care of herself is problematic is crazy, because the flip side of it would be problematic too. The only thing that's acceptable to people who think like that is for a woman to behave and perform, follow the script that they have in their head. And women are getting to the point where we are realizing that shit doesn't make us happy. If it does make you happy, okay, cool, go for it, have fun with it, enjoy it, all of those things. But there's some of us who are saying, no, that's not a life that fortifies me, that satisfies me as an individual. I feel happiest when I'm doing X, Y, and Z. This is how I live my life. Who the fuck are you to tell me that that doesn't make me happy? How do you have access to my happiness? It's all about control and trying to tell people who they should be. And folks are getting sick of that shit.
I think too, because in their definition, a woman's happiness is her husband, right? Because that's what it says in the Bible. Because he said, only men have been around the negotiating table. And he said that's just how it's always been. And he said, and when a woman is at that table, she has to tap into her masculine energy in order to, have a voice there. And that may be true for some women, but not for all.
Mm.
There are some very intelligent women that have that are behind some of the most successful companies. And there was a article done about the top 5% CEOs, and they all attribute their success to the women in their companies. They said it's their women employees that have made their companies successful. So it's usually a woman behind the male CEO that has made their company grow, and not vice versa. An all male The success of an all male team versus a CEO who has predominantly female employees is lower than that of an all male CEO startup company.
Yep.
And that's just statistically true. But the fact that he was saying that it's all men, around the negotiating table. Like, he's fucking dumb to think that that is still the case today.
Right.
But the fact that he said that it's all men around the negotiating table and not realizing that that's a whole ass problem coming out of his mouth
Mm-hmm.
to a woman who has her own business. Like,
Mm.
it just speaks volumes. Um, for me, it just means that he's afraid of intelligent women.
I think a lot of them are. Um, and it used to frustrate me. It used to annoy me, but it doesn't anymore. I'm actually grateful for it because I'd much rather deal with information as opposed to like potential. Go ahead and show me that this is how you think, so I know exactly, where to position you, or which pocket or window to put you in. So it I think what's frustrating is that they don't realize how much that mindset negatively impacts not only themselves but our society as a whole. Biologically, and this is, you can argue with whoever you want to about this, but biologically, show me some scientific research that refutes it. Women's brains are wired to handle things very differently than men's. We are socialized in Western society in a way that capitalizes on that difference, so much so that women do the majority of the work, even in the homes, like even in homes where there are, the nuclear family or whatever. In most of the homes, the woman is the one that holds most of the shit down, but it's the man who calls himself the head of the household. um and again, it is performative. It is the fact that they feel that the historically and in this book, men are given the positions of power. They are the ones who speak the voice or the words of this God. They are the conduit for the instructions of how things are being done. But in society, we don't see that. Like, that's just not how things play out. And we've gotten to the point that women are tired of lying. I was talking to my son about this yesterday. He had something go down at work, and he's in the electrical field, so he works with a whole lot of older men in their 40s and sometimes 50s, and they have a very different way of communicating. Because Justin is very much, I told you our first tattoos was question everything. He's going to speak up. So when they say things, or we've got to do this, and so Justin's first question is, why are we doing it that way? Like, what would be the purpose of doing it this way when this would, be more efficient, blah, blah, blah. So they don't like that. And I was trying to explain to him, because he was saying somebody's personal effects were violated, or so. I can't remember the details of what happened, but he was like, Mom, why are they not more upset at being disrespected like that? And I was trying to explain to him how in society, when people just do what has been done before, they don't question why it's being done that way. You have people who will stay silent in the face of their own oppression. You have people who will be vocal for their own demise. And I think that that's what's happening with a lot of women these days, who come up here and support these concepts of, no, I need to be in my feminine energy, and my only a man can make this decision, or whatever nonsense they come up with. Like, we're getting to a point where we're seeing why that never was the case, and it has never worked specifically for women in society.
I think too, it's the if a Roman soldier asks you to go 1 mile, go two type mindset.
Mm-hmm.
The closer to proximity to masculinity, they think that they're going to be treated better if they champion the patriarchy. They think that they're going to have a special place within the patriarchy. Kind of like Bathsheba, she learned the rules of the game and she played the game so well that she took over the shit. She maneuvered and made sure that her son was king. And because he was still a child, which these motherfuckers don't realize that King Solomon was still a child, that his mother had to become queen mother, and he bowed to her. They don't recognize that, right? He stands up, recognizes her, and bows to Bathsheba. Then he places her on his right hand, and she rules the empire while he just sits on the throne. And that's why I say it's the ultimate revenge. She goes from being the wife of a Hittite man who is the general in the Israelite army to being the queen that runs the entire empire. And the same men who covered up, who summoned her for David, took her autonomy away, uh covered up the her baby, are the same men who had to answer to her. They're the same men who had to ally with her, right? Nathan ended up allying with her and telling her what to do to make sure that Solomon became king. And she ends up ruling the entire empire, right? And so I think some women think that proximity to the patriarchy will make them be treated better within the system. Does that make sense? Like proximity, I
Oh yeah,
think. Yeah.
absolutely. Because there's still thinking that it has to be this way. They're still thinking that this is the divine order, and so the more they toe the line, then the better position that they will be in the end. But the reality is, this line towing may be all that there is. You're hoping that there's a reward at the end of some sort, and that you perform well enough in order to get it or earn it. But no, like, this is 2020, I'm damn near 2026. I'll be damned if you or anybody else is going to convince me that I have to perform my way through my own life, or I have to limit myself for someone else's comfort. No, you can kiss my entire ass for that.
Like I don't like David. I don't like Paul's ass.
Paul in the Bible or Paul David in the comments?
Paul David in the comments.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's a weak minded man. And he says shit like, first off, there's no fucking way. Like the fact that he had to lie about being a doctor. He's a fucking incel. But the fact that he had to lie about being a doctor, and then he's in the comments whining because statistically women are they outperform men. And then he's saying that I'm lying about Bathsheba, about Solomon rising and bowing to his mother. 1 Kings 2:19. So Bathsheba went to King Solomon to speak to him on behalf of Adonijah. The king rose to meet her and bowed down to her. Then he sat on his throne and had a throne brought for the king's mother, and she sat on his right. She became second in command. She became the right hand, like Jesus sits on the right hand of his father. Bathsheba became the right hand of the king. Solomon was still a kid. She ruled everything. That's why she was the queen mother. Only young kings need a queen mother. You dumb fuck. And this is why you would never, this isn't even why you would never have a seat at this motherfucking table. You just a fucking incel. But definitely because you're just too fucking dumb to sit with us.
And I keep saying, like, people that truly possess attributes don't have to tell you that they possess them. Like, you don't have to. He was in, I don't know if it was your live, well, it had to be Zena's, because he doesn't come up here, I don't think. Does he come up on this panel?
Yeah, he was up here the last time begging to be a part of the panel.
Yeah, okay,
I got
so
something to add.
right. So that's what I'm saying. Like, if you have something to add, you shouldn't have to announce that, especially considering the number of times that you've been on this panel. Your value would be apparent. If people who are strong don't have to tell you they are strong, people who are intelligent don't have to tell you they are intelligent. You usually tell them. If you're the one who constantly have to announce the superlatives that you think you possess, you might want to look at whether or not you possess them. Because to just say, oh, that's not true because you don't know it, or you haven't heard it, or you haven't read it, speaks to your level of intelligence. So, like, and it's so, this mentality is so fucking prevalent, is scary. Like, the things that men feel emboldened to say, and the way they feel entitled to behave in spaces that they have not curated, shows me that they lack so many different types of intelligence. And it's not even about like book smart. It's not even about, having a PhD or degree. It's not even about that. I think the most valuable type of intelligence to have specifically at this day and age is emotional intelligence. Being able to know your own mind, understand that if I'm responding to something in a different way, I've been triggered. That trigger belongs to me. Every single thing that people like Paul say is usually about placing the blame of their actions and their choices at the feet of someone else, or telling another human being how their choices for their life is wrong because it doesn't match Paul's preferences. Like, it's so self-centering, but that's exactly what this fucking God does. This God shows them how to do that from the beginning of this book to the end that they don't read. And it's infuriating.
Your name is Paul, motherfucker. Your name is Paul. I'm gonna call you what the fuck I want to call you. Paul. That's your name. And there's another guy in the YouTube comments saying that what we're saying right now is misandry. Like,
Okay.
we haven't said that we dislike men.
Oh,
We
we're
said we
talking.
dislike dumb motherfuckers.
Right. We're talking about disliking stupidity. Now, if you're connecting men and stupidity, that's on you. That may be misandry on your part. But if the shoe does not fit, don't pick it up, pumpkin. No one ever said all. We're talking about a very specific mentality. If you don't possess that mentality, then keep your lips together.
That's because lick, 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 y'all. Ice cream, lollipops. How many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Roll? But no, like, seriously, you said self Michael Jackson. No, seriously though, that when the guy said what he said, the lady was asking him questions about his thought process, and he said, "See, like this right here." She said, "Oh, you sound like the type of man that don't think a woman should speak at all." He said, "She can ask me questions." She said, "Well, that's kind of what I'm doing now." Right? Like, you think that me asking you questions about your claim that a woman who is an entrepreneur has to operate in a masculine energy is me being masculine. But then at the same time, your dumbass says that a woman can ask you questions, and you see the questions that I'm asking you as masculine. That doesn't make any sense.
I mean, they haven't thought through this like that. I think that's strikingly obvious because if you were to ask them what are the tenets of masculine energy, like what does that look like in everyday in interactions, what does that even mean? Anytime you have a person, in my experience, anytime you have a person who pushes back on questions or wants to limit the number of questions that you are asking, it is usually the truth that they are trying to protect. And in this case, it could be the truth of the fact that he doesn't know what the fuck he means by masculine energy. He just is intimidated by a woman who has what he feels is a position that threatens his. That's the truth he wants to withhold. So questions are only a problem for somebody who's trying to hide what's actually true.
I think you're right about that. And he feels that she has her own, so he can't manipulate her financially. I think men who don't like women to have their own, it's simply because they want to be able to use finance as a form of control and abuse. If she has to depend on him financially, then he always got her, and he don't have to worry about treating her right, or being a valuable person, being a good person, because she's going to depend on him for her livelihood, to eat and to have shelter and to have clothes.
Yeah,
And
it's just another way to bypass accountability. It's ultimately is what you're. If a man thinks that way, what that usually indicates, not always, but what that usually indicates is that they don't know how to be wanted. They only know how to be needed. And if you only want to be needed, then you don't give a shit about how you show up. You have the carrot that you can dangle, or the control that you need. You have this bargaining chip. Because if my independence is a problem for you, that means you need my dependence. Why do you need my dependence? An independent person doesn't, or a
Yeah.
person that's secure doesn't need anybody to be dependent on them. Like, I think those who are held, say the same thing about parenting. Like, I think, even it's a type of relationship that needs to be fostering empowerment and independence. But if, in the same way that you may have a parent who doesn't want to teach their children how to do something, they want to keep that child relying on them for the answers or for the resources or whatever, that screams insecurity. In the same way that a man who doesn't want to deal with a woman who doesn't need him, well, if she's got her own, like you were saying, like, she's not going to rely on me for anything. Why does she need to rely on you? Show up and learn how to be in partnership with someone. That dependency is only required when you feel like you have to lord some sort of control over a person. Sit with yourself to figure out why you think that. They don't want to do that. That's why these questions fuck them up.
Yep. Undefeated lioness. Do you have anything you want to add? I know we've kind of been
Mm-mm.
bouncing ideas back and forth. Okay. Well, I definitely thank you for coming up, and I hope you have a great rest of the night. Okay.
You too.
All right.
Who named themselves Paul's Ball Spot? Why are you?
That is
Who did that?
fucking hilarious. But please, somebody name yourself David Paul's Ball Spot. Or somebody name yourself, call me David, damn it. My name ain't Paul, it's David. Who is Dr. Gonzo is hilarious though. Um who is Dave Paul's Ball Spot?
I don't even know.
Man, I want to show y'all this man's head so y'all can see what I mean when I say it reminds me of the lady, the trying to touch Jesus hem of his garment, because like his forehead looked like the slip and slide at the water park, like, and like, dude, hold on, I've got to find this because, and then he got a high top like Kid and Play, and like it literally looks like the garment is running away from his fucking forehead. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Did I like the video? I don't know. Let me see. Yeah, he had a Kid and Play high top in 2025. Please let me, because I hope I didn't just comment and not like the video. I have a habit of doing that shit when it's bullshit. Or was it El Joso Ray's backup account? Damn, yeah, it was El Joso Ray. Let me see. Man, I want to show y'all this so bad. I don't know how to log out of this on my. There we go. Oh, that's Yala. Paul's Ball spiders, y'all. Hold on, I'm finna. I'm like, I bet you he named himself Paul because he was trying to mimic Paul in the Bible. Jesus changed his name from David to Paul. Please be the right password. What? Bro, what? What? I hate these verification things. Like, ain't no fucking way. Oh, man, dude! Oh my God. Hold on. All of this to see a forehead. I ain't gonna be able to sign in because I can't even get to my fucking email. This is crazy.
I think David Paul is truly unhinged. He's asking if you want to face chat. The fuck face chatting is, I don't know. But like, we don't even want to voice chat with you, David Paul. What would make you think we would need there to be some visual aids to that?
He definitely ain't okay. Like, I'm barely even paying his ass any attention.
I said thinker. I know it's not me.
You said what?
No, he was saying that. He responded to me saying he was saying you, not me. He wanted to face chat with you. I'm like, I know that.
Damn. There we go. 326 416. Not another verification bullshit. It just takes too much to have to log into TikTok. This is just fucking ridiculous.
It's crazy. And Kiablo, he doesn't care about how creepy he's being. They don't care. Just like their God. And when somebody didn't want their God, he just kept pursuing, kept threatening, kept asking, kept doing all the things. Like they act just like Yahweh in this Bible. They don't give a shit how they behave. They are laser focused on what they want and what they want only. That's why they act this way.
Come on. Damn. Nope, I didn't even like it. Shit.
Yeah, David Palmer.
Damn.
My point is that you're a grown ass man with the impulse control of a 6-year-old. That's my point. And if you don't realize that's something that you're gonna have to work out with your therapist.
Okay, here it is. Hold on. Hold on. Look at his head. Y'all see it?
Oh my damn! It looks like those statues from Egypt, the ones that
Huh? Hold on. Let me put it on mute. What you say? What you say?
you remember those statues, those Egyptian statues. That's like the profile of a god.
Yeah.
That's exactly what it looks like too.
Like the fake the remake they did of Nefertiti.
Yes, that's
He got he looked like Nefertiti's head. Hold on. And then look how he looking at him as he say this shit. Hold on, let me see if I can find the one. The one that's viral. I want. Let me see if, because I want both of them. This is I think this is the misogynistic one. Hold on.
A lot of people honor him with their mouths, but they're far from him. And that's kind of like the situation. A lot of people say that they fear God, they love Jesus, but then their life doesn't actually show it. And
my life does show it.
Okay.
All right. Now, is he someone that's your type? He is someone we can go to church together. Okay. Definitely. Gotcha. Please let me know where your church home is.
Of course.
All right.
Well, you said you do yoga. Jesus
Hold
definitely
on.
wasn't doing.
Damn, I want the one where both of them are in it. Let me see if this.
You said you do yoga. Jesus definitely wasn't doing yoga, girl. Okay, yoga is you're bowing down to false gods. Don't know if you know that.
Name and age.
Hey, John, 34.
All right. And John, what do you do?
Hold on. Ah. Damn.
He almost sounded like, what the heck, John? The way he was talking about Jesus and yoga.
I can't find the one where it has the other guy in it too. But I'm gonna show you I'm gonna see if it
This guy
shows.
turned down a beautiful girl just because Jesus didn't do yoga like she does.
Name and age.
Hey, John, 34.
And John,
Watch his eyes. Look how he
I'm a
looking.
field marketing manager.
And why did you end up popping your balloon? So it was actually the yoga for me. I used to be in the New Age before Jesus saved me, and it's just a false spirit. What? And I know you seem happy, but I was in that, and I wasn't happy deep down inside. And I know at the end of the day, I just want to say Jesus loves you. He wants a relationship with you, but there's a false spirit there. It's a Kundalini spirit, and yeah, that's why I popped. I feel for you. I've been there. I've been in the New Age before. Yoga is you're bowing down to false gods. Don't know if you know that, but I'm saying this because I care about you. But yeah, that's why I popped. Okay. Response for that?
Oh, thank you so much. I love Jesus.
Okay.
Oh my God! As well.
You know, he says, you know, a lot of people honor him with their mouths, but they're far from him. And that's kind of like the situation. You know, a lot of people say that they fear God, that they love Jesus, but then their life doesn't actually show it. And
my life does show it.
Okay.
Yeah, my life
Well, you
does
said you
show
do
it.
yoga. Jesus definitely wasn't doing yoga, girl. Okay.
Did you meet Jesus?
All right. Now, is he someone that's your type?
He is someone we can go to church together.
Like the fact that he said Jesus wasn't doing yoga, like how the fuck do you know what Jesus was doing?
It was the girl at the end for me. Jesus doesn't do yoga, girl. No, you sound like you want to do Jesus. Like, so let's just be honest. Like, they kill me with that nonsense. And Jesus didn't do a lot of shit. But this is what I'm talking about. Like, is this limited mentality of Jesus never did it? You know, I was there. You don't know where another person was. Like when you were doing whatever you're calling New Age, that's your experience. That's not going to be somebody else's experience. So this is again, it's that same controlling mentality. I did this thing. I no longer like it. Therefore, you can no longer do it. That's all they try to do is control people.
Mm-hmm. Jesus never had sex either. So what? You not gonna fuck?
Exactly.
Like it just, yeah. But yeah, his Tell me I'm lying. I'm wrong about his forehead and his hair.
Nah, that joint looked like the slide around the corner of the playground.
Like ain't no fucking way I'm gonna let your ass tell me. Like I don't give, bruh. Mm-mm. And she was being nice. Like she was being nice because no, like I would have went to hell on your ass right there in front of everybody.
I mean, some of the things that they say on the balloon pop show is just, I'm like, good fucking grief. But you can tell, it's like as soon as they start speaking, the questions aren't necessarily like deep questions at all, but the reasons that they give for the decisions that they make say so much about how they think, and that shit is fucking terrifying.
It's exploitive what they doing. So it's like
Shut your
it
whiny
drives you
ass up.
further apart.
No, stop. Shut the fuck up.
It is.
The
What
only
they
thing you
doing.
can talk about is what's on the screen. Pick one of those.
Come on, man. We
No.
see, yo, let me talk. I
No.
got
No.
thinking the same thing.
No. No.
Just relax. Let me
No.
drive.
No. Hey, pick a topic on the screen.
Nah,
Or get the
man.
fuck down with all that fucking whining. I said no. Pick a topic on the screen and discuss that or get down.
Nah, man.
Bye.
Nah, let me stay.
Bye.
I want to talk about what
I
she was
said
talking about.
no, motherfucker. I
It's
said
important.
no.
Thinking
No.
it's important.
No, I don't give a fuck. Your whiny ass.
That's what I'm saying. Like a 6-year-old, they act like children. And they're supposed to be the ones that are in the lead. Where the fuck can you lead me speaking and behaving that way? She clearly said, no, here are your options. This is what you can do. And you up here like a petulant child. Come on, thinker, let me. I want it. Like, what? As a grown ass man, y'all need to do better.
And they have no shame. He comes in here every damn day. They have no shame whatsoever.
Has anybody talked about the top prompt?
Nope. Nope. I was kind of hoping his dumb ass did.
He's incapable of engaging in like any sort of actual conversation.
that noise?
You still here?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
It sounds like something. The fact that you are back in my request box is just ill. Like go somewhere. Shoo. Get on. Y'all, the guest box is open. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist, it is almost 5 a.m. and today is Oso's birthday. I made Oso a birthday song, Fee. You want to hear it?
Yes, and happy birthday. Also, today's my ex-husband's birthday too. We're all going to dinner tonight.
Oh, that's what's up.
Justin's dad.
Y'all light Oso's box up. Oso, you awake?
Yeah. Birthday.
Oso.
It's your birthday. Yeah. If you cry, put a picture next to pressure. Yeah. Yeah. They ask me what I do and who I do it for. Yeah. And how I come up with this shit up in the studio. Yeah. All I want for my birthday is a song about oh so true. All I want for my birthday is a song about oh so. Tell him if he cry, throw a picture up of pressure, yo. Tell him he gon' cry. Also birthday lot of pressure, yo. True. All I want for my birthday is a song about oh so. Yeah. All I want for my birthday is a song about oh so. Yo. Skirt, skirt, skate, skate. Yeah. Happy birthday. Oh so. Skate, skirt, skirt, skirt. We wish you Merry Christmas since you decided to come before that day too. Skate, skate, skirt, skirt. Happy birthday to Oso. May your wishes come true. You wanna be 7 feet. Maybe I will give you what you need to continue to grow into your long body. Then you'll be tall enough to rock with Rudolph and Dash at the Christmas party. All I want for my birthday is a song about oh so true. All I want for my birthday is a song about oh so. Tell him if he cry, throw a pitch up of pressure, yo. Tell him he gon' cry. What's a birthday lot of pressure, yo? True. All I want for my birthday is a song about oh so. Yeah. All I want for my birthday is a song about oh so. Yo. Get crunk, skirt, skate, skate. Yeah. Happy birthday, oh so. They ask me what you doing, who you do it for. Yeezy, hold up, what about Tyreek? Was he born on Oso birthday too? I don't know, but this birthday song is all about Oso. All I want for my birthday is a song about Oso. True. All I want for my birthday is a song about Oso. Tell him if he cry, throw a picture up of pressure, yo. Tell him he gon' cry. Oso birthday lot of pressure, yo. True. All I want for my birthday is a song about Oso. Yeah. All I want for my birthday is a song about Oso. Yo. Skirt, 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 skirt. Happy birthday, Oso.
Wow. Thank you. I'm here as a result of skirting.
Love it. Happy
My
birthday,
dad skirted
Oso.
into my mom, and I
Oh
came.
goodness. Why?
Thank
Why
you
is it like
guys.
that?
I was cracking up making this song. This shit is funny. Skirt, skirt, skeet, skeet.
If he's sad, just show him a picture of his dog and pray.
Then I said, he gonna cry. He gonna cry anyway, because also been talking about his birthday for months.
It's been coming for years.
Hmm. He been crying about, he been talking about his birthday and he been begging for a song.
Thank you guys. I appreciate you.
Dre Thomas.
Yeah, what's up?
Hi, how are you?
I'm good, I'm good.
How old are you?
27.
And are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I would say agnostic. I don't have a preference or a personal church that I go to. I've always been taught to go to a Presbyterian church, which was more anybody could come, no matter what religion, no matter what you believe. So I'm more that I don't necessarily 100% know if I'm devout, but I don't also believe that I believe that there's nothing either. But I think the biggest question, what if Adam was abusive? What if
Hold on, hold on, hold
Adam
on, hold on, hold on, Hold on.
ate the apple.
What? So I need to know when you say you're agnostic. Are you agnostic about the God in the Bible, the God that we are discussing? Because I only talk to people who either have a belief in the God of the Bible, who are deconstructing that belief, or an atheist. So are you
I,
agnostic atheist, or are you agnostic to the God in the Bible? Which one?
I would say I'm trying to figure out what parts of the Bible I believe in, or what is true, or what makes sense.
Okay, so you do believe the God of the Bible exists. You're just trying to figure out what's true in the Bible and what's not. Is
Yes,
that
and
okay?
I
Okay,
guess like I,
so you qualify. No, that's cool. That's cool. So you qualify for the conversation, and the one you want to talk about is what if Adam was abusive?
I guess because I of those 3 points, I always thought, well, somebody brought up that Adam definitely or most likely ate the apple, and that's why we have an Adam's apple, and it just made sense to me. And ever since that, I don't know. Somebody said that to me at a young age, and I just ever
That,
since then I was like, you know what? Let me just reread this and take a look at some things.
but you're saying that makes sense to you?
I
Yeah,
mean,
Fee, I'm gonna let you do. I'm gonna go to the bathroom.
okay, so yes, at a simple basic sense that yeah, it's stupid, it's corny, but then when I delve deeper into it and just seeing how men act versus how women act, I find it easier to believe that yeah, Adam ate the apple versus Eve.
Women be shopping.
What does an Adam's apple have to do with this story in this book?
Because like I feel like a lot of people when telling me stories of the Bible, they often are telling me and telling in a metaphorical sense, right? They're telling a story and maybe embellishing it or using hyperboles, and they're relating it to what's going on, and their storytelling, if you will, right? So if this book that I don't know is fictional or non-fictional is a storytelling book and it's trying to also relate to human life, I don't think it's absurd to say to draw a connection of as something that looks like an apple lodged in your throat from eating an apple you know
I think it's illogical for sure if you know biology, if you know the purpose of what is referred to as the Adam's apple. If you also read the actual Bible, the fruit was never referred to as an apple. If you think about the fact that fruit doesn't give you magical powers and snakes don't talk, like that's why I'm pushing back on the concept of it making sense.
well, that's just the point, right? So many stories to me in the Bible don't make sense, but being agnostic, who am I to say what stories are real just because they sound more real? Like someone telling me the wall of Jericho, simply walking around a wall for 7 days and then it crumbled, and I'm supposed to believe that, but I'm supposed to then pick and choose what sounds more realistic. Like that's why I do see myself as agnostic, because yeah, I understand science, and obviously if we're going off a science standpoint, it's childish, goofy, and stupid. But if we're going off a spiritual storytelling book that is neither proved fictional or non-fictional, then yes, if you can only have one stance, either science or God. So if I'm thinking as someone who only thinks of God and doesn't believe in the science standpoint for whatever reason, then yes, it's not weird to draw some fictional storytelling to as to why you are the way you are. You get what I'm
So
saying?
if you
Well,
on a
yeah,
computer talking about this, you do believe in science.
exactly. And science and God are not a binary. Like, it doesn't make sense if you know what thyroid cartilage is. It's not an apple in the throat of a man. Like, other animals have that same prominent cartilage in their throat as well. So if you're going to talk about, is it likely, or, figuring out which stories make sense, the ones that don't comport with reality should immediately be removed.
Well, then the whole Bible should be removed, because who would write falsehoods and truths in one and say it's all the truth?
Humans who are trying to control what other humans do.
And that's what I'm saying. That's why I said I see myself as more leaning towards atheist, because I do understand science, and even as you guys are mansplaining it to me, I understand it. I've been to college. That's why I said if I'm looking at it from a science standpoint, it's stupid, childish, and goofy. Let me reiterate what I just explained. But if
That's
I
not
said
what
I'm looking at it from
mansplaining
the
is.
silly standpoint of people who believe a fictional or non-fictional book, then I can understand why these people would come up with a silly, childish story and tell me it's real because the Bible itself seems like a silly, childish story. That's
Well,
what I'm trying to
That's not
convey.
what mansplaining means.
not at all. Also, I'm not a man, so I can't mansplain anything.
Well,
The issue.
Oso is a man, and he explained something that is clearly in basic. So yes, he definitely
I didn't
mansplained.
explain jack nor shit. All I said was you're on a computer talking to us.
All right.
And also, like, I don't know where this pushback is coming from because you're the one who said, because what if Adam ate the apple? Because men have Adam's apples. I mean, so it makes sense. Those were your words. So you can't say something like that, then follow it up with a statement about science. When in actuality, if you were looking at this through a scientific lens, we know that there are anatomical reasons that men have Adam's apples. We know that it's hormone driven cartilage. Like, we know that from a scientific perspective. So any person or people 3, 4, however many thousands of years ago that wanted to come up with this etiological narrative about where it comes from or explain why it's there, it immediately should be recognized for what it is. So I'm not sure where mansplaining is coming from. We're pushing back on your words, not anything that we've said.
Okay, so you still don't understand what I'm saying. I'm saying, yes, that story of what someone's saying that it could be an Adam's apple, and that's why, because it looks like that, I understand why someone would say that. Because if you believe a nonfiction or a book of fiction that you want to convince yourself is real, then of course, a silly story like that makes sense. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't make sense to me, but I understand the people who are devoutly religious or devoutly believing that that science had no play in who we are. I understand why they are preaching these stories, if that makes sense. Like, I don't see them as just crazy or with a mental illness. I see, like, okay, like, you believe the silly stories here, so of course you're gonna try to relate it with another silly story. That's what I'm saying. I understand. I'm not saying I personally think it makes sense. I just think I definitely understand where they're coming from if you believe a silly childish book.
Well, let's call it
But
atheism.
since nobody can prove it, that's why I can't really say, yeah, you're just crazy. That's why.
Since nobody can prove what.
That if God is real or not.
You sure about that?
Yeah, and I'm not sure I'm tracking what you're
Oh
saying.
yeah, prove
We
it to
have
me right now.
who's talking about whether or not God is real?
You just said you're sure about that. That implies that he can prove it, does it not?
Was a question, but who's talking about whether or not God is real? That's not even a topic on the board.
That's what I'm talking about.
Like, how old did you say you were?
You never asked.
Thinker
You said
did at the beginning.
27 then.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, interesting. Did you have any other thoughts on the actual topic?
I'm waiting for El Oso to prove that God is real or not, because he implied that he could.
He did not.
Oh, so you don't understand implications.
He did
If
not.
someone
He said,
says, "Are you sure
he
about
asked,
that?"
"Are
That's an
you sure?
implication.
Are you sure that it cannot be proven that this
If I
God in
made the
this book?"
statement, I'm
Stop
sure of
fucking
it.
talking over me, motherfucker.
Dumb bitch.
That you a dumb bitch, you dumb fuck. You
Like,
up here,
you
you up
silly
here to
goofy
talk
shit.
about a fucking God that you don't
This
know if
stupid
you believe
fucking
in,
bitch.
but at the same
Babe,
fucking
come here.
time you
Listen
say
to
it's fucking stupid, you dumb fuck. You
babe.
don't have
Listen
the
to the
balls. You don't have the fucking
this nigga.
balls to say that you don't
God is
believe
real.
in a God. You a dumb fuck.
This
You
fat
don't have the fucking balls to say you don't believe in a God that you think is
this,
foolish. You dumb fuck.
yeah,
You
yo God.
yourself said it don't make any. I'm an atheist, you
God
stupid
don't like.
fuck. I'm an atheist,
Hey,
you dumb fuck.
hey, you
I'm an
fat bitch.
atheist, you
Hey,
dumb
you
fuck.
fat bitch.
You don't have the fucking balls to say you
Valley.
don't believe in
God,
a God that you think is
God
foolish.
wants.
You are scared of a fucking cartoon, you dumb fuck.
You're such
salad.
a
God
silly,
wants
goofy, little
God.
insignificant piece of
I'm
shit.
not gonna lie.
You silly, goofy
God
dumbass. Why would you
told me
come
to.
off mute to talk to somebody that is not in the phone? That doesn't make sense. You're such a
You
silly, goofy little dumbass. Oh,
there. You fuck.
you want to leave room
His
See,
for
dumb
your
ass
Mira,
thought we were
that's
Christian.
what
imagination?
you are.
He thought we were Christians. Dumb fuck.
Yeah, you don't
Yeah.
know Spanish. That bitch. God told me to tell you to eat a salad.
Oh, shut the fuck up,
Oh, so
bitch.
now your
And then he
silly,
told
goofy
me,
Now,
God
now
exists?
he's
bitch, you need
real.
to
Now he's
you need to
Yeah,
wear
real.
now your
makeup
silly,
because
goofy
your
God
ass
exists.
ugly
That's
as hell.
crazy.
Oh
Wow, silly,
God.
goofy God exists now,
Hey,
huh?
Oso, you're mierda.
Oh, that's
Learn
interesting.
Spanish. Hey,
Learn
Oso, you're mierda.
Spanish.
Learn Spanish.
You
You're
think
mierda.
one spurt? You hold on. You think
You're
one
mierda.
word in in
Pinche
an incomplete
maricón.
It would be
sentence?
tu es mierda.
Vete a la
If
You
you
think
verga.
wanted
one
to say
word
it
in an
right,
Mama
incomplete sentence
perra.
means you know
it would
Spanish?
be tu es mierda. Tu es
Come
mierda.
mierda, pinche maricón.
You're a stupid. You are a
You
My
dumb
stupid
brother
gordo.
plays
motherfucker.
Scarface
Shut the
El
like
fuck
burro
up,
a
you
sabe
dumb
child, and he
fuck.
basquetbol.
think he knows
Shut up,
Spanish is
fat
crazy.
bitch.
El burro sabe basquetbol.
I went.
It's
Do
crazy
you
how
know what a
bitter y'all
salad
niggas
is?
get when y'all don't know
Also,
shit.
shut up, simp nigga.
No
Wipe your
sé
pussy, simp.
ensalada. No,
Also,
no
you a
sé
simp.
ensalada.
I know you got a
Ooh, you
No
pussy,
sé
so
so
wipe that
ensalada.
fucking
shit.
hurt. That's all I wanted for my birthday was a hurt
Aww.
Nigga,
nigga.
wipe your pussy.
Oh, I
Mm.
believe in a.
Captain
I believe in a fuck.
Save a
Your
hole.
dumbass came up here
Captain
and
Save a
said the
hole.
Adam. Your dumbass came up here and said a fucking
Hey,
paper
Captain
doll
Save a
ate
hole.
a piece of fruit, and that's why your
Hey, fat
dumbass got an
bitch.
Adam's
Hey,
apple. You dumb
fat
fuck. You 27 years old,
fat bitch.
believing that you got a fucking Adam's apple from a fucking fairy tale.
Fat bitch.
Stupid ass. You a okay? I'll be a
Fat
fat
bitch.
bitch. I don't give a damn.
I
I
have
don't
a
give a
higher
damn. I'll
degree.
be a fat bitch. Yo, dumbass think
Yeah,
you got
and I
an
have a
Adam's apple from a fucking
haha.
story in a book. You
I have a higher
stupid
degree.
motherfucker. And the woman
Haha.
that's with you, is stupid too
Haha.
for
I have
being
a
with
higher
your dumb
degree.
ass. Cause I'm sure she's
She.
more intelligent than your
You look
dumb
like a
ass.
man.
I'm sure she's more intelligent than your dumb ass.
Yeah. All right.
Stupid ass talking about it makes sense, you know. He
Hey,
ate the
hey.
apple and that's why I got a lump in my throat. Stupid fuck. How the
Yeah,
fuck
you
you
need
gonna
dick.
have a lump in your throat from something
Yeah,
somebody else ate, you dumb fuck?
you definitely need
Oh,
some
that's
dick in
not
your
why that
throat.
lump
Shut
is in
You
your
his
ass
throat.
up.
That's
I got a
definitely
lump
not
in
why
my
he got
throat
that lump in his
because
throat.
Oso
Yeah,
ate a
you
salad.
definitely
Oso ate a
Right.
salad. Now I
fucking
got a lump
vagina.
in my throat.
Also got a vagina. What that girl do?
You are what you eat.
Don't care what that girl do. Don't mute and be like, man, you can't
Swallow,
take
bitch.
you
Swallow,
cannot
motherfucker.
take the smoke, can you? You fat ass. Nah.
Cough, bitch.
My degree.
Swallow.
Haha.
They got an Adam's apple, motherfucker.
And you
You got an Adam's apple, motherfucker.
you a
Swallow.
ratchet
Swallow, bitch.
bitch. Right.
Swallow.
That's why you
Swallow,
single.
motherfucker.
It's crazy. All this because he's a fucking dumbass. Because he don't know shit and he's so incredibly insecure about it.
Stupid ass.
Have fun being nothing for the rest of your fucking life, you fucking child.
Y'all, please
I
start
don't
telling me
believe in
what to
all that
do.
science.
Do not tag me and tell me to drop nobody. Unless you have a super nerd badge. Please do not tag me telling me what to do on this stage. Don't do it. I know what I'm doing.
I want to leave room for make believe because I kind of want to just be a silly little kid.
That was the dumbest shit ever. Third son, how old are you?
I'm 47.
Are you a believer, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I don't have no ID. I don't
I
claim
need to
none
know.
of
You
that.
got to be one or the other to be on stage. You got to be a believer. You got to be deconstructing or an atheist. Which one?
I mean, what's a believer? A believer in what?
Okay, so
I
since you're not
I can
either,
understand
I'm
the
gonna
question.
drop you back down. Okay. Have a good rest of the morning. I hope you enjoy your weekend. All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Believe in the comment section, brother.
Yeah. It shouldn't be hard. Okay. We're talking about the God in the Bible. Be either a believer, be someone deconstructing, or be an atheist. Okay. Fee, I know this is a believer. I'm finna go change my batteries in my vape. Go ahead.
Good
I
morning.
can't
Good
see.
morning.
Good morning. What's your name?
Jay,
Good morning, Jay. How are you?
I'm hanging in there.
Yeah. And what's your age for TikTok purposes?
You say what?
What's your age for TikTok purposes?
38.
And are you a believer? Are you deconstructing or an atheist?
Oh, I believe.
Which one of the topics did you want to discuss?
You talking about God help David?
Either of the topics that are on the screen.
It's stating it really look like it's stating facts, but I can't judge God because He the Father. So,
What do you mean you can't judge him?
so imagine we're gonna do layman's terms first. Imagine me as not me. Imagine your real parents. Imagine you as a child. Imagine them saying clean up your room, and imagine you saying hell no.
That's not
I
what
don't.
this thing is saying.
Yeah, that's not what this is saying at
No, no,
all.
no. What I said. No. Listen, what I'm saying. Listen, what I'm saying.
Hear
It's
what you're
actually
saying, Jay.
stating. It's stating
Jay,
It's not
facts.
hold on.
The
analogous.
panel is stating facts. It's stating
Jay,
facts. But what I'm saying is, who am I?
yeah, Jay, just chill. It's way too early in the morning for this amount of volume. Right. I get what you're saying. My question to you is, why is that the case? Like, if you look at a situation and the facts of those situation and the facts in that situation are what they are, what are you saying that we are incapable of doing? Speaking the truth?
No. What I'm saying is, let's look at the facts you got posted, right? And God did that. Now what? Now what?
It
That's what I'm
was
saying.
Yeah. So the now what is that was a fucked up thing to do, and it's not okay. That's the
Yeah, because
what.
you could tell. And then that's why I told you to bring your parents into play. You as a child could tell your parent that's fucked up. No, you can't.
Yes, I can.
Yeah,
Yes,
they was
we
gonna whoop
did.
your ass.
See, but
You ran your
Jay,
parents. You ran
J-
your parents. So
Jay,
you ran your parents as a child.
Jay,
Tell me.
can you chill just a little bit?
Damn,
This
is
is
he
a
okay?
I
Shit.
don't think so. Right. I really don't think so. Like, this is
Did you eat your
really
parents? Did you eat your parents?
because the thing about it is what you're pushing back against is just an authoritarian way of engaging with someone. I didn't read my parents. Like, I didn't say hell no to my parents, but we're not even talking about that situation because one, my parents are real. I can actually have a conversation with them. They can say words to me. I can hear their voice. They can hear my voice. There's nobody on this planet that has that type of relationship with this deity. So what you're actually talking about is reading a story in a book where a character did a thing, and my brain reads those actions, and then it says that was a fucked up thing to do. That baby didn't have anything to do with that. You don't kill a kid for something the dad did. That's wrong. So the fact that you are so incensed and worked up over the concept of speaking truth to power, it speaks to your mentality, not the power of a God.
That ain't what I'm saying at all, though, baby.
I don't
Don't
either.
call her baby. Don't disrespect her like that. She's not your
I'm
baby.
sorry. I'm from the South. It's really a. Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
okay. So
From the
all I'm
South
saying
too.
is the reason why I brought your parents into it is just like God. Who are you to tell God?
I'm Fee. I'm Fee. And what I can say is, God, it was fucked up to kill that baby, which is why I'm not worshiping you. What I can say is, God, is fucked up to sit back and do absolutely nothing. You constantly talk about all that you can do to help people. Can you do anything to prevent harm from happening to people? Can you stop some shit from going on? So when you say, who am I? I am
And
a
you,
person who, I'm sorry,
the same thing you ask of God. You know you can do it yourself.
I can do what?
The same thing you saying God this and God that, right? Hunger and all that stuff and all the bad things that happen. You can stop it too. Why don't you?
How can I, Jay, with what? I mean, first of all, you don't know what I do in my daily life. You don't know who I help. That's first and foremost. And second of all, I do, but unlike your God, my resources are
I'm
limited.
muting them.
Yeah,
I'm
unlike
muting
your
them in chat.
unlike your God, my resources are limited. You serve a God that has unlimited resources, unlimited power, and he still doesn't do shit. So I don't. Again, if you're going to compare me to your God, how
Wait,
much do you think your
what
God can
resources?
actually do?
But I want to know where y'all get this like you can't see wind. Just because you can't see it, you can see the effects of it. Like you can see the trees moving, you can see your hair blowing. Like that's dumb as fuck. Like you
Well,
know wind exists because
You
you can
can't see the
feel it on your skin. You can feel the wind on your skin. You can feel it. You can see it moving. Like you see the effects of wind. Like that's the dumbest apologetic I've ever heard.
So you mean to tell me you can see the effects of wind but can't see the effects of God? You too blind then, baby.
Right, motherfucker. Because y'all attribute the
That's your
effects of
fault.
you
That's
are
your
the one who decide when your God does and when he doesn't do. Your God is in your head. Wind isn't. Wind is
That's your
wind.
fault.
You're gonna
That's
see the effects of wind regardless of who attributes it or not.
that's
and the crazy thing about it is like wind is detectable by instruments. Like
yeah,
it's
bro, that's crazy.
measurable.
You can see the effects of
Can,
wind, but you
can you stop interrupting people? Jay, like this is a I don't know if this is your first time in this space, but
you
this is but you continually coming off of mute to
you ask
interrupt people is not a way to have a
you
conversation.
asking what you
Can you stop interrupting? Are you capable of engaging in a civil conversation? Can you come off and respond to that? Because this is
He's
ridiculous.
not.
It's not even 6:30 in the goddamn morning. Like, are you capable of engaging in a civil conversation?
let me know when I can talk without being muted. Go
Are
ahead.
you capable of engaging in a civil conversation without interrupting people? That's a yes or no.
Yes. Go
Okay.
first.
Thank you. So can you mute and then I'll do that when you, because this is ridiculous. Wind is detectable by instruments, right? They are that are measurable, like in multiple independent ways. You don't infer wind. You have to infer that your God did something. He is not detectable in any way. So when you're saying, like to Thinker's point, everything that you point to and you say God did, we wouldn't know God did it unless you said it. We can't find a God's fingerprint on shit. Every single thing that this God does comes from the mind and the mouth of a human. So when you say, oh, well, if you can't see God, you're blind. If you don't talk about God, we'll never hear him. The moment your lips stop moving, we don't hear shit about your God. The I don't worship your God. I don't do absolutely anything but talk shit about your God. And my life is perfectly fine. So when you come in here and you make these claims, please be ready to substantiate them. Show me where God is. Where is his birth certificate? Where is his fingerprint? What does he actually do separate from the human that's telling me he did it?
I can go now. I'm just waiting because I don't want to be muted.
In civil conversation, silence usually indicates it's your turn to speak. I thought that
No,
would
I
be the
just wanted you
response.
to. I just wanted you to.
Anybody hear wind coming from his fucking phone?
Must be God.
I guess it's not my turn. I wait again. All right, my turn. Okay. you said
Yeah, I
you
heard the
said
wind come from his phone.
you said the wind, right? You said the wind. You can see the effects of wind, but you can't see the effects of God. So let's just say this. I'm gonna give you an example of God. The sun stays the same. Who makes it cold or hot?
Are you
Who
serious?
makes seasons?
Are
Who
you
makes
Are you
serious
seasons?
right
fucking
now?
serious?
Who makes seasons, bro? Who
Are
makes
you
seasons? Who told the earth to cut the AC on? Who told the earth to cut it off?
you do realize that we
No,
get
no,
you do realize
And
that
it'd be just that
and
simple, but you will never.
yeah, no. Enlil did. Yeah, it's Enlil. That's the
It's
answer.
called the Milankovitch cycle. You doof.
No, I think it's the Mesopotamian deity Enlil.
Oh, okay.
So what do you have to say about that?
Dr. B, I think it's the head of lettuce named Chauncey that I worship in my backyard.
Chauncey. I
Yeah.
cannot hear the name Chauncey without thinking about Menace to Society. That's all I do.
I mean, the fact that
I
again
like
it's
that picture.
Sir, did you hear my statement? The answer to your question is the Mesopotamian god Enlil. He's the one that created the seasons. What do you think about that?
Another God. Okay, okay, another God.
Yeah, that's right.
Who
yeah, that's
serves under
Dr. B's
who serves under the
that's
big
Dr.
God? Yeah, I like that.
That's Dr. B's explanation. Mine would be the fact that there's a tilt to the earth, and that's what results in the seasons that we get. Like we have answers to this. Like the
Hey,
problem is that
that's
again, can you not interrupt when someone is speaking? It's really not that difficult. It's truly not. And as an adult, you should be able to accomplish that. Ask your God to help you do that. See if he can show up in that way. We have answers to these questions. The problem is the vast majority of people who have been indoctrinated to believe that God did it is an explanation, don't give a shit about what the actual explanations are. We know that the earth is tilted on its axis, and I think it's like 23 point something degrees. We can explain to you and predict for you how these seasons work, but y'all don't give a shit because God did it is an answer. And then you come here with the wind, therefore God. Like y'all in damn near 2026, Google is free. This is fucking ridiculous that adults come up here with their panties in such a wad over the fact that we have the unmitigated gall to ask questions about the logical or illogical nature of this fucking deity character in a book, and you are incapable of engaging in conversations with people who don't already agree with you. Like, do better. If your shit is true, it'll be true after we talk about it. There's no need for you to come up here on 100 like that. Just engage in the conversation.
I'm just saying, like, you telling me my God fake, I'm telling you it's real, right? And you say prove God. How can I prove God when I'm telling you everything that you discover in science? Everything you just told me, right? Everything you just told me was science. Do you know before science discovered it, it was already here? Who put it there?
Enlil put it here.
The Big
He's
Bang
giving you
Theory?
the answer.
We came
Do
from
you
one
know
to
Yes,
who,
he said
sir?
Enlil.
Do you know who Enlil is? He's
So
a
y'all saying, hey,
Sumerian
so
god.
instead of
He's
saying
a
instead of saying
sir,
Yahweh, y'all
sir.
put another name.
No. So you don't. It'd be good to read a book. So Enlil is a Mesopotamian deity, right? He shows up in Sumerian and Akkadian texts. So you say it's Yahweh. I'm telling you, Yahweh borrowed from Enlil.
And I accept the fact that you're saying another God did it. So you're saying another God. So you believe in God.
Right. So I'm right, and Yahweh didn't do it.
Oh, so long as you're saying God, see, a God of many names. I'm not arguing names. So long as you're
No.
saying,
Enlil is a very different deity
oh, a
from
deity
Yahweh.
as a spirit. A deity is a spirit?
Do,
Yes, it is.
do you know what the word deity means?
No,
If you want to go Google it,
tell me what deity means.
I'll be patient and wait for you to go Google
No,
the
tell me
word
what deity
deity.
means. Go ahead. Tell me what deity means. I know it ain't got no flesh.
You gonna pay me to do your homework for you?
No. I know it ain't got no flesh. A deity don't got
Well,
no
then
flesh. I know that
I'll
much.
just sit here. I'll sit here and patiently wait for you to Google the
Oh,
word
you don't want
deity.
to say that. A deity has flesh? No. So it's a spirit? Yes. Go ahead. So no matter what you're trying to say, brother, you saying another God. So you saying not Yahweh, let's say blah blah blah. Not blah blah blah, let's say blue blue blue. It don't matter what name you give it. It don't matter what name you give him. It's the Most High. So long as you saying, hey, God did it, I'm fine with it, brother.
Sorry, are you trying to
You know
say
what
that?
this reminds me of? Like Yahweh being frantic. Like the way they
Yeah.
picture like turning on the AC, like on hot days, the angels walking up to Yahweh going, Big G, we got a problem because the thermostat ain't working, and them motherfucking humans down there mad as fuck. And then Yahweh like, wait, what you mean? Like, what is the temperature? And the angel like, it's on like 110 down there. And he like 110 what? They like Fahrenheit, man, like they burning up. And then he go to the like machine and like he stare at it and he like pressing buttons and shit. And then nothing happened and he like, oh shit, it's broke. And they like, and then they say, man, why y'all didn't say nothing when y'all heard the noise? And they was like, hey, bro, we thought you was just writing another story. Like it's been broke since the Roman Empire. Like this is like the shit that y'all are literally painting in my head when you say your God turned on the fucking AC. Right? Listen to the dumb shit you're saying.
But like Dr. B says, like when he said read a book, like at this point, any book, right? Like it doesn't even start with the Bible. I would say start with that. Start with Genesis 1 and 2 and realize it's two different fucking creation stories. So if you're going to say your God did a thing, you're going to have to pick which version did he do? Which order did he do it? Like the fact that they come up here on 125, that incensed over the fact that all other adults have brains that function in the way that theirs clearly don't, that say, how would that be the case? Why would that be the case? Like, how did he do it? And how do I know it's true? Somebody told me this, but how have I confirmed that this is true? Epistemology doesn't even enter the radar for them. And it's crazy because they come up here acting as though the curiosities that we have, which according to them, their God put in us because he's made all of us, the curiosities that we have that lead to the questions that challenge the identity or the reality of this God, they come up here so pissed off that we would even do that. It's crazy to me. Like, read a book. And anyone at this point, it's ridiculous.
No, I told my 17-year-old to clean his room one day, and he said, it's clean to me. And I'm like, no, you still have stuff all over your floor. He says, well, it's just easier for me to find things. And I was like, but your room needs to look a little neater, kid. He goes, well, if I'm living in it, why do I have to clean it if I'm okay with it being like that? And I'm like, because it's just not a good practice for you to have a dirty room. I didn't smite my kid for having that conversation. I didn't smite him for wanting to know why I wanted him to clean his room. We had a conversation. As his parents, we had a conversation. At the end of the day, he cleaned his room. But it wasn't because I told him, if you
Did
don't
he clean
clean
his
this
room?
room, I'm going to throw you in the basement and I'm going to burn you alive. It wasn't because of that. It was because we reasoned together. And it's because we actually had a conversation and we were civil. Also, he wanted to keep a whole bunch of clothes that he can't fit. I allowed that because those clothes aren't hurting anybody.
But Selena, I think the difference there is that one, there was the ability to have a conversation for you to speak to him, explain to him your rationale, your reasoning, and ultimately say, okay, this is what we're going to do. The problem is that the religious people have this almost cemented in authoritarian mindset where if God said it, the authority said it, the authority figure said do it, you got to do it. It's this almost military like mentality. Well, no, like empowerment is so much more powerful than compliance, but they don't give a shit because their God just wants them to do what they are told. It is about control, and you voluntarily signing up for your own control and subjugation again is ridiculous. They're crazy.
That's wild. Yeah,
Never
that
trust
is
a nigga
wild.
that'll put his bare ass on a rusty car.
What?
That's all I'm saying.
What is that?
I can't see it. Also, drop it in Discord. I can't see it.
I think
Yeah,
the fact that he
PT
said,
put it in.
I think the fact that he said that any God, like it doesn't matter, right? Like any God will do. He just needs it to be said that there is a God, which means he just needed to be said that there is something over him or that there is something that creates him. I don't think it matters to him what God did it.
No, I don't think it does either. But I think that speaks to a mentality as well. One where you have to have something above you telling you what to do. There has to be something other than your mind and the minds of people that share this planet with you figuring out how to make this shit work. It just speaks to like just the limitations that they put on themselves. But you're right. Like if you can call him whatever you want to call him, ultimately you're going to believe that it's Yahweh anyway. So what does that say about the reality of it? If you're saying you can call to God whatever you want to call it because I'm going to call it Yahweh, then you're telling yourself that you're making the shit up as you go along.
And they sound like, I don't even know, they just sound not well. A lot of them, unfortunately. Um, they sound unwell.
What? The guy that puts anus and tetanus? He sounded unwell.
I agree. Like, and it's scary because like these are the minds that are shaping the minds of the next generation. Like, if he has kids, like these are the people that are out voting potentially, you know, on laws that they you say the wind. Like, where did the seasons come from?
He said,
Yeah.
"Who turning on the AC?" Like
Turn the AC in the
that.
heat.
Yeah, like he actually think there's a deity up there, you know, clocking in to turn to make the sun come up where you live. Like that's crazy, especially for an adult, and to be thinking that way. Like that is fucking insane. Like you have suspended all fucking logic. It's suspended all knowledge to be thinking that. Like I think y'all right. I think he definitely was on something.
He sounded like it. Like he came up here hype as hell.
Mm-hmm.
I want everybody to be very proud of me because when I came up, I wanted to call him baby, but I didn't. So
Yeah, that
Just the
was
southern
burning me up.
thing. They always say that it's a southern thing, but what really is a masculinity thing because you are not saying baby to a man. Ain't got shit to do with southern.
The only place I see that happening is Louisiana. They call everybody baby.
Baby.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Does that mean that men that live in Louisiana are more in touch with their feminine side than the men across the globe?
that'll preach.
The Almighty God Yahweh has set up systems that works and they consistently worked, and that's why. Mm, interesting.
Who said that?
God.
Black Snow.
I think they meant Enlil, the almighty Enlil. That's okay. I helped them.
Mhm. And the crazy part about it is that that's still not an explanation. How did he set it up? How does it work? Show me the blueprint. Like, show me how he did it. As a matter of fact, why didn't he put his method in the book so that it would be no confusion as to who did it, who designed it? Show us the formula that he used in order to create gravity. It's easy. Like, they like to make these attributions and think that just because they said he did it, that means he did it. They don't give a shit about like verifying this. They don't give a shit about whether or not they just, again, they want to tell us what they know. They don't want to tell us how they know it. It's gonna get back to somebody told you, you read it in a book, and that shit is circular. No, because to Dr. B's point, as
Nope.
another book says, Enlil did it. So who's right?
I bet they think we are further away from the sun right now than we are in the summer. The reason why it's cold is because we're so far away from the sun. No boogie butts.
What would reading the book of Enoch do?
The Book of Enoch. What is?
Right,
He's the
that would
second
be like
person
reading
tonight.
Harry Potter to better understand Voldemort. Like, what would reading the Book of Enoch actually do, considering the fact that it is fan fiction? Look into when it was written and when Enoch would have lived before you make that recommendation again. The Book of Enoch is fan fiction, Black Snow. Look into when Enoch would have lived and when that book was written.
Why don't they ever say they don't ever quote a science book?
No, don't fucking read them.
Never.
Like what?
Show me a formula, like any formula. It don't even have to be like a physics formula. Like, start with algebra. Show me something, an angle or something. But they just, the Book of Enoch. What?
Simone.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to come in here.
Okay, no worries. Have a good one.
You
Good
too.
morning, K Free Will. I really wish that we could get just one clear-headed believer that could answer the question, but they and then they wonder why we don't why we see them the way we do. Bro, did you come up on purpose or on accident? I'm gonna guess you came up on accident because your background is loud. You came up on purpose or on accident?
Hello?
Yes. Are you here on purpose or on accident?
Oh, I'm always on purpose.
Okay.
Yeah,
Are you
I'm
a
very
are you a
deliberate.
okay? Are you a believer, deconstructing, or an atheist?
uh You said am I a believer or what?
Are you a believer in the God that we are discussing, which is the God of the Bible? Are you someone deconstructing, or are you an atheist
Oh, okay, wonderful. Okay, yeah, I'm a believer in God. Absolutely.
of the Bible?
Yes, the one and only God.
Okay. Which one of the topics did you want to discuss?
I really can't make them out. They're so small. I guess
Why
could you
did you
read them to me,
request?
please? Because you were talking about God.
Okay.
Yeah, if you could
Oh
just
goodness.
read the
Yeah,
topics,
yeah, I'll
if
read it. Yeah,
not too much
I
of
got you.
inconvenience.
No, I got you. The main topic is that women have been gaslit by God in the church. The subtopics are, your God helped David get rid of his baby problem. Jezebel was innocent. What if Adam was abusive and Job's wife was ignored and demonized? Which one?
Those are very interesting. I would start off with the first one. I'll just stick with the first one. Um,
God
could,
helped David get rid of his baby problem?
is that the first one that you said?
Yes.
It said something about God help. No, the second one. What was the second one? I don't know. I understand.
Jezebel was innocent? Wait, why don't you want to talk about God helping David get rid of his baby problem? Is it because you know he did?
I want to read a different topic. I think it's like
Wait, hold on,
semantical.
hold on. Did your God help David get rid of his baby problem?
I'm sure he did.
So, so your God did an afterbirth abortion
You know what? I
to
want to
help
read a
David
different
to
topic.
help.
I want to be.
Hold,
I
hold
want
on,
it to
hold
be
on, hold
fruitful.
on.
I
This
don't
is
want it to be
interesting.
like
Wait,
I
no,
don't
no,
want it
no.
to
This
be
is
any
fruitful.
disarray or.
No. This is very fruitful. It's actually the new topic that we added because it's framed in the Bible as a punishment to David, right? For David killing Uriah and sleeping with Uriah's wife. Except David originally wanted to get rid of his claim to the child. And your God striking the child or killing the child was actually performing an afterbirth termination of said consequence. So it actually helped David instead of punishing him. It's interesting that you don't want to talk about that though. You don't think that's an ultimate gaslight for women? That it's
I don't
framed as
think
a
that's.
punishment? Oh, you don't think that's a gaslight? That it's framed as a punishment when the God was actually helping David cover up the consequences of his sin?
Is that what you believe?
Well, that's what I'm asking you. You don't want to talk about it. I find it interesting that when you don't want to talk about. And then when I asked, did your God help David get rid of his baby problem? You said he probably did. So that means you know your God gave David what he originally wanted, because originally David schemed to try to get Uriah to take credit for the baby he had put in Bathsheba, correct?
I just never limit. I never, ever, ever, ever limit God. If it's conceivable, some things that I know are beyond our even our conception. That's why it's not. It's important for us not to lean into our own understanding. So, like, if you say God did it, He probably did. I wouldn't say He couldn't do it. I would never say He couldn't do it. I would never say that.
I mean,
How is that
that's
a
interesting.
limitation? How is that limitation though? How is that?
No,
How is
I said
that?
I didn't say it was limitation. I said I would never give God limitations. That's what I said.
But
So
that's
if
not
you
a.
believe He did it, He probably did. Like
That's
I
not a
just want to
limit.
talk about a different.
But hold on a second. That's not a limitation, though, right? Like, I get that you don't want to talk about it, but I guess what Thinker's asking you is why don't you want to talk about it? Because the facts that she just pointed out from the story are irrefutable. This is what the story says. So you're basically, it sounds to me, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but it sounds to me like you know that this paints your God in a bad light, but you don't want to have that conversation. That's not about a limitation of
I
God.
know that what?
It
I know
paints
that.
your God in a negative light because he
Oh
killed a
no,
baby.
no, it doesn't. See, I don't look at. I'm sorry. I can't change the way I look at God. Like I bear witness to like miracles all the time. Like I know I give God credit for everything. So like if you say something like that happened, it probably did. I'm sure it's working out for
Wait,
the
so you
best. It's
don't know the
working for the
story of
greater good.
David and you don't know the story of David and Bathsheba?
No, I don't, ma'am.
Oh wow.
What do you know about this guy in this book? Are you there?
Hello, can you hear me?
When you leave the
Can
app,
you
we
hear me?
cannot hear you. When you leave the
Oh,
app,
I'm
if you
sorry.
yeah, what do you know about this God in the book?
I,
If you don't know about David, do
well,
you know who King David is?
I know that um through I know that through Christ Jesus all things are possible. I know that a little bit of faith you can do anything. I know that we're supposed to live like Jesus and subscribe to God for all our direction.
How did
I know
Jesus
we should
live?
be aware. I, he subscribed to God. He lived like me. He subscribed to God for all his direction.
How did he live? I don't know you. How did Jesus live? Like I can only go by this book. How did Jesus live?
Uh, Jesus was
How did
aware that his actions had reflections. Jesus sought
I need you to quote the
to
book.
honor God
I
in
need you to
all his
quote the
ways.
book. I need you to quote the book, the scriptures that you're referencing, please.
I don't
How
quote
did Jesus
scriptures.
live? So you're not living by how the Jesus
I
in
don't
this
have to
book
quote
lived.
scriptures. I'm
Hold on.
living
So
it.
will you
I'm
stop?
living
No,
applying
hey,
faith.
can you stop? I don't know you. I can only refer back to the scriptures. I can only refer back to the story of Jesus. I don't know you, and I don't know what you are claiming Jesus did, and then what you are claiming you learned from the Jesus in this book. Right now, it just sounds like you have this made up oral tradition of a Jesus that you can't attribute back to the book.
So that's the problem I have. That's the only problem I have, man. I'm sorry. Maybe I don't mean to offend you. I'm sorry. Maybe I came in the wrong room. I apologize though.
Yeah, because we deal with facts and data in here. Like you want to feed us your imaginations and you don't want to back it
No,
up
no. I was trying to
with
tell you about
scripture.
applied faith. So
I,
like the journey really began.
nobody's asking you about applied faith. Like you're not here to preach. You're not here to convert people. This is a research live. Those are research topics. Like we're not here to have church.
But also think, or why would we listen to someone telling us that they live by a book they haven't read? Like we read this
Right.
book. Yeah, we read this book. We're able to talk to you about the character of this God, the very things that this God himself, according to this book, says that he's done. Yet you're the one who claims to live by it. It's
Yeah.
odd to live by instructions you haven't read.
So obviously the book before the book was written, there was there was God. And the same God that motivated people to write those books motivated me to live my life.
How do you know it's the same God if you don't know what's in the damn book?
How do you know? I guess that's your question.
Good.
Because
I
I
know it's
read
God
the
because I'm
book.
aware of presence.
Because
I
I
know it's
read the
God because
book.
I'm
Will you
aware of the
stop talking
presence of
while I'm
God.
talking? Stop talking while I'm talking. Because I read the book. And when you speak, I can compare it to what I know about this God's character, this God's history, and the book and determine whether or not it's the same God. You can't do that. You're just attributing whatever you're calling God to the God in this book.
Well, maybe I don't need to do that though.
Yeah,
Maybe all I need
yes,
is
you do
God.
if you're claiming it's the same God.
Maybe all I need is God. I think God is
What?
enough.
Which God? Which God? Enlil?
The only God, the same God that they wrote
In
those books
Enlil?
about.
No, you don't. You can't prove that because you don't know
See,
this
that's what I
God.
said. I don't limit
There,
God.
You don't.
and you
So you
limit him
serve
to
a God. So you serve a God that is the devil, because the God in this book commanded the rape of women, and because you attribute your God to this God, you think raping women is okay, and you think it's
That's
good
very
because your
harsh. That's
God
very harsh
commanded.
thing to say.
That's what the God in this book does. The
Oh well,
God in this
maybe I
book.
don't. Maybe I
Will
don't
you stop
acknowledge the God of
talking
that.
while I'm talking? Hang. The God in this book commands the raping of women. And you don't know that, and you're going around saying that the God that you believe in, that you're mirroring your life after, is the God in this book, because you have not read the book. Like, I literally said that when you speak about your God, I can compare it with what I know about the God in this book and determine whether or not you are talking about the same God. And if your God doesn't see the raping of women as a punishment, as a good thing, it's not the same God.
It would be like if you lived in a neighborhood
I agree. I agree 100%.
it would be like if you lived in a neighborhood with two people that had the same name but different characteristics. And we're trying to figure out which one you're talking about. Are you talking about John that's tall? You light skinned John, dark skinned John? Like, you talk about the characteristics to determine which John you're talking about. You're saying God. And when thinkers asking you which God, you're like the God in the Bible. Well, when we start talking about the characteristics and the actions of the God in the Bible, the God that you apparently worship, because you say rape is a wrong thing, and I agree with you wholeheartedly, this God in the Bible doesn't think so. He uses it repeatedly as a punishment. He talks about commanding his consecrated ones to bash babies' heads against rocks. He values women less than men. He's okay with slavery, telling you how to do it. So you might want to check who you are tethering your belief system to, and read the actual book that you claim to follow the God of, because the God in this Bible has very clear characteristics and does very clear actions. And if they don't align with yours, then you might want to stop repping his set.
Wait, why do you want to talk about Jezebel if you don't read the book?
I didn't want to talk about Jezebel. It was another topic. It was one of those ones that resonated with me. But it's okay. You guys are making great points, and I get what you're saying. What I mean, I probably should get a greater understanding of the Bible, but I don't give God a monopoly. I don't give like Christianity a monopoly on God, or Islam a monopoly on God. I know that there's no religion strong enough to separate God's children. So like I'm sorry if I misspoke or whatever. I'll let you guys have your panel. Excuse me. I'll go back to where I came from.
I don't even think it's about like misspeaking. I think it's about epistemology. Like, people all over this globe believe a whole lot of things about different gods. But the problem is that this pattern that we're recognizing, specifically in Christians in the United States, is that y'all have this very personalized idea of what God is, who he is, and how he behaves. And it's almost as though your personal experience becomes the God. You determine what God wants, you determine what God approves of. And it has nothing to do with what this book actually says. Like, at a certain point, you're going to have to pick up the book, because those of us who read it and who have read it and who have been part of these organizations can tell you this God he's a fucking narcissistic bully. He says some of the most atrocious things. He has his chosen people do and allows them to do some disgusting things, like kidnapping little girls to take them as wives, killing all the men and keeping the little girl virgins for yourself to take as your plunder. These are the words of the God that you worship. So yeah, I think it would be in your best interest to read this book, because if you're repping this book, then you're repping this God, which means you've associated yourself with his actions.
Not only
Oh,
that,
you know what?
Jesus.
What I think happened is though. Let me
Hold
I say
on,
something.
hold on, 1 second. Jesus uh, was an Israelite supremacist. He prioritized the Israelites in his mission. Although he, had room for the Gentiles to be brought in, his mission was Israelites. And when he engaged with Gentiles in this book during his life, he saw them as inferior, as dogs, as unclean, filthy animals. And they came second to an Israelite who was considered pure, holy seed. Like the supremacy culture that we experience today from white supremacy literally was developed from following this book.
You got valid points. I misspoke earlier when I said I never read the Bible. I did read the first page of it. One of my friends told me I should check it out, and I looked at it and it said something about God gave this Bible to somebody to control his slaves better. Maybe it said Jesus. I don't know what it was, but I never read the Bible. My wife, she prays for me every day. She prays over me before I go to work. We pray before we go to sleep. We pray before we eat. But I have an intimate relationship with God before my wife started praying for me, and that's why I require her to have a relationship with God before I married her. But I don't know the Bible. I can't. I never. I don't. I will never say I know the Bible, and I don't know the Quran. But I don't never want to diminish the power of God and say like He can't do all things. Like I don't. I probably should read the Bible, but I've never been directed by God to read the Bible.
What can God do without a human?
Thank you. I was going to ask that question because there's a whole lot of children right now who are hungry, homeless, dying of cancer, can't get chemotherapy, can't get health care. Like, I would like to know what it is that your God can do
Right?
without a human.
You can do
Believers
all
constantly
things.
say you can't put God in a box. Well, he won't climb out of that bitch to show us what he's capable of. Every single thing that you say that he's done, it comes by you saying it.
Right. I get it because whoever you give credit to, that's who you give authority to. So if you giving yourself all this credit, then maybe you giving yourself the authority to change your own life. But
Like
I
it
give
Well,
never
I
God
mean,
I
will.
give
but where is God? Because at the end of the day, the reality is that there are hungry children. There's over 28 million children going hungry every day in the United States alone. 60,000 people in Sudan were genocided in the last 3 weeks. So where is the God? Like we can't ignore the reality of what's happening on earth. So if your God is not limited and he can do all things, where is he then?
He's there.
Doing what?
Whatever God is doing. Like whatever. See the thing is I think for the what people don't
Blessing your
understand
food?
is I think what people's problem I think
Here comes the selfishness because God gave him a
Well,
good wife and that prays for him and blesses his food. He's good and he's limitless. But the limitless doesn't extend to feeding hungry children, healing sick people. Like it doesn't extend that far. It only extends to McDonald's.
oh boy.
I mean, it's a very real question that we're asking you. You're making a claim that you serve a limitless God.
Oh,
Yet
I
there
didn't
are
even hear the
that
question. I lost my reception. What was the question?
where is the God?
He's everywhere
And
in
what
all things.
doing
You know
what
what
about doing what
you
about
know what?
hungry people? About 60,000 Sudanese people were genocided within a 3-week period. Another 150,000 are missing. 250 children were kidnapped from a Catholic church in Nigeria. Over 28 million children go hungry every day in the United States. Where is the limitless God?
What you want me to repeat myself? He's everywhere in all things,
Doing what?
doing what God do. The problem is,
Which
what are
is
you
what?
doing? What are you
Which is
doing?
no,
That's the
I'm
that's
not
the
I'm
question.
not claiming to be
Like
limitless. I
I
am a
know, I know.
finite mortal. No, no, no. I'm
Listen,
not
listen,
claiming no no no
listen,
no no no
listen.
no no. I'm not claiming to be limitless. I am a finite mortal.
You were saying the whole
I am very limited and I don't claim to have access to a limited God,
right.
a limitless God. You do. You are claiming you have a relationship with a limitless God. You are the one that should be able to do more than me.
So every
It
time I
sounds
try
like
to
you're
say
too
something, you
it
cut
sounds
me
like you're
off.
too
Every time I
selfish.
try to
It
say
sounds
something, you
like you're
cut me.
too selfish to care. It sounds like you're too selfish to care.
Somebody keep muting the mic, so I'm not gonna be able to say anything.
Somebody is me, and that's because you keep
So why
speaking
are you
over the
asking me
host. If
questions
you
and then muting
stop
me and
speaking
then
over
saying I'm
the
not saying?
host, if you stop speaking over the host, you won't get muted.
This guy's weak.
They
Really
never
sounds so
know when
quiet.
to speak. They never know that when it's quiet is their turn to speak. But then when someone else is talking, that's not your turn to speak. Even if you hear a question, allow that person to finish and then answer the question. You don't answer the question while they're still talking.
All right, so you let me know when you want me to speak because every time I start talking, as soon as you hear something you don't like, you interrupt, you interject, and you start rambling, and then you make all these accusations before I can even finish my thought, and then I have to reform and try to come up with a whole new answer to a whole new load of questions. Like it's crazy. Like I don't even know where to start with you. That's the
Well,
That
when
problem
you gonna
because you
wait
just
for
actually
keep
that
doing
permission
the
to
actually
same
speak,
thing
you gonna
over
isn't
and
keep
over.
ranting.
that actually isn't true. What you just said I'm doing, you are doing, and I literally just told you you are doing that. If you hear me ask you a question while I am responding to you, wait until I am finished and then respond. When there is silence, that means it is an opportunity for you to speak, not while someone else's lips are moving.
Okay, so you asked me a question about 5 minutes ago. I started talking, and then you started talking again. That's a fact. So what? When am I gonna get to answer this mystery, this question?
That first off, I asked you a
So
question. Question ends in a N, not a K. And no, I didn't. If I ask you a question and you start talking about something else, not answering the question that I asked, I'm going to stop you. I'm going to reiterate my question and keep you on topic. As long as you follow the topic, you answer the questions that are presented to you, you won't be interrupted.
so basically, you're saying you're gonna control how I answer the question.
If you don't answer the question that I ask you, that I want to know, then yes, I'm going to stop you. There's no point in you telling me something that I did not ask, that is not a part of the conversation.
Well, if you never let me finish, you would never know what I was saying. So it's like you have cognitive dissonance, and you stuck in your ways. And every time I try to say something, you try to interrupt. And it's okay. When you ready, you ready. But right now, I'm just telling you about applied faith. That's all I was gonna tell you. So like
I didn't
all the
ask you.
problems
I
you
didn't,
see
hold
going on.
on. Stop. I did not ask you about applied faith. There is no topic on the board about applied faith. You do not get to come in here and change the topic in the room. And cognitive dissonance is a state of mind where someone is holding two contradicting beliefs. You're not even using that word correctly.
I know I'm using the word in proper context. And you just because you talking all weird doesn't mean like you making more sense than I am. I'm telling you that
It's first off,
every
I'm not
time I
talking
open my
weird. I'm
mouth,
talking
every time I open,
stop.
can I
No,
please just
because
answer the
no,
question?
no, no. You should have answered the question when you had the opportunity. I'm not talking weird. I'm articulating my points and doing it with confidence and authority. It feels weird to you because you're not used to women talking to you this way.
Now
All
come
right.
off mute and
All
answer the
right, I'm
question.
sorry. I'm sorry. I ain't trying to argue with you. So all these problems is going on because people are not obedient. That's why they suffering. That's why they going through the fire. When people is going through, I have to go through it. Everybody's gonna have to go through it. When you're ready, God will appear. He will. When you're ready to talk to God sincerely, then you will get the answers you need. That's the answer.
So the children that are being essayed by pastors in your
Yes.
God's church is because they're You see how you just did that? Do you see how you are the one that did not wait for me to finish? It's called accountability. And it's called hypocrisy because that's what the fuck you are. And selfish as fuck. You are selfish because your God blesses your fucking spaghettis. Your God is in your fucking bedroom with you and your wife then you will excuse the hunger, the sickness, the genocide of other people. Your God is you. Your God only cares about you, Eric and Anna. That's it. Because your God is your ass. There is no God.
Wonder which
Your
one of
God,
them cheated that now they have a joint account.
If
Sorry,
well,
that's
Tony.
what you think it, then that's what it is. That's what you think. Because as a man thinketh, so is he, right? So if that's the ideas you entertain, that's the reality you create for yourself.
That
you
made no
created a
sense.
whole you created a whole word because question is not a word, right? You come in here to try to change the topic. You don't want to talk about topics that you don't know about, which is ultimately the entire Bible, and then you wonder why we push back on your concept of, oh well, God is in everything. That doesn't make any logical sense.
So first off, I told you I didn't want to talk about that subject. You had a whole list, and then you forced it on me. So like, don't try to. I said I don't know nothing about it. You try to force it on me, and I wanted to speak on a
First off,
specific
every
topic.
topic up here has to deal with this fucking Bible that you don't read. Every topic. Not one topic up here deals with applied faith.
Oh well, I'm still applying it.
No, the fuck you're not. That's why you whining. And,
Well,
and
he
and I
should try
find it
applies
funny. I
knowledge.
find it funny that you can't even talk about applied faith with your limitless God. Because I seem to have more power in this motherfucking room than your God does.
This is TikTok, man. If I wanted to have a
And
TikTok,
I
I could
got
set
more
up a.
power than your God does on TikTok, motherfucker.
Applied science
Apply
is
that.
also good.
Wouldn't applied faith just be like really strong imagination? Because I'm trying to think, what is unapplied? What is unapplied faith? Sometimes I think believers just hear pastors and
That's
preachers.
what's wrong. Y'all don't have a concept of applied faith.
Sometimes I think believers just hear pastors and preachers say words and they don't think about what those words mean. Applied faith,
But
according.
I don't even want him to get his way and talk about applied faith because that's not even the topic in here.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it's just another example of how they just say words and don't even think about what the fuck they mean.
I know he know what applied
Fuego,
music look like.
Fuego, at least you are here watching me not have a life, motherfucker. That means that you are lower than me because you're watching me not have a life,
Ma'am, I'm
bitch.
at work
Not that,
right now,
not
man.
you, not you. Is your name fucking Fuego? You are watching me not have a life, which means that you are lower than me.
Applied hearing is also good, as well as applied listening
You know, do you guys believe in God
and
at all?
applied comprehension. Applied comprehension is amazing.
I mean, the fact that you asked that question shows us how engaged you've been in this conversation. How everything that Thinker and Selena and also have said
You would
has
be
gone.
surprised. Even Christians talk like this.
Stop
You
cutting
would be
her
surprised.
off.
Shut the fuck up, dumbass
Damn,
nigga.
you complained about people cutting you off. Did you not fucking hear her mouth moving?
I don't know. Their God can't give them discernment, can't give them patience, can't give them conversation skills. Like I don't know what this God does for y'all, like in any way at all, because this is ridiculous.
Applied manners are also good. Applied common sense.
You know what? You guys don't want to talk about the prompt anymore?
You never talked about the prompt.
Yeah.
What do you
I
feel
don't
like you
really,
said about the
I don't
prompt?
really think I had a chance to talk about the prompt. Like honestly, you went down a list 'cause I couldn't see it right, and then I told you I didn't know anything about that one. I didn't say that initially. I said no, I don't want to talk about that one because it wouldn't be fair if I'm speaking about something I don't know. So like,
You
and then
can
you
No,
talk about
and
anything in
then
that's
the prompt.
no,
and then you just
no.
start
You're
telling me like
lying.
you got this.
Stop. You're lying. You said you don't want to talk about it because you do
So
believe
you
that
just
he
cut
did
me.
it. You said you didn't want to talk about it because you do believe he did it. You did not say you didn't want to talk about it because you didn't know the story. That's a fucking lie. And yes, I'm going to cut you off because you just fucking lied.
Applied lying now? Oh my gosh.
Every time I say something, you're going to cut me off, right?
When you lie, yes. If you don't answer questions, yes.
Mm.
All right, so because I didn't repeat the scenario verbatim, and you knew what I was talking about, you
No,
cherry
because
pick
you
it and try to
lied.
say I'm
No,
lying.
because you fucking lied. That's what you did. You lied.
I think this.
If there's this thing that grown adult human beings need to learn, and it's called being accountable for the words you use. If you don't mean what you're saying, then don't say it. If you have no idea what you're saying, then don't say it. But whatever comes out of your mouth, you should mean that. And if you read the Bible, you would have heard something similar to that.
Applied accountability.
And I don't know how we would discuss the topics because the topics are about the Bible. And it's a book you haven't read. That would be like, book club, you haven't read the book. You don't have anything to contribute. So when you say, can we get back to the topic? How can we when you don't know the book that the topics come from?
That's what I was telling him earlier. Every topic on this board has to do with a book you have not read.
You don't have to
Every
read.
last
You don't
one.
gotta read it to live it, though, man. That's what I'm trying.
No, you want to talk about applied science? I wish your ass wanted to talk about applied science. You want to talk about applied faith, but the topics have to do with the book.
You don't apply something you don't even know. Come on, sir. And y'all don't use caps, please. Even one word will get you muted.
All right, so y'all position is that the God is evil, or the God in the Bible is evil, and
Pick a
what else is
topic.
he? He's like got all these terrible
Pick a
characteristics. And
topic. Pick a topic.
The Bible was basically used.
Eric, pick a fucking topic from the post.
You're just a raggedy, a little disrespectful ass lady.
And you a
Good.
bitch.
Pick a topic. Pick a topic.
I'm in Columbus, Ohio.
Okay, bitch. And
I'm in Atlanta, Georgia. What next?
Okay, yeah, that's you safe.
Pick a topic.
I can drive. I have a license.
I
also can get a plane ticket. What you want?
Yeah.
And I keep the safety off.
I want you to be.
I keep the safety off. Just remember that. I keep the safety off.
I want you to be blessed and find God.
Pick a topic. Same motherfucker that just called me a raggedy woman, but you want me to be blessed. Shut the fuck up. Pick a topic or hop the fuck down.
I let you disrespect me a dozen times.
Go pray over. No one has disrespected your ass. No one has disrespected you.
You called me so many different names.
I haven't called you shit. I haven't called you a motherfucking thing.
Names. What names?
Hey, y'all, this is ridiculous. Y'all childish up in here, man. Y'all ain't talking about God.
Applied imagination. Applied imagination. That's what we're doing now. Okay.
He wants us to be blessed and find God. We just want you to be literate and find a book, right?
Mm.
And if you start with the Bible,
I want you to get a life. I'm making $68
and some comprehension.
Right? And I mean, the crazy part about it is the crazy part about it is that
like this.
Oh, never mind.
This applied faith that he wanted to talk about, this so-called peace that Jesus gives him, just went out the door because we have power. We have more power. We have more power than Jesus. So he's about to start crashing the fuck out and flipping the fuck out, and that applied faith just fucking dwindled.
How you got a joint account and your girl is in 2 of the 19 pictures and you are in 19 of the 19 pictures? How's it a joint account? You want to be the bad bitch, huh?
Where you at, homie?
I'm at your mama crib right now.
That's what I thought. Real tough guy.
I'm a real bad man.
Yeah, I bet. A body boy, right?
I said a real bad man.
Real body boy.
What's a body boy?
You already know what it is.
No, I don't.
Your boy with a
That's
body.
not what
One of
they
them
say.
words
Boy
you
with a
That's
can't
not
body.
what
say
they.
on
I know
TikTok.
that's not what they say. So what's a body boy?
I love when they talk tough on TikTok.
Is that not what you doing, dumb fuck?
As if he's not on TikTok talking tough.
I never disrespected you, dog.
I'm in Ohio.
You gotta
I'm in
disrespect me.
Ohio.
You disrespected this fucking panel. That's good enough, bitch.
I mean,
The panel
ain't he the
disrespectful to
first one who threw out a location? Ain't he the first one
the
who
panel
called me
disrespectful.
raggedy? Shut the fuck up. Ain't he the one who I'm in Ohio, motherfucker. You about a raggedy ass woman. Like, you're the one who did that shit. You don't like the fact that I'm not gonna let you come in here and try to boss me the fuck around and do what the fuck you want to do in my space. I'm not Bathsheba, motherfucker. You're not taking my motherfucking consent. The topics are on the fucking board, and if you're not intelligent enough to talk about the topics, you need to hop the fuck down, because I'm not gonna bring myself down to your woo woo ass level just so that you can have a seat at the fucking table. Sit at your wife's table and pray over your fucking breakfast and have conversations that way.
Yeah. Also, you did just try to call me gay as an insult. So to say
Yeah,
that
y'all
you never
backwards.
disrespected me is well, a lie. But I wouldn't expect a dumbass bitch to keep up with their words like that. Clearly, you suffer from a lack of accountability for the words you use, mostly because you don't know the words that you use, because you're functionally illiterate, aka a dumbass. You can change that though.
I rock with it.
Wow, a nigga ain't got shit going on between his brains, so that's crazy.
It's rattling. It's rattling.
I'm at work, bro. I
But
was trying to
this is
support your
what they
live.
do.
That's all I was trying
This
to
is
do.
nobody don't
It
need your
it
fucking
didn't
support.
deserve no support.
No, we don't need your fucking support, motherfucker. You ain't add shit to the fucking conversation. But except for this shit, an example of what the fuck we've been talking about all night. Like, all they do is, this is how they reel people into this fucking indoctrination. Is they word salad you, right? And it's all woo woo. That's the whole concept of spirituality. There is no foundation. There's no facts. There's no logic. There's no data. It's all made the fuck up. None of it can be proven. And that's how they fucking get you.
So what I'm saying can be proven. I don't know who you've been talking to. I'm telling you that the way you look at it affects the way you approach it. And then,
Nigga, you
and
just regurgitating the fucking secret. You regurgitating Napoleon Hill. Like, you ain't talking about this fucking God.
You
can read. You should read How to Unfuck Your Life. You can read Purpose Driven Life. You can read books written by motherfucking what's that black man? Oh my God, I can't think of his name. He's a motivational speaker.
Miles Monroe.
Les Brown?
Les Brown.
Okay.
You can read books about
He's a nice guy,
Les Brown. Yeah, I like Les Brown. You can read books about him. You don't gotta read this fucking Bible. You ain't gotta rep Jesus. You ain't gotta rep supremacy culture for that shit. I done read Napoleon Hill, The Secret, and all that shit. My library full of that shit. You ain't telling me nothing new. I wrote a book, motherfucker. I have books about the shit that I authored. Don't fucking need you to tell me that shit. The topics that we're talking about is on the board.
He should also read How to Win Friends and Influence People, because good God, this is terrible.
He should also read English Lit 8th grade. Start from there.
Oh, maybe 5th grade.
see, I'm trying to be patient
Okay.
with you, dude. You know what I mean? You keep saying these little sly remarks and everything. I guess it make you feel tough or something like, but I'm not what you
I
want,
love
bro.
that
To be honest with
fixation.
you,
I
dog.
love that
I'm really not
fixation.
what you want.
I love that fixation. It really lets me know. It lets me know. No matter what they say, the thing that's gonna ring in your ears is what I tell you. And I told you using a literal
Yeah, because
dumb fuck.
men,
Yeah, take that.
we handle things much differently. We don't disrespect each other. So when we do that, it's like
That's not true
it's
at
like
all,
You
it's
dumb
like it's
fuck.
like
disrespect
invite
That's not
it's
true
women.
at
like
all,
invite
dumb
You
fuck.
disrespect
Men disrespect men
women.
all the goddamn time, you idiot. What are you talking about? Men don't do that. Yes, they do.
I'm not the type of man to do that, bro.
And that's a fucking lie. Because even as you're
So he
trying
doesn't
to
disrespect
walk back
women.
what you said earlier, Or again, you tried to call me gay as an insult. Why? Which, by the way, you did it incorrectly because nobody knows what the fuck a body boy is. That's not a thing. You tried to do that to insult me earlier, to disrespect me earlier. And just because your Peabody fucking brain forgot that doesn't mean I did. You are a nothing to me. You have no knowledge to share, mostly because you are, again, functionally illiterate. You have no idea the words you use, so of course you can't be accountable for them. You have no fucking clue. You're flying by the seat of your pants, and for some odd reason, you keep getting away with it. Well, guess what? You signed up for the wrong live. This live is gonna make you be accountable for the words you use. So when I see you be a illiterate dumb fuck, when I see you act like the idiot that you are, I'm gonna call you on that shit every fucking time. And it gets under your skin because you don't like hearing these things about
So
yourself. But you'll never change if you don't hear it. You are a fucking idiot. Change that.
Or die. We don't.
that man, bro. Yeah, whatever you say, dog. You right. You right.
I know I
I'm
am.
an idiot. I'm an
I know.
idiot. I'm
I know.
comfortable. Let me be
I
an
know.
idiot. Like
I know.
ignorance is bliss, right?
I know.
Ignorance is
You're
bliss.
not saying shit I don't know. You think I don't know you? Come on now. I just told you who you are,
Why
dumb
you
fuck.
always gotta say something back though? That's the female trait.
That's the female trait.
Yeah, why you always gotta say something back?
Female
The
trait
Every time
female
I
as
say
trait is
something, you
to
gotta
say
say
saying
something.
something.
something back.
Every time I
As
say
he's
something, you gotta
actively
say
saying
something though.
something back. As you're actively saying something back.
How do you expect to have a
I'm
conversation?
telling
You must
him he's
hold on.
right,
You
and
must
he's
only
yeah,
talk
I
to
know.
women. You must only talk to women because in a conversation, the person says something back. So clearly, every person that you have a conversation with is a female, right? That's the only way that can make sense. Because how in the fuck are you having a conversation with somebody that's a male and they don't say something back? You are fucking stupid.
Oh man. Oh, yeah,
And
man. You know,
again, I
I don't
just
know
said
what to say
something.
because you
I
just
just
so
said
safe
something, and
right
he
now.
got to say something
You
back.
be saying
I just said something,
you
and
be
he got to
you
say something
insulting
back.
me. You saying like
I guess
insulting
Eric is
words
a
and
fucking. I guess
everything.
Eric is a female. Oh, Eric's a female because every time I say something, he always wants to say something back.
Why
Whenever
you
I
keep
tell him
trying
how
to
fucking
insult me,
stupid
bro?
he is, whenever I mute his ass to tell him how fucking dumb he is, he always wants to come off mute and say something about it. He must be a fucking female. I'm Eric. I have a dumbass mental state. I don't even know what the fuck I'm saying. It doesn't make any fucking sense, but I live by it because guess what? I just fucking accidentally my way to where I am in life. I don't necessarily care to figure out how. Fucking idiot.
Why you keep trying to insult me, dog? What's wrong with you?
I'm not insulting you. I'm
You
telling
don't have
you
to
what you
try.
are, a fucking
Would
idiot.
you do that to my face though? That's what I want to know.
Absolutely fucking
You know
idiot.
you lying, bro. You just comfortable as hell on this phone. You know you wouldn't say none of that shit. And
All
I know
this.
on my soul you wouldn't say that. You know in your heart of hearts. You know in your heart of hearts, bro. You already know.
That's
But
cute.
I'm
That's
being
cute.
respectful, bro. You need to try
You're
to
not
extend
being
the same
respectful.
thing, dog. You keep calling me out of
You're
my
not
name.
being respectful. And I can tell you how I know that. Because one, you tried to call me gay as an insult. Two, you tried to call me a woman as an insult. Both things are fucking stupid because only an idiot would
All
do
right, all right,
that.
all right, all right, bro. I
Right? Because
apologize, bro.
but
That
no, no,
hurt your
no, don't no. Take that apology and stuff it all the way up your fucking ass. I don't need that shit. The fact that you have to sit here and
What are you
continually
crying
lie
about?
about how I'm not coming at you, I'm not coming at you,
Why
I'm not coming at
what
you,
you
but you
crying about?
actually are. Look at that. You champing at the bit. You can't even stay on mute long enough for me to talk because you're so riled up. And you know why that is? Because I'm speaking to who you are as a person. You know this subconsciously, consciously, it don't fucking matter. You know what I'm saying is right. That's why it hurts your fucking feelings so goddamn bad. Again, you could change being a fucking dumbass, but you'll have to get over yourself first.
Bro, you controlling the mute button and all that. It make you feel
That's
powerful, right?
me,
So you
sweetie.
can say all this, you say all this slanderous shit, and then you want to mute me when I respond. And I'm trying to apologize to you because you bring that up 2 or 3
I
times
told you to
already.
stick that shit up your fucking ass, bitch. I don't need it.
Then why you bring it up so much?
I'm literally telling you what you are and showing you how you're doing it. I'm showing you the process by which
You
I
really
judge
showing your
you. I'm
personality.
letting you see why I know what you are. I'm showing you how I came to the conclusion that you are a fucking dumbass. The fact that you cannot be held accountable for the words you use, you are a fucking child. Only would you expect a child to not be able to be accountable for the words they use, right? But you are a grown fucking man with a wife and you don't know the words you're using. You can't be accountable for the words you're using. You don't remember the words you use. You are a fucking idiot. And I'm telling you over and over and over and over and over again and over and over and over again how you're a fucking idiot. I'm showing you why. I'm telling you how. And your dumb ass still don't get it. That's how fucking stupid you are.
Worth the wait. This is the conversation.
I
If you
hurt your
look at the
feelings, huh?
screen, it says women have been gaslit by God in the church. And this
And
motherfucker
that's
on
what
the
I wanted to
stage
talk.
is a prime example of how women have been gaslit. This is the conversation.
That's the one I
Sure, no
wanted to
one
talk
has to
about, y'all.
accept an
That's what
apology. No one has to accept an apology just because someone gives it.
he ain't got to
Okay?
accept. I
So
still apologize though.
those in the comments saying that can stop saying it. Just because someone utters the words, "I'm sorry," does not mean they are in fact apologetic. They may be using apologetics, but it doesn't mean that they are apologetic. And they can say, "I'm sorry." They are sorry, because that's a whole different context, but he don't have to accept it, and he obviously does not.
That's fine. But that's the subject I wanted to talk about.
So
That
y'all
last
can
one
move
that you
on.
read. The last one. What was it again?
I don't know how you're going to be able to speak on how God has gaslit women when you don't know what God has done since you haven't read the Bible. Like, that's going to be a difficult topic. Maybe you can
All
speak on church.
right.
You disrespectful little
How
bitch.
disrespectful you are?
I told you, I like, get the fuck off my stage. Because if one motherfucker thing you not going to do is disrespect Fee.
I don't know. If I was a believer and I saw all these bottom of the barrel ass niggas that don't know nothing, I, I'd have to think twice. I don't know. These is the niggas that's gonna be with me at the end. I don't know. Seems kind of stupid.
Did you see how he was begging you though?
Sorry, man.
I mean, the begging
Go on,
is
just hug it out
crazy.
with me.
Like,
Hug it out with me, also.
that's why I say Adam is their god. Like, they
It's-
worship the male species.
Oh
Like,
yeah,
homie, we both got dicks. Like, why you acting like that in front of the chicks? Like,
yeah.
that's how he was.
Men don't disrespect each other. The fuck they don't. Are you serious?
I mean, think about the fact that responding is a female's trait. What? How do you have conversations without responses?
Sure, that's like that guy saying asking questions was masculine. This is what the this is what the fuck we dealing with, and this is how they gaslight women in this church. Bullshit like this. They come up. He came up all. I'm sorry. I just want to talk about applied science. Applied faith. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Like, he's full of shit. He's misogynist. Uh, he prioritizes the patriarchy, and he disrespects women.
Yeah, and he tries to hide the fact that he's illiterate, which I mean only puts a spotlight right the fuck on it.
Because how you can't see them words, bro?
Maybe he has a
It's like
flip
Dr.
phone.
Paul.
I mean, maybe he can't see the words, but if you read your book, maybe God would heal your eyes and then you could see the word. I don't know.
Sweep the leg. I think you're right. I saw a video where a lady was explaining how submission is masculine and that it was never really intended for women. But she was saying, she wasn't saying that it was, specifically meant for men, but she was saying that it was more so masculine energy because in antiquity the men bowed down to the king. Like, they sought a king to bow down to. They needed a ruler, and they're always looking for their leader or their next leader. And she was talking about how submission is actually a masculine thing and not necessarily feminine.
Yeah, she said cooperation was feminine, right? And
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah. Which makes
Hi
sense because
guys.
matriarchal societies was uh cooperation. It was
mhm,
community focused. It wasn't about hierarchies.
right.
Miss November.
Yeah, hi everyone.
Hello. Can
So
I get your age, please?
I'm 28.
And are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I'm a Christian.
Which topic on the board did you want to discuss?
Women being gaslit by God and the church.
So that's the main topic. The topics are God helped David get rid of his baby problem. Jezebel was innocent. What if Adam was abusive? Job's wife was ignored and demonized.
Yeah, so you want me to focus on what you just mentioned rather than what I
The
said?
main topic is women have been gaslit by God in the church. All of those subtopics right there is what you pick from. They all are going to go back to women being gaslit by God in the church. Does that make sense?
Yeah, yeah. Okay, so
Okay.
in terms of God helping David get rid of his baby problem, I've like I'm unsure where that is from because from what I recall in the Bible, David was upset that like his child was going to die. And how that came across was obviously like we know he killed Bathsheba's husband because he wanted to sleep with her, and then eventually he seemed like he got away with it until God sent a prophet to him to basically tell him like what he did was wrong and that as a result, like because I guess the consequences for actions, that the baby would not survive. And his response was, when we just like look at how the people of that culture, the Jews, when they upset God, how they like, go into sackcloth more. And his response was like he wanted that baby and he tried to get God's attention for God to not like, punish him and keep that baby, but he ended up having to face the consequence. So I'm unsure as to how God helped him get rid of it when in the first place he even wanted that baby.
Yeah. So what was this is why I say that women have been gaslit by God and the church. So David slept with Bathsheba first, before he killed Uriah's wife. I mean, before he killed Uriah,
Right.
Bathsheba's husband. And when Bathsheba went to David and told David that she was pregnant, David schemed, right, to get Uriah to go home and sleep with Bathsheba so that he could pass the baby off on Uriah to hide that he had sinned and that he had conceived a child from this sin. Correct? Okay. Who was he trying to hide that sin from? Your God
His
or
people.
humans? Humans, right?
Humans, yeah.
Yeah. And so David was a king. And if the people in the kingdom found out that David one slept with the wife of the general in his army while he was away fighting, and got her pregnant, right? That would have been messed up David's reputation as king. Not only that, after David schemes and tries to get Uriah to sleep with Bathsheba and Uriah's integrity upholds and he doesn't do it, David then sends a letter by Uriah to Jobab and plans his murder. He commits premeditated murder. He sends Uriah with his own death notice, right? His own letter commanding his death. And then he then takes Bathsheba in as his wife. Now, had the child lived, would people have been able to calculate the child's conception date back to the time that Uriah was away fighting? Had the child lived?
Probably not, no.
So a child is a woman is pregnant for how long?
About 8 to 9 months.
So when the baby is born, if you count backwards to 8 or 9 months, would they be able to say Uriah was away fighting when this child was conceived? Uriah, how did she conceive a child when Uriah was away? Would they
Yeah,
have
I
been
see
able
your
to do that?
point.
Yeah. Okay. And then they David had Uriah killed. All of a sudden Uriah dies in battle, then a child is born. Would they have been able to, or speculated that David had something to do with Uriah being killed to hide the fact that he had a baby with Uriah's wife?
Yeah, I see your point. I see your point. That makes sense. However, like I
Hold on, hold
feel
on. Let
like
me finish because I didn't interrupt you. Let me finish
oh, I thought
making
you were
my
done.
clear
Sorry.
point. No. So here David has this problem, right? He's fixed part of the problem. Originally David wanted to get rid of his responsibility for the child, right? That was what David originally wanted. The problems it still persists, although Uriah is now dead. David has now taken Bathsheba. The child is born. It's still a problem. It's a problem for David's reputation. It's a child outside of royal wedlock becomes a weapon for enemy nations, right? For them to use against David. So David still has a problem, although he's killed Uriah. And then the baby is born, and the text says Adonai struck the child. Adonai killed the child. Did David ultimately get what he originally wanted when this God killed the child? Did his problem get taken care of?
Yeah.
And then David mourning the child, and then immediately comforts Bathsheba and has sex with her and gets her pregnant again. And then this God goes, I'm gonna bless that child.
Mm.
Yeah. And it's framed as a punishment, but David ultimately gets what David wanted anyway, which was to not be bogged down by this child he conceived with the general's wife outside of royal wedlock. So in actuality, if you really look at it, the God helped David, framed it as a punishment. This is why I say women have been gaslit.
Yeah, but then like if what you say is right, how does that like gaslight women though? Is what I'm trying to understand. In this specific situation.
Well, for one, Bathsheba's consent was taken. There was a power dynamic. David watched another man's wife take a bath. He invaded her privacy. He then sent his advisors to go and command her to come and have sex with him. Her autonomy was taken. Her consent was taken. He then gets her pregnant, schemes, kills her husband, takes her as his own property, as an added wife, right? The God kills her baby. And you're today on the stage saying, well, it was a punishment. David loved that child. David, like, it's you're made to see it as something as divine from your God, holy, right? And not what it is, a cover up.
Okay. Just when are you done so like I don't interrupt you again?
Yeah, last thing I'm gonna say is, you said if what I say is right. You put an if on that when everything that I said is from the Bible. Like, I didn't add to it and I didn't
No.
take away. No, you did say if what you said is right. You said
No,
that.
I did say that.
Hold
I'm
on.
not saying I didn't.
Hold on. Well, what I was gonna say is, if you're putting an if on it, if you could show me where I said something that it is not right.
So the reason why I said if is because that could be a potential like the reason why God decided to kill the baby could potentially be like you said to help cover up, but it could also be like I feel like you're looking at it from a specific angle, and someone else could look at it as God was really trying to like someone who is less I don't know, you know how there's different personality types. Some people are more trusting and some people are more like they are on it. Like they're not bothering to see other people's intention. They just see it as it is. So I'm saying from different perspectives, it could it's potentially you could potentially be right, but from a different perspective, it could actually be that God was just trying to punish him, even though it ended up being coincidentally that he got what he wanted. So this is why I said if, because I'm not necessarily drawn to any specific side. I don't know the reason why God did what he did. So I'm not going to speak categorically. This is why I'll say if. But like I said, I
Well, let me
understand your
address that.
perspective.
Hold on, let me address that part. So when if you don't typically give a person what they want to punish them, right? A punishment would have been to make him deal with the consequences of conceiving a child outside of royal wedlock, right? You don't give the person what they scheme to get to escape accountability for their actions as a punishment.
Agreed. But at the same time, I don't see David in the Bible being this hero. Like I'm sure maybe there's some people that look at him as that, but I don't. I look at him also as a lesson, like I should learn, because he made a lot of mistakes, and majority of people in the Bible actually did make a lot of heinous mistakes. And when I read what they did, I'm not like trying to be like them. If anything, I'm trying to ensure I don't make those mistakes, even if I do
Yeah, but we're
sometimes.
not talking about David. We're talking about
Yeah,
your
so like with
God.
David,
We're
I
talking
don't
about your
see him.
God. We're talking about
Yeah,
your
yeah, but
God. Yeah, why are we talking
specific,
about David? Why are we talking about how
because you
you look
said,
at David?
because you just said something about how David was like, if he was going to be punished, he would not
Yeah,
have gotten
that
what
has
he
to do with
wanted.
your God. That has to do with your God's decision. Like,
In
why
the
are you
grand
switching
scheme
the?
of
Hold on,
things,
hello. Why are we
you're
talking
asking me
about
a
David?
question though.
No. I'm asking, why are you switching the topic to David when the
Okay,
topic
I'm not
is your God?
okay. I'm going to go back to God now, if that helps.
Yes.
The reason why I did mention, and because you asked me why, so I'm going to answer you. The reason why I mentioned David was because David is not, I don't think, like what you said about how God saved him and all these amazing things you said, I don't think that was even like, when I read his entire life story, I don't see him in a good, positive light. So this is why I said
That
that.
doesn't matter though. It doesn't matter whether you see David in a positive light or a negative light. David isn't the topic. Your God is. And whether you see David in a positive light or a negative light doesn't change the fact that your God gave David what he originally wanted in this specific story. It's an
Maybe, but
irrelevant point.
yeah, but then at the same time, like logically, when you look at the grand scheme of things, I don't see like David being this person that, like, this specific story does not mean that God is giving special treatment to David or helping him out.
I didn't say that. I
When
didn't
I
make
see
that
the
point. So
bigger
why are you
picture,
talking about that? I didn't
I'm
make that point. We're talking about your God. We're talking about your God performing an afterbirth termination
so this is why I
of
said if.
hello, hold on. The topic is your God helping David get rid of a baby problem. Your God performing an afterbirth termination of a consequence. That's what
Yeah,
we're talking about. Not whether David was a good man, not whether David was a good example to follow. And you're trying to change the
I'm
topic
not
to
trying to. I
David.
think
You
okay,
are.
okay. This is why I thought it was relevant to say. You know how you said I was saying if, like you were wondering why I was suggesting that what you're saying was just a potential and not necessarily the truth. And this is why I don't think it could be the truth, because in the grand scheme of things, I don't like. I doubt that God was actually trying to help him get rid of the baby,
Then you
because
need to use the text the same way I did
no, I
to
used
show
the
where.
text,
No,
but
wait,
then I
no.
used
No,
it.
you're not. You're
Can I
not because
finish
I
though?
hold on.
Because
No,
you
no,
didn't
no.
like
If
it when I
no, because
interrupted
this is
you.
what I said. Because you said if. I said, if you can show me where, because I quoted the text, right? The story word for word. I didn't add, I didn't take away. I said, because you said if you can show me where I said something wrong in the story. So
You
if
didn't say
you're gonna go back,
anything
if you're
wrong.
gonna go back to
No,
the
no, no. You
if
didn't.
point, hold on. If you're going to go back to the if point, then I need you to point to the text and say, you said this happened and that didn't happen. And this is why I don't think God gave David what he originally wanted. I need you to use the text the same way I did.
Okay, so now using the text, I think that because at the end of the it would seem like I'll go back to the David thing because that's my point. But please hear me out because you keep cutting me off and I feel like I'm not
Yeah,
getting a
because I'm
chance
gonna
to
keep
make.
you on topic, and that's my job as the host. Don't
Yeah,
complain about it.
I
If you
am on
wander
topic.
off,
You
hold on,
just may
no,
not
stop,
see. Yeah.
no, stop. Listen, if you wander off topic, I'm going to put you back on topic. That is my job as the host, not to let you just wander. The topic isn't David. The topic is your God. So I'm gonna keep you on topic. Expect that. Go ahead.
The thing is, you're asking me to point to the text. You used examples from before, like what led up to the baby, and what I'm trying to do is use examples of after to show you why I don't
I'm
think
not.
so.
No, no,
So
no, no, no.
this is what you're having issues
No,
with
because you're
specifically
trying to
because it looks
change it
like
to
I'm
David. You're trying
no,
to
I'm
change it
not
to
trying to.
David. Yes, you are. After
But
the
you
fact has nothing to do with you saying if what you're saying is correct.
okay? Did you
If you're saying, hold on, stop. If you're saying if what you're saying is correct, what I said has to do with the story, what happened. David have lusting after somebody else's wife. David commanding that she be brought to him to sleep with him. David getting her pregnant. David then scheming and bringing Uriah back from the war, getting him telling him to go home and have sex with his wife. That didn't work. He then gets him drunk and hopes that he goes home and sleeps with his wife. That didn't work. He then sends him back to war with a letter premeditating his murder. That he dies. He takes Bathsheba as his wife. Bathsheba has the child. God kills the child. David originally wanted to escape accountability of this child, and God ends up giving David what he wanted from the get-go. I don't see how that is a punishment. That is what, if you say, if what you say is correct and you're saying there's an if there, I need you to address that, not something that I
okay?
have not talked
You
about.
know, okay. You know how like a lot of things do not exist in a vacuum.
Sorry, that was an accident. That was an
Um,
accident. I was playing with
yeah.
my mouse on the
So
thing.
for me, I feel like in order to have an honest conversation with a lot of things, by the way, not necessarily this, I like to ensure that because a lot of things do not exist inside of a vacuum, especially when you make a concluding point. It's always nice to look at the whole of it. This is why I have the conclusion I
Then
have. But if
address
you
the
want
points
to,
that we're talking
yeah,
about.
but then
Not
if you want,
don't add
I'm not
new
done
points.
speaking. I'm not
Hold
done
on. No,
speaking,
no, no, no,
please.
no, no. Because
Please,
listen.
host,
No, no,
you would love
no,
for
because
me.
you just want to, no, because you're not going to be able to gaslight me into letting you add new points when you haven't addressed the points that have been brought up. Address the points that have been brought up.
I addressed the
Uh,
points you brought up. I did
you have
say that, yes.
not.
No, I did. I did say that it
You
makes
haven't.
sense. But
You
the
said
reason
if
why,
what you're saying, you said if what you're saying is true, then you said, well, I'm not saying that. Then you went back to it and said, well, this is
no,
why I
that's
say
not
if
true.
that is what you did. I can play
When you
it back.
spoke, I did say everything you said makes
And
sense.
I
So
can
please
play
do
it
not,
back.
yeah,
Okay,
play it
this is
back
why
because when you were speaking,
I do not
okay, if you
like to
don't
be
remember,
gaslit. Yeah,
if
please
you
go
don't
on mute. Go
remember,
on mute. I'm gonna play it back because I don't y'all gaslight like crazy when I don't understand why.
please play it back
The whole
because I know what I said.
the reason we are back at the if is because you brought it back up.
Please play it back.
If
I
was
Tell
a
you to
am.
thing,
go on mute.
we'd all be a gaggle of chickens.
Wait, am I supposed to speak?
Yeah, I think the best time to try to talk is when you're getting muted.
Your age, please?
I'm 28.
The last thing I'm gonna say is you said if what I say is right. You put a if
It could potentially be like you said, God was really trying to like someone who's less, I don't know, on it, like they're not bothered from a different perspective. So this is why I said specifically, this is why I will say if.
Here's where you brought it back up.
To any specific side. I don't know the reason why God did what he did, so I'm not going to speak categorically. This is why I will say if. But like I said, I understand
Well, let me
your
address that.
perspective. I don't punish him. It's potentially, you could potentially be right, but from a different perspective, it could actually be that God was just trying to punish him, even though it ended up being coincidentally that he got what he wanted. So this is why I said if, because I'm not necessarily drawn to any specific side. I don't know the reason why God did what he did, so I'm not going to speak categorically. This is why I'll say if. But like I said, I understand.
Well, let me address. That's where you brought it back up, and you stated twice in just that little snippet that this is why you say if. So if you're saying there is a different perspective and there is a if to that, then I need you to address that. Address the points that have been brought up before you bring in new points. That is all I'm asking.
I was waiting for you to unmute me because I didn't know if you wanted me to speak. Okay, let me start again. What you said is right. Yes. That is a potential angle. However, I do not necessarily think that that is the only reason why, like God getting rid of the baby. I don't think it's only because he was trying to hide David's sin. I think it could be also because he was actually trying to punish David, and it just so happens that because remember this context you gave about how that was his original plan, and how he wanted to initially get Uriah to take accountability of the baby. That could not necessarily have been in mind because it is valid that in the Bible God is consistent with there being punishment, like consequences rather, for actions. So it's I think it could be, I just would like to give God the benefit of the doubt because from my experience with him, like you said, I should focus on God.
No testimony. No. So what you're
Okay,
saying
it's not
is,
my
hold on.
testimony.
No, hold
It's
on,
not
hold
my
on.
testimony.
What?
I wasn't about to give a
Hold on.
testimony.
Yes, you are.
I
You
was
said
not.
from
I'm
my
only lying.
experience with him. You said from my experience with him. That means testimony. That means personal anecdotal experience, and that's not important
No,
to the
I
text
was
or the
going to use the
story.
word. No,
Hold
I
on,
was going to use the Bible.
hold on. What you are saying is you choose to not accept the facts as is, and you choose to still see it as the way that you've been taught, right? Regardless of the fact that, yes, David wanted to get rid of his accountability to the child. Yes, your God killing the child releases David of that accountability, fixes David's reputation problem, fixes David's weakness to enemy nations problem. It fixes David's problem. It's not really a punishment. It fixes his original problem that he had. And you're choosing to ignore that. And you're saying potentially God could still see it as a punishment because it's a child. That's what you're saying.
That's not what I'm saying. No.
That's those are your words. Those are your words.
No, that's not what I mean. And I wasn't about to go into a testimony. I was just saying from the text itself, like from the scripture, I've not really, except you can point it out to me, but I haven't seen examples in scripture, not from my life, just from my study of scripture, that he is trying to be mean or do like evil things just because, which is why I will give
Hold on, who
him the
said
benefit
that?
of.
Who said that? Why are you making that point? Where did I say that?
I never said you said it though.
So
Like,
why
just
are
like,
you making that point?
because this is why I do not think he will do that. You were saying I
Do
was about to
what?
give a testimony. This is why I don't think he was trying to absolve David. from a crime, because I've that is just not the character I've observed
But you
in the
can't use
scripture.
the text to show that. You're saying exactly what I said you're saying. I just choose to believe that God meant it for good. That's what you're saying.
Things do
Right?
not
And then
exist
you
out
say,
of a vacuum.
your God doesn't just do anything mean, but your God took the life of an innocent child as a punishment because a man wanted to nut. What did the child do to deserve to die for David's sin, while your God claims that children shouldn't die for the sins of their father, except this child did?
First of all,
Because one could say that this was a sacrifice. One could say that this child, since your God struck the child, and the text says Adonai struck the child, your God killed the child because David sinned. This was a sin sacrifice. The child died for David's sin.
yeah, but then you know how you just said now that that God does not. What did you say about children not dying for the sins of their fathers? That is not
Except the child did die because his daddy sinned.
Yeah, but
What
then
do you mean?
that is not right though. That is not in the
That's
Bible.
what your God did.
No.
Either he helped David. You can't have it both ways.
Listen,
Either
in the
he helped. Hold
Bible,
on, stop. Hold
that does
on.
not exist.
You can't have it both ways because your God killed the child. So either he helped David or the child paid for David's sin.
Okay,
Your
but
God took the child's life.
in the Bible, children do experience the sins of their fathers though. So what you said is not true. One.
Okay, let's go to Ezekiel 18 because I use scripture.
also
I don't
use
just talk.
scripture.
But I don't. You haven't used one motherfucking scripture since you've been on the stage.
I have.
I use
I
scripture.
did
No, you
recap the
haven't. No, you
story.
haven't. No, the fuck you haven't.
Okay,
I
are we
use
going to-
scripture.
are we
I
going to
use
have a
scripture. Will you
conversation?
stop talking while I'm talking? I
Okay,
use
I'm sorry,
scripture.
I do not
I
want to
use
be involved in
scripture.
this
I
conversation
use scripture,
anymore.
and you just
Thank
keep
you.
saying stuff. You
Sorry,
just
I
keep,
don't want to be
go ahead
involved
and
there.
run.
Please kick
But
me
there is
out.
no need for you to be talking while I'm talking. And you're
Could you, like,
trying.
take me
What you're
out? I don't
trying
know
to
how to
do.
be-
What you're trying to do is you're trying to create a situation that justifies you running because you are being dishonest. And you just said that the text doesn't say that children should not die or pay for the sins of their father, and it actually does say that in Ezekiel 18. Your God actually contradicts himself. In Exodus, he tells Moses that he will make children pay for the sins of their father to the third and fourth generation. In Ezekiel, he says, I never said that. He says the person who sins dies, and that children shall not pay for the sins of their father in Ezekiel 18. But what your God does in the story of David and Bathsheba is he kills a child, and it's framed in the narrative as a punishment for David's sin. So either the child loses its life because David sinned, or your God helped David get rid of a baby problem. But you cannot have it both ways. And Ezekiel
show the
18 says
scripture?
exactly what I said.
Show the scripture. I've not seen it yet.
It's on the
Waiting.
screen. It's on the freaking screen.
It's not on the screen at the
But
moment.
if this son has a son who sees all the sins that his father has done, considers and does not do likewise, who does not eat upon the mountains or lift up his eyes to the idols of the house of Israel, does not defile his neighbor's wife, does not wrong anyone, exacts no pledge, commits no robbery, but gives his bread to the hungry and covers the naked with the garment, withholds his hand from iniquity, takes no advance or accrued interest, observes my ordinances and follow my statutes, he shall not die for his father's iniquity. He shall surely live. As for his father, because he practiced extortion, robbed his brother, and did what is not good among his people, he died for his iniquity. Yet you say, why should not the son suffer for the iniquity of the father? When the son has done what is lawful and right and has been careful to observe all my statutes, he shall surely live. The person who sins shall die. Verse 20. A child shall not suffer for the iniquity of a parent, nor a parent suffer for the iniquity of a child. The righteousness of the righteous shall be their own, and the wickedness of the wicked shall be their own. Ezekiel 18. The text says exactly what I said it
Yeah,
says.
the text does say, but then I feel like you should leave room for like, for example, I didn't know this because
Leave room for.
I clearly
Then
did
you
not
shouldn't
know
have.
it.
Then you should not have claimed that what I said wasn't in the
Because
text. Don't. You made it. No, you didn't leave room. You didn't leave room for your own lack of ignorance. Don't expect me to.
but Thinker, you also admitted
Nope.
that
No, you're
you
not gonna put that bullshit on me. You did
what
not leave
bullshit.
room for. No,
Calm
you
down.
made a defense. No, stop.
Please calm
You made.
down.
No, stop. No, no. You made a definitive statement that the text doesn't say that. Then you want to add. You want to say that I need to leave room for your own lack of ignorance when you didn't do it for yourself. Then on top of that, you didn't leave room for my intelligence. So no.
Okay, that's fine. Have a good day. But I don't know how to leave this. Could you like just remove me from the panel because this
Pray about it.
It's crazy to come up and ask how God and the church gaslights when you are actively gaslighting yourself.
You are actively gaslighting.
That is wild work. Like the book says what the fuck the book says.
Actively
Like looking for reasons.
gaslighting.
I was saying this the other day. It's like walking into your bedroom,
oh
seeing
my
your
god.
partner in the
Please
bed with
take me
somebody
out
else
of this mess. Thank
and
you.
looking for
No, ma'am.
reasons, looking for ways to or reasons to, oh well, it must be something different. It can't be this because that's just not in the nature of my partner. You believe that it's not in the nature of the God to do the very thing the God did. Like why are you gaslighting yourself for the purpose of ignoring what's right in front of your face? That's wild work.
Okay, I thank God I have choice. So I can choose what I want to do. Thank you.
Oh no, you're not a part of this conversation anymore, babe.
But the crazy thing is that I literally said you are choosing that, and you said that's not what I'm saying at all.
I didn't know that you were mocking people from
You are not a part of this conversation anymore.
You don't have to talk back in it.
You are not a part of the conversation anymore. You are not a part of the conversation anymore.
I mean, she can talk because Fee was talking to her. She don't know how to get down no way. She gonna have to pray and ask Yahweh for that.
Sorry, Fee, what did you say?
Well, what I was saying was that like the reality is you made a claim. You read the story, thinker read the scripture that said the very thing that you said it didn't say. But prior to getting to that, you were talking about reading the specifics of the story of David and Bathsheba and figuring out a way to understand those specifics to the glory of your God. That's you gaslighting yourself. The book says what the book says. David didn't make a mistake. Premeditated murder is not a mistake. Having somebody's wife, who you know it's somebody's wife, called to you so you can have sex with her is not a mistake. It's a choice. Your God figured out a way to make David not be accountable for his choices and then told you killing a baby for what he did was punishment for him. Do you see how many arrows and angles and pointing is going on there? When in reality, he did a thing. Your God had laws in place to show what the punishment for that thing should have been. He didn't do that. And the reason he didn't do that is because his seed or heir had to come through a specific line or some bullshit like that. But it doesn't matter because the fact of the matter is he killed a baby, according to you, to punish David for what he did, his actions, not a mistake. And I just don't understand the
Yeah, I
hoops
don't think
that
it's a mistake.
I don't understand the hoops that believers go through to try to clean the slate of this God. Like the amount of whiteout y'all use with this God is insane to me, and I don't know why.
Okay, so I agree with you. David did not make a mistake. Forgive me if I used the word mistake before. I just mean like people sin all the time. And so when I say mistake, that's what I mean, but I'll be more specific now. So I think that David was just a sinner, which is why I went back to the David thing, but I guess you guys didn't want to hear about it. At the end of just me reading about David, I feel like he got what he deserved. And so I don't feel like he was absolved. Maybe this is why I have this perspective that, like, I still think he ended up being punished because when I look at the entirety of it, I don't think he got away scot-free. I think he did get his fair share of punishment. And I think he didn't even get I think he deserved even more than he even got. Do you understand? But I feel like maybe there's no space for that perspective in this conversation
But
Because you haven't
that's
read
my.
the book, darling. In
Well,
the
it's not.
Bible, God says, I'm punishing you for this. And he says what he's going to do.
Not
Okay.
only that, I very explicitly told you address the points first and then you could talk about David. Like this bullshit that y'all do is just ridiculous. The points have been addressed first. What we now know is that you are just choosing to believe that your God meant it for good and just rejecting the facts and the logic of the story. I don't care what you say about David now. The previous points have been addressed. That's how you have intellectual conversations. And your God's law says if a man commits adultery with the wife of another man, he is to be stoned to death. Your God's law says if a man kills another man, he is to be stoned to death. Your God's law says that to love a foreigner who lives in the land of Israel as an Israelite, as yourself. And Uriah lived in the land of Israel, married to an Israelite woman, was the general of the Israelite army. Your God's law says, do not covet your neighbor's wife. David should have been stoned, and your God did not do that. Instead, your God punishes him by giving him exactly what he wanted in the first place, fixing his baby problem.
I think that I agree with you that David should have received a lot of punishment. Like I said, literally that was the last thing I said. I don't even think he got as much punishment
He
as
was
he
supposed to
deserved.
have been stoned. The
Yeah,
things that I known require death penalties.
yeah,
David should have been executed, not the baby.
yeah. I agree. David should have been executed, but so can I? I'm just curious, like what can I say and what can I not say to avoid offending you guys? Because I feel like what I'm about to say now, you guys may say, "Oh, I'm going out of topic," but
You're gonna
from
say, but he's David,
no,
and
no, no, no.
God gives mercy and grace, and we all sin, and nobody's perfect. I mean, the only people that deserve to die in this book are homosexuals. I mean, but everybody sins except homosexuals. I mean, they sin worse and they deserve to die because that's an abomination.
Who said that? Who? Me? I didn't say that.
Mm-hmm.
I
Is
was.
You didn't say you were going to say that.
homosexuality a sin?
I don't think. By the way, like
You didn't
it's so
say that
funny
you said
because
that, though, babes.
when I came onto this thing, actually, the first thing I was gonna say was that I actually agree that women are being gaslit by the church. That is my perspective, and this is actually what I mainly speak about. But I don't necessarily think God gaslights women, though. I think it's human beings, like the church, the people that just, I don't know, like, so already I have that view. But then in terms of
Where's your
what,
line of demarcation between God and the church? What can God do without the church
yeah.
doing it?
So I think like I feel like people like just like everyone else, people choose what they want to do. And I feel
No,
like
no. My question is, what can you said is the church is not God? Show me that separation. Tell me the things that the church can do, then tell me what God can do. Because from what I see, God can't do shit without the church. God can't. God is the church. He cannot function, he cannot act, he cannot speak, he can't move, he can't do anything without a human in a church saying that he did it. So if you're saying that the gaslighting comes from the church and not from God, then you're going to have to show me where that distinction is.
yeah, so I think that distinction is that some people like for example, I don't think every or maybe oh, I don't know, let me ask. Do you think that every church wait, actually I don't know, it depends on your view how you answer this question, but let me just say what I was going to say. I don't think that every church that claims is a church is actually like operating from like a good place, like a good holy righteous, like just some people just want to judge people, some people just like it's just like they just want to seem like a position of authority rather than actually do good things, try their best to be good, try their best to love on people, try their best to help people. I think this is why this is like the best example of a demarcation where there's some people hiding under the umbrella of Christianity or any other religion, really, just to fulfill their own personal agendas. So for
That's a
me, that's the first
demarcation of that's a demarcation of people. I didn't ask you about people.
yeah,
I
so
asked you.
people claiming to be godly. So I feel like that is the first demarcation. You could claim to be godly and own a church, but actually you're just doing your own thing and not really from God. Or you read the scripture. Remember, we all have different perspectives. Some people read the scripture with a very different lens to others. Like, and sometimes it's very like more conservative, very like hardcore, and just other people don't see although I personally don't see a lot of the hate that some people see in the scriptures. I think these are these I feel like this is how you can tell that already we're human beings. We all have different perspectives.
Are you
But we're saying,
answering my question, Miss? Because I'm not asking you about different denominations. I'm not asking you about different theologies. I'm not asking you about different dogmas. I'm asking you, how can you say that the church gaslights, but God doesn't? When God cannot, does not, and has not ever acted without the church. You
yeah,
don't
so sorry.
But Fee, also, she says she doesn't see the hate in this text that some people
yeah.
see. But the God commanding women to be raped as a punishment is,
Mhm.
and she doesn't see that as evil or immoral or violent towards women is fucking wild to me. But yeah,
Exactly.
answer Fee's question.
So in in to answer your question, like with for example, now how I just said, oh, there are many churches, and if, in my opinion, there's one God. So how could these people be acting in like total opposition from each other? And of course, that to me just points as a separation between God and the church because there's no many gods according to the
I don't
Christian faith. It's
I
just
don't
one
think
God.
I don't think it points to separation at all. I think it points to the very fact that you just stated that different people interpret things differently. You have to understand that everything that you know about a God came from the mind of a human. So in the same way that I'm reading a book right now, a series, just this like fiction fantasy type story. I could read this book, you could read this book, and you could get something completely different from this book than I do. Like think about when you go to a book club, everybody's read the same book, but what stands out to one person is going to be different than another person. So when it comes to this idea of reading the Bible to find out what God wants, what he wants is going to change depending on who reads the book. So you highlighting the fact that all churches don't represent God. Yes, they do. They just represent the version of God that they understand.
Yeah, but
It may not necessarily be doctrines that you agree with or that align with your character, but that doesn't mean that they don't represent God. That means they don't represent you and your understanding of God. So when I asked you, how can a church gaslight, but God can't? I still don't see where that line of demarcation is because the reality is your God doesn't exist outside the mind of a human. Your God is the church. Anything that the church does is God doing it. It may be some churches doing some shit that you like, it may be some churches doing some shit that you don't like, but you are not positioned to say which ones represent God and which ones don't. And the only being that could make that distinction remains silent and has been for all of eternity.
yeah, so when I say that, I'm not necessarily talking about denominations. I just mean people that are outrightly just doing being against the Bible. So there are some people that actually just they go to church and they claim I don't know honestly, but I'm sure they claim that they think they're Christians, but they're doing exactly opposite. Just like I mean, I don't want to start calling names, but there are actual people out there that their doctrine is just not from the Bible. So it's like, where did you get that from? And
Well,
now,
they cobbled it together in the same way that your denomination cobbled together whatever doctrine you hold. It's
no,
no
so I'm
different.
non-denominational. I don't. That's the thing.
Well,
Like the
your
whole,
yeah,
I'm
your belief system.
non-denominational.
Okay,
Yeah.
then your belief system, your version of God, it's the same thing.
Non-denominational is a denomination.
It really
So,
is.
what did you say?
Non-denominational is a denomination.
Non-denominational is a denomination,
Well,
Lovey.
fair enough. But the thing is, all I'll say is, I just think if you're following the scripture, like if you're going according to what the Bible says, that is how I know that that's the difference between God and the church. The people that are actually doing like biblical and approaching it from a lens of love in my opinion, because, well, that's again my opinion. And
All of this is opinion. All of this is opinion. You can't. The Bible is not univocal. The Bible contains multiple contradictions. Thinker just read one to you from Ezekiel and I think Exodus, where in one God says he will pass the sins on to the children from the father, and then the other one says no, I won't do that. There are multiple contradictions in this book, so it's not to say that, oh well, these particular people are not following the Bible because it doesn't say do that. Well, it doesn't say do this in this particular scripture, but it says it somewhere else. You
yeah,
aren't
I agree.
positioned. This is nothing but a no true Scotsman fallacy. You feel like you have your particular version of what Christianity is. Anything outside of that bubble isn't Christian or isn't approved by God, but that's just through your lens. God never comes down here and confirms which one of y'all is right.
Yeah, but you know, even the scripture that was shown to me, I just feel like logically, in my own way, I would just take the latest, because obviously the verse I was referring to where I said, God said that the punishment, he will pass the punishment on to previous generations, was in Exodus, and this is in Ezekiel. Just anybody that's just thinking logically would take the latest
So
verse. That's what I would
you
do.
think because Ezekiel comes later in the Bible, that means it was written later? You think the Bible is chronological in the order of the books?
So what I'll do actually is I'll follow the chronological verse. So like for example now, I'm sure in the New Testament such a thing, I don't know what it says. Let me not start, but I'm not sure what it says about this kind of thing. I think it's similar to Ezekiel though, just
You think
from
what's similar to
but
Ezekiel?
I think the latest thing about like sin from generation to generation in the New Testament is probably similar to Ezekiel. That is what I would hold
It's not
as
though, but it's not, and that's the thing. But and then
it's
even if
not.
no, like it says two different things. One says that he will, the other one says that he won't, and then there's another scripture that says he doesn't change. One of those three are wrong. But when we point this out, and you're only looking at this because I say this all the time, because you come with your conclusion in hand already, that is going to guide how you read this book. You did it with your conversation with Thinker. Well, I can't, I mean, I know God wouldn't do anything like that. If you can say that God won't do something, you are determining who God is. God's not determining. He's shown you who he is in the book. He's shown you that he'll kill a kid in order to, like, fuck them kids. He said he shows it consistently. He tells men to he tells his people to go kill all the men, the little boys and the women who slept with men and keep the little girl version to yourself. God has shown you who he is. He's told you what he does. You provide the excuses for it as the believer. You provide the explanations for it as the believer. You speak to which scriptures to put together to try to come up with this ideology. That is you telling the God who he is, but the God's already told you who he is. You just don't want to accept it. You gaslight yourself into this position. That's not about being consistent. That's not about aligning with a deity. That's about you creating who this deity is based on the things that you can imagine a God doing and not doing. You are the author, not this God.
Yeah, but well, that's not what I was
Like,
saying.
like for example, the whole David mourned for the child. Like reading that, it just says David went in, he sought the Lord, and he fasted. He wouldn't eat. Like to me, that sounds like somebody fucking worried that this baby is alive. Like they don't know what the hell David said to that God. There's no conversation from David to this God where David is asking this God to let the baby live. Then the people are like, wait a minute, we told him the baby dead. Now he eating, and David goes and he eats. He goes, well, I mean, he's dead now. What am I supposed to do?
No, in the book of Psalms, there are like conversations that God is having with, I'm sorry, that David is
About the
having with God
child,
about the child. Yeah.
when he says,
So
Lord, please let my child live.
yeah, like there's how in the book of Psalms there's a lot of like sad things that just David said. A lot of like Bible scholars have kind of, I don't know, they've interpolated, because the book of Psalms, like David's story is just scattered in different places, so they kind of interpolated like this was related to this, especially if you read like a Bible that gives context. Those are the ones I like reading because it's quite difficult otherwise. But anyways,
What does
sorry,
it say in Psalms?
Huh? Sorry, say that
What
again.
does it say in the book of Psalm about him asking the
So there
God to
was
let the
there
baby
was
live?
there was a psalm. I mean, I could check it. I could just quickly go and Google it now, but it would take me out of this.
Yeah,
But
if you could do that.
okay, let me do that.
Pip pip cheerio, isn't it?
Okay, so it's Psalm 51.
And he says,
So I
we
just
see the
read.
prayer. We see the prayer in Psalm 51 where he's like, God, please let my baby live. Spare his life. I'm sorry. In Psalm 51. Is what you're saying? Which verse?
Yeah,
Which verse?
just the entire psalm, really.
The entire psalm is about him asking the God to let the baby live.
Yeah, even if
Let's
when you
see.
scroll
Have
it to the
mercy
top.
on me, O God, according to your steadfast love. According to your abundant mercy, blot out my transgressions. Wash me thoroughly from my iniquity and cleanse me from my sin. For I know my transgressions, and my sin is ever before me. Against you, you alone have I sinned and done what is evil in your sight, so that you are justified in your sentence and blameless when you pass judgment. Indeed, I was born guilty, a sinner, when my mother conceived me. You desire truth in the inward being. Therefore, teach me wisdom in my secret heart. Purge me with hyssop, and I shall be clean. Wash me, and I shall be whiter than snow. Let me hear joy and gladness. Let the bones that you have crushed rejoice. Hide your face from my sins, and blot out all my iniquities. Create in me a clean heart, O God, and put a new and right spirit within me. Do not cast me away from your presence, and do not take your Holy Spirit from me. Restore to me the joy of your salvation, and sustain in me a willing spirit. Then I will teach transgressors your ways, and sinners will return to you. Deliver me from bloodshed, O God. O God of my salvation, and my tongue will sing aloud of your deliverance. O Lord, open my lips, and my mouth will declare your praise, for you have no delight in sacrifice. If I were to give you a burnt offering, would you not be pleased? The sacrifice acceptable to God is a broken spirit, a broken and contrite heart, O God, you will not despise. Do good to Zion in your good pleasure. Rebuild the walls of Jerusalem. Then you will delight in right sacrifices and burnt offerings and whole burnt offerings. Then bulls will be offered on your altar. So what I hear is, God, please help me get this bitch, get this motherfucker out. God, please wash me clean. I don't want my reputation about to be fucked up, make me whiter than snow. Then I'm about to mess up my reputation, everything that I worked for. God, please. That's what I hear. I don't hear nothing about let the baby live. I don't. You hear? Did y'all hear? Let the baby live.
No,
No, I
it
didn't.
wasn't mentioned once.
You know what this? You know what this sound like? You know that guy that got caught, that preacher that got caught, picking up, trying to pick up young boys when he was in jail, and he was
Mhm.
like, Jesus, no, help me, Jesus, Lord, they ain't gonna mess up my reputation, Jesus, please, Lord. Like this, what this remind
This
me
is
of?
embarrassing.
Yep. I
Yeah.
mean, I could see if it was if there was something in here that mentioned the baby, even if not by name, offspring, protect, something. All of this was self-serving. All of this was about David wanting to ensure that his reputation and his name remained unblemished. This didn't have shit to do with a baby.
Yeah, but the reason why I brought it up was because you said that he never had a conversation with God, and my point was
Wait, did
just
I
that
say he didn't have a conversation with God, period? Or did I say it doesn't say what he was saying to your God when he was fasting the week the child was sick? Which did I say?
yeah, but it does say
Which
like
did
if
I
you
say? Which did I say? What did I say?
um like you said, I think it was more like the fasting one. But if you read the Psalm 51,
Psalm 51
regardless, it
does not
shows.
mention the child.
Listen,
It doesn't
listen.
mention the child at all. And what I
Okay.
said was, nope, no, because I do not like when you do this. What I said was, when y'all were talking about how people view the text and have different perspectives and can read the same words, when I read 2 Samuel 12, when David is praying before this God and fasting, and the people are trying to talk to him while the baby is sick and he's not talking, and then when they come and tell him that the baby died, he gets up, washes himself, and then he goes eat, and he says, well, what am I supposed to do? I can't get him back. He gone, right? And then he says, while he was here, I mean, God, it could have been, who knows. Like, his whole attitude about it was like, psh, right? And like, I read this as, no one knows what David prayed to their God while he was fasting. Nobody. It does not say. All it says is that they saw him fasting. They saw him in a somber state, and he could have been worried as fuck about the problem that remained.
Yeah, and this is what I'm saying, which is why I said, but actually there are Psalms he wrote. And if
About the
even
baby?
no, when he was
We're
fasting during
talking
that
about the
period,
baby.
you just said,
We're not talking about just any old prayer or any sin. We are explicitly talking about the baby. My
and that is
point
what this
is
is about.
will you stop? No, like,
I'm
you
taking
are
it.
irritating as hell. I am not talking about just any old prayer. 2 Samuel 12 says he laid before the God and he sought the God. It does not say sought the God for what. It just says he sought the God. That's it. And
Okay.
it says, while the baby was sick, he did not talk. When the baby died, he got up, washed his ass, and went and ate. And when his friends inquired about it, like, whoa, bro, like, we just told you your baby died. Now you up eating. And he like, well, I mean, while the baby was sick, it could have went anyway. And he said, what am I supposed to do? Like, I can't get him back. And then he just goes on about his day. And so, when based off of the conversation that you were having with Fee, regarding people reading the text and seeing different things, getting a different perspective, what I see is, though, there is no way for anyone to know what David prayed while he was before that God. And he could have been asking God to help him out with the problem that still remained. We don't know. It is speculation that David was mourning and begging the God to heal the kid, because it never says that. And neither does Psalms 51 say that. Psalm 51 is not about the baby. And
Wait, scroll down a bit.
When I read Psalm 51, I see a man begging a God to blot out his sins. That's what I see. I don't see anything about heal my baby, don't take my baby away from me.
Okay, could you scroll down a bit on that page, just a little
I
bit?
literally read the whole damn thing.
No, not to, just a little bit. Yeah, just for that. Yeah, there. Please go up a little bit.
Oh my God.
So this is what I was talking
Where do you
about.
see baby? Where do you see baby in this?
Hold on. Can I land?
No. Where do you see baby?
Yes, I can. So, you know where it says prayer for cleansing and pardon to the leader, a psalm of David when the prophet Nathan came to
Where
him
do you see
after he
baby?
had gone into
Where do you
Bathsheba.
see baby? Where do you see prayer for baby's life?
Wait. Did you ever hear me say with my
Where did
mouth anything
are
about
you
baby?
okay? I am talking about the baby. I gave you my perspective about his prayer about the baby. This is why I start yelling, because you don't fucking listen, and then you always want to talk about something else. I explicitly gave you an example of how someone can read this text and have a different perspective, because it does not say David prayed for the baby to live anywhere in this text. The gaslighting y'all have to do is ridiculous.
I actually feel like you're the one gaslighting me because I
Well, if
never
you feel
said.
like, gaslighting wouldn't include fucking resources.
No, because I also
Gaslighting,
brought out. I
no,
brought
stop.
out the scripture.
Gaslighting is me trying to change your reality. I
You are
can't
changing
do
my
that while
reality.
pointing to fucking facts.
No, I'm the one that brought up the scripture, so not really.
You are you like, yeah, I cannot. I cannot. Like this, B, this is what I was talking about the other day. It's women like her. It's women like her that will uphold the patriarchy. It's women like her that women like you and I have to fight against.
Yep.
Because she's going to make sure that these patriarchal ideals are upheld and women still have to deal with getting abused and gaslit by God and men in the church.
Yep.
Women like her.
And the wildest part about it is, to what end? Like, how does it benefit anyone? Who does it help for what you're positing to be true? Because what you're ultimately saying is that you're going to work so hard to figure out a way to make it okay for an all-powerful God who is limited by nothing, nothing he cannot do. You're going to figure out a way to paint him in a good light after he killed a baby for some shit the baby's dad did, while having rules and laws on what should happen and what the appropriate punishment should be for what the dad did. He didn't do that. But you're gonna twist yourself into a pretzel trying to figure out a way to make it okay. She never once said anything about David never speaking to God or never praying to God. That was never a thing that came out of Thinker's mouth or anybody else on this panel. But you have to take it there in order to try to prove your point while completely ignoring the entailments of your own position. Yeah, this is why these conversations go the way that they do.
First of all, by the way, do you want me to speak or am I supposed
How
to
do
be
you do
quiet?
that? No one was talking. Fee stopped talking. Thinker didn't start talking. You started talking, and the things. Do you want me to speak?
Yeah, because I keep getting
While
muted.
actively speaking, you keep getting muted because you were trying to talk while they were talking. Do y'all not understand how that works?
Okay, but can I not ask a question if you guys really want to?
If it's a dumb question,
But there's
no.
no such. Sorry, first of all, there's no such thing as a
Yes,
dumb
it is.
question.
Yes, it is. There's several dumb
No,
questions, and you
because
just
everyone
asked
can
it.
learn.
You
Everyone can
just
learn.
asked the dumb question. Can I speak?
Yeah,
So go ahead and
because
say what you wanted to say without asking, can you speak? Because you're actively speaking while saying, can I speak?
yeah, and if you didn't want me to speak, you could have said no, and I'll mute my mic. Like it's just for
So
being courteous.
can is related to ability, and may
Exactly.
is related to permission. So when you say can I speak while speaking, duh, you can speak. You have the ability. That's what Selena's trying to
Okay,
convey to
thank you
you.
for that. Thank you for that. That's the thing. I like asking questions, and I don't like when people shut me down. It's not nice to feel like you're being shut down when you're asking questions. That's the thing. But thank you for that clarity. Next time I'll use the word me. Um, personally, what I was gonna say was I do not uphold the patriarchy. I'm not involved with the patriarchy. And if actually you go to my page, you see a lot of activism against the patriarchy in the church. I'm very, very loud about that, which is why I said when I stood up, I really wanted to add to the question all those extra things about God help David get rid of his baby problem, blah, blah, blah. I genuinely did not see how that affected women. I thought when you guys were saying things like this, you meant like, so, when men are focusing on submission and all these like wild things that religious men want from women, all of these things, I don't see how all these things I'm saying support the patriarchy. If anything, I think it's supporting God rather than the patriarchy. So when I hear you say things like, oh, I'm trying to support the patriarchy, you don't know me, you don't know. According to the church, I'm a very rebellious Christian feminist, quote unquote. So, and I'm very proud of it because I don't feel the need to accept the patriarchy in the church. So
How can you separate your God from the patriarchy?
I think it can be separated. From the way I explained it to you, you don't see it, and that is fine.
hold
if you
on,
don't
hold
see
on,
it, but I
hold on
think
two
it's
seconds.
separate.
Hold on 2 seconds. It's not about not seeing it, right? It's about understanding how you are able to separate it when your God commands rape as punishment. It's wondering how you can say that God is separate from the patriarchy when he quite literally, in numerical ways, values women less than men. He includes women in a list of things that men own. Your God is the patriarchy. And you can say to yourself, and I get it, right? Like I understand that as a woman, like we deal with women in this country, in this world, deal with so much shit. I get that. But for you to say that you are, this is what thinker we were talking about the other day, how women in this position who feel as though they have moved themselves in a way or positioned themselves in a way that is against the patriarchy is working just as hard to uphold it without even knowing it. Your God represents the patriarchy.
Okay, so the truth is, I do not have all the questions,
Hold on
and
for a second. Women only, please. Women only, please. Take the poll in the upper left corner of the screen. Thank you.
yeah, so I don't have all the questions, and if anything, I ask God a lot of questions about these things because I'm not gonna lie, it is quite tough being a Christian feminist. But then the truth is, I don't see it. I still try my best to kind of get like answers from God about the things that I struggle with, including, so like for example, the thing is, the thing you mentioned about rape and all of the, and what else did you say? There were some vile things that, yes, happened in the Bible against women, and I do ask God like what that is all about, because I am a bit confused with how God sees women, and I'm not like shy about it. I do like involve people, like other people that I think are Christian feminists, in this conversation, and like trying to get their perspective on it, and just and there are like different things that kind of give a bit clarity. Maybe not as much clarity as I would want, but at least it helps give me some clarity to some extent to make me kind of like just understand what was going on. And which is why, if you notice, when I was even answering the question about David, I did try to give the entire context of David, because things like that help me really kind of see what is going on there when I don't, because sometimes when you focus on one specific thing and just only that bit, you kind of miss out the bigger, like a lot of all the other things at play. So this is actually why I like to focus on all the other things at play. That I feel that helps me understand better what was going on, and which is why I remember when I mentioned that thing
How
about,
is it helping you understand what's going on? Like
yeah,
you
so
don't know but you don't know what was going on. You don't know what God intended. And again, if you are able to decide what God meant, you are able to deduce what God wanted. You are able to come up with your own reasons as to why God did a thing. You are the God. God never explains himself. He never justifies himself. Not one word in this book is a justification or explanation for any of the shit that's in this book. Every single thing that you know comes from the mind of a human. All of it. So when you say that you are feminist, I don't know how you can be. Have you read Judges 19 through 21, where your God's people raped a woman till she died, then dismembered her, sent her to 12 fucking tribes of Israel, and then followed it up with kidnapping little girls because all the other people they killed no longer had wives to marry? This is your God. So if you want to read things like this about the actions of a deity who again can, it has no limits. He can Thanos snap anything to existence. But you want to read that and then still come away with some, oh, I'm a feminist? What? How? You serve a God that doesn't give a shit about a woman. He doesn't suffer a woman to speak. He says women are property. You are the property of your father until you become the property of your husband. That's your God. There's no way to play.
The girl versions, if their father was a priest and they lost their virginity before marriage, they were to be burned at the stake.
Like what in the fucking
I don't
Game of
it's so
Thrones is
interesting.
that?
It's so interesting because I don't, that's not like what I get from being a woman in Christ. If anything, like I feel so I see I like the thing is I don't want to take your experience from you, but I also would
No
appreciate
one
it
is
if
talking
you
experience. We're
don't take.
quoting the text. This is
No,
what I
I'm
hate
talking
when you do.
about.
No one's talking about experience. We're quoting the text.
Okay, but when I say experience, I mean, and I did explain that prior, that when I say experience, I'm not trying to talk about my testimony. I mean my experience of the
You
word.
said you don't want to take our experience away from us. We
Yes,
haven't given you experience. We're
you do.
quoting the text.
Listen, when I say that, please, okay, maybe it's just a language difference. When I say that, I literally immediately you quoted the text. I did say I don't want to take your experience from you. Of course, I'm talking about the text. Like, of
You
course, what
can't
else would I
take
be
it
talking
away
about?
because it's in fucking black and white ink. And the poll is done. And the question that I asked women is, do you feel safe with Miss November as a advocate for the feminism? And all but one said no. 90 women out of 691 said no, they don't feel safe with you. And the one that voted chose it because it says, I'm a Christian, I agree anyway. So you have one biased female Christian who agrees with you on the basis just because you're Christian, and 90 women who are a mixture of Christians and non-Christians do not feel safe with you.
I'm never going to
Mm,
feel safe in the presence of a woman who looks for reasons to justify rape as being an appropriate punishment. I'm never going, I'm
I
never,
never
well, hang,
justified rape.
hold on a second. Hang on a second. You're not seeing the entailments of your position. You worship this God. This God in this Bible is what you use to guide your life. You feel as though this God is the thing that you need in order to get through our experience on this planet. This God doesn't give a shit about women. Whenever I hear, and this is not to be judgmental at all, this is just an observation. If you read the tenets of Christianity, if you read this Bible and it shows you the character of this God and it reveals where he positions women in general and as well as in respects to positioned in comparison to a man, it is the antithesis of feminism.
Hold on. Any white woman who calls a black woman aggressive in here, I'm blocking your ass because it is a microaggression. Take your racist ass on to another live. It's a
That's
fucking
why I didn't ask him.
microaggression and you will be fucking blocked.
And I mean, my son, I tell y'all all the time, I didn't raise my son religious. You know, he went to church a few times with friends. I think he went to the Kingdom Hall with his dad or uncle a few times. But ultimately, you know, I say all the time, the best teachers tell you where to look. They don't tell you what to see. And he's read the Bible. He's read bits and pieces of the Bible. Like he comes across like TikToks, have conversations with his friends. And he came home a few weeks ago and was like, I would not. He was like, I don't understand why any woman would want to be Christian. It doesn't make sense to me. Like one day he picked up the Bible, he was reading something. He was like, this God really doesn't fuck with women. I'm like, no. And somebody that is a male in this society and not indoctrinated into this belief system, does not carry the fears that are associated with this indoctrination, can read this book through a lens that you don't have access to as a person that's indoctrinated and not willing to deconstruct from that indoctrination, because you have to your conclusion is in hand. So when you read this, God says, you know, if a man rapes a woman, then just pay the father 50 shekels and never be able to divorce the woman. And you can read that and still rock with the God who thinks that that's okay. There's no feminism in the room with us if that's the case.
No, no, because the thing is with that scripture, I remember when I first saw it, I was very confused, and apparently, like the rules of the time, like in that time, were so archaic that that was even revolutionary,
Then
and so obviously, right?
your God is not outside of time. Your God should not be beholden to the rules or culture at any time. He
But
shouldn't.
that
If
was
anything,
revolutionary at that time. That's my point. So
it
obviously
was
now,
hold on. What was revolutionary? To sell your daughter?
no, all of these like
Wow.
rules that he made at that time were revolutionary in that time, according to historical records, by the way. Because
What did you mean revolutionary?
What?
because apparently, like the rules of that
Because
time.
God don't know grape is bad.
No.
God doesn't know. God didn't know that.
No, like according to that time, when people were raped, I think they had to be killed or something. I can't remember the specific details.
No,
So
they didn't.
No.
No. Okay.
If she
Okay, let
was
me go and
not
look for it.
betrothed, she had to marry her rapist. And if she was married or if she was already someone else's wife or fiance, they had to pay.
Or they
I
were
mean, they had
if
they were
if it was
killed.
adultery, they were killed. Yeah, if she was
Yeah, they
property
were
already,
killed.
they
I
were
didn't mean
killed.
say
If she
pay.
was not property, they could buy her.
That's
Okay,
revolutionary.
could you show me
Girl,
because what I'm saying, you guys don't. Did you hear what I said? I said
you always want somebody to show you your scripture. You should know
no
this
because
already,
no. That's what I'm saying. That means you don't understand
understood.
the point. I said, listen to what I said, please, so that you don't get confused. I was saying that
No, you're confused.
those rules that were there, like at the time when God gave those rules, they were revolutionary in that time because the laws of the land at the time were even worse than that. Like
Like
those
what? Give me an
You
example
said
of the law
exactly.
of the
This
land
is
at
why
that time. Give me an example. Give me an example of the law of the land at that time that made your God's law revolutionary.
I feel like this is what happens when you hear someone say something, but you don't verify what it is. And then someone asks you to verify it, and then you have to go and verify for the first time.
She think God is Fred Hampton. I am a revolutionary.
Like you can come back. I have the laws in front of me if you're looking for them. Like I want to
yeah. So
hear
I
what's
found it. I
yeah.
found it.
I want to hear what's revolutionary. So, the Code of Hammurabi,
Yeah.
1750 BCE, rape is punished by mutilation, which is castration. If the woman belonged to another man, the man was killed, the woman was seen as innocent. That's Law 130. If a wife is accused without any witnesses, she is to be tried in a trial, and then if she's found guilty, she is drowned. If a man sleeps with his son's wife, he is banished from the town. In Egypt, rape is punished by castration, sometimes death. A woman could testify. The woman is not killed, only the man. Hittite laws, Law 197, if a woman is raped, the man is executed, the woman is innocent. If the rape occurs in the house, then the woman is executed. The assumption is that she did not resist if it's done inside the house. If a man rapes a slave, then there's a fine. In Canaan, if a man rapes a woman, the household is dishonored and the lineage of the man is disrupted. The woman gets no treatment whatsoever. In Israel, if a woman is raped and she is betrothed and she's raped in the city, the man is executed, the woman is executed. Assumption is she liked it, she didn't cry out. If she is a betrothed virgin and she is raped, then the man is executed. The woman is innocent. If she is unbetrothed, the man has to pay for her, to pay her father the bride price, and he has to marry the woman that she raped. There is no death penalty. What's revolutionary about your God's law?
Or mutilation. I like that mutilation one.
Like, he could have said that, but he didn't. That's crazy, ain't it?
Mm-hmm. She figured out how to leave
She
now, huh?
left? Wow.
That show wasn't enough time to drop.
Wow. That the dishonesty is just wild, but she fights against the patriarchy.
Right.
We are a revolution.
Thelonious?
Thelonious.
Thelonious?
Hallelujahs.
That's interesting. Jordan? Jordan? Yeah, she was dishonest as hell.
Jordan, hold the camera down, son. You taking selfies.
Unity, are you in the box on purpose? Jimmy, are you up here on purpose on accident?
Oh, accident. Sorry.
No worries. Have a good day.
You just saying.
Thank you.
All right, now, G.
Unity. Unity, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? Man, it frustrated me. Like, she frustrated the fuck out of me. Like, I'm stimming like a motherfucker. Like, she is dangerous to women.
Yeah.
Yeah, Madre, I got you. I'm gonna play the song because when she said that's just the times and it's revolutionary, this is exactly why I say that's one hell of a line.
Mm.
Excuses, that's the silence you make. You had a reason, there's an explanation. Is it not what you think? Our stories were horrific, so you don't talk about it, you skip it. Say the truth is too ugly to admit it. The concubine could decline, never asked if I wanted to go. And even if they asked the question, could I even say no? Oh, daughters and lots of daughters learn early that men are worth protecting and women are worth offering. Ancient or modern, the silence is hard. Speak up for yourself and all of your daughters. We weren't fast, we were scared. Nobody ever asked us, not one of them cared. We heard him say, take my daughter instead. And instantly started running in our heads. I know that fear, I wasn't asked either. I was taken, pushed out by a decision, handed down by a leader. They say we chose the K, but could we really choose anything? How can choice exist when silence is the only language you're allowed to speak? They said I deserved it because I wasn't faithful, that I should have been better, that I should have been grateful. It's strange, isn't it, how they overlook the facts, call it fate and ignore the impact. I'm good, I got it, faith and ignore the impact. I'm good, I got it, faith and ignore the impact. I'm not ignoring our stories, not speaking up, not asking why. It shaped the world you live in, and nobody wonders how or why. It was a different time, is one hell of a line. As if time could erase what happened to bodies just like mine. We had less rights than you do today, but the same bodies, the same pain. When our bodies were sacrifices or tools for men to gain. Do they really think we never cried? That we went along with pride? 'Cause that's what the stories tell them, and that's how the stories lie. Lot had daughters, but so does every age. And silence repeats itself when nobody turns the page. There were daughters beside me and daughters after me. Every time you ignore our stories, you teach another generation how to stay quiet and call it dignity. Lots of daughters and lots of daughters. We learned early that our fear was faith and our pain was on us. Daughters and lots of daughters. And it won't save your daughters if our stories make you uncomfortable. Good, that means you finally heard us. It's excuses, that's the silence you make. He had a reason, there's an explanation. It's not what you think. Our stories were horrific, so you don't talk about it, you skip it. Say the truth is too ugly to admit it. The concubine couldn't decline, never asked if I wanted to go. And even if they asked the question, could I even say no? Lots of daughters and lots of daughters learned early that men are worth protecting and women are worth offering. And gender modern, the silence has harmed us. Speak up for yourself and all of your daughters. All of your daughters. We never had a choice, but you do. Your story deserves to be told out loud. You're not too sensitive, you're not misremembering, you're not doing too much. You're finally noticing what they taught you not to name. And if our silence ever taught you anything, let it teach you to refuse it. For lost daughters and lots of daughters, speak up. Your voice is the part of the story they can't erase.
The amount of people that scrolled away during that song is crazy as
That
hell.
says a lot.
Hmm.
So that says so much. I did say a lot, but I didn't want to make it seem like a pun was intended. Oh
It's
well,
crazy.
yeah.
They'll sit here and listen to people argue and talk like It's so crazy.
I mean, honestly though, I mean they just further demonstrate what she was demonstrating, that you need depravity or, negativity, evil. You need that stuff for your God to be real. And as much as you tell yourself the opposite, that's what you need because I I don't I don't know. I feel like I want to be more generous and say that most of the people that come up here and do slavery apologetics and rape apologetics and shit, I really do feel like there's some part of them that knows what they're saying is fuck. But because they need this shit for their God, like they have to do it. And like y'all need that shit. And when there's nothing like that, when there's actually actual healing or actually addressing the thing, you know what I mean? Accountability, holding yourself accountable for your words, or holding yourself accountable for your actions, considering other people. Like when it comes to those things, you don't need that shit. Throw it out the window. If you needed it, y'all would not be in the position you're in now, fucking over the world, left and right.
And they never once think to themselves, like, if they were so good, why the hell would people like? There wouldn't be deconstruction lives. Like
Hmm.
if they were really the goodness of the earth, like y'all must really think we want to eat babies or some shit. That we just want to like spend our time arguing with y'all asses. If y'all were good, we would want more of you instead of less of you or none of you. You aren't good. You're causing harm. You're
And,
selfish.
and then when confronted with the harm that's in this book, like you said, in black and white, plain letters, and when confronted with the fact that repeatedly they come up here and talk about themselves, how God helped them and He saved them, and He found me at my lowest, blah blah blah. It shines a spotlight on the depth of their selfishness. And instead of dealing with that, and like Oso just said, sitting in that and working to become a better person, you just demonize a person who's pointing it out. It's and to what end? Like it's already so much work to do the inner work. It's hard to sit with the realities of your own issues. That's some hard ass shit. I'm not gonna lie. To look yourself in the face and be like, that wasn't cool. That wasn't you wouldn't want that shit to be done to you. You shouldn't be thinking like that. Like it is hard work already to do that. But to add a layer that you have to also uphold, this layer of judgment, this layer of expectation, this layer of requirement, this layer of dissonance where you worship a God that you think shows you the right way to live, but the thing that the God says he does is the wrong thing to do. So you gotta actually double up on the amount of work that you're doing to fix. Well, actually, they don't. So instead of actually fixing the things about yourself and working on the things that you see are detrimental to not only yourself but to society in general, you don't do that. You just double down on the fact and focus. Nope, nope. It's got to be a reason because this is the only way for things to get right is through God. Well, God has had all of time to get it right, and He still hasn't. We've only been here a few decades. They don't think through this shit ever.
It reminds me of the integrity conversation we was having, where integrity has to die or is
Hmm.
threatened with death in this book, and dishonesty and immorality is often protected under the guise of being chosen by the God. We get demonized in our integrity for calling shit out, and they protect what is otherwise seen as immoral. Did you see that? Did you see that song that lady made? I sent it to you.
Oh yeah, the one about her.
Hmm.
Oh my, yeah, heartbreaking.
Very heartbreaking.
I'm just
But
glad it wasn't no more praise dancing by white women. That's what I thought it was gonna be. I was like, what the fuck is this?
Wow.
Oh no,
I
oh
ain't
so
mad
it
at them.
was.
I'm like, release. Like they're
I know,
dancing to the
right?
song. Yeah. I'm like,
They get
release
it
this.
in.
Get it out. Yeah. Get it out. One lady was screaming in her mirror to
She
the rhythm
was.
song. Like she
Yes.
In all
like
my
I'm
years, I've
loving
never
it.
seen that. What up,
Oh,
then?
it's interesting.
I've
It's
never
very
even thought
interesting.
about that. That's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. They're praise dancing to what if Adam was abusive, to Hagar's song, to
Wow.
Lilith's song, and
Yeah.
they're releasing whatever the hell they done went through. They're
Yeah,
releasing it in their
Hmm.
praise dances.
Yeah.
And
that's beautiful.
it's hilarious.
It is hilarious. It is.
It's hilarious.
And thank you. This is another example. Like Sasha in the comments, I think you're misunderstanding. It's the wrong your, by the way. You're misunderstanding human behavior and God. Human behavior creates God. Like you're putting in a separation where there is not one. You can't show us a God without pointing to human behavior. That's the crazy part about it. Like they speak about this entity as though it's a separate thing that's exerting force. Anything that exerts force on in the physical realm is measurable. Like you can't point to a thing that God does without a human telling you about it. And we're supposed to believe it has all of this power and does nothing? No.
They don't care.
Well, if y'all don't make gods, then show me one that a human didn't make. The moment y'all stop believing, and it's gonna happen, it won't be in our lifetime, but the same way that there are thousands of gods that have been worshipped throughout human history, the moment the last believer stops worshiping that god dies. So tell me how humans don't create gods. I'll hold.
Stop typing in caps in my comments. That's gonna get you muted, and then you're gonna be mad thinking that we muted you because you said God.
Speaking
Caps
of
are for
muted people,
mods and for people who have a vision impairment.
Yeah, and
What
if
did you
it's
say,
Mer-
separate,
Maso?
Mersad comes in here every live and does the all caps thing, and I mute him for the entire live. Is there a point that you get to where you want this to escalate, or is he cool just being muted every
Y'all
time he
could
does
have
it?
been blocked him. He's been blocked. He's on another account.
Oh, okay, word.
Yeah. Is that Sasha? I don't know if Sasha is the Mercedes backup account. I don't know. But they're typing in lowercase now, so maybe they didn't know about the caps rule. So they're typing in lowercase. Maybe that's not them.
Mhm.
But yeah, if they just keep doing it, block them because they're
Cool.
basically saying that they don't care about the rules. They intend to disrespect the space, so they don't need to be here.
Bet.
Um, uh, what's her name is back. Do you want to finish talking to her, Fee?
yeah, I'll finish after.
Okay.
Miss, was it November? Miss November?
You
Are
on
you here?
purpose?
Yeah, it didn't sound like it.
Are you up here on accident?
I
I
ate
don't know.
porridge.
I don't know if she has an issue with her phone or what. Cause y'all hear that?
Evan said she jumped in a lady.
Yeah, something going on. I don't know if you need to request again if something going on with your phone or what. I'm not sure. I saw a comment, blue light or something like that. I saw you in the request. I don't know if you're here listening. I saw your comment saying that you don't like what if Adam was abusive because it's one sided and it's only from one perspective. Something's wrong with your phone, Miss November. Um, I don't know. Like you want me to write from your perspective in mind at the same time, and that doesn't make sense. Like you're saying you don't like the song because it doesn't include Adam not being abusive, when honestly, for centuries, the story has been about Adam not being abusive. And the first time someone introduces a different perspective, your response is, I don't like it because it doesn't include the perspective that is always included. And then you can't expect my perspective to include other people's perspective. That that doesn't make sense. because what you're essentially saying is you just don't uh you don't think that I should share my perspective because you don't agree with my perspective. Not that you don't like the song because it's written from one perspective. That doesn't make sense. So I did see your comment and I saw you and the request, and I don't know if you were coming up to talk about that. So I'm just going to tell you, I can't write from your perspective. If you want to write from your perspective, you have to write your own song.
It also
Right.
completely ignores the purpose of a hypothetical. Like we talked
Right.
about this when you first started this topic. Like the hypothetical is there to invite thought, like to intentionally encourage a person to take a step to the left or to the right of the position that they currently hold and look at a story or a situation from a different vantage point. So what would be the, of course, is not going to include the original perspective. Like that's the purpose of the hypothetical. But again, I think this is mental effort and exercises that the vast majority of Christians are not used to engaging in.
Okay, hi guys. Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, I think it's clearer now. The
For,
feedback is gone.
Yeah, I was saying that my phone died, so I rejoined. But I said we were at the Code of Hammurabi versus the biblical laws
Yeah, you had made the
before I
claim that
left.
it was revolutionary, or it was I
Yeah.
forget what word you used. Thinker read you the codes of that time and asked that you show how was this an improvement? How was this revolutionary?
Yeah, so I even like that's what I don't know if you guys saw the link I posted. There was actually a study done on it. Just comparing like pre-biblical
Hold on,
laws
one
on
second. G
rape.
Love, you already know the no caps rule, so there's no grace for you. You are muted the entire live. Don't fucking come in here typing in all caps. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I was saying like I put like a link to a study done on it, like on just comparing like per-biblical laws versus biblical laws. Obviously, like those laws are ancient. Like I don't think those laws should be applied. And even like in the entire context of the Bible, leading to the New Testament, those laws should not be applied.
Apply to what?
Those
They should
Old
be applied
Testament
to what?
laws about
Wait, they
rape
should
and stuff, they should
hold on.
not
They shouldn't
be
be
applied.
applied to what?
Anyone. They should not be. They shouldn't
Who's
exist
who's
anymore.
who's who's trying to apply them today? Who was
I
talking about
didn't.
applying them today? Who was talking about that?
I'm just saying, like they're extinct. Like no one does those, and
But
if you
who's
do those,
talking about them being? Who's talking about them applying today?
I didn't say anyone was, but it leads to
So
my
why
point.
why are you making
It
that
affects.
point?
No, no,
It's a
no.
moot point. Like
It's not a
no
mere
one's.
point. That's
It
not the point
is.
on
It
its
is
own.
because you said the laws that your God gave in ancient Israel were revolutionary compared to the laws that existed in other nations at that time. That
Yeah.
is the point that you're supposed to be speaking to. Saying that the laws shouldn't be applied today is a moot point because no one's arguing that.
Okay, but then just back to that time, the codes of Hammurabi versus the biblical laws. The biblical laws are more revolutionary. In fact, they are
How?
revolutionary.
That's what we were
So,
asking. In what way?
for
Point to a code of Hammurabi law and then the equivalent to the biblical law and show where the revolution happens.
for example, give me a second. For example, in the code of Hammurabi, when like women were raped, like a married woman was raped, both parties had to die. But then in the
Which
biblical
law?
law,
Which law? What's the law number?
I don't know, I
Law
can't
law what?
remember.
Well, law 130 says in Code of Hammurabi, if a man rapes a betrothed virgin living in her father's house, the man is executed and the woman is innocent.
I just said a
Law
married
130.
woman.
Hold on. Well, I'm reading you the laws from Hammurabi. Law 130. If a man rapes a betrothed virgin living in her father's house, the man is executed, the woman is innocent. Law 131 through 132. If a wife is accused without witnesses, she must submit to a trial. If she is found guilty, she is drowned. Law 156. If a man sleeps with his son's betrothed, he is banished from the town. There is no law protecting unmarried and or unbetrothed women from rape in Hammurabi. So where is the revolutionary law of your God against Hammurabi's laws?
So, for example, did you read Law 129?
I read 130, 131, 132, and 156.
Okay, so with Law 129, if a woman was raped and already living with her husband and had a marital relationship with her husband, both the man and the woman would be killed unless the husband chose to pardon his wife. That was what I was referring to earlier.
Okay, show me. That's adultery. That's not rape. That's if a man's wife is caught lying with another man, they shall bind them and throw them into the water. That's adultery. That's not rape. And that is a law that I use a lot to compare it to your God's adultery law that just says they are to be stoned. Hammurabi offers grace where the husband can forgive the wife, and if the husband forgives the wife, her life is saved, and so is the person she committed adultery with. What's revolutionary about your God's law, about your God's adultery law? Hammurabi extends a mercy clause. Your God does not. So what's revolutionary?
First of all, I think that the Hammurabi Code focuses on like honor of the male. So like there's a huge focus on honor, whilst for the first time the biblical laws kind of like exonerate women from
No. Adultery and adultery. So we have Hammurabi 129. You brought this law up. This is adultery. In Hammurabi adultery law, if a man's wife is caught committing adultery with another man, they shall bind them and throw them into the water. If the husband of the woman wishes to spare his wife's life, then the king may spare the man. So there's the mercy clause for adultery. In your God's law, if a man commits adultery with another woman's wife, they are both killed. What is revolutionary about your God's adultery law compared to the Code of Hammurabi's adultery law?
Okay, what about the rape of virgins?
No. Let's talk about
because
this.
it's the entirety
No, because you brought up 129. I read to you the laws about rape, but you wanted to specifically talk about 129, which is adultery. So let's compare your God's adultery laws. What's revolutionary about your God's adultery law compared to Hammurabi's adultery law?
No, I wanted to speak about all of it, but when I first started, you cut me off, and then I said, "But you
don't
didn't
lie
mention
on
the
me.
one."
Don't lie on me. I read to you the rape laws.
I don't know if you read it or
very
not.
explicitly. You very explicitly asked if I read 129. I said I read 130, 131, 132, and 156. You said you said 129 says.
Why did I ask you if you read 129? Do you recall how that happened?
Yes, because you thought 129 was about rape.
No, because I started off saying something and then you were like, hold on, you read it all. I was like, but I was referring to 129 now. So that's why I asked.
Exactly. So let's talk about 129. I read to you the rape laws because we were talking about rape. Since you wanted to read 129, let's talk about 129, which is about adultery. Show me how your God's adultery law is revolutionary to Hammurabi. How is it revolutionary?
So the first of all, in talking from like a feminist perspective, why should the man be the one to exonerate the woman? Why can't she have not? Why is that clause even giving authority to men in the first place?
Where is the revolutionary part in your God's law that says both of them shall be put to death?
Both of them are put to death in biblical, but in the Hammurabi law, the man can then decide to save the woman. Why is he giving? They're
both put to death. Both the men she committed adultery with in her are put to death, and then her husband can forgive them. Where is and hold on, both the adulterers are put to death in Hammurabi, but the husband can forgive. Where is the
Why?
revolutionary part
Why
in your
should the
God's
husband?
law? Why
Why should the
isn't your
husband?
God allowing the husband to forgive? Where is the forgiveness
Ye-
in your God's law?
Why should the husband be given
Where
the
where
opportunity
is
to
the
forgive?
forgiveness in your God's law at all? If the woman, right? If the wife has
You need to be
sex
honest
with,
about your
if the
perspective.
wife, if I think you're just too dumb to realize it. If the
Exactly.
wife commits
Why should men be
adultery,
given authority?
because it's the husband, the wife cheated on the husband. If the husband gets cheated on, he can extend forgiveness. You're just too ignorant to notice that. But where is the forgiveness clause in your God's law?
There is no forgiveness clause in the God's law, but at the same time, why
Oh,
should
but
the
it's so
husband be given authority?
revolutionary. It's very
Okay, then let's move on.
revolutionary.
Okay, let's move on to the next one. Okay,
I don't think
Hey,
moving on to the
Thinker
next
was
one is.
saying here.
let's move on to the next one. Rape, rape
Hold
of
hold on,
virgins.
Miss November. Miss
No.
November, hold on just a second. Moving on to the next one isn't going to resolve the issue that you're having right now. You're missing the point. You came up here and you said that the laws of in the Code of Hammurabi were less revolutionary than the laws that your God gave. Thinker read the corresponding laws that talked about the same crime, and the ones that your God gave were not more revolutionary. Why are you moving past that point? You keep talking about why does the husband have the authority? Because at this time, women had no rights. Your God did not change that. If he came in and he was like, oh no, in under the Mosaic law, there needs to be a trial, there needs to be equality, we need to ensure that the woman has a voice, she needs to
But
make the decision as to whatever. That's not what happened.
but also the wife is the one who cheated on the husband. It would have to be the
Right.
one who got cheated on that extends forgiveness.
Right.
That's not how feminism works anyway. Hey, Thinker. Hey, Fee. Hey, everybody.
Exactly.
Hey, Leah.
Hey,
Hey, Rhea.
I think that's what she's not understanding here. That the law says if the wife commits adultery with another man, the husband of that wife can extend mercy. It would have to be the husband because he's the one who got cheated on.
Like, who else would need to forgive?
I never said that this solves the question. I'm just saying there's multiple codes and multiple biblical laws. This specific one is not even on rape. So that's why I said
Oh, but
let's
who
move on
brought
to
up 129? Who wanted to read 129?
that is a very terrible attempt on of an
I
No
meant
one
it. I
unauthorized
cares.
meant
Who
it
brought
to
it
be
up?
terrible. I meant it to be terrible. But you are the one who brought up 129. I read the laws pertaining to rape.
You did not read the full thing. And by the way, I just
She
realized this is
read
a
the
Jewish.
laws that pertain to rape. You're not hearing and you're trying to be willfully ignorant, and it's annoying. This is your second time up here, and we are no further than we were when you left the first time.
First of all, I didn't come off the
Tighten
first
up.
time.
Tighten up.
Sorry?
Just admit that you made that claim without actually examining both of the laws. Like, you made the revolutionary claim
No,
without
but then
any
we're only focusing
information.
on one point. I
I mean,
actually
well, it would have to all be revolutionary, right? Or are you saying only some of them are? Like, at
but
least
this
give
is
us
not
what
on
they
rape.
are. Oh, so just the ones on rape are revolutionary?
No, but then this is
My bad. That was my
wait.
fault. Okay.
I don't understand. You guys keep muting me, and then when I now ask a
I
He said
question,
it
you
was
said
don't let
that
the question
was
finish.
my
He said
fault
something.
that time. That was
He
an
said something.
accident. But I will mute you if you continue to talk over the
Okay, please,
hosts and co-hosts.
So
please
are you
also
only
mute people
threatening
that's
me?
speaking over me because I wasn't done making my point.
No,
So
because they are hosts and co-hosts, and they're going to redirect. Thinker has told you this 1,795 times since you've been up here. They are going to redirect the conversation if you keep going off the rails.
I
Y'all,
said if people
vicious,
speak
vicious
over me,
Christ is spamming the chat. Can y'all get them, please? Block them because they're spamming the chat.
I said if someone is speaking over me, not if I go off topic. I said if someone is speaking over me, please also mute them. That
They
goes
speak over
I
without
you
got.
me.
when you go off topic.
Okay, back to the point. I don't
No, I'm
remember where
not
we were
muting
at.
any of the hosts for you. No.
Okay, what
We'll
were we
clear that
at
up.
before,
So
please?
is it just the rape laws that were revolutionary?
No, I don't think it's only the rape laws. I just think that a lot of the laws were revolutionary at the
She
Okay.
still
time.
hasn't proven. She still hasn't
Have
And I
you?
proven
don't
one
think, but
revolutionary
I don't
law.
necessarily, sorry.
Okay. So when you make a claim like that, right? Are you able to defend that? Are you able to show us how?
Yes, I am. And like first of all, I did input like a study in the group. I don't know if you guys clicked on it.
You
But
said you're
Show
when you
us.
studying.
We gave you the law. Show us how they're
no,
revolutionary.
because like when you actually study the Code of
Then did
Hammurabi
hey, hey,
versus the
hey, hey, articulate it. Show us how they're
okay.
revolutionary. We listed the laws. We know your God's law. Say, show us it's more revolutionary because XYZ. Stop the fucking gaslighting. And it's interesting how the numbers are climbing back up now that that song is over.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so for example, with the rape of women, give me a second. I took a screenshot so I don't have to leave the chat. I'm just trying to open it up on my laptop. Yeah, so with the rape of virgins, the Code of Hammurabi stipulates payment and forced marriage, but with the biblical laws, it's payment.
Yeah. So you see how she's answering the question and we let her talk? Y'all are not that smart.
Mm-hmm.
They just whine. That's all Jesus' children do. It's just whine. Y'all motherfuckers like to point fingers at anybody. Oh, just be patient with the Holy Spirit and the fruit of the Spirit, Zeno. You'll get your chance to get yelled and cursed the fuck out too. Be patient. Ashamakama Honda.
They don't mind lying to themselves and everybody else just to try to get up on the panel. You think you can say inflammatory things and then, like, you're a child, you're a baby.
We can't hear you when you're not on the app, Miss November.
Okay,
But
sorry.
you were
But
saying that the Code of Hammurabi requires payment and forced marriage of a unbetrothed virgin who's raped, and the Bible, God does what in that same situation? Are you on
sorry,
Google?
sorry, sorry, sorry. I was saying in the same situation, the biblical laws, also do the same, but the difference is that there's an added benefit of like permanent marital obligations, like the man must fulfill his promises towards you.
That's
What?
the
So
revolutionary part.
see how they see how she just makes
Whoa.
up shit.
I didn't make it
You
up. I was
you
literally
did make
asking.
that up.
I
You
didn't make it
made
up.
that up. You yes the fuck
I
you
got
did.
it from Chat GPT because I was like,
Oh
that's why I
my
was off
lord.
for a while. I wanted it to do a side by side of Code of Hammurabi versus the Bible. And so I was literally, that's why I was off. I was trying to get it, but then obviously, like, you can't go off the app and speak at the same time. So I was hearing you guys, but you weren't hearing me. So I came back. But I just don't know how to read out what I researched versus like whilst it's on my phone and speak at the same time. So I was just trying to figure out a way to do both.
You took
But
a
I did,
Read it from
screenshot
your
earlier,
laptop?
right? Didn't you take a screenshot like you
She
said?
said
yeah,
it was
but
on her
then
laptop. Yeah. She said I put it on my laptop so I wouldn't have to come off an app to do it.
Yeah, but it's not
Yeah.
complete. That's the thing. Like, it's, I don't know, ChatGPT, because it's a table. It's quite long, so there are things that are being cut off. So I have to keep, even though I did take a screenshot, I have to keep going back to
It's
check.
cut off on your
Like,
laptop?
no, I took a screenshot on my
So
phone, and
why'd you
because
mention your laptop?
What
because I
did you
did,
But you know
ask?
what?
because I
It's okay.
Yeah, what did you ask ChatGPT? Because I think what you're missing is that
yeah.
you're
So I
claiming, hold on a second. Good grief. You're claiming that the laws in the Code of Hammurabi are less refined or less sophisticated than the laws that your God gave. We are simply asking you, point to the Code of Hammurabi law, give us the number, and then point to the corresponding law that your God gave and show us how it's improved. You're making claims about I don't know, be a man being responsible. What do you, where is that? You're just saying
okay,
things. We want you to show us how you know it.
okay. Give me a second, and then I'll get back to you if that's fine.
I really think people don't think we remember what they say when they up here.
That's because they don't remember what they say.
You know what? You're right.
Imagine selling that to somebody though. Yeah, yeah, you got raped and stuff, but I paid your dad, and now you got benefits of being my wife forever.
Right? Like any law
Like,
that says that a woman that's been raped now has to be married to and not able to ever leave the man that raped her as a revolutionary and an
Yeah,
improvement.
benefits,
The
benefits.
fuck?
You got life insurance now. Now you got
Feminism.
health insurance. Feminism. Feminism.
What the
Now you can
hell?
Lord,
get
leave
a
me out of
credit
that one.
card.
Exactly. Like you're going to be re-traumatized every time I step into the house and want to get intimate with you, but you know what? You can get your teeth cleaned. What the hell?
Dental insurance. Okay, don't forget that you're covered while you're married to me. So
I will never understand a soft spoken feminist though. Like, what the fuck does a soft spoken feminist who obeys the rules of the patriarchy, like, what the fuck do they think that they can do?
yeah, that's how that feminist label. I'd be like, nah, skip all the way to Miss Andrew. That's where I'm at.
Exactly. Exactly. Take
Like,
me there.
what? Like, please,
Okay,
no,
so
no. If you're gonna rape me, at least marry me. Like, what?
Just make sure I got rights. That's all. I mean.
Right. And that's how a lot of our grandmothers got married. Ooh.
A guy commented on the "What if Adam was abusive" video yesterday and said Eve's spirit will never let the world heal. I said maybe if Adam's spirit stopped raping and abusing women, people could heal.
Exactly. Like people
Huh.
talk about healing so flimsily and don't put into context that a lot of the people that you're asking to heal have not had the time to heal. Women have not had the time to heal. We've been hit, like there's no time in history where women have not been attacked, used as property, victims of war, victims of everything that men emotionally decide on while they're freaking measuring their overgrown clitoris.
okay,
Mm.
I found it now. So for the Code of Hammurabi, um, if a man seduces or like a virgin who lives in her father's house or improperly touches her, so that's 156, 154, and 155, he must pay the bride price and marry her. But in Deuteronomy 22, 28 to 29, if a man seduces an unbetrothed virgin, he must pay the bride price, but marriage only occurs if the father permits it. But he must pay 50 shekels to the father, marry the woman if the father permits it, and never divorce her. So I think
Hold on.
that's
Say the law numbers again. One five
so
four,
law
155.
154,
Uh
yeah,
huh.
and 156. So
Well,
this is
156 I read to you already, right? 156 in Hammurabi is um if a man sleeps with his son's betrothed, he is banished from the town. 155 says if a man has committed incest with his daughter, they shall banish that man from the city. 156 I just read to you.
what did you say
154
156
one.
was? Could you read 156 again? Because it's different from what I'm
Yeah, hold
seeing.
on. Uh
Are you getting
which
yours from a source?
that's what I was going to say. For also, I'm reading Hammurabi Code from 1750 BCE. What year is yours from? Are you reading yours from?
Let me check. How did you know what year it was?
Because
Like
it.
what?
What do you mean? How do I know? Because it tells me.
Um, I'm not
Where are you?
sure.
What's your? Where are you getting yours from?
Yale Law School, the Avalon
Mm.
Project.
What does it say their source is?
Yeah, from Yale Law School's website, but it just says the Code of Hammurabi, and then it
Does
just
it say
lists
what
all of it.
year?
Mm-mm. No, it doesn't say anything
You're reading?
about
Are
the
you
year.
reading a research paper?
I was
No,
just
no,
about to ask
no.
that.
It's just like let me put the website in the. It's just a website from Yale's website. It just talks about the Code of Hammurabi, gives a brief history, and then it just starts talking about all the laws. And it's just like an educative website, I guess.
Is it the
It's called
Avalon
Google.
Project?
Yeah, that one. What year is that one? Do you know?
This is a paper. This is translated by. So this is a translation. You see, he said, if a man 156, if a man betrothed a girl to his son, but his
Mhm.
son has not known her, yeah, that's the same thing I said.
He defiles her.
156, right? But this isn't about rape.
Yeah, that but then
This is about a betrothed virgin. This isn't about a unmarried an unbetrothed virgin, which is Deuteronomy 28 what we're discussing. The in 156 that woman was betrothed to the man's son. If a father sleeps with his son's betrothed before the son has had sex with her, the penalty is a fine, a half a mina of silver. In what did you say, 154, if a man is guilty of incest with his daughter, he shall be driven from the place, he's exiled. 155, if a man betrothed a girl to his son, and his son have intercourse with her, but the father afterwards has sex with her and he violates her, then he shall be bound and cast into the water. He's the father is executed for raping the girl. But this is a betrothed woman. Deuteronomy 28 deals with an unbetrothed woman. She's not engaged, if you see that. She's a virgin and she's not engaged and she is raped. She is then made to marry her rapist, or the man has to pay for the il nana. He pays for the cootie he took.
And in none of these laws is the woman actually making a choice for herself. So what brand of
Exactly.
feminism
exactly.
is this? When my father
Right.
decides whether or not I'm going to marry the man that raped me?
Exactly. Like, what's revolutionary? That's what we're waiting on.
Yeah, because in the first in the Code of Hammurabi, he must pay the bride price and marry her. But in the Hebrew Bible, it's not about that though. It's like the most important thing is the honor, and then if he wants to
Where?
marry her,
How are you saying that? Both of
What?
them have to pay the bride price and marry. Where do you see the honor
no, no, no,
part?
no. In the Hebrew Bible, it's only if the father permits. He doesn't have to marry her. That's my point. But in the Code of Hammurabi, he has to marry her.
It says, if a man meets a virgin who is not engaged and seizes her and lies with her, and they are discovered, the men who lie with her shall give 50 shekels of silver to the young woman's father, and she shall become his wife because he violated her. He shall not be permitted to divorce her as long as he lives.
Read
It
from
doesn't say it. It
16.
doesn't. Deuteronomy
From
28 through 29 doesn't say
yeah, but if you
anything.
read from verse
Hold on,
16.
hold on. We're talking about a unbetrothed woman. It
Yeah,
says,
from verse 16, it talks about an unbeliever.
if a man meets a virgin who is not engaged, she is not betrothed, and he rapes her and lies with her, then they are discovered, the man who lays with her shall give 50 shekels of silver to the young woman's father, and she shall become his wife because he violated her. He shall not be permitted to divorce her as long as he lives.
Okay, but from that same verse, from 16, it starts talking about. So start from verse 16.
Those are different situations. We are talking about this situation, an betrothed woman that
Yes,
is
verse
raped. This
16
is
is
a
also talking.
different situation. Why do
No,
you
but
keep
then,
trying to put all the situations into one?
but then it's also an unbetrothed woman in 16. I don't know why you say the woman is like it's still an unbetrothed virgin.
It doesn't change the fact that the results or the consequences are the same. She doesn't get a choice because in Twin just put this Exodus 22, 16, and 17. But if her father refuses to give her to him, her
Yeah,
father, what is feminist about my dad
but they
deciding whether
don't
or not,
say.
but
But
you're
verse
saying it's
16 has to do verse 16 has to do with if the man marries her and then he has sex with her and he goes, "Oh, she wasn't a virgin." It says, suppose a man marries a woman, but after going into her dislikes her and makes up charges against her, slandering her by saying, "I married this woman, but when I lay with her, I did not find evidence of her virginity." The father of the young woman and her mother shall then submit the evidence of the young woman's virginity to the elders of the city at the gate. The father of the young woman shall say to the elders, "I gave my daughter in marriage to this man, but he dislikes her. And now he has made up charges against her, saying, I did not find evidence of your daughter's virginity. But here is the evidence of my daughter's virginity. Then they shall spread out the cloth before the elders of the town. The elders of that town shall take the man and punish him." Like, this has to do with her virginity on on wedding night. If,
Where is
however,
it?
this charge is true, what?
Is this Exodus 22:16?
This is Deuteronomy.
What
I
did you
very
say?
clearly told you I was reading Deuteronomy 22 verse 28. If a man meets a virgin who is not engaged and seizes her and lies with her, and they are discovered, the man who lay with her shall give 50 shekels of silver to the young woman's father, and she shall become his wife because he violated her. He shall not be permitted to divorce her as long as he lives. I very clearly said that I was reading Deuteronomy 22,
Yeah,
verse
sorry.
28.
Yeah, you did. My apologies. What I was saying, which was my fault, was that in if you read Exodus 22:16 to 17, you would see that the father could permit, like the father has to permit it though. It's not by force that she has to
And
marry
and
him.
and Deuteronomy is the codified law, and Deuteronomy removed that. Deuteronomy says she has to marry him. And you earlier also said that you would take the later one. Do you remember
But
saying
then
that?
they're not, yeah, but they're not mutually, they're not like different from each other though, because you could also
Except
refuse and
Deuteronomy 28 does not give her father the choice. Deuteronomy 28 says she has to marry him. Do
I
you
don't
want to
think.
take back what you said earlier about you taking the later law?
Well, I don't think it, like, the difference is, I agree that yes, I will take the later law, but I think the difference in this is that what we were reading that time, they were definitely different from each other. Like, it was very clear. This is not that clear. I don't see why just because it says this does not mean the Exodus law does not apply. That's what I'm trying to understand. How does it
You are
mean that
double speaking. You are double speaking. Exodus is the Mount Sinai covenant. Deuteronomy is the Deuteronomy renewal covenant. Deuteronomy is the codified version of this Mount Sinai
I
laws,
agree.
and Exodus. And you very clearly
You don't
said
understand my
that. Hold
point.
on, stop talking over me. This is why you get muted. You very clearly said that you would take the later law. It's the same law. Deuteronomy just does not say the father can refuse the bride price.
Yeah,
Deuteronomy says she has to marry him and he cannot divorce her. It's the
yeah.
same law.
I agree it's the same law, but then the only difference, it does not add the father caveat, but like it doesn't, if it said, but the father, like if, for example, if it was categorically different such that it was in the Deuteronomy law, it did say that even the father, like if it did say something like, the father cannot refuse it, then I'll know it's definitely different. Like, for example, how in the other example I gave, it said the father, a child must not bear the sin of the father. And then it literally says the exact opposite. It doesn't say anything about whether the father or not permits it, which is like, if it definitely said, regardless of whether the father wants it or not, it must happen, that's when I would consider this. But there's nothing about that comes up, is my
I
point.
thought
So
you said you
why?
wanted to talk about rape, though.
No, this one is about rape.
This one is
So
about
wait, are you
yeah,
Exodus is
because there's
saying
no
not.
caveat about the father. That's my point. But if it literally said whether the father wants it or not, then I would say, okay,
wait,
yes, let's take the later one.
you're saying that them not including that the father can refuse the bride price means that
Or
father can
accept
still
it.
you're saying that father can refuse the bride price still, is what you're saying.
Yeah, the
You're
fact that they
saying,
didn't
so
mention
wait, so
anything about the father. Yeah.
hold on. So if the father can refuse the bride price, does the man still have to pay the father in Deuteronomy 28?
Well, I
If
didn't
the
get.
father can say, no, I'm not giving my daughter to you, does the man still have to pay the father
Yeah, he
in
could pay
Deuteronomy
and
28? Wait, show me
yeah.
that. Show me that.
Wait, are you saying that, is that in the scripture? Are you asking what I think? I'm confused. I thought you were
No,
saying like, is it possible?
In Exodus, it says the
Yeah,
man has to pay the father, and the
yeah,
father can choose whether he's going to give the daughter to the man, right? So
yeah,
the
exactly.
man knows, regardless, if you rape another man's daughter, you got to give the father money, and you may
Yeah,
not get a wife.
yeah,
Right? It's
exactly.
very explicit. You either will get a wife or you may not get a wife. Either way, you have to pay the money. Right?
Yeah.
It's very explicit. It's stated there. And Deuteronomy 28, if the man pays the father, does he know
Mhm.
whether or not he's getting a wife?
I don't understand your question, but could you answer it just so I can know? I'm unsure.
Am I communicating the question in a way that
Yeah,
the
but
other
then I
host
am unsure.
hey, I'm not talking to you right now. To the other host, am I communicating the question in a way that y'all can understand what I'm asking?
Yeah, I'm following you perfectly
Mm-hmm.
fine.
Yep.
Mhm.
Following.
Okay,
But
so
then, do you want
it's
to
just
hear my
Christian brain.
opinion?
It's just Christian brain. Okay,
Wait.
so
Are you
if
asking for my
the man,
opinion?
I said it's just Christian brain. Let me rephrase it.
Okay, thank you for insulting me,
If
though.
the man rapes a woman, what's his penalty in Deuteronomy 28?
He pays the money and then he marries the lady, and he can
It does
never
it
divorce
state?
her.
Hold on. So his penalty is he pays money. Is there communication to the man that he may pay money and not get a wife? That he may pay a bride price and still not get a wife?
No, there's nothing like that.
So, but in Exodus, he knows that his penalty is he has to pay the bride price regardless, and he may or may not get a wife. The penalty
Exactly.
is the bride price.
Yeah, exactly.
But Deuteronomy 28 the penalty is pay the bride price and marry her, and you can never divorce her, right?
Mhm.
So they're
So how does that?
communicated explicitly. It's very explicit, right?
But then why does that mean?
Deuteronomy. Stop talking while I'm talking. Deuteronomy 28 is codified, and it says, if you rape an unbetrothed virgin, you must pay the bride price, you must marry her, and you cannot divorce her. Exodus 22 says, if you rape an unbetrothed virgin, you must pay the bride price, and the father can choose whether or not he will let you marry his daughter. Those are two different laws, and they're very explicit. There's no way. It's given the context of rape though, Mac, with the words that's used there, and in Deuteronomy, it does not communicate that there is still an opportunity that the father can refuse to give you his daughter if you pay the bride price.
But that does not dispute or refute my point. All I'm trying
Yes,
to
it
say is
does.
no. I'm
Yes, it
trying to
does.
say that.
Because if you're saying that it's vague and that it's still up in the air, then the man who rapes a woman doesn't know his penalty. Then there is no explicit communicated penalty if you are saying that it's vague and up in the air. If the father can refuse the bride price, because either if the father refuses to give the daughter, then there's nothing that explicitly says the man has to pay the bride price in Deuteronomy 28. If you're saying that it's up in the air and it's vague, there is no explicit penalty then.
And up in the air in that sense. I'm just saying that it doesn't mean that the father cannot refuse it though, just because
So
it
then
says you
that
should pay.
also
Because in
means that
both
the man
cases,
doesn't pay.
no,
If
because
it
in
doesn't
both
mean
cases they
if
pay.
it doesn't mean that the father can't refuse the bride price, then that means if the father refuses the bride price, the man pays nothing and he doesn't have to marry the daughter. He doesn't have to marry and he doesn't have to pay because the father refused, and there's no penalty for rape.
Cases they have to pay. Even in the other case, if the
It
father
doesn't say
refuses.
that in Deuteronomy
Yeah.
28.
No,
It
in
doesn't say
Exodus.
that.
In
No, I'm
Exodus, when
talking
the
about
father
I'm talking about Deuteronomy 28. You are
no,
trying
that's
to
why
say
I'm trying to say
you are trying to say that in Deuteronomy 28, because they left out that the father can you mute because something is wrong with your phone. In Deuteronomy 28, you are trying to say because it leaves out the part that says the father can refuse the bride price, that it also applies to Deuteronomy 28. You're saying just because it doesn't stay stated doesn't mean it doesn't apply. That's what you're trying to say. And I'm saying, okay, let's accept that. Because it doesn't state it, and it also doesn't state that the man has to pay the bride price anyway without an expectation of marriage, if the father refuses the bride price and refuses to give his daughter to the rapist, then the man gets away scot-free and there is no penalty because the father refused the bride price. That's the logical entailment of what you're saying.
So this is what I'm saying. I'm saying that in both cases, so the case I brought up to say, but the father could still refuse it though. In that case, he must still pay the money though. So why did
It
you?
doesn't say that in Deuteronomy 28. There is no you must still pay the money if the
Wait,
father
I'm not
refuses.
talking about.
I'm talking about Deuteronomy 28.
Listen,
You are trying. I'm
you don't
talking about
understand my
Deuteronomy
point.
28. Yes, I do know your
I know we
point.
are talking about Deuteronomy 28, but just hear me out, please. When I was saying that, but the father does not have to accept it, that he could refuse it, I was referring to the fact that in Exodus, remember you said, but Deuteronomy comes later, so I should choose Deuteronomy. And I was saying, but in Exodus, when that happens, the man has to pay it, but the father does not have to accept it. So why? And in Deuteronomy 22, the father, there's no specific thing saying whether or not the father has to permit it or not,
Duh.
right?
I've
So
addressed
why,
that.
yeah. So why can't the father um claim the Exodus law and not
I
accept it?
literally said I'm giving you that. I already fucking said that.
In
I
the
said,
Exodus
okay,
law,
I
the money
already
was.
fucking said I'm giving you that. What the fuck are you still arguing about? I
You
said,
said
okay, cool, because
calm
you
the
don't
fuck
fucking
down.
listen. This is going to be my
I
third
can't.
time saying this shit. This is going to be my third time saying this
Thinker, you
shit.
need to learn how
This
to
is
have normal.
this is going to be my third time
You have been
saying
aggressive
this.
from the
This
beginning.
I don't give
Bye.
a fuck because you make us repeat ourselves 5,000 fucking times. It's fucking ridiculous. I literally said, I'm giving you that. He can use the Exodus law. Then that means that there's no penalty because there's nothing that says that the man still has to pay in Deuteronomy. It goes both ways. You don't fucking listen. I don't need to do shit. But if you can't handle my emotions, then scroll the fuck out. Y'all always trying to make somebody bend to make your ass comfortable. If you're uncomfortable, do the thing that's comfortable for you and scroll the fuck out.
She's saying God to heal your lost, angry heart, yet she's up here positing that this law from her God is better because the father has the father, not the woman, but the father has a choice to give his daughter to the man who raped her as a feminist.
Especially when the whole revolutionary part was, why, as a feminist, why is the man the one forgiven? Why is the man the one that's supposed to be forgiven? Like, you're not even listening to yourself.
That and that's their thing. Like I don't give a fuck what they say. Like having to repeat myself 5,000 times when they're not fucking listening, and then the fact that everybody in the chat, I mean on stage, understood my question and she still didn't fucking get it. And then I said it in the most simplest terms, and then she repeated what the fuck I said. It's
Yep.
frustrating as fuck. Zeno, where the fuck are you? It's your turn. It's your turn.
I told her I didn't see her in the queue.
Not Zena, Zeno.
Zeno.
Yeah, your turn. Come on. Are you finna pray or something? Like, I'm not
Well,
scared of y'all asses. I don't give a fuck what you think about me. You come up here with the bullshit, you like I'm gonna treat you like bullshit. And you already started the bullshit in the comments, so don't come up here switching up. You were begging to get on stage while she was on stage. Now you need us to wait.
she might have to drink a little courage. I mean, pray for a little courage.
She'd be better drinking for it because the prayer ain't gonna do shit.
Okay.
Y'all full of shit. You want to talk shit from the chat. Now that it's your turn to come on stage and do treat me the way you said you was going to treat me in the chat. You can come on stage and do it. Now you trading and you can't come up.
If you trading, your stuff should already be set. Chart should already be set. You should already have your stop loss and your high point already there. So it should be already automated. If you're a real trader.
Those of you that respect disrespect, good for you. I fucking don't. I don't respect disrespect. I'm gonna cuss your ass out. The gaslighting, I don't fucking respect. Y'all can keep doing that shit. Look, yesterday, I went to pick up. Remember I told you I had to leave. I had to take Blessing, to get fitted for his braces, right?
Mhm.
So I go to the school, and the school is like, we don't have you listed as his mom. I said, this has
What?
been going on. Yeah. I said, this has been going on all year. I don't even know how I got removed out of the system as his mom. They got me down as the mother of his half sister. Like somehow they got the mom
Well,
switched up in the system. And so that we had to call his dad. His dad went off. He's like, "What you mean? Can she get him out of school? That's his mama." So after they verified with the secretary, she's a Latina lady. She verifies with the dad that I'm the mom. I show my ID. I sign him out. I said, "This is ridiculous. Y'all need to get this shit fixed because this is the fourth time y'all have told us that y'all have fixed this in the system." She goes, "You need to watch how you speak to me." No, she said, "You need to fix your attitude." I said, "What?" Yeah, she said, "You need to fix your attitude." I said, "Man, call my son down to the office so we can go." She said, "I'm not calling nobody to the office." Tell me why they held my son hostage for 15 fucking minutes because they didn't like my attitude.
What?
ooh,
What?
ooh.
Yep.
Uh-uh.
And here's the crazy thing. I was going to call the Board of Education. Like I asked, like I was gonna scan her QR code. She walked away. A lady came, a white lady came and told her to go to the back. And so when the principal got up there, the principal knows me because I went to that school. Like everybody knows me at that school. So when the principal got up there, the principal was like, "What's going on?" She's like, "This is Blessing's mom." And the white lady was like, "Well, they told her she can't get him out of school because it's past early dismissal, the 1:30 rule." I said, "Why are you lying?" I said, "Look at the time I signed him out." I said, "Why did you just tell that lie?" She said, "Well, I'm just trying to diffuse the situation." I said, "You're not diffusing anything. You just outright lied to defend your employee."
Wow.
They're full of some BS.
So I told, I was going to call the Board of Education, but she's Latina. I don't know where her status is. I don't want anything to happen. And then she gets like fucking ice on her trail or something. Like I'm so pissed because they held him hostage for 15 minutes. And then when I told the principal that, I said, "Y'all held my child hostage from me for 15 minutes." She said, "Let's talk about that word hostage because it's only hostage if it's against his will." I said, "Why are you trying to gaslight me?" I said, "Why are you trying to gaslight me? Because you know damn well he can't sign himself out of school. He can't sign himself out. I'm his parent. I signed him out. I should have had my child 15 minutes ago. He's sitting in class waiting for y'all to call him down to the office because he knew I was in the office to get him. But I didn't call because I don't want to be responsible for somebody dealing with ice. But I was so fucking mad yesterday. The disrespect. Like I don't deal with disrespect. Well, like y'all can let motherfuckers talk crazy to y'all. Y'all can let motherfuckers do y'all wrong, but that I don't. I don't. And the false I don't know what the niceties, the false niceties, I don't fucking do. If I don't like your ass, I'm gonna tell you I don't fucking like you. I don't owe you niceness just because you exist. I only have to respect, and this is a law that I set for myself. I only have to respect your existence and make sure that I'm not physically harming you, that I'm not hoarding resources from you. But I don't have to fucking like you.
Also, Zeno said they requested, but I don't see their
I don't
request.
see them.
They
They
don't have a
didn't. They're
private
lying. They're
okay.
lying. They're lying. They're not. They did it.
If you're scared, say you're scared, Zeno. Sorry, Zeno.
There's
I'm
only
so
been
sorry.
there's only been one person in the request this whole time, and it's Marty Bird. Zeno did not request, and they're not in the request. They're lying. But we're waiting for you, Zeno. Marty Bird, give us a second, because Zeno was next. But yeah, that had me hot. Like she was like, "I don't like your attitude."
And I don't like your face. Give me my child.
I don't know what I Oh, would do in that Marty is situation. always an accident. Thank you, Zena. What you say? So I don't know what I would do in that situation. That's the crazy thing
Yeah.
because of the ice situation. Like, I don't want to be responsible for somebody dealing with them motherfuckers. Yeah, for sure. I don't know that I would have thought that far, to be honest with you.
That's what I was about to say. I wouldn't have probably thought. I'm calling somebody. I don't know.
You know, somebody calling about me.
Yeah. So, you hit a reversal. Did your charts go the other way, hon?
Zeno's scary. All that shit
Mm-hmm.
talking. I
Whole
I
time.
told y'all, you come in here talking shit in the chat. I'm ready for you. Don't expect me to respect you when you are not being respectful. I don't respect bullshit and never will. That's the difference between me and that white lady. Like, I do like, and this is what I mean when I say I have laws that I set for myself. Sometimes I break those laws. Like, one of those laws was to not ever call nobody dumb. But Christians have been making me call motherfuckers dumb left and right because they be in here doing dumb shit and saying dumb shit. So I done broke that law and done broke that law like a
I remember when you
motherfucker.
first said that. I
Heavily.
remember when you first said that. I was like, oh my god.
Yep. She's like, don't call nobody dumb on my stage because I don't like
That
that.
motherfucker's
Dumb
out the
motherfucker.
window. And motherfucker gone. That That rule had to change for me to get up here.
It had to.
man.
For real.
That shit don't make no sense. And then I think I rationalized it with, like, you gotta call a spade a spade. Because if we Hmm. keep candy coating the dumb shit, they just gonna they're not gonna have shame. They're gonna stay naked. And this is naked to me is ignorant. They're gonna stay naked and unashamed if we just keep candy coating it. I'm calling the motherfucker what it is. Go read. Go study. Stop saying dumb shit.
Right. Because if you don't tell them they dumb enough, they just gonna keep repeating the same. Like, I don't understand that.
Exactly. Maybe
Kalicia?
sometimes it's just the right adjective.
Yes, hello.
Yeah. Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you? How's everybody?
I'm doing good.
Amazing.
Let's see, Ria or Oso, one of y'all wanna start off or
Yeah, yeah.
go ahead.
Kalisha, are you Christian or believe in God in the Bible?
No, I'm
Or
not.
constructing or atheist?
I used to be Christian, um, but no, I'm not Christian. And like she stated, when you go back and read some of the things, and you're like, that's not, from my personal experience, that's not the God or spirit or whatever you call it that I've experienced. So I don't agree with Christianity. I don't agree with that God in the Bible. If that makes
Okay.
sense. I
You're
don't know what
atheist?
I
Yeah.
believe there's a creator. I believe in creator. I believe in higher, guidance, spiritual guidance, because I've had um a consistent spirit that's been guiding me. But I don't believe in like the religion or the Christian God that's in the Bible. Um, I don't believe in that anymore. So I'm not.
So
I
you've
don't.
deconstructed. You totally
Yeah, I guess
deconstructed.
that's the word. Yeah.
Okay. So, I mean, I think you still kind of had to, I don't know what category you would fit in then, but I think you still kind of have to pick a, go on start with the topic.
The topic. Start with the topic. You said.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Pick a
Yeah,
topic from the board.
Oh, pick a topic from the
yeah.
board.
What's the reason that you requested?
I came with the.
Right.
I was listening to you all's conversation. I was reading the prompts, and like when I, you know, when reading these prompts of that's on the board, the it's that's pretty much how the I've been getting different things like this from the Bible. How like this like why do we believe in this? You know, when you go back and kind of start reading this stuff, if you using even just a common sense mind, not no special revelation or anything, just common sense of, you know, why are we serving like this, or you know, why are we choosing Christianity when it just seems so opposite of what we perceived it to be before. You know what I don't know how to explain it, but it's not the
No,
loving
she's
God.
asking why. No, she asking why did you request up? What made you come up here? If it wasn't for the topics that are on the board, what made you hit request to come up to the stage?
To you know give you know whatever the opinion about you know the one that says women have been gaslit by God in the church.
Okay.
That one itself has stood out and is really is still true to this day. You know, women are still being gaslit by God in the church. I mean, I can't necessarily say God because um it's really the people who's serving the God or whatever. But yeah, and those the church the church is, I don't know, it's such a blinder because the women has been, they don't really have a their whole the whole essence of a woman has is really downgraded even in the scripture. And it's like the Bible is for, okay, man to be the head and stuff like that, or it doesn't give the true nature of a woman. And it even goes so far to condemn or degrade a particular woman um who's who was a leader, or and they say she was a prostitute. So I don't know. So
When
when
you
y'all,
say when you say that you can't say God, but then say the scriptures demean women or
mhm,
disregard women, how are you separating the God from the scriptures doing it and blaming the church for it?
because they believe in the God. I mean,
But the God is in the text.
well, it is a God. There is a God in the text. When I say they don't have to you know what I'm saying, they do, but I'm saying God. But what would give the God significance if the people didn't serve the God?
Right. But so the God is real to them, right? So
That's true.
when we say that women have been gaslit by God in the
Hmm.
church,
Hmm.
that's why we say what we say, because in the text, the God commands specific things,
Makes sense.
allows things pertaining to women.
Well, that makes sense because they're following the order of the God. So yeah, that does make sense. I guess I'm saying it from my perspective, but that is definitely their perspective. It is the God is the influence. You know, especially when you look at some of the scriptures in Exodus. It's the commandments is from the God. So yeah,
How are you separating it though when you say from your perspective that it's not the God and that
because the
it's
way
because
I perceive.
I'm sorry. Let
Oh,
me.
sorry.
Yeah, thank
Go
you.
ahead. I'm sorry.
What I'm trying to understand is the separation from the character in the book, and you saying it's not the character in the book. It's solely the people who believe the character in the book.
Yeah, well, I mean, you're right from what you're saying. I guess because when I say my perspective, it's because I no longer feel like, you know, that is that I serve, I would serve that particular God. I wouldn't listen to those. Now, you know, I'm saying me personally, but that's exactly what they do. So I mean, it is correct. But I mean, not saying it's, you know, that matter, like right or not right, but it is, when I separate it, it's because I believe there are some depictions in the Bible where it's not the same God. Because even when in Exodus, when God was telling the children, Moses and the children of Israel, when they was going to take over the land, he told them not to serve their gods. So there's obvious that there's more than one gods in the Bible. But of course, we're all talking about the God of Israel. So yeah, you're right. The children of Israel.
I guess I'm still a little confused, but and I don't know if because that statement, women have been gaslit by God in the church, isn't talking about just, you know, the idea of any God. Is talking about the Abrahamic God specifically. And so, what I think I hear you say is that when you say not necessarily God, you're saying not the God you believe in, right? Is that what you mean when you say not necessarily God?
Well, no, I'm saying it like to the point to where my perspective is off because it's definitely their God and the Abrahamic God, but the people, without the people, pretty much that God doesn't is there he has no significance. But that's the only reason I was saying that. You know, without their belief system, that's the only reason why I was saying that. But no, it's definitely that God has gaslit them. But also, the some of the information or the guidance that was given, or the direction that was given, wasn't necessarily shown that it was from the God. It was from the men or the people at that time, where they began to um, make those rules based off who they were. But there were certain things that you said that were from the God.
Which rules are you talking about? And then, does your God have significance without you?
I'm sorry. Yeah, if I don't acknowledge a God or whatever, it's not nothing exists if it doesn't have awareness. So if I'm not acknowledging it, and I don't like, I'm not saying it's just when I say what these like the commandments, thou shalt not do this, thou shalt not do this, thou shalt not do this, or whatever, or you should do this or whatever. Those commandments wasn't necessarily like, if like gender whatever. It was like for the people. It was the mindset of the people at the time that began to downgrade the women or whatever.
How, why are you saying that when the text explicitly says Yahweh gave those laws to Moses? Why are you saying that
Yeah,
that
what
didn't
I'm
come
saying, the
from
law, when you
the
read the
God character?
laws, when you read the laws, even in the laws, it doesn't say like hold on, let me pull up the actual laws. I'm saying it doesn't say like men is man is above or whatever. Those things come from people saying they were spiritually inspired. What
What
the
what are you talking about? What I'm so
the
confused.
commandments? Hold on.
There isn't a commandment about men being above women at all in this
Right.
book.
Exactly.
So,
But
That's
but
what I'm
who said
saying.
there was?
That's what came from God. That stuff about men being above women came from the people.
That
how do
isn't
you
in
know
this
that
book.
though? Right. Also, like you're making a line of demarcation or drawing a line in the sand that's just your preference, right? Like if you're going to say that there are certain things in this book that have been attributed to the God, because you do agree that the commandments, thus said the Lord, He gave these commandments. You
Yes.
think that okay? So the 10th commandment lists women in the things that men own. How are you not seeing that as hierarchy that's been co-signed on by this God? This God gives laws that if a woman is raped, then you pay her father and then she belongs to the man who raped her. it,
So
it clearly
that's
values women less than men. So if ultimately what you're saying is that there are things in this book that's attributed to this God that don't align with what I believe, so I'm going to decide that that doesn't come from the God, that came from a man. That's just you picking the things that work with you or fit your narrative.
so
That
I
doesn't
guess
mean that the
that
God didn't say those things.
so I guess that's where my it's a misunderstanding for me, because when I read the Ten Commandments, I feel like that came from God, and I feel like those laws that you're saying was made by the men, not
I'm
from
talking about
like
the
from
Ten
their own.
Commandments.
Say that again. I'm sorry.
I'm talking about the tenth commandment to be precise.
Well, it says
It
thou
was a
shalt
law.
not covet thy neighbor's goods, but I even saying that, reading that, I in my misunderstanding did not know or to think that they're saying a woman is a man's goods. You see what I'm saying? I
Did you
didn't.
stop reading? Because the whole thing lists the goods.
Right.
Right.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's in my misunderstanding. It wasn't. It's not like that's something I knew and I just didn't, just didn't listen to or didn't agree with it. You know what I'm saying? It's just, or I just took it out. So no, you exactly. You said I start reading. Yes, I did not look at the goods part. The thou shalt not cover thy neighbor's goods. That I did not think as a woman being property of her man. So when I look at the Ten Commandments, I just looked at that and then look at all of what decided or who decided what was a neighbor's goods. That's what I'm saying. What I'm saying, I felt like those were things that man considered. Oh, this is going to be what neighbor's good. Like so,
You,
if we make a law now, that they make laws now, legislatures they're doing laws now. That's man coming up with the laws, not it could have been influenced by God, but it's the man actually coming up with additional. That's my perspective of it.
But
but with the way you talk is as if you believe that the God that you believe in is somewhere in this book, and man just added to that God's words, and that's what I'm trying to understand.
I don't
Is
believe
that
it.
what you're saying? Because you're like
No,
God said this, but He didn't say that. Man added that part, and you're saying God didn't say man was above woman. God said this, and man added that. Like you're giving authority to the God in this book.
no, I don't serve the God in that book. I don't serve no God. I don't even really consider the higher thing a God.
Then what
Um,
God said what? What God are you claiming
I'm
did
talking
not?
about the God in the
I'm
Bible for this particular portion. But what I'm saying is, I feel like some of it was added to it by the man, because it says in the Bible also, in the spirit there's no male and
why do you
female.
feel that way though? That it doesn't make sense, right? That's what's confusing me. Why do you feel that the God didn't say that men were was above women if you don't believe in God is real?
No, so this particular, we're talking about this particular point, right?
Yeah. Why are
About
you
God.
right? Why are yeah? I know what point we're talking about. Why are you saying that the God didn't? Why are you saying man added to the God's words if you don't believe the God is real?
I don't believe, I didn't say the God wasn't real. I believe that God is real. I don't serve that God, is what I'm saying. I'm not saying the God don't exist.
we're
That's
not talking
definitely
about
their
serving.
God.
Kalisha, we're not talking about serving. I think that's what you're missing. Your position or your what you're talking about right now is contradictory. Because to
I
Thinker's
do.
point,
Mhm. Go ahead.
to Thinker's point, you're saying that you don't believe that everything in this book came from the God that you believe in, but the way you're speaking about this book leads us to believe that you do. That there are certain things in this book that you feel like, oh, well, God didn't say these things. It was man that added this idea of men being over women. But by saying that, the entailment of that position is that you believe that this God said some of the shit in this book, which means that you believe that this particular God is real. Do you get what I'm saying?
So to clear this up, I do believe this God. is real, and this is these people's God. And I do believe this God is not um what some may perceive to be a loving whatever God, and could very well have did it. What I was saying, the when I made the point about maybe not so much God gaslit, I was saying that it was the people that had to, of course, receive the information to do it. It was their choice to do it. They didn't
But
have
what?
to do it.
But
But
you're
I'm not
saying
saying
they
it's
added
not.
to the text though. That like this is what's confusing us. You're saying, well, I don't think God gaslit women. I think people added to God's words, but God is not a good God. Do you see why that would be confusing? Like
Well, that's because that's the
I don't worship. He's not my God because he's not a good God, but also
it's,
he's good enough that he didn't gaslight women. The gaslighting parts you see in the text came from the church adding to this God's words, and then no justification for that, and then it doesn't make sense why you would assume that when you are saying that the God isn't good. Like, do you see why we're confused?
so like I said, to clear up the confusion, um, I do not. I see some people say she believe that shit. She's confused.
Don't address the comments. It's
I'm not
yeah.
confused. What I'm saying is
Don't address the
it was
comments.
only the point I was making about that one particular part. When I say when you say you believe this stuff in the Bible, do I believe some of these incidents or happen or whatever? I do believe that that is a God. There are many gods, and I do believe that is their God, and I don't believe. And it's not like you saying, "Oh, he's not my God." I don't believe in God like that, and it's I'm not trying. I'm not. I don't. I'm not gonna
But
say.
you do believe in God. You already said you believe in God. He's just not the God you choose.
I don't
Right?
believe. I
It's
say in
similar
God
to
because if
me
I
saying
say
that I
anything
believe that
else,
God
people
exists.
don't won't receive it or understand it. So I'm not here
No,
to. It's already a
no,
confusion. You know what I mean?
no. No. So what I say, like I do believe the God exists as an idea in the mind of its believers. And I think that's what you're saying. Right? The
Yes.
God is real to the people who believe in it. What we're confused about is your statement to sanitize the God. And say that its believers added to the God's desires or the God's words in the book to gaslight women, and not that the God was written with these words from the get go. That's what we don't understand.
Well, that was also because of a misunderstanding for me because I hadn't read the whole thing. So that wasn't because I'm just taken up for whoever this God is. It was an assumption that they've because of me saying what I'm saying that is because I felt like the men at that time used that as a way to do it, but I hadn't read all of that to see, what you all was saying about women is part of the good. So that was also a misunderstanding or a lack of knowledge. So it wasn't like I'm trying to take up form, but I was because there's somewhere in the scripture that says in the spirit there's no male or female. So that's why I was thinking the men at the time took advantage of it to gaslight the women. That's the point I was trying to make. But it does that's so that was pretty much what I was saying as far as that part.
I think I get it now. So because Paul says in the New Testament, in Christ, everybody's equal, you felt that the God originally saw everybody equal, and men added to the text because what Paul said in the New Testament was the original character of the God, that everybody was equal.
That was my perception. Yeah. So
Okay.
that's a lack of knowledge.
Okay, I see what you're saying now. I see what you're saying now. It's not That's not the case. Um, the laws that were given in the Old Testament for the Hebrew God were communicated in the text to be from God to Moses. And the oldest versions of the Hebrew that we have, um, whether it's across the Hebrew scriptures, the Targum translation, like the Aramaic, or the Greek Septuagint, are vaguely similar, and you don't necessarily see when it comes to the laws, you don't necessarily see what we would otherwise deem as problematic today. You don't see them being added. Like, for example, slavery. You don't
Mhm.
see a time where slavery was not a part of the laws communicated
Mhm.
from Moses from this God to Moses, being added at a later date so that men in the world could justify slavery. You don't see that. And or women being as property. The young girl versions that belong to a Levite priest,
Mhm.
uh, the daughters of a priest of Aaron, if they lost their virginity before getting married, they were burned at the stake. That wasn't added later. That was a law communicated from the God to Moses.
Mhm.
And so that was the Hebrew God's character long before Jesus was ever a thing.
Mhm.
And so when when I say that women have been gaslit by God in the church, is because a lot of the women characters in the stories in the book are presented as either supporting characters to the faith of a man. Their bodies are used to further a mission, a military mission or a political goal of the patriarchy or of a kingdom. Um, and they're made to see it as holy, right? Or
Mhm.
this is just man sinning because a man's gonna fuck up. A man's gonna be a man. And the women in the text are usually seen as the evil thing that makes men fall. They're typically seen as the vice that men need to be careful of. Either they need to control them. The intelligent, confident, outspoken ones are typically demonic and need to be put down. The beautiful virgin ones need to be married and uh, put on chained. Does that make sense? And
Mhm.
so today, women see themselves from the lens of this text through the lens of the patriarchy, through male translators, male interpreters, the male theologians, and predominantly early male preachers, and they justify this position and they call it holy and they make excuses for it, right? And so and they do it through their God's eyes, like through the lens of their God's sacrifice for them to save them, their God's promises, as well as their God's punishments. And so because of that, that's why I say they've been gaslit by the God, the character that they believe in, as well as the church. Does that make sense?
Yes. Mhm.
Okay.
That does make sense.
I also don't see how it's a lot of believers try to make that separation, and I just don't see how it's done because it's difficult to logically argue that the church is only the accountable or responsible party for the misogyny that we see when the source material reinforces it consistently, like to Tinker's point. Like we see throughout this Bible that there is never men and women spoken of in on equal footing. Like you referred to the no male or female, but you completely ignore the context of what that scripture was referring to. And it wasn't talking about the fact that women are equal to men. It seems like saying the church gaslights women, but God doesn't, is like saying an architect isn't responsible for a building collapsing, the construction crew is. The blueprint is flawed. That means that the builders can only do what the blueprint says. If there was something in this book that refuted the idea or the concept of women being inferior to men or valued less than men, then you'd be able to point to that, but it's not there. So if the church is gaslighting women by using God's word, then it is the words of the God that they are using that is the source of the gaslighting. I don't see where a distinction can be made.
Did that make sense, Kalisha?
Yeah, that makes plenty of sense, and I agree with it. I agree with what you're saying because you got to think when you're um, in that arena, you don't always see. You know, you you see those things, but if you speak to Christians now, they won't agree with this because they don't see it. It's amazing of what brainwashing can do, or being indoctrinated, what you would see and what you don't see, even though it's in plain sight. So yeah, I completely agree with that.
I mean, I think it is a big product of indoctrination because at a certain point, you have to ask yourself if God was prioritizing the protection of women, then that should be very clear in his word. And there shouldn't be scriptures that could be ambiguous enough in the believers. I don't think they're ambiguous at all, but there shouldn't be scriptures in this book that would be ambiguous enough for them to be weaponized to the purpose for the purpose of downgrading women or keeping women in a subservient position. So I don't know why a loving God would communicate through extremely patriarchal cultures anyway. Like we say this all the time, how the God changes with the culture. The God in Yahweh in 2025 ain't shit like Yahweh 2,000 years ago. What he wanted is different. We see it in this book. We see how the the apologetics are developed for the purpose of trying to make this God relevant to this day and age. But if the God matches the culture and the culture is created by the people, then the God was created by the people. If it were a God that were separate from the culture, the requirements of that God would remain the same throughout cultures, throughout society's evolutions. We don't see that. And you're right. I think that a lot of this comes from indoctrination because I mean all of us up here were Christian at one point, and we didn't ask these questions because either we weren't allowed to or we didn't know to ask them. But that's the purpose of these conversations that prompt thought and critical thinking through these ideas, especially these harmful ideas where women are consistently told and like they come up here to advocate for their own subjection, and it doesn't make any sense.
Kalisha, did you have anything else? Uh, Leorton, thank you so much for the
Oh,
$20 super
okay.
chat. I appreciate you.
No, that's all. Okay, I'm good. Thank y'all.
You're welcome. Thank you so much for coming up. I hope you have a good day.
You as well. You as well.
Have you seen this new mashup thing?
Mm-mm. What's that?
In the gifts, there's this magic genie bubble, and if you press it, it'll let you pair two gifts together to make like a combination of the two. I guess it generates like a combination of like either the donut, um, the flying balloons, the lion, the bear, the whale, and like a galaxy. But like it'll give you a different combination for
Oh,
like an
that's cool.
exclusive little one. Yeah, it's pretty decent.
Is it more expensive or?
It's kind of like a combination of the two. Not well, not even really a combination of the two. Well, actually, I think it is that.
You didn't connect, Mocha. Are you? Were you trying to come on stage?
Chat's telling them that. Okay.
Mocha. Unvaxxed and what is D and DF?
I just well, I was curious if we would talk about Job's wife.
Yeah. Um, your bio just tells me a lot about what is unvaxxed D and DF? What is that? What does D and DF mean?
It, I don't know. I was kind of being. I should change that. I was being silly at one time,
Oh,
but
are you a believer, deconstructing, an atheist? What are you?
well, I'm a Lutheran, and I think deconstructing is not a terrible term in and of itself because obviously things sometimes get built up around that maybe are red herrings or distractions. So I'm saying I'm not 100% against the word deconstruction, but I am a Lutheran. Yeah.
Okay, so you're a believer. And you want to talk about Job's wife?
Yeah.
Rhea, you want to? Rhea, since the last one was a deconstructing, do you want to do this one or?
Oh, that's okay. I can pass it on to Osa.
Osa, do you want to do this one?
That's fine. Which one are we
Okay.
talking about?
Job's wife.
Okay.
No, I didn't grow up where you guys grew up. I didn't hear sermons where you were at. What did they say about Job's wife?
What?
Well, it says. Sorry.
What?
What do you know about the story?
Wait, what do
Well,
you mean by you didn't grow up where we grew up?
right. I didn't go to church with you, so I don't know what they said about Job's wife. Where what you heard.
Right. Why would it be different than what the Bible says?
Well, we know that Job's wife said something, and then Job's friend said something. But like a good question I want to ask is, do you think that Job's wife was better about talking about God than Job's friends, or were they better?
Better in respects to what?
I'd say theology. Was she a better theologian than Job's friends? And
How,
a
Why
little
does that
bit.
matter?
and how would they have a theology? Do you know what a theology is?
Yeah, it's talk about God, study of God. Yeah.
So, do you think that, like, I don't know if so when you hear stories of or read these biblical stories of Job and his wife, do you think they went to church on Sundays and tithe? Like when I think theology, it usually encompasses a belief system or a set of beliefs that lead one to conclude something about a God. They didn't need that then, according to your book. Like they had direct access to your God. So when you say did she have better theology or did the friends have better theology? I'm not sure what theology you're referring to and what would make one better than the other. They ultimately had their opinions about what Job was going through. They had their advice for Job, but what would make one better than the other? To what end?
Right. And I'll just come out and say I think Job's wife is a better theologian than the three friends. Theology or a theologian to us is anyone who talks to for or about God. So it's a very broad statement. Does that make sense? Like we're all theologians if we talk to for or about God.
So does that make us theologians or does it make us people with opinions?
No, I think you're theologians. It's not a put down term. It's not a attack.
I
I
didn't
think.
take it as an I didn't
Oh,
take it as an attack at all. I just think that it's conflating ideas, right? Like I am not a theologian. I don't have a belief system that I'm trying to guide someone to. I'm literate. I know how to read a book. I know what words mean. That doesn't entail having a theology. That entails being literate. So when you talk about Job's wife in comparison to his friends and ask which one has a better theology, I'm not really sure what you're saying. Are you saying which one gave him the best advice? Which one presented a more sound and balanced perspective of Job's situation? I don't know what your question is.
Yeah, it involves a lot. But I think generally reading the text, the three friends are not praised. And then Job's wife isn't really talked about much at all, but she still says something very clear
It'd be
about
crazy if we
what
did
he
like a
should do.
topic about that and talked about it.
Right? Like at some point. Yeah, because I think when you say there's a systematic piece that you're missing when it comes to using the word theology. I don't think either group or the wife or the friends were necessarily pushing a theology. The 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 point of this topic, kind of like your response is kind of demonstrating the point of this topic. We don't even know this woman's name. Like she was her actual story was truncated in like the most egregious ways. She lost 10 children in the same way that Job did. Like she suffered every single loss that he suffered. Yet that struggle is never mentioned. So I'm not sure how you arrive at her response to Job's situation was better than the friends. I mean, you're of course welcome to hold that belief system for whatever reason you hold it, but I don't know that that has anything to do with a theology because there's no system of belief that's being posited. It's just opinions of people based on what they've observed a person going through.
Yeah, and I may have made this more complicated than it should have been. But like she said, after all that they went through, they lost their children, houses, property, and then Job got all those sores. She basically was like, "Well, just curse God and unalive."
She didn't
Just
actually. If you look at the Hebrew, she said bless God. And she said a lot more than that. That's why I said it was truncated to that one line. Um, but her experience was completely overlooked. Her pain was not mentioned. It was simply focused on Job and the narrative that was being spun, which is completely different than what most believers think this story actually is.
well, I always need a Hebrew touch up. What that's new to me. What so when he said so the word curse and bless are the same that someone could mistranslate it, or that what do you mean?
No, they're not the
And
same.
yeah, um, yeah, in Job 1, I mean in Job 2:9 when she says Barak, uh, Elohim, which means bless. Right here, Barak, that word right there. It means bless. It doesn't mean curse. It doesn't mean blaspheme either. Uh, Later translators who translated the Targum um, said that it had to, the writer had to mean that she wanted Job to curse God and die. And they used bless because they didn't want to put the word curse next to Elohim. But the crazy thing is other places in this text where Barak is used and it actually means bless. Um, it's not intended to be negative. Uh, Hi, look y'all, look who's here. Look,
Hey,
hi.
What's up?
buddy.
Say
Hey,
hi.
buddy.
Hold on,
Oh my
but
goodness. Hey.
Just
uh,
looking for stuff to get into.
he looked just like me, don't he?
He
Goodness gracious, with
does.
his hair like
Yup.
that.
Just like you.
Yeah, but yeah. So but even if she did say, first off, I was talking to Dr. Bowen about this yesterday. There are several words that the translator could have used uh, to imply, uh, to imply that she meant curse. The only word that really would fit there, there's only two, kalal and I think it's nots. Um, because a human can't bind the god, a human can't ban the god, like any other context of curse there. And there is a other places in this text where Naats is right next to the Tetragrammaton, and so it doesn't necessarily make sense this later explanation to several. There are some scholars who are like, nope, y'all are just making that up. It doesn't fit the context. She said blessed, and that's what the author meant. And then there are some who say no, um, the the Targum translated it as blessed, and they really meant curse. They just didn't want to put curse next to the word Elohim. But in Psalms 10:3, Naat, which means to renounce God, is right next to the Tetragrammaton. So like it doesn't make sense. There are other places in the text where the Targum does translate curse, kalal, to Barak. For example, in the story of Naboth, they say Naboth cursed the king. Um, but when they're talking about the king, they also use Barak. Um, and so one could look at this and go and take the later Targum translation for bless, but that's the only time it means curse. And then one could look at it and take the actual Hebrew translation for Barak, which means to bless. In the Septuagint, she has a longer story. She tells Job that, we're both going through this. I lost my children, the fruit of my womb. You lost your lineage. We're sleeping outside. You're sleeping in your dung. I'm going door to door, working as a servant, waiting for the sun to go down just so that I can rest. And she asked him, how long is he going to persist? And she says, say a word to God and die. She doesn't say, curse God and die in the Septuagint, which came way before the Masoretic text, which is where we see the her saying, curse God and die. And so my take on this is, I don't see any definitive reason for the translators to say, not even contextually, for the translators to be able to say, yep, the author definitely meant her to say curse there. But even if she did, she didn't she didn't say to renounce the God. Kalal is to me, kalal would be the best Hebrew word to fit there, which just means to say something bad about God and die. And Job does that throughout the whole story. So I don't see a reason to demonize her for doing something Job does openly throughout the whole story. Job calls the God unjust. He says the God closes his eyes to the injustices of the wicked, that he blesses the hands of the wicked. He trods on the oppressed. He begs the God to leave him alone. He tells the God that he's not mortal, and so he doesn't understand the plight of mortals. So Job, like he does say, harsh words about the God throughout the text, which would be kalal, right? Which is, to me, that's the only thing a human can do to the God, is either blaspheme it, is blaspheme the God, which Job does multiple times. So I don't necessarily see what the later translators was trying to say, other than, they were trying to spin a theological message that the devil can use your wife to try to get you to turn against God or blaspheme God. And if you look at it through that theological lens of, only the man here his faith was being tested, and that's all that matters to the God, then taking the curse translation makes sense. But if you want to take the actual Hebrew translation, she says, bless God and die. Um, in that translation, does that make sense? I just gave a.
No, yeah, that's interesting. I mean, I'm looking at the Hebrew now, and it says Barak, if I'm doing it right, and that's surprising to me. I'm, as you were talking, I was also looking at the lexicon here, and I don't immediately see where it would have been used in Job, which is also surprising. So, thank you for pointing this out to me. It is weird in context. It says, this is how foolish women talk. If we take happiness from God's hands, must we not take sorrow too? How does that? And I'm not trying to. here
because
I'm
she
just
was
trying
telling
to.
him to give up and die, right? Like that, it's no different than if somebody was fighting cancer and they're believing that the God is going to heal them today, and their loved one tells them to go, like it's okay to stop fighting, go ahead and accept your fate, say a prayer, call the chaplain in, right? And somebody says no, that's only foolish people talk like that.
Well, I'm going to chew on that for a while. That wasn't my aim, but that is interesting, and also unsettling. But thank you. Um,
Yeah, and in the ancient Near East, during the time that this would have been written, it was a custom for people to say a blessing on their deathbed to the God that they served before they die. Keep in mind, in this story, Job and his wife are not Israelites; they're from Uz. Um, the God is saying that Job is his most faithful servant, so they must have chosen in this story to worship the God of Israel, but they're not Israelites, and so they would have also been used to the customs of the land of Uz, where it's custom to say a blessing to the gods that you serve on your deathbed. So it's not unusual for her to say bless God and die, because that's what they did.
it comes to mind, and I just wonder, like, sometimes we all use sarcasm. Do you think that she could be here sarcastic here?
Well, what I'm saying is it depends on the lens that you want to look at it, right? There's nothing definitive in the text that says he definitely the author definitely intended for Job's wife to say curse here. It depends on how you want to read it, right? The text says Barek Elohim Vamut, and
Yeah.
there's nothing there, not even in the Hebrew, that says when it says Barek this way, it definitely means curse. There, because Barek is used in the same text to mean bless in a positive way. It's used the same way in Genesis 1:22, Genesis 1:24, Psalms 103, Psalms 104. So there's nothing, even if you want to say that uh, the translator, that the Satan says that Job would curse God and die, and the translators translated curse to Barak there's nothing in the text that says Job's wife's line should have been translated from bless to curse either. So, like I said, there is two schools of thought. Some are pro euphemistic for the sarcasm, and then some are anti um, euphemistic. So, um, it really just depends on your lens and how you want to look at it. But there's nothing definitive about her line.
Well, and then I mean, this is interesting because I don't think it detracts from my original um, question of, like, you see the three men of his friends, and they go on these long diatribes, kind of interrogate, sort of like implied interrogation of him, maybe not direct, maybe sometimes direct, and they assume a lot. They have a lot of assumptive language about him and stuff they didn't maybe know because they weren't there, and so all this stuff that befell Job, all this bad fortune, must have been for a reason. But Job's wife doesn't go down that road. She's just pretty straightforward about what she said.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting, right, that the God makes Job pray for the forgiveness of the men, uh, but not Job's wife, right? And this is coming from a God who commanded the death penalty for anybody who blasphemed his name or anybody who blasphemed against him. So if she's telling Job to blaspheme him and the God doesn't even address that doesn't make sense for the context either, considering he addressed Job's friends and required Job to pray for their forgiveness or he was going to destroy them.
Those are important. What's not said, I do agree. That's notable stuff. Do you think that Job was written a very long time ago, or was it late writing?
What do you mean a very? They all this was written a very long time ago. Job is one of the oldest scrolls that we have. Um, there is a book of Jasher that mentions a Job from the land of Uz who was against the Israelites while they were in Egypt, and he was plotting with the Pharaoh to have them struck down because they were growing fast, and he thought they were wicked. And so if you accept the book of Jasher and you read that and you accept that that's the same Job in the book of Job, then the way the story is written as is, it makes sense. The God wanted to strike Job down. The Satan goes, you can do whatever you want to him. He's still not gonna curse you. He's gonna bless you. And Job blesses the God, and then the Satan is right. If you read it with the book of Jasher. But without the book of Jasher, it gives a different context. It's a different Job, and the story is different. The Satan wants Job to curse the God. It really just depends on the theological lens that you look at it.
Well, sure. Um, I didn't know we had the Book of Jasher. I know that was referenced, but I didn't know we had it extant. But
Yeah, the
well,
one that was translated was translated written between 1 BCE and 1 CE.
oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, my assumption, my lens that I look through is that Job was written, or at least is the story about someone around the time of Moses, or maybe before, or maybe even somehow related to Moses himself. But others
Well,
say
he
that it was
wasn't an
written.
Israelite. This Job
Right,
wasn't an
right,
Israelite though.
right. Sure, exactly. Um, but but the theology of these three men is very un-Lutheran in the sense that they're trying to look in the dark things of God for things that are plain and obvious. And the wife, Job's wife, doesn't go that route. She just goes very quick and to the point, and doesn't get caught up in theodicy like the three friends. And so the three friends actually get it from God. They all get a spanking. So that's kind of where I was going with that. Like, she's the better theologian than the three supposed friends.
But how
I
though?
think because they stripped her down to one line, right? Like in the Septuagint, she says a lot more than what we get in the King James Bible. The King James Bible, she stripped down to one line,
What does this
but
mean?
like from that one line, and in the Septuagint, she talks about how they're both going through. That's what I was telling you earlier. She talks about how they're both going through. Both lost their children. She has to take care of him because he's sick. She has to now work door to door as a servant. She has to pray for the sun to go down just so that she can rest. And she says she doesn't understand why he's still holding on. They're sleeping outside. He's sleeping in his dung because he has kidney failure. Like she's basically listing everything they're going through, and she's like, she doesn't see hope, right? And she says, say a word to God and die. Like, why are you still holding on? Look at our situation, right? Um, so she's basically looking at it from a human perspective. Like, she's tired, right? And she doesn't see a way out. And so when she tells him to go ahead and say a word to God and accept his fate of death, he's like, you're speaking like a foolish woman, right? Like, we've been blessed. If God blesses us, should we not accept when he doesn't? Right? It doesn't necessarily means that she was saying curse God. He's saying don't give up like the foolish women do. Right? Don't
It's very interesting.
yeah.
Well, I mean, well, that's another question: is good theology need to be long and drawn out like these other men making grandiose speeches and long and drawn out argumentation, or is good theology just boom? That's there it
Well,
is.
how are you calling it good theology though?
Yeah,
Because
that's what I was
she
about to say. What makes it good?
yeah, from that one line, she was demonized for centuries. Like, the only thing we know about Job is that she was used as a vessel for the Satan, uh, and for the enemy in this story. So how are you calling that good theology?
Um, well, and I'll double down. I think that this kind of deconstruction might be a good thing. but the Lutherans describe good theology as something called theology of the cross versus theology of glory. It's more of a way we see rather than a list of what you call them, a systematic list of beliefs or doctrines. It's more of a philosophy, really. And Luther pointed to this, and he said, "A good theologian is one who calls a spade, who doesn't call good evil and evil good, and who doesn't try to see the hidden things of God as though they're very patent and clear from what God has revealed." So, I mean, I might even be willing to call you a theologian of the cross, which would be, it doesn't matter if you don't believe or not. It's more of a way of seeing. So
You're
that's why
talking
I'm
about
going with
looking at the
this.
text from a unbiased, just looking at the text as is and accepting it as is, and not trying to find a hidden meaning. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I think that should be front and center. And so I think that, you looking at that word, especially, is important, because I never saw that before. And I mean, it's a long set of books, so there's a lot of things that are going on in here. And I think that a lot of groups, maybe mostly a lot of Protestant groups, make errors of category and stuff where we maybe could deconstruct from those. But then now we have to have a conversation, and hopefully we can, have what's the word? A dispassionate conversation. Yeah.
But how is that a Protestant issue? Because whether Protestant, Lutheran, or whatever denomination, theology remains the same. I say this all the time. It's the study. It's the study of a subject that doesn't actually have an object. Like, you have to presuppose the object of theology to begin with. In a lot of ways, it's ultimately just exploring like various human interpretations and traditions, probably hopes and desires. It's kind of like, I don't know, it's kind of like writing a rule book for a game that you can't prove is even being played. So it becomes this nebulous, almost wisp of a thing that you can't quite grasp, because it is about how you understand a thing. And even when we were talking about Job's wife, like, a point can be made based on the original Hebrew word. It could be understood through this perspective where she did say bless, or it could be understood through this perspective where she said curse. Like, either way, it could go either way. But the reality is, the very object that theology claims to be examining doesn't, it's inaccessible. It resides in the mind of the person who decides to be a theologian. So I don't know how that description that you just applied to a Protestant faith doesn't also apply to yours.
Well, yeah, and I'm not. Let's see. That's correct. And someone wise would see that. And I'm not saying that you guys aren't wise either. I'm just saying, like, even an atheist is a theologian because they talk about God. So I'm not hanging that around their neck. I'm not trying to. I'm just saying, what kind of theologians are we? And I'm actually kind of impressed with this one particular instance, because it's something I wasn't aware of, but I decided to approach it with, okay, let's see, and then you go, oh, okay, very interesting, but the practice of these people might actually apply to our lives, whether or not you believe in God or not.
In what way? In what way
Like,
could the
say,
practices of Job and his, well, Job really, because they don't sell the shit about his wife, how could that have application to us today?
well, his wife, to her good, that she didn't go needling Job. What did you do to deserve this? Where his friends did. So what if our friends, saw, like, what if I lost everything I had? And maybe I did, and I'm just not saying on here, but, and people look at me in my life and be like, wow, what an absolute disaster, or what a failure. God just, he did something wrong, or whatever, he deserves it. These are all thoughts that we might have, no matter if you believe in God or not. That's the kind of thinking that we have. I mean,
Well,
like,
well, wouldn't it make sense for his friends to ask questions about his day-to-day activities that his wife wouldn't have to?
I suppose so.
Would it,
Go
yeah,
into the text, but
wouldn't your
yeah,
wife know more about what you do day to day than your friends would?
sure.
Yeah, so I don't necessarily know that I would agree with the fact that she didn't ask, what did you do? I don't know that that puts her in a different category. I think these are, if we're positing that these are actual human beings, and we're assuming that, we're doing this internal critique and we're saying that, okay, these were real people, this story actually happened, then there are certain relationship dynamics that would be in play for a husband and a wife, and certain pieces of information that would be known from people who reside together that your friends wouldn't know. I mean, I think that's just natural. So to say that her not saying or asking Job, like, what did you do? Like, what have you done to bring this on yourself, means that she has a better theology. I don't know that I would be able to. I mean, of course you have a right to see it how you see it, but I don't know that I would land on that conclusion myself.
Yeah, when I have like when there's like a death in the family, families tend to like stay close to each other, and so I can only imagine after losing 10 kids, they were probably pretty close, right? They come together in times of loss like that.
Yeah.
I would
Yep.
imagine she was around a lot. Wouldn't necessarily have to ask.
Well, this certainly for the practice of, like, say, being a pastor in the Lutheran faith. This book is really especially useful and teaches a lot to a pastor and what not to do, say, at a funeral, like you're talking about. And I'm sure that you've had experiences that where, like, you've been at funerals and people say things that are like, I don't think that's the right thing to say right here, like, or you don't know such and such, like speaking for God here, like, oh, they're in a better place right now, or oh, uh,
Y'all are always
angels.
speaking for God. What are you talking about? God never speaks for himself. Every single thing that we know about God is someone speaking for God. So whether it's at a funeral or a wedding or anywhere else, that's always going to be the case. People say irrational shit at funerals all the time. I had a friend of mine, a good friend of mine, whose two aunts were both killed at the same time by a drunk driver. We were leaving a baby shower, and like not 30 minutes after we left the baby shower, we got the call, to go to the hospital. And they had a double funeral. And at this funeral, they were highly religious people, like strongly religious. Um, and they constantly talked about, how God needed them home. So you're here mourning the loss of sisters, and this was a very close knit family. Yet you have to praise the very thing that you say took them. That is irrational. So I don't know how this story of Job provides any sort of guidance of what to say in difficult situations that common sense, decency, compassion, and empathy wouldn't provide as well.
I appreciate you brought that up because that's right on point with another one of Luther's saying, is that we don't a good theologian won't try to trade good for evil and evil for good. So this horrible event that you're talking about, people might try to say, well, but this is the real purpose behind it or something. Well, it's awful. It was horrible. That's it. It was awful and horrible. But the move to something else because we're uncomfortable with that horrible reality of your loss and then how they were lost, like the move
Wait, are
that's
you saying a good theologian ignores reality or
no, they
biases in
recognize it
something?
for what it is. It's like reality is horrible, like in some instances, but you shouldn't try to change it to something else, right? Does that make sense?
What do you mean?
I think he just phrased it
No.
backwards. I think he didn't mean to say it the way he said it the first time. He's saying a good theologian doesn't try to uh, contort it to be something other than what it is. Am I right?
Yeah, right. Um,
Like it sounds like you're saying. Oh, okay. So you're saying like a good theologian isn't looking at it to try to find a good reason for it or an evil reason for it. They just call it what it is. If it's considered an immoral thing from that theologian's perspective, because everybody doesn't see morality the same. But if that theologian says this otherwise, the commanding of raping women is immoral, where the church is calling it righteous justice, a good theologian calling that thing immoral. I mean, a theologian calling that thing immoral doesn't make them a bad theologian. That's not what you're saying, are you?
No, I think we get on the same page here because I mean, like you're calling the word barak. You're like, this is the word for bless. So I had to stop and go, oh, okay, now I got to look at that word now. You know, you're not calling it something else. So, and then in all these situations that we're in life, you know, like I mean, I grew up with a MR brother, and he was older than me, and so oftentimes I think people will try to, well, I mean, like, oh, such a great disability to have or whatever. They're such sweet people or whatever, and it's like, well, still a disability and still chronic and it's still hard to deal with. And so like the move away from that because it's unpleasant, you know, that's bad move. And so I think I hope we're all agreeing here. I think we're agreeing that we don't want to call
I
someone.
think I get what. Yeah, I think I get what you're saying. So, for example, let's move from Job for just a second. The story of David and Bathsheba, and in the story, the God kills the child. Looking at the story, David originally wanted to get rid of his responsibility to the child and cover up that this sin, and the fact that he conceived a child through the sin. The God striking the child, ultimately giving David what he wants, right? Framing it as a punishment to David, um, to me, looks like a political move more than a move of faith. Um, and in the story, looking at the story, that the interpretation is that David prayed and begged God to save the child's life, except the text doesn't say what David prayed when he laid before the altar. One could look at that and knowing that David wanted the child, wanted to get out of that situation, he could have been praying for the God to do exactly what the God did, right? Because a punishment, seeing it, the God punishing David with an outcome that David originally schemed to get in the first place, doesn't seem like a punishment. And so, looking at that and calling that for what it is that what you would consider changing it to something else?
No, we haven't read it, so I mean publicly on here, but my understanding is that he was just trying to get rid of what's his name? Who's the
Uriah.
Uriah? Yeah, and then he just assumed her.
But why he didn't try to get rid of him, Uriah at first? That was not his first move. His first move was to get Uriah to sleep with Bathsheba, so that the child, so that he would think that the child was his. That was his first move, and he tried twice to get that to happen. When that didn't work, he then killed Uriah and took Bathsheba as his wife.
And even worse, as I understand it, to double down on that, he was a Hittite, isn't that what the text says? And so they were supposed to eliminate them from the land. Is that not right? From way back?
Well, when they live in the land of Israel, they are to be treated as a Israelite. If they're a foreigner living in the land of Israel, they're safe. And so Uriah was a general in the Israelite army, and he was married to an Israelite woman. Bathsheba was an Israelite.
Okay. I just can't remember when they originally got there. I thought Hittites were one of the 7 Tites groups that where they were supposed to eliminate, but they didn't totally or something. Am I right in saying that?
Yeah.
Okay, so he had more. He could have had even more justification, self-justification for his actions, right?
No, because the law protects Uriah living in the land of Israel. They can't kill a foreigner living in their land. They can't oppress a foreigner when that foreigner lives in Israel. That's what love your neighbor as you love yourself is about, loving an Israelite. And then in Leviticus 19:33, if a foreigner lives in Israel, they are to love the Israelite. I mean, they are to love the foreigner as themselves. So the laws that extended to Israelites, don't murder an Israelite, don't covet from an Israelite, they extend to that foreigner when that foreigner lives in Israel. Kind of like if a foreigner lives in America, the laws that apply to an American extend to that foreigner while that foreigner is in America, or should. Does that make sense? So he
Yeah,
didn't
yeah.
have justification to kill Uriah, which is when Nathan comes to him, that's what the God is so called punishing him for, because he committed premeditated murder against Uriah while Uriah was living in the land of Israel, serving in the Israelite army.
So far, I don't see him trying to call something what it's not, or change something around. I just see him trying to finagle an outcome silently. That just
No,
yeah.
I'm saying the interpreters. No, in the text it does say that the God striking the child was a punishment to David.
Oh, okay, yeah. And that, yeah, that is kind of a. I mean that does kind of give the semblance of going against, like, perceiving, like, how do they know that he's doing that? We just have that in the text. That is their interpretation, and so someone on the conservative side might go, well, it's the word of God, therefore it's correct. You know what I'm saying? You probably have run into that a lot.
No,
So
yeah,
yeah,
it definitely says that Nathan the prophet says to David, right? God has put your sin to the side even before David repents of the sin. The God has decided to set David's sin to the side and has decided to kill the child because of the sin. It says, nevertheless, because by this deed you have scorned God, the Lord, the child born to you will die. Then it says Nathan went to his house, and then the God struck the child. Right. Um, the punishment gave the outcome that David was originally scheming that led him to kill Uriah. It gave David the outcome that he originally wanted, which was to not be connected to that child through that sin.
in
Does that
that
make
way.
sense?
Well, yeah, he didn't want anybody to know how he got there.
Well, they think about it. If the child had lived, counting back 9 months, like when the child is born, anybody in the land would have been able to determine that that child was conceived while Uriah was away at war. Right?
Well, yeah.
Right. And then with Uriah being killed by David, anybody would have been able to connect it back to David that David had Uriah killed if the child had continued to live.
Yeah. I mean, it's all pretty awful, right? This is pretty awful.
Yeah.
David would
So
have to hope for that kid to grow into a Nephilim to like sell like that the baby was born premature and also like a healthy 9 month old baby.
yeah, it would have traced back to David either way. So the baby was a problem either way. It's framed as a punishment, but it ultimately solves a problem for a king who was in a pickle. Like, he was in a bad situation, and he wasn't trying to hide his deeds from the God. He was trying to hide his deeds from the people in the kingdom, right? From humans.
Sure, sure.
Yeah. So, like from logically, the God gave David what he needed. Like he got David out of that situation when he struck the child, but it's framed as a punishment. Um, Typically, punishments don't give you what you originally wanted.
And they also aren't meted out against babies, right? Like if I'm being punished, no one else should feel that. It should be me. I did it. I should bear the responsibility or the accountability for what my choices were, not my kid. And I think too, like you made a good point earlier about, I mean, I feel like some ways honest theologian may be somewhat of an oxymoron, but I get what you're saying, right? About not adding, adding to, or ignoring what the text says. But I think the genesis, no pun intended, of honest theology would be to admit that it's ultimately it's not the study of something that's out there, it's the study of how humans think about something that may or may not be out there. And when you frame it in that way, I think it allows you to untether from these concrete and finite rules that have come about, from this book and people reading it and cobbling together the scriptures in a way that leads to their particular belief system on whatever topic. I was talking to a person the other day about who said that she was afraid of hell. And I grew up Jehovah's Witness, so they use the Bible and they put scriptures together to demonstrate that there is no hell, that when you're dead you are conscious of nothing, because that's what the Bible says. But you have other denominations that put scriptures together in a way that lead to people being terrified of burning eternally, after they die, and pay for sins that were apparently paid for by Jesus but not. I don't know how that works. So ultimately, if we are being honest, what we have to say is that every single word that we read about this God came from the mind of a human. And as Thinker points out all the time, your first line of faith has to be in the people that wrote this. Folks you never met. You don't know how they lived. You don't know how reliable they were. You don't even know how literate they were. Right. And then the interpretations and, looking honestly through the political aspirations and goals that people had, such as King James, and framing a narrative and controlling the masses. That to me is an honest theologian, which I don't know how that can be reconciled with belief systems that are steeped in these problematic ideologies and these stories that are only looked at through one perspective and through one vantage point.
I think you said a lot of fair stuff there. Um, I like that. That was a lot, but I think that none of that is terrible. I think that sounds pretty good. Now, where that goes is another issue. Um, like, for example, you brought up King James. And I immediately thought of the word Messiah in Daniel 9, right? And in the King James, it's capitalized, right? But but probably this panel knows that it just refers to the word Mashiach, which is just any king that's been anointed. So it's like, where does this move of the capitalization come from? And that's just a small example, but
Yeah.
so
And we see, there's several different instances of that in the text. Um, and Dr. B is going to offer a textual criticism course that's going to like basically help us take a look at those translations and the help us read like the footnotes of the oldest text that we have in history, so that we can understand the mindset behind as much as we can, right? Like uh, they've been able to throughout history, behind why they decided to capitalize certain things like favor and divine being capitalized in the text, day and night and Genesis 1 being capitalized in the text. Um, the Septuagint is it Exodus 22:16, where it says any man, don't steal any man, to make them a slave, and you'll be put to death. The Septuagint added any man of Israel because they read Deuteronomy 24:7 back into Exodus 22:16. And so we see some of that throughout the text as well, right? Like they see the later codified laws, and they'll read them back into the Sinai covenant.
Do you know when that class is going to start, Thinker?
He said he's gonna give me a date soon.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
he's
would be interested.
traveling for the next 2 weeks. So
Can I very humbly ask you a question, Thinker?
yeah, let Fee finish
Okay,
what she was saying.
sorry.
Oh, I was just going to say I would be interested in taking that class because I think it would it's really part of my the program that I went through to become an interpreter. We had to take a semester of translation. And it's interesting when you have to. Our final was to translate and perform a song in sign language, but it's interesting when you see the translation process happen. So my professor chose the Destiny's Child song, the one from the movie, the shoes on my feet, I bought them. You know that song? I can't remember the name of it.
Yeah,
That song. Well, when
I Depend on Me.
yeah, that one. So when he got to, and this is a middle-aged white man that was doing this translation, because the in printed form is translation, spoken is interpreting. But he was going through the lyrics, and he got to the line that said, "This rock I'm rocking, I bought it," and he thought rock meant a song. So his interpretation or how he translated it based on his his life, his experience, his vernacular, all of that, he translated that verse to mean this rock, as in, I'm rocking to the beat of the song. And so we were talking through the whole process of translation. I'm like, well, rock is what we in my culture we use to talk about a ring on a finger. I bought it. How can you rock a song? So we kind of talked through it. But I think that experience taught me how much the language, the exposure, the culture, the experience of the translator factors into the translation. So to omit that and to ignore that is to ultimately just rely on blind faith that whoever gave you these words in English knew exactly what was on the mind of a God. And you'd have to show me how that works. So that's why I think Dr. B's textual criticism class would be really interesting, especially in the light of what I know translation to include and incorporate, and how there's nothing that I can interpret or I can translate that doesn't have residue of who I am on it. I can't create a product without my fingerprint on it. And I think it's important if we want to believe things that are true, then we have to be willing to pull back all of those layers, and the translation of this text is one of the biggest ones.
Yeah, I think too, like that's why, the sign language class that your friend is going to teach is
Mm-hmm.
also going to help with being able to understand why a person would choose a specific translation, right? Like with
Yep.
the textual criticism as well. So, like, I'm excited for what's coming up for the nerds in 2026.
Yeah, me too.
I think it'll also help us reach the patience that you have, because I think it'll give us the ability or the skill set to be able to be patient and understand that just because we see a thing a specific way, the person who is speaking the words may not necessarily be communicating it that way. Does that make sense? Like,
Yeah.
because I think you have a way of understanding that in people, and I think the fact that you are a translator gives you that added skill set. And I think pairing that with the understanding the translation of the text is what needs to be brought to the study of the Bible, because
Right.
and from the eyes of a woman who have these skill sets, and from the eyes of a person of color, specifically a woman of color who has these the experience and the skill set to question certain motives or to be able to point out certain motives behind a translation that hasn't been brought to this field of study before.
Yeah, I think it's bringing a completely different perspective that for again, it has to be people who care about whether or not what they believe is true. To those who are invested for emotional and cultural and social and familial reasons, it won't matter. You know, we talk about this all the time, like people who step into belief systems not based on research, not based on data, but for emotional reasons aren't going to be swayed by, hey, this is how, there's not a word for word translation from one language to the next. There are certain English words for which there are no signs. There's certain signs that you can use a multitude of English. It's like this drop down menu of words that you have to pick the right one that fits the context. But if you don't know the context, which in written form we can get some, but we can't get all. You don't know the mind of the writer of these, and in a lot of these scriptures and scrolls, we don't even know who wrote them, let alone what was on the mind of the writer. And I think those layers kind of causes a person who's thinking through this critically to pause and say, wait a minute, why am I devoting like all of what I am and how I think and how I live my life to a book and a belief system that I don't even really truly understand how it was formulated? I think that's super important. So I'm super excited as well.
Yeah, it's interesting. Monte in the comments is saying that the law is not intended for women to teach, and that's true, right? Like at that time, when the translators were translating this text, it was not meant for women. Like the um, patriarchy, the political status of men, the religious status, the faith of men was prioritized, the rights of men was prioritized, and the uh, rights, political status, and faith of women was put on the back burner. So when they're translating with that in mind. And men typically uh, miss the nuances um, and the nicks and crannies. So they leave kind of like the only thing I can do. I have a friend who has an all female construction company, and her overhead is so low. And when they interviewed her and asked her why, and she said because women are we take our time and we don't have to go back and redo or fix things as much as an all male construction company has to, which has high overhead costs. Um, and I think that is how men approach the translation um, of the text and why there's so many details left out. Like when they try to like fix a story or say, um, this is why the God did something, they didn't think of every angle. So they left a lot open to the imagination or they where they created contradictions for themselves, kind of like this story with David, right? The author wrote in that the reason the God killed the kid was to punish David, but didn't think about the fact that David wanted that in the first place. Like David didn't want responsibility of this kid. Didn't think about the fact that um, the what this having this child live would have the problem that it would have caused for a king at that time. But a woman would have thought of that. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense? Like a woman would have
Absolutely.
been like, yeah,
Yeah, like
yeah,
this got some plot holes in it. Let's fill this in here. Like, and I
yeah.
agree with you. Like, we do think through things very differently. I think I was looking at an interview or a podcast or something that Neil deGrasse Tyson was on, and it came across my FYP, and he was talking about the differences in the brain makeup of men and women, and how and it's not across the board. It's not all. So don't come for me in the comments, but generally women are more intelligent than men. Our brains connect things, like the role that we play in society, the fact that we are usually the ones that take care of children, the roles that society has kind of carved out for men versus women has resulted in our brains evolving in very different ways. So it's not to say that one is better than the other. It's we're different in certain regards, but it's about who's best suited for what role. So when you talk about these biblical stories, like the story of David, where it was clearly men who decided which portions of the story fit in there. No, they're not going to ask that. They don't want to look at the details, because looking at the details and questioning these plot holes is a challenge to their position. And most men, specifically those in Abrahamic religions, don't want to consider that. They want to accept that God told them they're in control. They don't have to demonstrate any leadership skills in order to demonstrate that they can handle that control in a way that benefits everybody. So yeah, let's just go with the fact that this is God's order, full stop, period. That's as deep as they want to go.
Yeah, and this is how and why I see the text as just mythology and literature, because the goal was the theological message, right? The goal was not to be as detailed as possible. Am I getting the theological message that I want to get across? Is what the male writer focused on. Even when they changed and redacted and interpolated, they didn't focus on consistency from one story to the next. Like the story of Cain and Abel, with going from Genesis 3 to Genesis 4, is a very good prime example of that, because the God curses the ground to punish Adam, and then he's cursing the ground again to punish Cain. And it just doesn't read consistently across the board. And then when you get to Genesis 5, it's a new genealogy that starts over with Seth and just completely leaves out that Cain and Abel were ever in existence. I think they focused on the theological message that they wanted to push at that time when they were editing the text, and not necessarily fixing details to make sure that it lined up consistently. Mocha, did you have anything else?
Oh yeah, I wanted to since I'm kind of like shaking a little bit asking what I want to ask. But considering that we're having such a good conversation about how to read and not calling something what it's not, and you brought up the issue of slavery. I wonder, I wonder if it can be seen as, just because this is something is licensed, that doesn't mean slavery isn't a bad thing. Do you see those two things as separate? Those two distinctions?
What do you mean? Because it's licensed, is like, can you clarify? I don't quite understand the question. And don't worry about offending me. Like an intellectual conversation has hard questions. Just as long as you're respectful with it, I get we're good. Can you clarify?
Yeah, and I'm trying to practice nonviolent communication by Marshall Rosenberg. It's been pretty good in my other lives, so I will continue to do that here. But so the issue of slavery, I think we all agree is bad. Like that is not a good thing, and we don't have to go into carrying an account for that. But someone might make a move of another type, which is to justify or something like that. But that would be a different thing than saying it's bad. But licensure of something is literally what it, like when you license something, you're permitting something that would otherwise be wrong. Am I? How
You're,
does
you're
that
talking about
strike you?
the God condoning it. Are you referring to the God's actions here, or?
Well, yeah, slavery's been all over the earth, and then suddenly we see in this account that it's permitted under certain circumstances. And it's like, whoa, where'd that come from? But those are two different issues, right?
So so in the text we see slavery when they are brought out of uh, Egypt. Okay, first we see that Abraham had slaves, right? Abraham was awarded slaves when he went into Egypt. Pharaoh gave him male and female slaves to get Sarah back. Same thing with Abimelech. Same thing with Isaac and the Abimelech uh, in the land of Gerar, right? So we see that the guy was okay with his people owning people at that time. It doesn't necessarily say whether the slaves were dead slaves or lifetime chattel slaves. It doesn't say whether they were foreigners or not. But he had like over 300 and something of them, enough to build his own army to go fight for Lot. Um, so we know prior to them being in Egypt, slavery was a thing, and the God allowed it, right? The God condoned it, and he doesn't speak about it in a negative way. Then when they are in Egypt, he doesn't like the fact that his people have been made uh, into harsh labor, to do harsh labor. They weren't necessarily considered to be uh, slaves, so to speak. They were a part of a masim, uh, corvée labor, government conscripted labor, and they were treated harshly. So it wasn't good. He didn't like that, but that was because it was his people. So he takes them out of that, and then when they go into their land, he permits them to temporarily enslave the males for debt purposes, but the women and children were property. They were lifetime chattel slaves. They with no escape. The Israelite women and children with no route to freedom. And then if a man wanted to stay with his wife and children, uh, whom he had from a female slave that was given to him by a Israelite slave master, then he was to become a lifetime slave. And then when we get to the Levitical laws, after the Deuteronomy renewal covenant, slavery is then codified even further. So the women are now no longer lifetime chattel slaves. They can be it's set free after 7 years, just like the male Israelites. And and Deuteronomy and Leviticus, they can't be debt slaves. They are to be treated as hired workers, whether they are getting paid or not. They're not slaves. They're not allowed to be called a slave or treated as a slave. But they are allowed to enslave foreigners for life. And there was no route to freedom there. Um, so when you say it was allowed under certain circumstances and it could still be seen as good, I guess I'm trying to understand which part you're saying could be seen as good. Like those are the three types of slavery: corvée,
yeah,
debt, and lifetime.
I like how you meticulously went through the process, like the progress of this issue through the account that's given. Um, Now, correct me if I'm wrong. It does say that that God, talking to Abraham, would send his descendants into slavery or servitude for 400 years. Isn't that right?
It does say that, but the word there is abad. It's not ebed. An abad is a laborer. An ebed is a slave or a servant. So because of the word that's used there, and then in Exodus 1, when it says he put a taskmaster over them, the word used there is masim, for corvée labor, not uh, ebed. So they're not referred to as ebeds in Egypt. It it I think the only time that ebed is used is when it says the house of slavery. But when they were in Egypt, they were considered abeds. under Masem, corvée labor. So that's why I said the same type of labor that was that Solomon required of them, and then which one was Solomon's son? I get their names mixed up. Rehoboam or Jeroboam.
Both, I think.
Both were his sons. One of them took over, and the Israelites wanted to know if he was going to follow after Jeroboam. Thank you. The Israelites wanted to know if he was going to follow after Solomon's actions and require, corvée labor of them, because they felt like they were too good for that type of labor, because that's what the God delivered them from in Egypt, and he had promised that they wouldn't have to go back into that. And so they end up, killing him. But so it's three different types of labor. It's the corvée labor that the Israelites were under in Egypt, which was harsh. Not saying that it was good. They were mistreated, and they were the Pharaoh made their labor, their workload harder than any other laborers in Egypt. But you have those three types of slavery in ancient Israel: Masem, debt slavery, or lifetime chattel slavery.
Right. So, so we agree that this is really glaring, right? It's notable that this is such a long arc of a story about quote slavery unquote, and it's not. We shouldn't assume that it's a good thing or try to justify it. I hope I'm getting that point drilled at home, that we're not saying it's good because somehow it appears as at least appears in the text.
Right. But I guess where I'm confused is when you say because of the different types, one could see it as good, and I guess I'm trying to figure out.
Oh, I never
are
said
you
that.
saying? Oh, well, can you clarify what you meant when you said somebody can see something as good, or?
No, I never. I'm just saying that somebody can make the distinction that just because something is bad, and we all agree something is bad or evil or in any form, debt, or just outright slavery, or that all that is, it's okay to construe as bad, even though it still is a part somehow of this story or account or laws or something. Like those are two separate. I'm just trying to make sure they're separate things and not the same.
The same in what way, though? I guess
Yeah.
that's the part I'm not following.
Because they're in the law, then we say, oh well, that's a good thing because it's from God. Like, does that make sense?
So you're saying because slavery was specifically regulated by this God, are you trying to put some distance between the regulation and the acceptance or the condoning by the God?
I think so. I think that, yeah. I think that if you say just because it's there doesn't mean, we shouldn't automatically say, oh well, it's a good thing or a bad thing. Like, but we agree that it's a bad thing, right? Do we agree that slavery is bad?
I
Yes, we
guess
agree. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm trying to figure out why we shouldn't call it bad if we agree it's bad.
Right. Because if what you're saying, I think what you're saying is that just because God regulated it doesn't mean that he thought it was good. Is that the point that you're trying to get at, Mocha?
Correct. Yes. I'm trying to be really delicate about it.
No, you're fine. Again, Thinker was saying, this is that you can speak freely. I don't agree with that because I don't regulate things I don't think are okay. I condemn them. I use this example frequently. If you were going out of town and you told your children, like, look, while I'm out of town this weekend, do not have friends in my house. That is my rule. You are not allowed to have any company over. And then follow it up, but if you do, make sure they take their shoes off before you come in. That's mixed signals. God was fully capable of outlawing the things that he did not want his people to do, such as worship other gods, eat shellfish, wear mixed fabrics. He's clearly capable of forbidding the things that he deems as inappropriate. He didn't do that with slavery. He told them how to do it. He told them who could be what type of slaves, how long, how to treat them, who you could beat. You know, he gave rules around something. You don't give rules around something that you don't approve of. You don't give rules around things that at the very least you don't find acceptable or tolerable. So I personally would not be able to make that distinction, not if I'm being intellectually honest with myself.
And like if he gave the regulations for it, and we see later in James, he says that every perfect uh, gift comes from above. Every perfect good and perfect gift comes from above. Then one could see why early Christians reading back into the text and following these regulations saw slavery as a good thing because the God gave regulations for it. Does that make sense?
Well, what was that? The early Christians thought it was the
That
regulations
slavery
were good.
was ordained by the God, and that it was their God-given right to own slaves, and they saw it as blessings for them to build wealth. For example, there is a yeah. There is a orphanage. I think it's called Bethsaida that started originally with using the orphans as labor. Um, they ended up facing one of their co-founders ended up leaving, and they were about to have to close down, and then they were gifted some land, and they were gifted some land and some West African slaves, and they attributed the gift of the land and the slaves to their God. And it's the letter that was written from the pastor was, God has seen fit to bless us with Negro slave labor in order to keep his mission going. So they saw the enslaving of Africans, of West Africans, as God given, right? Um, they justified it using Leviticus 25 verses 39 through 46, Ephesians 6, First Peter, and I think First Corinthians 5. Like they justified it with the Bible, right? And said because Abraham had slaves, and the Israelites had slaves, the kingdom was built using slave labor with Solomon. Um, then Leviticus 25, 39 through 46. And then Paul says that a Christianized slave is a more obedient slave, and that it is the will of God. They saw that as the good and perfect gift from God. And so slavery was a good thing to early Christians.
Are you speaking about a modern day African pastor, or are you talking about someone in antiquity? If we have a record of saying this,
In North America, like during the transatlantic slave trade, we have several records of, like, there's literally a address to all the pastors of the Church of Jesus Christ who got together at a general assembly to argue against the abolition of slavery, and they used the Bible to argue their point that owning slaves was their God-given right as European Christians. And that bill passed unanimously. They were able to stop the abolitionist movement for quite some time. The Southern Baptist Convention exists today for the sole purpose of fighting against the abolition of slavery, because they felt slavery was their God-given right.
they may be bad theologians.
Well, it's not. I mean, they honestly, there's no time in this book where the God condemns the practice of owning other humans, not even Jesus Christ. And the abolitionists had to literally reinterpret some of Jesus's words to convince people that Jesus was against slavery, because he never takes a negative stance against it in the text.
It doesn't. Wait. Just to buffer, doesn't Paul say in one of the letters that for freedom we've been made free?
He wasn't talking about physical slavery. Paul was talking about spiritual bondage. And then he even tells in the letter to Philemon about Onesimus, he even, tells him that he cannot force him to accept him as back as a brother, like a free brother in Christ. Because the belief was you don't enslave another Christian, because Israelites didn't enslave other Israelites. And so he tells him he urges him to, and then he says, if not, let me pay his debt. Right? Even Paul doesn't command slaves to be set free, not even the Christian ones.
So do you think the arc of the entire story, all the way back from the beginning, before the fall, that man and women were created on the earth to have children, populate the earth, enjoy its fruits, like slavery would have been a part of that scene or the scenario?
Well, in Genesis 2, the God creates man as an Abed, as a laborer, and he places him in the garden to labor and to cultivate the ground. So the creation of Adam in Genesis 1 is labor. And when in Genesis 2, in Genesis 1, when he tells them to go forth, be fruitful and multiply, he gave them dominion, and he tells them to subdue the earth. That's about bringing the earth into bondage and subjugation, right? And ruling over it. And the word there in Hebrew for subdue means to bring it into bondage in a violent way, right? And so when you look at that, slavery was from the beginning. Like,
well, yeah, we were meant to work the earth and do work, so I would assume a work is good, but slavery is different than just work, right? It's a position.
What is bondage?
Yeah, bondage over
but
someone
what is
else.
bondage? But what is bondage? When he says to subdue the earth, what and that word there means to bring it into bondage. What is bondage?
Oh, you mean the earth in bondage to man?
Who is it going to be in bondage to?
This is before the fall, right?
This is in Genesis 1 when he tells them to subdue the earth.
Oh, okay, yeah. Let's see here. So on the sixth day, and be masters of the sea, birds of heaven, all living animals. Where's the word bondage here? Sorry, forgive me.
No, it's subdue is kavash, right? It means to bring under control, bring into bondage, subject, to conquer, force into submission, to
Dominion
rule
over.
over. So yeah. So when he tells them to go forth and subdue the earth, what were they bringing under control? Who were they forcing into submission, if not the other humans?
I would assume just the earth, but I wouldn't assume the people.
How are they going to bring the earth into submission? So how are they going to force the earth into submission? Can you explain that?
Well, maybe they prune the bushes. I don't know. They would have.
That's landscaping, not submission.
I can imagine the landscaper going out saying, "Man, I'm about to
right?
Force this tree into submission." Like, I don't know.
Like,
But the
what? How
fact
can
that
you
you
make a
have,
volcano submit?
but the fact that you have to literally come back out there every month to trim it back down, isn't that the tree bending you into submission?
Right, Rhea?
It grows right back.
Submitting
You're
to
gonna be
who?
back.
Not manscaping, Evan.
Wow.
Well, that's an interesting Zen point. Whoever just made that.
And I think, like you said earlier when Thinker asked you a question, you like maybe that's just a bad theologian, but what makes a good theologian, right? Like all of these ideas and these ways of seeing this text is based on human interpretation. So the like even with the concept that you were asking about slavery, like the book is clear. The book is clear. Like that I don't see how anyone could make a case for this God in this book having an issue with slavery. Like the message in the book is clear. But when the interpreter outranks the message, where is the message actually coming from? So if a theologian is able to put word, and going back to my question, what makes it good? Is a good theologian one that agrees with your understanding of the Bible personally, or what your interpretation of what God is? But God doesn't explain it to anybody. It's the human that makes that decision. It's the human that determines what subdue means. It's the human that determines the parameters of what that bondage actually entails. All of this is coming from the mind of a man.
Unfortunately, I agree with you part way, and that makes it hard. Obviously, things came through men. That does make it difficult. Like you say, if someone said, "Well, the Bible is written by man," the implication is that it was not from God in a sense.
You said what
Just
now?
because man wrote.
It's inspired by the God, which means it's inspired by the belief in a God, right? We know that a God didn't write it, right? It was men who wrote it who believed in a God.
Certainly, yeah. I lost my train of thought. Oh, going back to the good theology. Because this you're touching on another really important. Who said that? Faye or Rhea about fee? Sorry.
That's okay.
Um, because a lot of people do that, especially say I think the Protestants do that, where you can just tie the Old and New Testament together because you say it's the Word of God. Now you have a categorical boundary that puts it into bondage to us. Now there's people called one covenanters who think there isn't a new covenant, so they just go right back to the old covenant. So this would be good stuff to ask them. Well, I guess we can make slaves of each other, right?
Well, we do ask that every day, right? And there are people who do believe that slavery is good, and they will tell you that they don't see an issue with slavery. There are believers who say that if their God told them today to go back into slavery, that they would.
And then there's the people who actually have enslaved us all, who are the people of this covenant. And that's never lost to them.
I've never been a slave. I've never been a slave.
You've never been a debt slave?
No, no. A debt slave uh, sells